Synopsis. In a universe on the brink of collapse, an almighty monarch with unparalleled power over death is forced to leave his world to ensure its survival. Transported to a deserted realm, he begins to build a new home alongside his loyal immortal army. However, his isolation is interrupted when a high-ranking lady from a different world arrives with a secret mission: to conquer the heart of the strongest being in the multiverse. As they navigate their new reality, they must face unknown dangers while discovering that even the most powerful entity can suffer from the weight of loneliness. Chapter 1, beginning after the end. Solo leveling universe. Earth. A cafe in Korea. At one table, a middle-aged man sat across from a black-haired teenager who was eating a cup of ice cream indifferently, but his left hand was covered in bandages. "Can you repeat yourself?" the boy asked in a detached voice, his eyes glowing in violet. The man shivered in horror, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the boy. "Almighty Monarch, you need to understand that if you continue to stay in this world, it will be destroyed," the man said respectfully, yet fearfully, hoping that the boy or Shadow Monarch would understand the situation. The boy stopped eating his ice cream and put the cup on the table before looking at the man. "Why?" "Because your power is too strong for this world to handle," the man explained. The boy said nothing, already aware of this fact. "Listen, you need to know that if you stay here, not only this world but the whole universe will be in danger," the man continued. "If you decide to leave this world, we promise to protect it for you and send you to another Earth similar to this one or another universe where you can live without worries," the man suggested to the boy. "Give me time to think," the boy said as he stood up and started to move toward the road. "Fine," the man agreed as he also stood up and snapped his fingers. A strange barrier that was present around them disappeared. Seeing the other party leave, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, that boy had sacrificed many things for his family and for this world. If somebody suddenly asked him to leave everything he had saved, he didn't want to imagine what kind of emotions he must be feeling right now. He paid the bill and left the area too. Waving his hand, he approached an empty area of ground when all of a sudden, a portal formed in the space in front of him. As he entered the portal, his appearance started to change. His whole body began to be covered in brilliant light that now looked like armor, and 4 wings emerged from his back. "Did the Shadow Monarch agree to our proposal?" Suddenly someone's voice came into his ears. "He asked for time to think," he replied, looking straight to where the voice came from. You did a good job," the voice praised him. That person knew that it wasn't easy to propose to the most powerful person alive in all the multiverse. "Thank you, my lord," he bowed his head to the voice. "Now go and rest until he sends his reply," the voice ordered him. "As you wish, my lord," he saluted the voice, sighing in his heart. After a week, "Mom, I am going out for a bit," the boy said as he tied his shoelaces. "Jin, be careful on the roads," a gentle-looking middle-aged woman said as she looked at her son from the kitchen. /N. Jin is used instead of the original name since Korean names are difficult to handle. "You worry too much. Jin is grown up now, right, son?" the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa said while reading the newspaper. Jin nodded his head towards his dad, appreciating him for taking his side. "I know, it's just," Jin's mom said as she looked towards her boy, who looked a little different from usual. Clearing her thoughts, she looked towards her husband and said, "Never mind, but your daughter should learn from Jin. She is still sleeping even though it's nearly afternoon." Meanwhile, Jin was ready to go. He moved towards the door. Crack. Jin opened the door and took a long look at his family. He knew this might be the last time he saw them. "Goodbye," he said softly, closing the door behind him. Jin found himself standing in an empty field where the man had vanished before. "I'm ready," he said in a powerful yet emotionless voice. His eyes started glowing violet and his body emanated a black aura. A portal appeared in front of him. "Come in, almighty monarch," a respectful voice echoed from the portal. Jin stepped into the portal and found himself in a beautiful white castle in a pure white dimension. The place looked like a haven. "I agree, but I have 2 conditions, rulers," Jin spoke, looking towards 5 figures in front of him. What are those conditions, Almighty Monarch? One of them asked. First, I need a tool to make everyone forget about my existence, Jin said, which puzzled everyone. Almighty Monarch, are you sure about it? Another one asked, looking at Jin in disbelief. Jin nodded his head, deep in thought. Can we ask for your reason? Someone else asked, curious about his strange request. No, Jin refused in an emotionless tone. Hearing his tone, they all sighed since they knew they didn't have the strength to make him reveal his reasons. What's your second condition? The first one asked. Jin opened his mouth to speak. I need an abandoned planet in a universe that can hold my power. Why abandoned? We can send you to a similar world to this, but that world is filled with powers and different races, someone else said, confused by his choice. My choice, Jin replied in a cold voice, shutting them up. They all looked at each other, making their discussion. After a while, they nodded their heads one by one. All right, Almighty Monarch, we can agree to both your conditions, the first one spoke. Chapter 2, beginning after the end 2. Suddenly pressure appears on all of them, making them bend on their knees. They only look up to see that boy is now covered in pure darkness staring right at them, with his glowing violet eyes. They all started to shiver at his stare. They could only look down, avoiding looking at his eyes. Listen, if in my absence anything happened to this world, then you better be prepared for consequences, because I am not soft-hearted like Ashbourne. Jin speaks in a chilling tone to them, making them tremble in fear. Don't worry, Almighty Monarch, not only this W world, but this whole universe will be protected by all the rulers in Multiverse. One of them speak in a shuddering voice. Jin looked at them for a while, then he released his pressure from them. His body also became back to normal, but his sharp eyes didn't leave the rulers even for a second. Ha taya. Ha taya ta. Ha. Ha. All of them are sweating and breathing heavily, as they slowly tried to stand up with their trembling legs. After calming down, they make their way inside the castle. Inside are well-decorated, beautiful fountains, plants, and art placed inside the castle. Inside the castle, many rulers are looking at them, specifically at him. Some with awe, some with fear, some with respect, and some with gratitude. They come to the center of the castle, which was an open area. In between there some kind of big mechanism was placed. Jin stood in between that circular mechanism. Suddenly, one of the rulers handed him one big crystal. Almighty Monarch, make the wish you wanted, and then break the crystal. Ruler who handed him the crystal said this while looking towards him. Jin nodded his head as he closed his eyes, then smashed the crystal into pieces, and the pieces turn into light penetrating the white sky. Jin opened his eyes, looking at the sky with some emotion in it. Your wish is granted, Almighty Monarch. Now can you stand in the middle of the tool? Ruler said this as he stepped back towards the other 4 rulers. Jin quietly stood in between the tool, as the ruler looks towards him and starts speaking. Almighty Monarch, remember, even though other monarchs are dead, there are more unknown dangerous creatures present in Multiverse. Remember to be careful. Also, there are rulers present in that universe. If you need anything, then you can be asked them, even though they may be not powerful as us, but I am sure they will able to fulfill your any request. Jin nodded his head, and as he comes into the center, meanwhile, rulers used some projections to adjust the location. Everything is ready, Almighty Monarch. Now we will start the process. As particles began emerged from the tool, covering Jin completely. Goodbye, Shadow Monarch. Rulers bid farewell together, seeing Jin slowly disappear in particles. In some other universe, on some deserted planet, there are many broken structures on the surface of the land. Meanwhile, the sky is full of bright stars and other planets, making it a beautiful scenery. Suddenly, light illuminated the surface of the land, revealing a black-haired teenager. This teenager is none other than Jin, who just teleported here. He checked his surroundings, then he looked towards the sky, which make his eyes little wide open, as he unconsciously muttered, beautiful. Seeing the space filled with countless stars and visible beautiful planets, he couldn't help but praise the beauty. Then he looked at his surroundings, which is filled with countless broken structures, and said, come out. As he said that, his shadow started to spread at unimaginable speed. And countless shadow monsters started to emerge from it, respectfully kneeling on the ground towards their king from behind. All of them have one thing in common: glowing violet eyes and light purple skin. In front of Jin, 3 figures are kneeling in front of him. Baru, Igris, and Belian. This is going to our home from now on. So Baru and Belian search this entire land for a nice place and build a home, Jin said as he looks towards the 3 generals of his army. As your wish, my liege, 2 of 3 replied in union as 2 of them flew away while Igris stood beside Jin. All the remaining army of Shadow distribute between Baru and Belian. Jin then looks towards Igris as he speaks. Igris, let's spar. I don't want to get rusty. As you wish, my liege, Igris said as comes respectfully opposite Jin with a long sword in his hand. Igris is a large knight with a light purple glow, jet black covering him from head to toe, a tattered black cape, and a long red hair-like ornament extending out of the back of his helmet. Attack as you like, Jin said. This is suddenly a dagger in his hands. After 1 week, Jin looked at the enormous castle in front of him with a tired expression on his face. This enormous castle exactly looks like a castle in the ruler's dimension, but it's black in color, which gives the vibes of some horror movie. Baru explained this in this instant, Jin said in a heavy tone as his powerful aura started to leak from his body. Of course, my liege, this is the only home worthy of you. Baru comes in front of Jin at super high speed and says in excitement with stars in his eyes. Baru is a huge humanoid shadow ant with a light purple glow, neon eyes, sharp claws, and smoky wings. Looking at his fan guy, Jin massaged his forehead as he looked at Baru with a helpless expression as he asked, "Why does this home exactly look like that castle in ruler's dimension?" "Because that's the only home which is worthy of you, my liege," Baru replied in an innocent tone like it was an obvious thing. "Sigh, forget it, Belian, did you find anything?" Jin releases a tired sigh as he looks at his 3rd general and asks this. Belian is a huge humanoid shadow warrior with 2 pairs of black wings on his back, jagged black armor, blank white eyes, and glowing purple skin. He also carries a massive blade that looks like a centipede, which he wields both like a whip and a sword. "Nothing, my liege, there is nothing except broken structures." He comes forward as he speaks. Jin nodded his head as he looked back at the castle with a helpless expression and entered the castle. Meanwhile, his whole army started to return to his shadow. He enters the main hall to see a black throne on top of the stairway. He quietly climbs up and sits on the throne. "I wonder what they are doing at this time." He muttered this while looking upwards with a somewhat lost expression on his face. Chapter 3, Graphia Lucifute. 700 years later. DXD World. Underworld. Graphia POV. It was a terrible fight, but somehow we managed to win. I am tired of this war. I staggered on the battlefield, leaving behind cold corpses of members of my same race, a devil. But these devils are different from me. They are from the old Satan faction. The war between angels, fallen angels, and devils finished long ago, but now that Satans have perished, it is time for a new ruling to take place, one that will place us, devils, in a more peaceful environment. Why can't we all live peacefully in the underworld? Are we still going to continue thriving in famine and hunger, just like the one who created us? That's why I, Graphia Lucifute, decided to follow Surzech Gremory's cause and fight for a prosperous future. Sadly, there are those devils who counter our ideals, those that believe we should still fight angels and fallen angels even after our race has already suffered enough. The old Satan faction. We fight, we kill, and we suffer in the end. It's only the bloodshed on the ground. When this conflict is going to end? It's already been hundreds of years. When will this civil war stop? How many more innocent lives will have to be sacrificed in this war? I thought about this thoroughly as I held my bleeding wound. Do you desire to save your devil race from this war? If so, then complete my mission, and I will make sure that your race survives this war and becomes prosperous. Save my kind from the war? Of course, I want, but what is this? Screen, could it be some trap from enemies? She summarizes all the possibilities of this. Maybe something like this is created by some simple magic to lure me into some trap. Most devils knew that I was one of the new faction's main aces, an ultimate class devil with Surzetches, Falbium, Adjuka, and Seraphal. And I was one of their primary objectives. However, as our house, Lucifuge, was the most despicable traitors in the eyes of the devils. Maybe there is a quicker path, one with less bloodshed, but who exactly are you? If can be so confident to end this war and help my race, then what do you need my help for? You should be more than capable than me to complete your own task. I doubted this in my mind. Only the fact that I couldn't sense any demonic power from it make me a little bit of relief. Your doubts are comprehensible, Graphia Lucifuge. First, I don't belong to your inferior world. I am currently an avatar of my supreme self and an existence that is more than capable to end your predicament with the snap of my fingers. However, the task I have, it's not something I can do myself. That's why I have to choose someone to do for me. I could have chosen any lady in this entire universe. And you are that lucky any lady. I feel heavily insulted and underestimated, this person telling me that I am not anything special. He or she speaks as if I ultimate class devil is nothing but lucky enough to be chosen for whatever his or her plot is. You are free to reject me if you don't believe me. I will just choose another candidate for this task. I admit the task I am going to issue is not an easy one, but if you somehow manage to accomplish it, then it will be a lucky encounter beyond your wildest imagination. Can I think about it? I at least wanted to discuss this with my father. After all, this could be a trap. No, as I said, you are not special. If you reject, there wouldn't be a second chance. Make your decision now. Twitching my lips, I allowed my body to fall down on my knees, holding my wound and panting heavily. I wanted nothing more than to rest and wait for the next battle, but now the more I looked at this screen, the more my sense screamed at me that this is real. I bit my lips, falling on the pit of mud that has blood mixed in it, seeing the screen in front of my face with complicated feelings. To me, that yes looked brighter than the no. Will you promise me that, to uphold your words if I manage to complete the task, if I could stop this madness, if I could stop my family from being in danger, then I would do it. Believe me, my words are very valuable than my very own existence that I precede. The moment you press the yes, I will send you to the place where you can undertake your task, away from home. My eyebrows quivered. I am going to be taken away from my place. But at the same time, I will continuity of time in this lowly realm until your return. If you failed but survive, I shall bring to this same spot. I couldn't help but pay more attention to the word, survive. If you die, then I shall just resume time, and your absence will be the only change in this timeline, as well as your race will lose the war. I expected that much. Chapter 4, Task. If you succeed, then I shall you to this realm once again, to the future where I uphold my promise, to a future where your devil race at peace and prosperous according to our accord. Reading the text, I sigh out of relief. At the very least, it won't take too long in completing this task. I was afraid that my absence would bring disadvantage to the new faction, but the entity's words assured me. My mind is full of curiosity towards this entity that can stop time at its will. And what is this so-called task that I needed to complete but can't? I made my decision and pressed the button, yes, bracing for anything at any moment, bracing for any torture that I would have to go through. A great answer indeed, Graphia Lucifuge. You can address me as System, your temporary assistance in this quest. As for who I am someone powerful enough to achieve your dream. I bid you the greatest of success, because in this task it is not luck that shall bring you glory but your determination. I felt the world around me begin to shake. The underworld around me broke like glass into little pieces until everything was white. I never felt like I moved even a millimeter from the puddle of mud and blood I had fallen into. It's like the world where I lived stopped being the same world. Loading. Assimilation with system complete. Welcome to System Graphia Lucifuge. The world around me is still white as the screen kept updating itself. I am now confused about what's going on. Transportation to Ashenfall Realm, Planet Valtron completed. Requirements for sustainable life in arrival location not meet. Loading racial specifications. Configuration, racial traits for survival in the foreign atmosphere and outer space. Pure Devil Ultimate Class, Right Arrow Peak Devil Ultimate Class. The more screen was updated, the more my confusion increased. Just who is this existence, a god? I felt something covering my whole body, something changed, and I didn't know what it is. You are not that person from before, I thought inwardly to the system. I am the system, your direct connection with that entity. As for who is the previous being, I am afraid I don't have the authority to disclose that. I release a tired sigh inwardly. I guess it's useless to ask who that was since that entity doesn't want to be exposed, then I can't do anything. When I open my eyes again, there are brilliant countless stars in the sky with a bunch of other planets, which are visible from the land where I am standing. I was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery in front of me for a while. I looked around to find just sand and broken structures on this land. Where am I? I said this out loud after feeling frustrated about finding nothing but sand. System, I thought this hoping system could help me. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Pure Devil Right Arrow Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class 2nd Tier. Strength, E+. Magic Power, D. Shadow Monarch Affection, 0%. Seeing the stats, I should have been in awe, if not for the fact system categorized my strength as E+, and magic as D. What does Shadow Monarch Affection mean? Welcome to the isolated planet Valtron in the realm of Ashenfall. This is the place where your target is located. Hey, answer me, what does Shadow Monarch Affection mean? I waited expectantly, dusting off my clothes, a maid's attire. The faster I know, the faster I can save my race. Task, conquer the Shadow Monarch's heart and erase his loneliness, progress 0%. Subtask, find Shadow Monarch in Valtron planet in the Ashenfall realm and introduce yourself. Shadow Monarch, conquer his heart. The more I read, the more I feel how ridiculous this so-called task is. It turned out this task is not to kill someone or destroy a town or do any dangerous thing. But the task has to be romantically involved with someone. Hey, I didn't sign up for this. You set me up? I scream inwardly in outrage, hoping for that entity to answer me. No matter how I look at this, I was set up by that entity in fact. I started to believe that entity was nothing more than some perverted person. That is correct. The Shadow Monarch is one of the 9 monarchs who can be also called the strongest being alive in all multiverse. His power is so immersed that even if all the forces united against him, then also the result will be difficult to predict. Hence you need to conquer his heart. Gulp. I unconsciously swallow my saliva hearing the task target is the strongest being in the multiverse. W at the strongest being in the multiverse. There must be some other way. Conquering him? And how am I supposed to find him in just a large place? I am no expert in romance, aside from some moments I shared with Surzech's Gremory. I am completely clueless. How the hell I suppose to conquer the heart of the strongest being in the multiverse? Chapter 5, Fear. There is no other way. The only weakness of a Shadow Monarch is loneliness. As for finding him, I have given you that advantage to roam freely around in outer space. Search for him here, that is your first task. I fell on my knees after hearing the system. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. What I get myself into, Mama helps me. I don't know what to do. The future of the devil race depends on whether I can conquer Monarch's heart or not. I bit my lips, gathering all strength in my body, and tried to stand up as I tried to walk. My feet struck in sand, trying to sink into the sand. My 4's wings popped out of my back, flying me into the air as I broke free from sand. By the way, system, what is Monarch anyway? I ask this inwardly as someone who is known to be strongest. It's obvious I have strong curiosity towards him. The Monarchs are an ancient race of monsters who seek to wipe out all living beings from the multiverse. I wipe out the cold sweat that comes from my forehead. If their goal is to wipe out all living beings, then means not only the devil race, but all of the races are in danger. And what system previously said there are 9 of these? You are correct, there are indeed 9 monarchs. The monarch of destruction, the king of dragons. The monarch of shadows, the king of the dead. The monarch of white flames, the king of demons. The monarch of fang beasts, the king of beasts. Frost monarch, the king of snow folk. Iron body monarch, the king of monstrous humanoids. The monarch of the beginning, the king of giants. The monarch of plagues, the queen of insects. The monarch of transfiguration, the king of demonic specters. Each of them possesses immense power like none other. And every other monarch except Shadow Monarch worked for the monarch of destruction, the king of dragons who also possess the most destructive power of all. But you said, it is the Shadow Monarch who is the most powerful one. Why do Shadow Monarchs don't work for the monarch of destruction like others? I don't know what the story behind this, but I feel this Shadow Monarch has a kind of backstory. And the king of dragons. Is he a similar kind of mythical great red and Ophis the infinity dragon? Don't compare monarch of destruction to those inferior lizards from your inferior realm. His only mere one breath is enough to destroy your whole planet. Are you serious? I unconsciously shouted. If that's true, then it's a matter of before my world gets destroyed. Yes, but you don't need to worry about getting your home destroyed by the monarch of destruction or any other monarchs, because all the other monarchs were killed by Shadow Monarch. I release a sigh of release, but why would he do that? And how he can kill the monarch of destruction? My curiosity towards this Shadow Monarch is only getting stronger and stronger. Shadow Monarch rules over death. He has his immortal army at his disposal. The longer the battle, the stronger he gets. His power has no bound. Power over death, something similar to Hades of Hell? Thinking of that skeleton god. Wait, if Shadow Monarch has a similar appearance to that skeleton, then what will I do? Shouldn't that mean I have to seduce a skeleton? I feel a wave of revulsion washes over me at the thought. The idea of having to seduce a skeleton, even if it is a powerful being, is repulsive. My skin crawls at the mere thought of it. I release a disgusted sigh, trying to shake off the image from my mind. I can't help but wonder, why would anyone choose to rule over death and have such a horrific appearance? The more I think about it, the more unsettling the idea becomes. My curiosity may be strong, but I can't deny the feeling of dread that settles in the pit of my stomach. But now I just only hope for the best. Your thoughts are useless. Your main priority should be to locate Shadow Monarch first. Useless thoughts. At least I want him to be good-looking and alive. I quickly turned towards the ground as I felt something. Why I felt someone watching me? My instinct never betrayed me before. Because of that, I survived so countless battles. That's also the reason I trusted my instincts so much. You are safe for now. If any danger approaches, then I will notify you beforehand. But I was sure someone was watching. Maybe because I am not in the underworld, that's why I feel unsafe. Sigh, I should focus on my task. After 15 minutes of flying. What the hell is this? I couldn't help but say this out loud because what I am seeing right now looks like enormous scary black castle. Congratulations, you managed to locate the base of Shadow Monarch. Yeah, I can figure that much out myself. Here goes nothing. I entered the castle, which somehow open. There is nothing inside, just large empty spaces. How can someone live in a place? This whole place gives the depressing atmosphere. I walked straight through the hallway and entered a big hall. Who are you? I heard someone's voice as I looked towards the source of the voice. How handsome. I looked up at the person who is sitting on a throne with a lazy poster. He is not handsome, but he is devilish handsome. His angelic sharp face, his purple glowing sharp eyes, his sharp nose, his expression is like a aloof being who looked down on the world. His pure black hair looks, his fair skin, what is this? Why I started to feel danger. I quickly turn around to see my shadow expanding. A monster emerges from my shadow, which looks exactly a big ant, twice my size. His claws are as big as swords. I will die. My instinct is screaming at me, telling me to run as far as possible. But my legs are trembling but not moving. Move, move, move. I tried to move, but instead of moving, my knees gave up. I fall down. Why don't they move? No, I already know the answer. My body already knows it's useless to run from this thing. Fight back? No, I can't win, no matter how. I fight. Is this the end? But I haven't still saved my people. Help me, I don't want to die. Chapter 6, Jin's Thoughts. Jin POV. After coming to this planet, I found not only this planet, but this whole realm has no living creatures. I don't know how much time has passed. Since I come to this place, I found nothing except silence. Luckily for me, I have my companions to accompany me. I don't know how much time has passed. It is 100 years, or 300 years. No, it's 500 years. Damn it, I lost track of time. To pass the time, I usually fight my shadow soldiers and learned sword techniques by Igris and martial arts from Belian. I don't want to depend entirely on Ashborn powers all the time, so I mastered all techniques. A human can be mastered. The good thing is there is no one, so I can practice without any problem, but one thing that I can't able to fix is the loneliness of being all alone. I miss you, mother, father, sister, I miss you all very much. There isn't even a single day where I haven't thought about you all. Until today, I thought I will live here in seclusion for the rest of eternity. But unexpectedly today in this lonely realm, I sense a living creature. After so long, at first I thought my sense become dull after living so alone without seeing any living person. But now seeing the person right in front with my own eyes, I am sure this is a living person, not some illusion made up by my mind. How did she get here? Here, not only on this planet but in this whole realm. It should be impossible for any living creature to survive in this atmosphere. I guess it doesn't matter for now. Least I got to know someone alive. Beru, stop. I was lost in my thoughts so much that I forgot to notice that Beru has scared that girl so much that she has fallen down on her knees. I guess I need to educate Beru about not scaring guests. After hearing my command, he quickly returns to my shadow, but the girl is still on sitting the ground. Why she is wearing a maid outfit? Is this some kind of custom here in this universe? Wait, did she wet herself? Maybe she got too much scared, Beru. I can see her tears flowing down her eyes. It's okay now, shouldn't I speak some words to comfort her at times like these? I don't know what to say. I did that before. She slowly opens her eyes. I can see relief in her teary silver eyes, silver hair, how rare. She looked down at herself, realizing her situation. Cute, I unconsciously thought after seeing her eyes become wide open and her face become red as a beetroot. She tried to use her wings with her full force and run outside, but unfortunately in her eyes, it was slow as a falling feather. Her wings look like the devil, but she has 4 of them. As well as she doesn't look like the devil at all, she gives a similar feeling to Essel. Thinking of Esli, I don't know how she is doing. My liege, do you need me to catch her? Oh, Beru, can't you understand? She is like this because of you. If you go after her, then it will only make the duration. Leave her be. If she comes here on a planet like this, then she must have an objective. She will be back. At least she should have told me her name. I don't even know her name. Well, I guess I will ask her again when she comes back. I guess I have to wait until she calms down. After that, maybe, I should go to her planet where civilization exists. At first, when I made this demand to live here in isolation, I thought it was good to master Ashborn powers where nobody can get affected. Also, I don't want to cause trouble for people. At first, I was thinking it will be easy to live alone with my shadows, but I was wrong. It's nothing more than mental torture. Isn't for my shadows, I would have gone crazy by now. I tried to leave this planet, but even the nearby planets are in much worse condition than the one he was currently in. So without knowing where to go, I decided to return back here. Maybe now I can leave this place for a civilized planet. Even though I don't need to eat now, but I still want to taste delicious delicacies. Moreover, if possible, I check back on my Earth. I still can't figure out, how can she appear here? Her strength is too weak to survive in a place like this. Or maybe her race is adapted to this environment. Whatever the reason, it's good to see another living being again. I hope she can come soon, erase her embarrassment, and talk to me. Ruler said there is a similar planet to my Earth. Maybe I should find that planet. Oh, she is coming back. I should try my best not to scare her this time. Nobody will come out without permission. I inwardly commanded my shadows. I don't want to scare her like before after all. I am getting nervous. to meet another living being after so long. Chapter 7, First Reward. Graphia POV. How can I do that? Just how? It's so embarrassing. I now just want to dig a hole and bury myself. I seriously pee myself in front of him. I don't have the courage to face him again. If others come to know that I, the ultimate class devil, have peed myself, I will definitely become laughing stock in the underworld. I saw when I run away from inside at my full strength. I saw him laugh at me. I am sure he still be laughing at me. But what was that thing? I am still getting goosebumps even remembering him. Hey system, answer me, what was that? Even though I faced death every day without fear, still it's nothing compared to that thing. That thing is a freaking nightmare. That was third strongest shadow of the Shadow Monarch, also known as Baru. Baru, seriously, what kind of person chooses a cute name like this for? A monster like that? Well, it does look like an ant. But which ant is that big in size and has blades as his claws? And third strongest? You mean he is stronger than this monster? No matter, he can be called strongest after having subordinates like that. You are wrong. Unlike your inferior species who mostly rely on their subordinates you called peerage to be called strongest, Shadow Monarch is not such that compulsion. He is the strongest of them all. Even if all his shadows come together against him, then also, it will remain futile. Is he really that strong? I can't sense anything from him, not even any danger, but one thing for sure, he was super hot. You didn't sense anything from him, that doesn't mean he is weak. He has complete control over his power. He is not some arrogant being who likes show off his power, nor some coward who likes to hide, but that's also what makes him is the strongest. And the most dangerous. I don't understand. What are you trying to say? How can that makes him dangerous? You don't need to concern yourself with that. More importantly, will you abandon this task and go back to your world? Or are you continuing this task? Hearing system question, I don't why, but suddenly I remembered his devilishly handsome face. Drool. Your task is to seduce him, not to get seduced by him. What kind of nonsense? Are you spouting? It's ridiculous to even think that I, Graphia Lucifuge, the ultimate class devil, will be seduced by someone. That's right, this is only for my race, for the better and peaceful future of my kind. It's definitely not related because of his looks. Yes, it's only for my home. But what should I do now? All my dignity and pride are all shredded into pieces. I am sure he must think I am a woman who still cry and pee herself. How shameful is that? I already told you to not have many useless thoughts. Just go and introduce yourself first. This is your first step. Can't you understand? Girls' shame. I just saw you are right, what's done is done. I should focus on what's going to happen. That's right, even though my first appearance was not good, I can still change his opinion of my appearance. I should get ready. W8, why does my bottom feel wet? Damn it, of course this is the result of my previous deed. System, do you have new clothes for me? I inwardly asked this to System. After all, I can't be in front of him in these clothes. System, why didn't the system reply? System, seriously, I need to change clothes before meeting him. Don't you also want me to have success in this task? Fine, have it your way then. Subtask, find Shadow Monarch in Valtron planet in the Ashenfall realm and introduce yourself. Modifying subtask due to user demand. System, what are you doing? I don't why, but for some reason, I am getting a bad feeling about this. Subtask, find Shadow Monarch in Valtron planet in Ashenfall realm and introduce yourself. Right arrow, find Shadow Monarch in Valtron planet in Ashenfall realm. Status, completed. Reward, made outfit full set X1. Looking at my hand where suddenly a rectangular box appeared out of nowhere. How? System done it. I didn't feel any mana fluctuations nor see any magic circles. It's like it just appear. Anyway, thank you. System, I open up the box and take out the maid's uniform. What the hell is this? How can someone wear something like this? I wasn't able to control my temper as I asked in a loud voice, System, answer me, what kind of joke is this? Why are you complaining? I give what you asked for. But how can I wear something like that? It's too shameful. It's so indecent, and the chest part looks so indecent, and the length of the skirt is so short that anyone can see my panties. Now I am starting to get suspicious. If the system is nothing more than pervert old geezer. I give you this because it will also help you to increase your chances of success in this task. Don't you also want to succeed in the task as soon as possible? But, Sai, you are right. The original task is to seduce him, so it's normal to wear think kind of dress. But still, it is very unacceptable for me to wear anything like this. Don't be too willful. Just go and wear this if you want to increase your chances of success. All right, I guess I don't have much of a choice. This is all for my home. First, I need to create some space where I can change, even though I know there is no one here except for him in the castle and his so-called army witch. I haven't seen it yet other than that thing, but I still don't want to change in such an open place. I use ice magic to create a small room enough to change myself as I walked inside that room. Chapter 8, Meeting. After changing, I use my ice magic to create ice mirror to see myself. How shameful, looking at myself, that was the first thing, comes into my mind. My big chest, my hips, everything looks so indecent. The system gave me a maid dress with a tight-length black skirt, white stockings, and a garter belt. The chest area has 2 pieces of cloth, holding my overly large breasts with an ample visage of her cleavage. The side of my boobs is shamelessly exposed in a round shape, as a cherry on top, and a delicate black lace wrap around my neck. Pick for reference right arrow. Strangely, even though this shameful attire looks so tight, but I don't feel any discomfort. In fact, it's the opposite. It's very comfortable. But even if it's comfortable, I don't want to wear such shameful attire. It's only for a better future for my family and race. If you are ready, then get going. You already wasted too much time. Can't you give little more time to get ready myself after you gave me such shameful attire? I need some time to adjust my mood. Okay, Graphia, you just need to relax. Remember the teachings of Mother. A perfect maid should be calm all the time. Deep breath. All right, now I am ready. Just be natural, I muttered to myself just to encourage myself. But what should I do with my old clothes? I don't have anything to store them. Don't worry, I can store them for you. Suddenly, old clothes which are laying on the ground disappear into thin air. That's very convenient. Now focus on maintaining my expression. I need to maintain a neutral face. But if that thing is still there, then can I still maintain my emotions? That thing is a nightmare. I had never seen anything like that thing before. System, can't you help me somehow? Negative. If I help you somehow, then Shadow Monarch will be able to discover my existence, and that's the last thing my creator wants. I guess that much on my own. Can't you help me some other way, like giving some protection spell or some teleportation spell, just in case of emergency? That's your unnecessary worry? The only thing you need to do now is conquer your fear. You need to know that the Shadow Monarch is not an unreasonable person who kills without reason. Nor will he let his subordinate kill someone innocent. The only thing holding you down now is your fear. It's easier said than done, and I can't leave my life in the hands of some stranger, even if he is a little hot. But one thing is weird. Whenever I thought of him, my face started to heat up, and my heart started to pound faster. Is this some kind of power he possesses? I slapped both my cheeks and tried to encourage myself as I started talking to my reflection in the mirror. Wake up, Graphia. Remember, you are the eldest lady of the Lucifuge house. How can you back down just because of some fear? I can do this. Come on, Graphia, be brave. Let's do this. I exited this cave, which I built with ice, and flew towards the castle again. System wished me luck. I at least want someone to support me. After all, it always feels good to know that someone is supporting you. I hope for your success, Graphia Lucifuge. After reaching the castle again, I walked in with a neutral face like a perfect professional maid. In between the way, I made a perfect plan to conquer the heart of the Shadow Monarch. I need to become his maid. After all, I can't directly say, I come to seduce you, otherwise he will definitely think I have some ulterior motive. So I need to just become his maid and stay close to him, and slowly but steadily capture his heart. And soon I reached the main hall, where I had my previous shameful accident. He is still sitting on the throne, like an aloof king, looking down on earth. But he still looks so hot. Calm down, I need to maintain my composure. Don't get panic. Don't show panic. Be a professional natural maid. Sir, Shadow Monarch, please allow me to become your maid. I introduced myself while little bowing like a professional maid, even with this shameful attire. I have finally done it, and I have done this perfectly without showing any panic or any other emotion. I am sure it was perfect. I also noticed something. The place where I have previously done that shameful deed is now clean without any spot. Also, that thing is nowhere to be seen. That's very good. I see him getting up from his throne, coming down towards me. Why my heart again started to beat violently. Why my face started to heat up again. No, Graphia, focus. You need to control yourself. Previously, I can only see his face from below, but now I can see his whole figure. Not only his face, but his whole body is perfect. His sharp facial features, his short black hair, even though he is wearing a black long coat, I can still tell his body is perfect. His height is a little taller than mine. He probably will be 510, since mine is 58. The only weird thing is, his left hand is covered in some black bandage. His eyes are a little glowing purple, giving him a sexy look, as I thought he is really a devilish. Handsome man, no, Graphia, you need to control yourself, no matter what another's appearance looks like. A perfect maid doesn't show emotions. I need to act like a perfect maid. What are you? His voice entered my ears like a melody. Don't panic. I just need to answer the question naturally. I raised my head, looked directly into his eyes, and as I spoke, Shadow Monarch, sir, my name is Graphia Lucifuge. I am a devil and I like to become your maid. Chapter 9, Maid Accepted. Jinwoo's POV. Looking directly at her calm silver eyes, I couldn't help but feel surprised. It wasn't the fact her appearance as well as her aura. I would have thought she is someone else. The girl who was peeing and crying previously, which I made Baru clean the floor, now has composure and calm unlike before. And what's up with this dress? I previously thought her previous attire was weird, but I was wrong. If another person from my Earth was present, then he would probably lust over her after seeing her in this. Unfortunately or fortunately, because of Ashborn powers, I nearly lost my emotions, as well as time also played a big role in that. Shadow Monarch, sir, my name is Graphia Lucifuge. I am a devil and I like to become your maid. She introduced herself as well. She stated her purpose. A devil, even though I anticipated that, but was still hard to believe a girl like her is a devil. Also, how does she know who am I? Probably she is sent by rulers since they are the one who knows my location, but I am not sure. And what's this becoming my maid? I don't need a maid since all the work here is done by my shadows. Okay, but I agreed since I finally have a living person here besides me. I am not letting this chance slip away. As for her purpose, I can figure that out by the time, as well as I will get information about this universe from her, and I am also interested in her race, which she called Devil. As for her probability of hurting me, is near 0 with her strength, so I don't need to worry about that. She has a stupefied expression on her face. How cute. I guess she didn't expect me to agree so easily. But soon her face returned to neutral, or she is trying to hide her expressions. So then, what are your orders, sir? She asked this as she looks towards me. Orders, right, she is my maid, but I don't have any orders for her. Everything already managed by my shadows. I never had a maid before. You can call me Jin, hearing sir. Feels weird. I am already tired of hearing my liege from my shadows, especially from Baru. I don't need another one like them. Sir, I am afraid I can't accept that order. She said this with a little shattering. I guess she must have little afraid of me. Reason? I am more interested in her reason for refusing such a simple request. It's teachings of Lucifuge, household that maids can't call her master. By his name, she speaks this while lower head as she has. Something wrong. If you don't call me by my name, then sorry I can't accept you maid, I said while looking directly into her silver eyes. And no, oh yeah, I remember that a perfect maid should follow her master's orders unconditionally. A small smile formed on my face hearing her change of tone. But from her panicked tone, now I am sure she has some other objective, and to achieve that objective she has become my maid. Well, to be honest, even if she leaves, then also I will stop her, since she is the only hope for me to reach civilization. Then what are your orders, Jaejin? She asked, finally using my name. Finally someone call me by my name after so long. But what should I make her do? I don't know. Maybe spar with her to get some idea about the strength of people who belong to this universe, since rulers told me this universe is a lot stronger than my Earth. I want to test it myself. But no, her power is too weak. I doubt that she can even withstand even my aura. Oh yeah, I can fight without Ashborn power, since it will also help me to test my martial arts against other than my shadows. But before that, I look at her as I speak. You can start by cooking. Even though I don't need to eat, I still want to eat the dishes, not to mention none of my shadows can cook. So in the beginning, I cook the food myself, but as time passes I get tired of my own cooking, so I quit. Since she got teaching of some household, then she must know how to cook. I can only hope she can make something that can satisfy my taste buds. She nodded her head as she started to look around, searching for something. After a while she backed to him again and asked, "Where is the kitchen, Jin?" Oh yeah, I forgot to tell her where is the kitchen. I started to walk as I spoke, "Follow me." As I started to walk, when first Beru and others made this castle by the scarp they found on this planet, there was nothing but a throne in this castle. Afterwards, I used my power to create what I needed as well as create decorations and furniture for this castle. But the sad thing is that my power is only limited to creating non-living things. Well, I guess it makes sense since my power belongs to the dead. So I gave him the ability to create anything limited to non-living items. If it's not true, then forgave your author to be ignorant. The kitchen is made back of the throne room, so it's taken a few minutes to reach the kitchen. It's neat and clean and tidy even though I didn't visit this place for so long. I guess Beru and others are doing their job properly, but there isn't any single ingredient left here. But I guess I can fix that. Chapter 10, Maid Accepted 2. Graphia POV. Today is the most weird day in my life. First I was taken from my home to some isolated planet with task of conquer another person. I thought this day couldn't get any more weirder, but I was wrong, because this day is getting more weirder by every minute. I still couldn't believe how easily he agreed to me for becoming his maid. Is he not cautious about me for fooling him, or he is too confident in himself that he believes nothing can hurt him? Whatever the reason, I am glad I was able to become his maid, but when I asked him for his first order, he asked to call him Jin, which caught me off guard. I guess it must be his name or some nickname, but the problem I don't whether to accept or deny his order. Because a perfect maid can't call her master by his name, even if I am maid in name, I still need to perform like perfect maid. When I tried to refuse him, he tell me to leave. I panicky agreed to his request while putting perfect image of maid in back of my brain. Since I don't think he was lying after all, he got no reason lie to me, because he is the strongest guy, according to the system. Leaving is not an option. After all, peace of my family and race depends on this task. I can't quit. It's definitely not because he is hot. But still, I can't understand why he wants me to call him by his name. Could it be he likes myself? Even though I don't want brag, but I know how exceptionally beautiful am I. Even back in the underworld, other women look at me with envious eyes. Meanwhile, all other men look at me with eyes full of lust. Even when I first time meet Serzech's Gremory, he was not exceptional either. So if he really like other men out there, why can't I feel any lust from him? Could it be he falls love with me at first sight? It's the only possibility I can possibly imagine, and it's reasonable based on my appearance. But why I feel happy after thinking of that possibility? Wait, that doesn't mean I completed the task. Isn't this mean I have molested my task? If I completed my task, that doesn't mean my race and my family is at peace. Before coming to any conclusion, I advise you to check your stats first. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class 2nd Tier. Strength, E+. Magic Power, D. Shadow Monarch Affection, 4% Acquaintance. What? Only 4%. How is this so low? System, are you sure you aren't making any mistakes? Since I also have doubt about evaluation of my strength and magic too. I advise you to not doubt the ability of the system. System, don't make any mistakes like this. Really? Then how can you explain his low affection? His affection is reasonable. He is not someone who you can make him love you just by appearance, so you need work hard to raise his affection and then conquer his heart. Is that so? I guess it makes sense, since if he can be conquered by alone appearance, then probably won't be the strongest guy out there. His second order was to cook. I sigh of relief after hearing this, because cooking is something I take pride in. Right now I am following my Jin. Now I look carefully at the castle from inside. Castle looks beautiful. Walls are decorated. Floor is clean. Walls are clean. The only thing I feel weird right now. Where the hell is his army? I have heard a lot about his army from the system, but I haven't seen anyone except that thin Baru. When I was about to ask the system, we already arrived at the kitchen. Kitchen is tidy and clean, and looks like normal kitchen back in my home, but the only thing is whole kitchen don't have even a single ingredient. Here I heard his words. As I turned towards him, I saw him raising his hand. Suddenly from his hand, a dark aura started to leak slowly, covering the whole empty shelf. Seeing that aura, I couldn't help but getting goosebumps. My instincts are screaming to don't even go near that black aura. It's as much dangerous than Baru. I could only got freeze in fear. Fortunately, after a few seconds, aura got disappear, leaving behind shelf full of ingredients. My eyes almost popped out because of shock of what I have witnessed. After all, he created something out of nothing. But how is this possible? How he has done that? System, do you know anything? Shadow Monarch have ability to create anything from nothingness, but this ability is limited to non-living things only. Hearing the system replied, I couldn't help but being dumbfounded, even though he can't create anything living. Even then, this ability have many uses, which makes this ability already overpowered. Is this enough? He asked the question while looking at me with look like what he just done is his everyday thing. I unconsciously nodded my head and walked towards the shelf, carefully grab one ingredient and check it. Amazing, it's exactly looks like original and fresh. Jin, can you go outside and wait for food to get ready? I speak as I looks towards him. After all, I don't want anyone watch me at my back as I cook. He nodded his head as went outside. Seeing this, I sighed in relief. Still, he is not worried about me poisoning the food. He is too careless, or should I say, he is too confident in himself. Whatever the reason is, for now I only need focus on cooking and give my best. I remember a thing I read from some novel. If you want to conquer man's heart, you need to first capture his stomach. Chapter 11, Information. Jinwoo's POV. Right now, I am sitting on the dining table, looking at the delicious dishes in front of me. I couldn't help but swallow mouthful of saliva. These dishes are similar to high-class dishes of my previous home world. I couldn't wait to try them out. I slowly take the fork and the spoon and take the bite. So delicious. After putting the piece of meat inside my mouth, it feels like melting inside, so juicy, perfectly cooked. I couldn't help anymore as I started to eat all the dishes faster. When I looked towards my new maid, Graphia, she just standing there motionlessly, watching him. Come sit and eat with me, I said this while I continued to eat slowly, since I can't eat peacefully when someone is staring at me, as well as it's eating together also makes meal more delicious. Boo. That's an order. I cut off her sentence before she can complete it, since I already witnessed how dedicated she is in her role. I saw her troubled face, but she still slowly come and sat opposite to me. The dining table is same as my dining table back at my home, which is a normal dining table with 4 chairs. She sat opposite of me. She then started eat slowly, but with etiquette, I guess she must from some high-class family. Tell me about your devil race. I asked this since I want to know more about this devil race. Are they any different from the devil I encounter in that dungeon? I saw her trouble look. But after a few seconds, she started to speak. Devils are beings that originated from the underworld, created by the original Lucifer, using the body of his wife Lilith. In order to create a military force to destroy God and his angels, as well as to realize his personal ambition for world domination, which consisting of the high-class devil nobles of the 72 pillars, and extra demons, and the countless armies of middle and low-class devil soldiers under them. The total lifespan of a devil is approximately 10,000 years. I see, from her words, devils are following old-time tradition, where your position will be decided by your birth. There are also angels and so-called gods, still world domination. I guess a typical demon king. Well, at least better than destroying the world. What's about your household? I asked while looking straight into her silver eyes, since I remember her mentioning her family name before. So I guess she must be from high-ranking family. I saw a somewhat depressed look in her eyes, and finally she slowly opened up her mouth. Lucifuge clan is one of the extra demon clans that had served the Lucifer clan for generations. The Lucifuge clan is highly respected among the other devil clans for its closeness to the Lucifer clan, as that gave them high authority. In the aftermath of the original Satan's deaths, the clan was led by Lord Lucifuge, who managed the internal affairs of the underworld alongside the members of the Beelzebub clan. Due to the refusal of Rizvim Liven Lucifer, the son of Lucifer, to take command of the underworld, the heir of the clan was his daughter, which is me, Graphia Lucifuge. So much complicated stuff. I rather don't want to get involved in it, but from her complicated explanation, I only able to understand she is heir of some important clan. Then why are you made like this? This is a question which is bothering me for a while, because if she is really some kind of big shot, then there is no reason for her to be made. Can I not answer that question? I saw her troubled red face, so I nodded my head, understanding her situation. Maybe it's something personal. Well, if don't want to tell, then I will naturally not force her. In your world, are there any humans? I really want to know if there are any humans in her world. That means the world she is talking about is the same world that Ruler was talking about. Yes, but they are weakest compared to other races. The only thing which is noticeable in humans is their large population. Other than that, there are also few humans who are able to use magic, but they all are hidden to normal people eyes. There are also humans born with sacred gears. Sacred gears, are they some kind of artifacts, or something else? Anyway, I able guess from her words that all this supernatural stuff is hidden from normal people eyes. The original God of the Bible created the sacred gears as part of his system to enact miracles on earth. These certain individuals with sacred gears have grown to become very powerful and influential, and that a large number of the people who have had their names etched into history were most likely sacred gear possessors. Sacred gears varies from common to rare, with the only exception being the Longinus, which are all unique in their own way. If a sacred gear is removed from the owner, they would die. Humans or human hybrids are the only species able to be born with sacred gears. However, they maintain them upon their reincarnation into devils and angels. The fallen angels from Grigori devised a ritual able to extract a sacred gear from the original owner and use it for themselves. This results in the death of the original owner. It is possible for a person to own more than one sacred gear at the same time. However, this almost always happens because the individual comes to a second or even more sacred gear through irregular circumstances than through birth. Chapter 12, Information 2. That doesn't mean humans are nothing more than pigs meant to be slaughtered between these races. Sure enough, whatever world that is strong always tormented the weak. Tell me more about this reincarnation. I feel my blood boiling thinking about humans who turn into devils just because they born with powers. WE used thing called evil pieces to reincarnate them into D-devils. I saw her pale face while she is trembling and telling this with shuddering. Damn it! I didn't notice my aura started to leak because of the sudden fluctuation in my emotion, and here, I thought I have managed to control my emotions completely. I should calm down, take a deep breath, calm down. Sorry for this, tell me about these evil pieces. I asked this as I retreated my leak aura in my body back. She looked scared but still nodded her head as she starts speaking. The evil pieces, also known as the devil's pieces, are a set of 15 chess pieces given to top-class devils to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into devils. It can also be reincarnated other races into devils. I asked, since if this is possible, doesn't that mean devils have the power to change every race into devils? She nodded her head as she continued. Evil pieces are commonly given to pure-blooded high-class devils so that they can gather servants of their own. Reincarnated devils are also given the chance to receive evil pieces should they rise in rank and become a high-class or ultimate-class devil. When a devil receives the right to obtain the evil pieces, they are required to go to the Satan's territory and touch a monument which functions as a replacement king piece to register themselves as king. Reincarnation abilities of the evil pieces, however, are not absolute, as they cannot reincarnate gods, Buddhas, and dragon god into devils even with a mutation piece. The evil pieces can only reincarnate those who died recently. The strengths, talents, and skills of the being to be reincarnated plays a large role in determining how many pieces will be used for reincarnation. Different evil pieces cannot be used together. Evil pieces can also be exchanged between top-class devils with peerage. Queens are worth 9 pawns. Queens possess all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece, as well as the most powerful. Rooks are worth 5 pawns. Rooks gain superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. However, they are not very quick and can get beaten easily by a high-speed opponent. Bishops are worth 3 pawns. Bishops gain enhanced magical abilities, which they can use to conjure up a multitude of spells, offensive, healing, etc. However, more powerful spells consume most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. Knights are worth 3 pawns. Knights gain increased speed and mobility, enabling them to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers. However, their main weakness is their low defense, making them vulnerable to powerful attacks if they are not careful. Another weakness among knights are their legs. If their legs are injured, their mobility is greatly reduced. Pawns are worth 1 pawn each. The traits of pawns is the ability to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. Unlike the other pieces which grant special abilities, the king piece simply boosts a person's power. However, the king piece's strengthening is anywhere from 10 to 100 times more. There are restrictions to its use. 1. The user cannot already have an evil piece, S, because the king's piece would overlap with their current piece, S, and expose them to dangers. 2. The user can potentially die if they are too strong. There are only 9 unused king pieces in existence. What kind of bullshit system is that? From what I understand, devils just making slaves for themselves. Wait, didn't I do the same? Actually, no, I only make the shadows out of my enemies. But from her words, I able to understand the devils only done that for power and fame. What other power do devils possess other than this slavery? I ask this since I wanna if they can do anything themselves. Yes, all devils have enhanced physical abilities such as superhuman strength, endurance, and enhanced senses such as sight and hearing, in addition to being able to see clearly in the dark as creatures of the night. We devils are able to fly through using our bat-like wings, which are capable of retracting into their backs as if disappearing entirely. She said this as she takes out her wings for demonstration. We also possess a passive ability called language, which allows normal people listening to them to hear it in the language they're most familiar with and vice versa. Devils also have the ability to cast magic spells, having developed their own system of demonic magic powered by demonic power. High-class devils are able to gain peerages, rule over others devils depending on their family's rank and powers, and can have up to 15 servants, which are represented by each piece in a chess game. I see. As I muttered this, I continued to eat the food, while silently monitoring her movements. She didn't say anything for this whole meal, she just slowly with etiquette ate the meal, but she is scared. After the meal, "It's okay, somebody else will do that," I said while commanding a shadow to do the dishes through my mind. "As you wish, my liege," he responded to my call, and one of my shadow soldiers emerges from the shadow. I saw her startled when my shadow soldier came out from my shadow. I guess it must have been shocking for her. What a familiar scene. I remembered the faces of hunters when I first did this. Good old times. When the shadow soldier moved towards the table as he picked plates, Graphia stepped back far from him. I walked back to the main hall as Graphia quietly followed me back. We returned to the main hall. I turned around to face her as I opened my mouth and say, "Choose any room, rest well, then we'll talk." She nodded her head as she bowed her head and moved out of the hall. "Shall I monitor her?" My liege, Bellion voice comes into my mind. "No," I deny since I sense no malicious intent from her, but she has some other objective, that's for sure. Chapter 13, Feelings. Graphia POV. After choosing the room nearest to the main hall, I fall on the bed. What the hell with that interrogation? I feel all energy in my body is gone in this meal. And when I was stared at by his purple glowing eyes, I feel like I can't lie. If I lie, then I will die. But why the hell did this happen? Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil, Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class, 2nd tier. Strength, E+. Magic Power, D. Shadow Monarch Affection, 2% acquaintance. Affection is deducted by half. Why? Why was it deducted? I answer all the questions truthfully. Is he has some special attachment to humans, because when I mention about humans being weak, his affection suddenly decreases. System, answer me. Now the system is the only one who can answer these questions for me. I don't have enough authorization to answer your questions. I have a gut feeling that you will not answer these questions. At least tell me how the hell somebody double his size come out of his shadow like some horror scene. Graphia asked inwardly, since I am more curious about that. His army reside in his shadow. They will respond to the call of Shadow Monarch at any time. Isn't this mean his army is with him 24/7? This ability is super effective for surprise attacks. I couldn't help but imagine him going into enemy base alone. Enemies surrounded him. Suddenly, an army emerges from his shadow. Turn the table around completely. Isn't this too overpowered ability? But how big his army is, it shouldn't be that big. I expect it should be near 1,000, since we are talking about the strongest being in the universe. Wrong, his army consists of over 10 million soldiers, ready for his call anytime in his shadow. 110 million? Are you sure it's 10 million? You're not making any mistake. How can 10 million people are able to fit in his shadow? Not to mention managing army of millions alone is impossible. Because of the ongoing war in the underworld, I know how difficult it is to manage an army of a few thousand, but now we are talking about millions. It's not 10 million, but more than 10 million, and his army is not your normal army, but an immortal army. They don't need anything other besides Shadow Monarch power. They are completely loyal to him. No matter the order, they will follow their king will blindly. Damn, isn't this make him one-man army? What do you mean by the immortal army? Are they like Fennec's family back in the underworld? Remembering Fennec's family, which inherent powers that are equivalent to that of the legendary creature, the Firebird Phoenix. As such, their abilities reflect that of the legendary bird, where they can regenerate from almost any injuries immediately, and are practically impossible to defeat. Yes, but Shadow Monarch army is far more superior than your Fennec's family in your world. Shadow army can regenerate instantly without anything. They have no weaknesses. Until Shadow Monarch is alive, it's basically impossible to kill any shadow soldier in his army by normal means. Isn't this mean you have to directly face him rather than fighting his army? Still, having immortal army at your command is amazing. That's is more difficult task since Shadow Monarch is more stronger than his army combined. Not only his strength, but his intelligence is also something which should not be underestimated. So in simple terms, it's basically impossible to beat him. Should I be glad? I only need to conquer his heart. That doesn't mean if I succeed, then I will get the best backer that I could have asked for. That's only possibility, not certainty. Yeah, you are correct. I first need to increase his affection before coming to any conclusion, but I need to know more about him. His hobbies, favorite food, his liking. For that I need to get closer to him. Observe him. Also, I need to control my emotions more. I need to act more mature. But first I need to take a bath to refresh, then get some sleep. Finally some freedom from this shameful attire. I stand from the bed. And the eye straight went to bathroom, turned on the warm water to filled up the bathtub. I removed my clothes and put them into bucket next to sink. As I come in front of a mirror, I grab one of my overly sized breast and couldn't help but complain, did they grow bigger again? Previously in Underworld, I don't like my oversized breast, even a little bit, because these only get in my way of battle. Not to mention because of these, I got so many stares from men. But why don't he look at me like those me? It could be he likes small one. No, if that would be the case then that entity wouldn't have chosen me. Then why he don't look me at that way? And why the hell I feel disappointed? I look myself in the mirror again, I didn't gain any fat, my figure is perfect, my curves are perfect, then what's the problem then? Let's think about it, later first take the bath, I just want to get refreshed now. I turned off the tap, and get in the bathtub is just enough for my body to adjust. So comfortable, so warm finally, some real bath after such a tiring day, as I guessed bath is the best thing any being can have. But still for someone like him, it's hard to believe that he prefer to live with just simple things. Everything in this castle is simple other than his throne, and his castle structure it very weird combination, but it's not bad either. After taking the bath, I throw my old clothes into washing machine to clean. I am only left with wearing the black bra and panties, which I get them from System, with that maid attire. Damn it, I didn't bring any nightwear, wait, I didn't bring any clothes. I guess I could only ask System. System, I need clothes. No, I am to assist you for this task, not to babysit you. Then should give me some time to pack up my things before you teleport me from Underworld. Now, I have nothing to wear, and this is your fault. It's you who agreed to the conditions my creator offered. Don't blame your carelessness on others. Great, now it's all my fault then, what did you expect me to do at that time? After that, entity offered me to fulfill my wish. I feel like that entity more devil than myself. Using people desires to fulfill their objective is clearly a devil's way, but now I have accepted the deal, so what I am supposed to do? I bring nothing at all. I advise you to ask Shadow Monarch, as I already told you he can create anything which are non-living. He can sure help you. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking telling me to go him and asked him to create my clothes? I am sure if I do that then he surely hate me. I am freaking 100% sure my affection will go in negative. I am not even sure I will left alive after asking that. Creating something is trivial matter to him, so your worries are unnecessary. Shut up, I am not taking your advice anymore. I quickly ran into living room and lay on bed, then covered my body with blanket. I guess I only slept like this for now, but I have to do something about this otherwise, we'll have not any clothes to wear in future. Let's rest for now. Chapter 14, Spar. Jinwoo's Pav. Approximately after 10 hours, she returned from room. I guess she must be very tired wearing the same maid outfit, which she was wearing the first time when she come here. She quietly stands beside me, without speaking anything. After getting all the powers of Ashbourne, I don't need to eat or not even need sleep, so most time was spent roaming around, sparring with my shadows, bathing, and sitting on the throne, while I practiced other activities too. Right now, I am sitting on the throne weirdly, even though the throne is made from scarps found by Baru on this planet. Still, it's very comfortable to sit on. Ida getting awkward. Will she speak anything? Other than standing there, she is doing nothing. Let's spar, Graphia. Since I already planned this, why not do it now? She flinches at my request as she opens her mouth. Jinwoo. Did I do something wrong? What are you talking about? What's wrong with her? Is she still worried about our previous conversation? I guess I must have frightened her. It's only a friendly match. I will only use physical strength, nothing else. Since I only want to test my techniques, I have learned so far as well as test the strength of the so-called devil. But I only have made a tire. I can't fight like this, she said with the red face. Oh, okay then, tell what kind of clothes you need for sparring. At that time, when I got all the powers of Ashbourne, I was only able to create things which are presented in the shop. But by the time I learned to create anything, the only regrettable part is that I can't create anything living. The requirements for creating anything are simple. I only need to know how does that thing look like as well as its structure. After a few seconds of thinking, she speaks. Okay, but can you give me a pen and paper since it's a little bit difficult to explain? I nodded my head because it will also help me to understand well since I never create female clothes in past. I focused on my hand and started to imagine the pen and paper as I concentrate. Both things formed in my hand. I passed these to Graphia. She flinched for a moment, but in the end she finally took from my hand. I guessed she didn't use to it yet. She opened notebook as she started to draw with the pen. After 15 minutes, she handed me back the notebook. I look at the drawing that she made in this notebook. I have to say her drawing is very good. Even though I am no artist, I can tell this sketch is at the level of the top artist on my earth. She also wrote her sizes. That's very convenient, at least now. I can believe she is talented in some field other than cooking. But why does she also draw her underwear on this page? Does she also need to wear different underwear for fighting, should I ask her? But shouldn't that will be inappropriate? Whatever the reason is, it's nothing to do with me, nor I am interested. I use my power as I thought of the drawing with fabric. As the dress and the underwear created in my hand, I moved towards her and handed her the things. She grabs the things with pure red face. I will go for preparation, she said as she ran towards the room in which slept before. After 15 minutes, she comes back. She is now wearing the suit she requested, which is a full-body suit in black color, which seems to tightly fit her body, showing off her all curves. Even though I had already seen her beauty, but still, I couldn't help but admire her beauty in different attire. Hear the reference? Let's move to open space, I said as I moved forward and hugged her. She let out a small scream, but I ignored it since this skill need to be closed with each other to transfer together, as well as it's very hassle to explain. I activated my shadow exchange skill and exchanged with the shadow that was around the practiced ground where I and my other shadow practiced. After teleporting, I look down since I am a little worried about her being scared, since she is don't used to seeing my aura. But to my surprise, her face was pure red, while her eyes are tightly closed like she is expecting something. Chapter 15, Spar 2. Graphia Pav. We arrived, his voice sounded in my ears, making me wake up from my stupor. My heart is beating so violently as it will burst at any moment. My mind has gone blank. Why did he suddenly hug me? Is he going to do something to me? Should I resist it? No. It's too soon. I can't be an easy girl, but then why I am looking forward to it. Wait, where am I? I was just standing in the hall. Did he use something similar to teleportation formation to teleport? Are you okay? As these words entered my ears as I slowly opened my eyes to see the unfamiliar place. Are you seriously asking me that? What do you think? Whose fault is this? How can you suddenly hug someone like that? I have thousands of complaints, but unfortunately, I could only bury them in my mind. I am fine. I tried my best to calm down my rapidly beating heartbeat, while lowering my head trying to hide my burning face from him. After calming down, I looked towards Jinwoo, who is standing opposite of me at a distance. Attack me, whenever you are ready, he said as he put his hands in his coat pockets with a carefree expression. I guess I should also get ready, but should I go all out, or since he is only going to use martial arts? Maybe I should start with half of my strength. Don't hold back. I guess you're right after all. According to you, he is the strongest out there, even though haven't seen him doing any fighting, but from my observation during this whole time, like how easily he can command those things, as well as his power to create things out of thin air, not to mention teleportation, without any formation. Without a doubt he is strong, so I guess I have to go all out from the start first. I use ice to create the single-handed sword in my hand. As my wings come out of my back, since he will be using his fists, and it's better to be at a distance. Let's start long-range attacks. Using I've power, I created ice shards in the midair. Here gravity is the same as in the underworld, so I can use my powers without any problem. Hundreds of shards aimed at him. I tried to make ice shards smaller, sharp and stronger as possible. After then, I launch all of them at super high speed at once. After all, dodging these many shards with that much speed will be impossible. I don't know how tough his skin is, but at least he will sustain some damage, and then I plan to find some opening to attack with more force. What? How is this even possible? I couldn't believe what I am seeing. He is dodging all the shards without any sign of struggling. More than that, his hands were still in the pockets of his coat, and he has a small, amused smile on his face. These shards can easily penetrate any high-class devil. Even an ultimate-class devil will not be able to escape without staining a serious injury. For some reason, I am feeling irritated seeing that amused smile, like he is playing with some toy. I want to wipe that smile off his handsome face. If he can dodge all of that, then how about this? I use my wings at full force and quickly fly to his right side at some distance. I created an ice spear in the other hand and then threw it at him on his right side. Now his all focus should be on dodging, so he shouldn't be able to dodge this spear. When my spear is about to pierce him, he jumps one step backwards, dodging the spear, while he takes his right hand out of his pocket and grabs the spear when the spear is about to pass him. And then uses the spear to deflect all remaining shards, breaking them into little pieces. What? Did he have some kind of power to let him see in the future? How can see that spear coming anyway? Since long-range attacks are not effective, then I have no choice but to go head-on. I directly rushed towards him at full speed and slash my swords with full strength, but he responded to my attack with the same spear he grabbed. Both of our attacks clash with each other, but after a few minutes clash, my sword got shattered into pieces. How my sword shattered? While the spear in his hand is still intact, not to mention that spear was also made by me, and by now that spear's demonic energy should be finished, as the spear should have been finished. As for my sword, I am still providing the demonic energy to the sword, but still, my sword broke instead of that spear. Did he use some kind of enchantment to upgrade that spear? Looking at him, his face is calm, like nothing is happening. Somehow his calm eyes started to scare me, but it was no time to get scared. Remember Graphia? In battle, fearing your enemy means you have already lost. Graphia, you have fought many battles. You are an ultimate class devil. Don't let the other party intimidate you. So stay focused. I quickly focus my demonic energy and create an ice dagger in my left hand, and as I go for the stab. When I was about to stab him, I started to lose balance. Then I realize he kicked my left leg to make me fall. Damn, what a cheap trick, but unfortunately, I have wings, so this trick is useless against me. As I tried to use my wings to gain balance in the air, as well as to create some distance from him. But suddenly, I saw a big hand on my face as it pushed me backwards to the ground. Slammed. Chapter 16, Spar 3. Xuanhuan's POV. Did I go too hard on her? Looking at her unconscious body, I couldn't help but think I might have gone too far. But this was her fault too. I thought devils have strong physiques, so I used little force. I thought that she couldn't able to take even a little force from me. If I have to compare her to Hunter's rank, I can give her S-rank Hunter, but she depends on her ice power too much. Not to mention her ice is too weak and slow, or maybe I am too strong, but she got potential. I saw a little crack on the spear, even if the spear is not made by me, but I still strengthen the weapon. Maybe I should train her. Now I have never trained someone before. This should be a new experience. For a matter of fact, I don't have any shadow with ice ability. But first I need to heal her, so Baru, heal her. Right away, my liege Baru emerges from my shadow, and as he started to heal her. Even though I can also heal her, but in terms of healing, Baru is superior to me. After Baru finished the healing, I ordered him to return back in my shadow. I walked towards her unconscious body. Oh, devils also have red blood, that's a new thing to know. I bent down as I picked her up in Princess Carrie's, then used shadow exchange and teleported back to the castle. carry her to the room she chose before, and put her down on the bed. I don't know how much time it will take her to regain consciousness, but looking at her sleeping, beautiful face, I couldn't help but wonder, are all devils all that good-looking? I look at myself in the mirror, which is near the bed. Can I also be considered good-looking? After absorbing Ashborn powers, my appearance will always be at its peak, no matter how much time pass. But still, I never know if I am good-looking, or not, because I only focused on my family. Anyway, I should go now. I returned to the main hall when I already called out the Baru, Belian, and Igris. I sat on the throne while I looked towards 3 of them as I asked, "What do you think about that information which gave us?" Even though I have my own plans, but I still want to know their own thoughts, since I already considered them family. My liege, from her words I can ensure she is from the same planet that rulers were talking about. Belian speaks as he looks up at me. How are you so sure? I asked Belian. Even though he is the strongest general in my army, he is also the one I know very less about. In the past, before meeting you, I try to gather knowledge about many planets with different life forms, even though I never visited this planet myself before, but from her words, I can be sure she is from the same planet that rulers were talking about, he said with pride. Then tell me about your thoughts about that planet. Even though I learned about that planet from her, I still want to know what they thought about it. As the ruler said, that world is the same as your previous world, but with the species they called themselves devils, angels, fallen angels, gods, dragons, and fallen angels. I also remember her mentioning this too, but gods, are they really exist? Even though I never believe in gods before, but after knowing that they exist, I couldn't help but become curious if they really are the same as told. Tell me about this gods. I ask this as I want to know if they are strong as they are said. If they are really strong, then I rather train here for a little longer to become strong enough to protect myself, since I don't whether about their nature. According to my knowledge, they are nothing but beings with little control over certain concepts, even though I never encounter such beings with myself. But I can ensure my liege that they are no threat to you. How can you be so sure? If you never encounter them yourself still, I need to know what others think about this. Igris and Baru, what do both of you think? I asked this as I looked towards them who were still kneeling. My liege, if that world is similar to your previous world, then there should be K-drama in that world too. Baru asked this with a very serious tone. Sigh, good boy, even passing so much time, he is still hooked on K-drama. I can even see the anticipation in his eyes. Probably, but looking at him who is eagerly waiting for an answer, I couldn't able to refuse him. Then my liege, we should go and show them your might. He said this while raising his fist upwards. You don't need to do that much drama, just so that you can get the chance to watch K-drama again. My liege, I also suggest if we can then we should go to another place, Igris also said, who is kneeling between Belian and Baru. As he continues, my liege, you can't grow any longer in this world. You need to go to another world and experience new things to grow. He is not wrong. I have learned all the things I can learn, have control over all of my power, as well as have created new techniques. I guess it's really time to move on to different world. But the real question is if she can really bring us back to her home world. Otherwise, I need to use other methods to go to the different world, which I personally don't want to use. Should I also go to search for rulers in this universe? After all, I need to check on my home world too. Chapter 17, Training. Graphia's POV. What? Where am I? Where is this? Isn't this my room in the castle? How did I appear? Didn't I was sparring with him? All I remembered was something grabbing my face as I was pushed backwards on the ground. Then suddenly, I blacked out. System, do you what happened? You were slammed on the ground by him and passed out. Seriously. Now I think about the thing that grabbed my face was a hand, but isn't this too much? This is nothing but bullying, even though I fought many battles before, but this is definitely the most humiliating defeat in my life. And can't he be more considerate? How can he do that, slamming a girl into the ground without any mercy? He must believe in gender equality. Gender equality, my ass. Didn't he say he will go easy on me? This is what his easy looks like. Now I am sure he must be holding a grudge for a thing I didn't even know about, but how did I appear here? And what happened to my injuries? After you passed, he healed you and, carry you back here. Really? HMPH. I guess he has some conscience left after what he has done, but still, am I really that weak? This feeling of helplessness when I was fighting him is like back then in the underworld. Especially looking at his calm purple glowing eyes, like I am not worth anything. I feel goosebumps remembering those eyes. By the way, system, how much time has passed since I passed out? I don't how much time has passed out, since here is always dark. I can't able to tell when is night and when is day. It should near 3 hours pass since you were unconscious. That much time. I guess he knocks me out pretty hard. I need to get up to attend Jinwoo right away. Even though it's only to complete my task, still, he is my current master. And as a maid who can't even attend her master is simply a disgrace. I quickly get up from the bed and quickly ran into the bathroom to take a quick bath, since I can still smell the sweat from the suit I am wearing. Bathing is always refreshing. After taking the bath, I quickly returned in my maid attire. Before going out, show me my stats. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class 2nd Tier. Strength, E+. Magic Power, D. Shadow Monarch Affection, 4% Acquaintance. Affection increases. Is he sadistic? After beating me, his affection suddenly increases. Will I be okay with a man like him? Alright, I have decided, after making him fall in love with me. I will change his fetish after all. I don't want my love life to be with a guy who is sadistic in future. For that I need to make him fall in love first. As I quickly go outside to find him, I found him still sitting on the throne with some lost expression. Like he is thinking of something deeply, his eyes are shut. I quickly go and stand beside him. Are you okay? His concerned voice enters my ears. I couldn't help but wonder if he really worrying about me. Yes, even though I have thousands of complaints to throw at him, but I can't do that right. Not only I will lose the chance to save my race, but I will also lose my life. You have potential. He said this with his eyes closed. Is this his way of mocking others? Maybe beating wasn't enough for him. Now he must be mocking me. Thank you, I replied in an emotionless tone. I have to tolerate him for sake of saving my home and race. Graphia, remember, don't get angry. But the way you use your power is too simple. What is he talking about? Simple. With this simple way, I won many battles. Your physical strength is so weak. Isn't who is physically weak, but it's you are too strong. Your attacks and techniques are too simple. Why the hell is pointing out these things? Is he enjoying doing this? But what the hell? He has more to say. Don't you already have enough, you ruthless bastard? But you have potential to become much stronger than current you. Did he just compliment me? Or he is serious? I can't tell it all from his stoic face. How? If he is serious, then I really want to become stronger, not only for myself, but for my people and my family. I will train you. Really, is he serious? Or does he just wants to torture me to satisfy his sadistic desires? If he really means what he says, then I will do it no matter the torture. I will endure it. In exchange, tell me all about your world, everything. That's it. I thought he will demand something exclusive, but again, if he wants anything, nobody can stop him. Then please, I will be grateful. I will use this chance to get closer to him, as well as I will become strong. This is a win-win situation for me. Jin nodded his head as he speaks. In every 24 hours, run 100 km 1000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 1,000 sit-ups. That's it. That's basically a normal exercise schedule. Is this really going to help me become stronger, or he just messing around? I couldn't help but cast a suspicious gaze towards him. Then I see him using his power to create something in his hand. After a few seconds, he opened his hands a black bracelet. Here, wear this from now on, he said as he passed that bracelet to me. All right, but why? Well, he must have a reason for it. I guess maybe some kind of device to help me with training. Chapter 18, Time Skip. As I put the bracelet on my wrist, ARGH, what the hell is this? It feels like a mountain fell on my back. I couldn't help but fall on my knees while taking support from my hands on the ground. It feels like my body going to get crushed. This bracelet will increase your gravity by 50 more times, and you can't take it off without my permission. He is telling me this now? Damn it, I can't take this thing off. He means that I have to wear this while doing that exercise. Is he insane, or did he want me to die to get by crushing? This will help you to improve your physical strength as well as your willpower. He said this as he again uses his power to create something in his hand again. Did he have more to add? Isn't this enough already? Does need to make it harder. I was correct about him before. He is a damn sadist. Here, this will help you tell rotation of 24 hours, he said as he placed that thing on the ground. A sand clock? Sigh, at least this is something normal, but still, I can't stand up on my legs with this thing. Doing that kind of exercise is impossible. You have to do at least this much to become strong, he said as he stood up and started to walk away without giving me a second look to me. Damn it, he said, he will help me to become strong. Why, I am getting depressed already. If I have strength, as he does, then my family, more any innocent, have to suffer like that. I gritted my teeth, use all of my willpower, and slowly stand up with trembling legs. Slowly picked up the sand clock. I have to say, even though his creativity is good, even this sand clock looks more beautiful than every sand clock I have ever seen in the underworld. Firstly, I need to adjust myself to this weight, but it's easier said than done. Every step is much more difficult than the previous. If this goes on, then I doubt I will be alive. System, can you do something about this? If the system can change my body to adapt according to this planet's environment, then maybe the system can also help me to adapt this too. I can't. If I interfere, then I will be exposed, as well as this is for your own sake too. Do you want me to die? I feel like at any second I will be crushed to death, and yet you are telling me this is for my sake. Fine, if you don't want to help, then I will endure this myself, and I will be sure to survive and become stronger, so that I will never be in the situation to ask for others' help. Ha. I grasped for air as I fall to the ground from exhaustion. My ice sword fell from my hand. You have improved, Xuanhuan comes from as he comes near me and handed me a water bottle. I took it as I opened it and drank it. Refreshing, finally some energy. It's been 5 months since I started this training. At the start, I feel like dying, but after a month I started to get a hang of it. After 2 months of nothing but physical exercise, just when I started to think I was started to get the hang of it, Xuanhuan suddenly said he will start sparring with me to improve my techniques as well as to harness my battle instincts. In the name of sparring, he continues to torture me, but I can see changes. I can see improvements. And for the last month, he is making me fight his shadow soldiers, which I saw in the kitchen. Thankfully, it was not that ant, even though at the beginning I was a little afraid of, but after days I get used to it. Even though he said these soldiers are the weakest, still, their regeneration ability is simply unfair. No matter what damage I do, they will regenerate in milliseconds, but still, by the time I was able to fight that shadow without taking any damage. But still, what's the point of defeating an enemy which you can't kill? Even though that shadow was his weakest shadow, it was able to fight me on equal grounds. I still can't help but think, if his weakest soldier is equal to an ultimate class devil, then what will be the power of other shadow soldiers, especially his generals? The only sad thing is, even though I have become stronger than before, still, I can't even able to hit Xuanhuan, no matter how hard I try, no matter which technique I used on him. He seems to already see through my every move, even without breaking a sweat. As for the good news, my relationship with Xuanhuan has increased to friendship. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil, Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class, 2nd tier. Strength, A. Magic Power, C+. Shadow Monarch Affection, 14% Friendship. Doing this time together with him, not only I trained, but also I got a better understanding of him. He is not someone I at the beginning imagined, but for someone who is called the strongest being. In Multiverse, he is rather an easygoing guy if you got to know him. I can even able to understand his emotions to some extent, even though his face looks stoic. But after observing carefully, I was able to see some small changes in his facial expression. Chapter 19, Changes. My strength also got a huge increase from E to a straight A. I guess it's all thanks to the sparring and physical exercises, which I am doing for these months continuously. Even though at the beginning I want to quit, but I am very glad that I endured it, and because of that tendency, I have become stronger now. Not only my strength, but my magic power is also increased from D to C, not as my strength, but still there is some improvement. This is already enough considering the fact, till now I am been doing physical training only. I guess my magic power increased due to sparring which I am doing for these past last months. And as I promised, I also told him about my homeworld, which also includes my family, and in return, he also answered some of my questions. Like I got to know very important information about him, which is he has never been in a relationship or had any partner in past. It's hard to believe for some like with his outstanding looks, even though inside he is an old monster being single without any experience. Should I feel sad for him for being lonely, or should I be glad for myself? Another good thing happened after I won the first time without taking any hit from his shadow. I asked him to let me act like a proper maid to take care of his daily needs and chores. He agreed with some hesitation maybe, because he has some trust issues, or he doesn't like others to take care of him, even though he still don't let me call him master. It is still a good start. But still, I have a long way to go before I make him fall in love. At first, I even doubt my charm, but over time I was able to understand that he sees me only as a friend, not as a love interest. I only work hard now to make him notice me as a love interest, not just as some friend. My schedule for these months is simple training, chores, cooking, and then sparing to manage this schedule. That sand clock helps me a lot. You can remove this bracelet now, he said as he pointed his finger at my wrist. Why? I already get used to it. Moreover, I like the style, and the most important thing is this bracelet is the first ever gift he gave me. It can no longer help you to increase your physical strength. Just for that reason can't he be more considered? He is dense as a black hole. Can I keep it? I like the style of this barklet, I said as I hold the wrist with my other hand on my chest. He nodded his head with the same stoic expression on his face and walked away. Even though he was stoic, I still was able to see little signs of confusion on his face. Sigh, what can I do for a guy like him, even though I also don't have experience in love, but I am not dense as him. Let's take a bath to refresh my whole body, which is covered in sweat after this whole training section. I exited the room which is specifically made for training him. This room has space like a hall. I straight go into my room. As I entered the bathroom, look at my face in the mirror. System, are you sure my family is okay? Even though I know what the system will reply, still, I couldn't help but worry about them yet again. My response will be the same as always. My creator already said that time will be stopped until you return to your world. Still, I couldn't help but worried about them. After all, they are the only family I have in the underworld. Focus, Graphia, this is all for them. You just need to complete the task, and if I completed this task and the system grants me my wish, then I will have the strongest being as my master, as well as my lover taking him to the underworld, will solve every future problem which I can't solve alone. Not to mention how many times he said he wants to visit my world, but I don't want to rely on others to solve my problems. That is also the reason why I am training so hard. I removed the suit I wear in training, and then removed my underwear, then unhook my bra. Dong dong. Sigh, they have grown again bigger I guess in these months. Not only my strength grows, but my breast also shows growth. Are they grown to F cup now? I only hope he likes them big, otherwise I will have no chance of seducing him. Not only my breasts, but my butt has also grown too. I guess it's time to get a new set of underwear. My body has not changed other than my butt and breast. Honestly, I am very glad if I got muscles from this physical training. I will be considered a muscle woman, which I hate the most. I get in the bathtub. Phew tilde, I feel so much alive whenever I took a bath after the training section. I still remembered, when I first time come to the place, I was like for my family and my people, but now I feel this place is my second home. Moreover, I now don't want to be separated from him. So I have decided, whenever I will succeed in making him fall in love with me, after that I will take him with back me, since he also wants to go into my world. After that, introduced him to my family, as my master as well as my lover. Sigh again for that. I need to first make him love me, which is a difficult task itself. I should have read more romantic novels or asked more advice from my mom. But at least I got his friendship. I now just need to work hard and improve more affection than confess directly. I am sure he will not refuse then. Chapter 20, Ideas. After getting out of the bath, I came towards the closet and opened it. The sight of the closet full of clothes entered my eyes. I couldn't help but remember the time in those months when I only have those 2 sets of maid dresses. Even one of them is so indecent that I never want to wear them in public. But after a while, I wasn't able to wear the same clothes every day, and the system was not helping either, so in the end, putting all my shame and dignity into the bin, and asked him to create the clothes. He agreed to my request without blinking or asking anything about it. He just said, as same as before, to draw the designs on that same notebook. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but I make many dresses, mainly maid dresses. Without thinking, I just between those dresses. I also draw underwear for me to hide that time. I just want to bury myself in a hole. Luckily, he just created a black ball as he passed that ball towards me and said to throw this ball in your room. At first, I was confused. I did it as he says. I was very surprised when suddenly that ball explodes, and all the clothes I drew have suddenly appeared at the place I throw that ball. I still get embarrassed thinking of that memory, but still, because of that incident, it gave me the courage to start a conversation with him. Due to that, the distance between us also shortened a lot. It also helps me to understand his personality, as well as gave me a better understanding of his character. I picked the maid dress, which is a little longer than my knees, a black bra and panties, as well as the black stockings. After getting dressed, I looked at myself in the mirror, perfect. Feeling satisfied with my appearance, I go out of the room directly straight to the kitchen. What should I make for dinner? Maybe kimchi will be great since he also likes it. During these months, I make various dishes for him and observed his expressions to figure out his favorite one. After finishing making dinner, I set up dining table. As I finished setting up the table, he already entered the dining hall. Even though his face doesn't show much, but I can see little changes in his facial features. He sat down. While I served him the meal. After serving him, I also sat down next to him. Even though this is a disrespectful act for a maid to eat with her master, but what can I do? After he forces me to eat together with him, no matter how tired to convince him, it was always futile. I can't teach you anything regarding the energy you use to create ice. In the middle of a meal, he said this as he looks towards me. Really? I couldn't help asking, since he is the first one to tell me that my way of using my ice is simple, not to mention he is the strongest one alive. He nodded his head as he opened his mouth to speak. Your energy is fundamentally very different, but I can only give you some ideas. Then please advise. At least it is better than nothing, not to mention I can't depend on him for everything. He already helped me enough. After the meal, he told me about some interesting ideas that I never would have imagined: freezing liquids from the opponent's body, creating clones out of ice, creating countless mirrors out of ice to confuse the enemy. But the most outrageous one I heard is freezing time. Is that even possible? He nodded his head. Seriously then, can I do that? Time is one of the elements which can't be controlled by anyone. If I were able to achieve such a feat, then wouldn't that make me most powerful in the underworld? Wait, is that entity doing the same thing as Jinwoo told me, freezing the time of my whole world, or using some other method to stop the time of my world, as long as that entity wants it? I wish there is a way to communicate with that entity again, to ask about this matter directly. Sadly, the system already replied that it's impossible to contact its creator until the task got complete. If there is another way to contact that entity, then I want to ask about this thing. Is there anyone capable of achieving this? Since he knows about freezing time, he should have met someone capable of doing it. I saw him nodding. I was right. At least now, I know some beings are capable of achieving this. If they can, then why can't I? I don't know how much time it will take me to achieve this, but I am sure one day I will be able to achieve this, not only because I have confidence in myself, but also because Jinwoo is the one who suggested me this. And according to my observation throughout these months, He is not the type of person who talks nonsense if he says I can freeze time, then it's possible for me to achieve this. I clench my fists and vow to achieve this someday. Where is that person now? I asked this since there is such a person, then I really want to meet that person myself. Dead, dead. How? Seriously, how can a person who can freeze time die? How? I couldn't help but ask since my curiosity inside me is increasing by every second. I killed him. He said this with some coldness in his eyes. Of course, I am stupid. What did I expect? Who can kill someone like him other than the strongest being in the multiverse? But still, he has some enmity with that being, come to think of it, other than a few details. I don't know anything about his past. Maybe I should ask the system about this. Chapter 21, Jinwoo Thoughts. Jinwoo's POV. After telling her all the ideas that I'll think of, she withdraws from the dining area to her room. Even though I don't need to sleep or rest, she needs it. I also come to a room that I choose at the beginning. It's been such a long time since I came to this room again. I made this room an exact copy of the room which I had in my home world. Even though I don't need to sleep, I still occasionally sleep like a normal human to remind myself of my origin. With a snap of my fingers, my clothes change into my sleep attire, which is a simple lower and t-shirt. I lay down on the bed as I started to remember these months. I have to say these months are not bad at all. Training her to eating different delicious meals while chatting with her is definitely not a bad thing. Not to mention the meals made by her are so delicious, as well as she can make any dish from my home world. With that, I do not doubt that she is from a similar planet to my Earth. She also exceeded my expectations of her. I thought it will take her years to get where she is now. Her ability to adapt and improve is also commendable. Not to mention her instincts in battle are also excellent. Even though I can't teach her about the energy she uses to create, since our energies are fundamentally very different, even if I tried to teach her my method, then she will probably explode. So can I only give her the ideas of that ice guy. Attacks which I fought before in my world, honestly, I don't know if she can achieve or not. It all depends on her tendency and willpower. Since nothing is impossible. After all, once the weakest hunter can become one of the strongest beings in the multiverse, but what's the use? If he can't even be together with my family, he doesn't even know if they are even alive or not. After all, so much time has passed. Thinking of family, I remember she also has family back in her world, which is her mother and sister, and the remaining other family members died in some war. She tells me how much she loved her younger sister. Her younger sister is also very fond of her. She follows her everywhere she goes, and from what I heard, her description is like my sister when she was young. As for her mother, she describes her as a gentlewoman who is always there with them, always supporting them from behind, as well as she teaching them everything possible. But she didn't tell me about her father, saying more likely to say that she doesn't want to talk about him. I guess she must have some family problems. Come to think of it, the Grafia family is considered a traitor, right? Maybe I should help her somehow if possible. Even though they all are devils, they are very similar to human families. The only thing that makes them different is their appearance and power. Also, I got to know humans live in a different dimension than devils, which is a good thing in my opinion. I have decided whenever I will go to her world, I will try to live a normal life there. Since there is no one to protect humans, then I shall protect them from those who they can't fight. Come to think, she did tell me about some dragon gods, named the Infinite Dragon God, as well as Great Red. According to her, they are the strongest beings in her world. I also got a general idea of the power system in her world. According to her, previous strength, when she first sparred with me, already considered very strong among devils. If so, then I will be saved there. Let's see what the future awaits me with all thoughts in my mind. I closed my eyes even though I can't sleep now, but I can still use my memory to remind all the fights I had in my mind, like some projection. After 2 hours, I opened my eyes again, even though it was not a dream I see. But it was better than nothing. Not to mention, it also helps me remember those tough times. I look at my left hand, which is covered with bandages, even though I know this wound is impossible to heal still. I hope one day this wound will heal. Some people love to keep this wound as a battle scar, but I am no battle junkie. I looked outside of the window and saw Graphia running. Even though I already told her it was useless for her to continue the exercises now, but she still persistently continues it. She reminds me of my younger self fighting for her family, her tendency of doing things, as well as she will become stronger. But the difference is she is better than my younger self. Meanwhile, I was running away. She is facing everything head-on. Even though I don't know why she came here on this abandoned planet, but I am sure from these months of knowing her that her reason for coming here is related to her family. Whatever her reason is, I am glad she came here. After all, if she didn't come then, how will I be able to eat those delicious dishes, not to mention Korean dishes made by her, is simply superb. The only thing I found weird about her is her hardcore obsession with being a maid. Like her dream is to become a maid or maid, is just some respected profession in the devil race. Anyway, I am no one to judge someone. I should probably go out and give her a few pointers. Say this kind of work should be done by Igris, but he is too prideful and he refuses to teach any outsider. Chapter 22, XB Waystone. Graphia POV. After coming to my room, I couldn't help but think about all the ideas he gave. Especially freezing time itself seems impossible, but others sounds hardly possible. Maybe I will try them after getting better control over my demonic energy. System, do you know anything about that person he was talking about? Without any lead to know how to achieve that, I could only rely on the system. According to my data, there are indeed people who exist who were capable to do that. For example, Frost Monarch, the king of snow folks, but he was killed by Shadow Monarch. Oh, I totally forgot there was a monarch with that name, but still, he is dead, so it doesn't matter. I have to remind you, every monarch is a threat to the multiverse. Their sole purpose is destruction. The only exception is Shadow Monarch. So in simple terms, only Jin is the good guy while others are bad. But still, I couldn't understand why would that entity consider Jin as a threat to the multiverse if he is not like the other monarch. According to my creator, even though Shadow Monarch's intentions maybe not be a threat for now, but does mean his intentions will remain the same in the future, so my creator only taking precautions. I see, but this is still prejudice towards him. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong till now, but also because of this precious act, I was given a chance to save my family and lots of innocent people. Not mention, if I didn't come here then I didn't get to know him too. The system mentions people. It means the system knows other people too who were capable of achieving it too, right? Yes, but I suggest you focus on increasing the affection of Shadow Monarchs. Come on, I know your creator task is important, but I want to become powerful too. Also, making me powerful will help me to complete your creator task faster. I will repeat it again. You should focus on the task more. It will be beneficial both for my creator and yourself. How is this beneficial for me? Other than saving my home, I only see that entity benefit. You should probably check your tasks before coming to any conclusions. Subtask New. Increase Shadow Monarch to 15%. New subtask. When did I get this new task? I don't remember seeing this before. You get this 2 months back. System assigned you this new subtask, but you were very focused on training that you ignored it. Seriously? Damn, I must have lost in training, but at least you should have reminded me later. Whatever, let's check current affection first. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil Ice Queen. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class 2nd Tier. Strength, A. Magic Power, C+. Shadow Monarch Affection, 14% Friendship. Damn, only need 1% during these months. I got to know this subtask can give you various treasures as rewards. Even that's first subtask can give me treasures, but the system changes it according to my demand, which I regretted deeply. But now I am not gonna make the same mistake. First, I gonna need that 1% of affection to complete this subtask. After making a plan to gain his affection, I exited the room to execute that plan. First, I did all the chores and exercises as per my schedule. After that, prepare pancakes for the breakfast, after serving him talk to him about my world more, since he is always interested in that. After that, I gave him a massage even though at first he tried to refuse, but I managed to convince him. I am very confident in my massage skills after a maid is not qualified, if she can't make her master feel relax. Subtask new, increase Shadow Monarch to 15%. Status completed. Reward XP Waystone. What is this? After coming back to my room while I locked up my room as I asked the system to take out the reward. Looking at the stone which has some weird symbol carved on it which is illuminating light blue light, I couldn't help but think, what is this? I thought the system will give me treasure, not some weird-looking stone, not to mention I can't feel anything from it. This is XP Waystone. If you smash this stone in your hand, then it will teleport you to another place for a limited time, but it teleported you to a place that which system will consider to have the best environment for your growth. An environment which will boost your growth tremendously, as well as you after the time limit, is over it will teleport you back. Kindly remember this, is only one-time use item. Seriously? Even though this stone can be used a single time still, this is amazing even though I don't know what the system meant by the environment, but hearing that will help me to increase my growth tremendously, I couldn't able to contain my excitement. But how much will be the time limit? If it's too long then, I can't use it now, after how will I be able to explain my disappearance and reappearance to him? Time limit will random after you smash the stone. It can be 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month or even 1 year. Damn, it means I can't use this stone recklessly otherwise my fear will become a reality. Your worries are unnecessary because time will different to the places. The stone teleport you 1 hour will be equal to 1 minute here. Really? But still, if the time limit is really long like a year then I will be caught. What should I do? Should I take the risk? Then system is the place which stone will teleport me will be safe. I can't answer that the place you will be teleported can be filled with enemies, it can also be a peaceful place, or it can also be a maze. So I see, but if by chance I somehow fall into a dangerous situation, how will I be able to escape then? Chapter 23, Graphia vs. Baru. You can't leave until time runs out, you can only rely on your ability to survive until the time is over. So it means I came to rely only on myself after using stone risks, but I am guessing the more the danger, the greater the growth. Yes. So let's keep this for now, after giving back the stone to the system, to keep it for now. At least I need to make an excuse that will sound enough reason to make him believe. I guess I just need to take time and find the correct opportunity to slip away. For the upcoming few days, I simply followed my regular schedule, but I triple the number of exercises I usually do. Because if I am really going to use that stone then, I want to be prepared as much as possible, since I rely on myself. General, Xuanhuan asked while directly looking into my eyes even with his stoic face, but the confusion in his eyes can't be hidden from me. I nodded my head as I speak. Yes, since I already used to beat that previous shadow, I want to fight more strong opponent. All right, but which one? That was easy. I thought it will take more to convince him, but it's good for me anyway. I know he has 3 generals, which he already told me about, but the one I want most to fight. After taking a deep breath, I speak with determination. I want to go against Baru. If I want to become stronger, then I have to face my fear, and that thing is one of them. Even though I know I can't beat him yet, but still, I want to face him again and again until I beat it. He nodded his head as that thing emerged from his shadow. Baru, go easy on her, Xuanhuan said while looking directly at Baru's eyes. Even though I want to refute what he said, but my instincts screaming if that thing wants, then he can kill me at any time. As you wish, my league, Baru said in a deep voice as he bowed to him. His deep voice is terrifying, making me tremble. His eyes are glowing purple, his whole body looks terrifying. Gulp. Even though I am still scared, but I am still standing on my feet, which is a good improvement. Now I get to take a good look at him. He is much taller than Xuanhuan himself, but still, he is showing great respect towards Xuanhuan. His whole radiating energy gave my body goosebumps, my instincts still screaming to run away, but still, I can control my body and move it unlike the last time. You can attack however you like, Jinwoo said as he takes some distance from us. I am going all out for a starter. I think it's best to avoid close combat, because I don't want to slash by his claws, which look sharper than any sword I have ever seen. I created the ice shards in midair and shoot towards him. I look at Baru to see his counter, but he is not moving like he doesn't care about my attack. I thought he is literally underestimating me, but something unexpected happened, which instantly changed my mind. When my ice shard hits him, ice shards break into pieces. It can't even break his shell-type skin. These ice shards are much stronger, thinner as well as much faster than the ice shards I used against Jinwoo 5 months back, even though I know these will be useless against him, but still at least these should some effect on him. If these are working, how about this? I put my hands on the ground as I concentrate my demonic energy. As sensing my next move, he flap his insect-like wings, which are also very big, as he takes off the ground to midair at unimaginable speed. In the next second, countless ice spikes emerged from the ground he was standing. But I already predicted that as the ice spikes continues to emerge until they started to launch like missiles towards him at high speed in multiple directions. This time he can't escape, as he's sensing there is no escape. He takes his big claws, and as he started to cut all the ice missiles with ease, well, he flew around the hall at an unimaginable speed. But it doesn't matter during these whole 5 months. My control over demonic energy is significantly increased. Also, I learned from my spar with Jin 5 months back, so I upgraded my spell. These ice missiles will track the enemy and follow it until it hits the target. The downside of this spell is this costs more than half of my demonic energy, as well as takes my whole concentration, so when I am using this spell, then I am in a completely venerable state, but all that is worth it. When he tried to slash towards my flying ice spikes, but when his claws were about to slash the spikes exploded, making a mist. Perfect till now. My whole plan is going perfectly now. I take out my wings. As I took off from the ground, directly towards him at a very high speed, while I make an ice sword in right hand while ice spear in my left hand, and slashed towards him. Meanwhile, he uses his sharp claws towards to sword to cut it. But instead to cut my sword, and his claws clashed with each other, unlike before. His claws now cover in ice, making his claws become dull. Yes, it's working, I inwardly exclaimed, as my plan was working previously. When my ice spikes exploded, they were converted into countless small ice particles landing on him. Not only on his claws, which makes his claws dull, but also on his wing, making his wings heavy so that his flying speed will also drastically decrease. Chapter 24, Graphia vs. Baru 2. Jinwoo's POV. KKKRRRE. Didn't I tell Baru to go easy on her? I guess he still didn't learn how to hold back. When Graphia is about to hit Baru with a spear, Baru screamed. Due to his scream, all the ice on his wings and claws scattered in an instant, as well as both of her weapons in Graphia's hands break into pieces because of his scream. Meanwhile, Graphia is falling onto the ground. Looks like his scream made her whole body numb. I guess I should catch her before she falls to the ground. Oh, she regained consciousness. I guess I am not needed. When she was to touch the ground, she regained consciousness. She flapped her wings quickly to slow her falling speed as she landed on the ground while sweating profusely as well as breathing heavily. Her ears are bleeding pretty badly. I guess that scream did pretty bad to her, not to mention the distance. When Baru screamed was very close. I even suspect that she can't hear anything right now. But I have to say her performance exceeded my expectations, even though using ice to dull Baru's claws was a good move. Unfortunately, claws are not the only weapon Baru has. But her spear tip was highly condensed by the energy she uses to create ice, even though it was still ineffective against him. Nevertheless, it will cause him very little damage. But this is something Baru will absolutely hate. Someone he considered weakling hurting him. This is simply humiliation to him. Right now Graphia is on her knees breathing heavily, while blood dripping out of her ears, as well as her whole body suit, covered in sweat highlighting all curves of her body. She is probably trying to comprehend what's happening or trying to figure out her next move. Whatever she is thinking, she should hurry, because now Baru is outraged. Baru now released an unbelievable amount of killing intent from his body as he takes out his long, sharp claws and flew directly straight at Graphia with his super speed. Baru has completely lost himself, and he is not even listening to my orders right now, same as that time, when he completely lost himself fighting Cha-He. But this time is more serious. After I received all the powers of Ashbourne, he also received a huge power-up too, but due to his unstable emotions, this only bring more downside to him. Even though his speed in my eyes is unbelievably slow. But this is not the case for Graphia. If she doesn't do anything right now, then, in a few seconds, her head will be shredded into pieces by him. I guess I need to make a move now, or else she will die. I sprint towards them, arriving just before Baru was about to slash her. I grab his claws with bare hands to stop him as well as to restrain his movements. Graphia has her eyes wide open as she stared straight up at me like she is surprised by my sudden appearance. Calm down, my words brought Baru back to his senses, and he realized he messed up. He flew backwards quickly and bowed his head, touching the ground. "Forgive me, my Li," he shouted as he kept his head on the ground without looking up while his whole body was trembling. "Well, this scene looks familiar. I will deal with him later. First, I should check on her." "Come back," I said as he quickly sunk back into my shadow. "Are you okay?" I said this as I looked back at her. She seems to recover her breaths as she stared at me with her wide-open silver eyes. I can sense some confusion on the face. "What?" she asked, this clear confusion on her face. After an instant, it was filled with a shocked face, like she wasn't able to hear her own words. I was correct, her hearing was lost. That's why she wasn't even able to react when Baru was attacking. Sigh. I bend down as I release my power to heal her ears. In a few seconds, her whole body healed up, even though I can let Baru also heal her up. But I am afraid of making her scared. "Can you hear now?" I asked her while looking directly into her eyes in a soft tone. She nodded her head as she spoke weakly in confusion. "What just happened?" "You lost." I guess she still isn't able to comprehend what happened. Her voice is rather weak, maybe, because her energy is always drained in her attacks. Sadly, I can only heal her physically, but not mentally, nor can I help her to recover her energy. "How?" she asked this, but rather in a calm voice, like she is not surprised at all. I am still surprised at her calm tone. I expected a somewhat depressed tone, maybe. She already knows that she will not win. "Your tactic was not bad, but you didn't think of other possibilities and lost." I completely told her the truth, not only that even if, but she almost used up her all energy, even if she managed to get a successful blow. Then also she will shed into pieces after that blow. "I see," she murmured as she completely lay on the ground. I guess she is exhausted that she can't even get up. "Hey Jinwoo, are you and your all soldiers always this powerful?" she asked me while looking at the ceiling. What's with this sudden questioning? Do I have to answer her? But I should answer her question, otherwise she will probably consider me an ungrateful person since she is taking care of me and answering my all questions, not to mention she prepared meals for me. Chapter 25, Realization. Graphia POV. What kind of stupid question did I just ask? He belongs to an ancient race, he should powerful from the beginning. Still, I couldn't help but wonder, did he ever feel powerless? He ever feels helpless? Did he ever feel hopeless? Did he ever feel that he is not powerful enough? "No," he said as he stand up back on his feet, after healing me. "Really?" My eyes open wide open as he stared directly towards at his face to find any signs of a lie. Even though I know he never told a lie to me, till now, but now I couldn't help but think he just saying this to comfort me. I took a good look at his face to find any signs of lying, but couldn't able to found any, like that. Instead he has a look on his face, like he has nostalgic look on his face. Seriously? I asked this since I want to confirm whether what he said is true or not. If he is not joking, then I really want to know his story. He nodded his head as he spoke. I was a normal human being before. What? My eyes become wide open at his words. I don't believe what he just said. But didn't the system say monarchs are some ancient race before? Did the system lie to me? Or did he reincarnate into a monarch using a similar method we use to reincarnate other beings into devils? Even so, is he the same human as my world, or are there also humans in other worlds? During these months system has changed my whole perspective of everything he did tell me. There are many worlds, galaxies and universes out there. And many of them have life forces like us. There are also living beings that are similar to my world, as well as living beings that are different from my world. So I also got to know there are also humans on other worlds. I guess he must from a different world human. Are his world humans are strong, or he is only exceptional? Did they also have something similar to scared gear? Or do they have some other powers? I have countless questions, but I can't ask them. But for sure after this, I am going to have a very good talk with the system. But one mystery is solved about his affection towards humans. Gulp, can you tell me how you become strong? I asked this with hesitation. This is the question I can't able to help, but asked since to my knowledge humans are the weakest race in my world unless of this is not valid in another world. When I was young, I only got 3 things that helped me to become stronger: circumstances, stubbornness, and luck, he said as he looked down at my eyes. What does supposed to mean? Circumstances, stubbornness, and luck. Does that mean I lack any of those things? Circumstances, I think I have enough necessary reasons to become strong. What do you mean by stubbornness? I asked this since I don't proper meaning for this. Maybe he means courage by this. Does that mean I don't dare to face challenges, or he means something else I don't know? When you got to know you lost against Baru, why were you so calm about it? He asked this in a serious tone as his eyes started to glow purple. Why? What do you mean why? Of course, I already know that I can't beat that thing at all, because I already predicted this result. Wrong, he said as his eyes started to glow more violently. What do you mean? I asked this with a little shuddering since I felt a little scared by his eyes. Luckily, I was able to muster the courage to speak. Let me ask you this: how can you win if you already admitted your defeat in your mind? He said this as he started to walk away towards the exit. How can I win if I already admit my defeat in my mind? I muttered his words as I watched his leaving back. His words keep resonating in my mind again, and again. The more sense it becomes, if this is a real fight, then I will probably be dead with that mentality. I don't fight to win, but rather always fight to survive or compromise. Even back in the underworld, I always try to protect my family first from enemies, rather than defeating the enemies first. Out of all those 3 things, he mentioned I only lack stubbornness. As for luck, if I don't have luck, then how would I be able to be selected by the system for the task and able to come here? I stand up with difficulty, my legs are shaking, but still, I somehow dragged myself to my room. System, why you didn't tell me about Jin was a human before? I complained to the system as I throw myself on the bed, since I need to rest first to recover my energy first. Because you didn't have to know the Shadow Monarch's past, as well as it will make him raise suspicious of you if you know about him somehow, and as a result, it will make your task much more difficult than now. Unnecessary? Are you serious, system? At least you should have told me some information regarding him, otherwise I will have had no clue how to increase his favorability for me more easily. I inwardly said this, since if I know this matter beforehand, then maybe I should have avoided that minus favorability at that time. It's better to be natural as possible, as well as. And don't you feel ashamed invading someone else's privacy without their permission? What? Now you telling me about shame? Don't you feel any shame in kidnapping me from home without telling me about anything regarding this task? Don't you feel any shame giving me that shameful maid attire at that time? I couldn't help but be outraged at the system that is talking about shame, when the system doesn't itself don't have any shame. Chapter 26, Decision. I already answered those of your questions. I am not going to repeat it. I gritted my teeth after seeing this shameless system as I shut my eyes, trying to get some sleep to recover my energy. After all, arguing with this system only will make me exhausted, and I need to recover energy first, not waste my energy on some useless argument that will have no end. As well as I have more important matters to think about, so rather than arguing, I should think about those matters first. After a few hours of rest, I was able to recover my full energy, good as new. Done, I said as I looked at the letter I had just written. After a considerable amount of thinking, I have finally decided to use that stone. After all, now my growth in this place become very slow compared to the past, Not to mention, I have no method to increase my demonic power faster. Since he don't know any method of increasing my demonic energy, and normal training method will take forever to increase my demonic energy. There are also some artifacts or some other means to increase demonic energy, but they all are in the back underworld. So I have decided to use stone, since this is the only way I can think of becoming stronger, fast, as well as to increase my demonic energy. The system said this stone will teleport me to another place, where my growth will be many times faster than now, I hope. It also includes my demonic energy too. I don't know what will await me at that place, or what kind of challenge I will face, but there is one saying, the more the risk, the greater the reward. The system also mentioned that I will be on my own after teleporting. I will only have a timer, and this shameless system, which will only provide me information. As for Jinwoo, I have decided to write a letter if by chance I take much more time, so I am writing this letter to not worry about me. The contents of the letter are simple about me leaving for a few days. I am sure he will understand, at least I hope he will. I want to tell him the truth, but then again I have to tell him about everything, especially about this so-called task, and I am sure not only he but nobody else will be happy for someone he considered his friend, will have an ulterior motive to approach him. Even though I first come here to complete this task, so that I can save my family as well as my race, as time passed my feelings for him also started to change. But that doesn't change the fact that I first approached him with a motive. I placed the letter on the side table beside the bed, under the lamp. I hope that I will come soon, so there will be no need for this letter. I guess I am ready to go. I am right now wearing a maid outfit, which I found the most comfortable one mentally and physically, luckily. Somehow I managed to find out that all the clothes created by him are very durable as well as can be used as an immortal too. Right now I am wearing a short-sleeved, middle-length skirt, a high-necked black or dark-colored dress worn with black stockings and low-heeled leather shoes. A white apron was worn over the dress, tied at the back with a bib that tightly covered my F-cup breast. A white, frilly and lacy cap was worn over the hair, tied at the back of the head with long ribbons that hung down the back. In case of emergency, I also took a few more sets of clothes, which I gave a system to store. After preparing myself mentally, I stand in the middle of the room. I ask the system to take out the stone, as the stone appears in my right now. The system said that I only need to break this stone, and it will automatically teleport me to another place. At least can you give me some advice before I break this? I murmured this, since the system can't give me anything useful, at least it should give me some kind of moral support or any useful advice. Not to mention, not only the system is not giving any weapons or equipment, as well as it will only teleport the person who will break the stone, which means I can't bring any external help for myself, which is concerning. Try your best to survive, that's the best advice for you. Wow, thank you very much for the most obvious advice I ever heard. Well, I was wrong at the first place to expect anything useful or any motivation from this useless system. You are welcome, after all it's my duty to help you. I take it back, this system is not only useless, but it's also irritating sometimes. I wonder if this system is always done on purpose, or if it's really ignorant about it. I stared at the stone in my hand. Using this stone will not cause any disturbance in space, nor any other energy disturbance. It will simply teleport me to that place. And it's actually a good thing since I am sneaking silently. Let's do this. As I started to apply force on the stone, the symbols on the stone started violently glowing. After a few moments, glowing cracks also started to appear as suddenly stone crushed into pieces. Pieces turn into dust, which within a blink of an eye dust integrated into my body. As my body started to dematerialize into particles, but before I could even panic, my consciousness was already sunk into darkness. Chapter 27, New Adventure. I opened my eyes and saw a pure white landscape with nothing but snow and ice. I looked towards the sky to see endless dark clouds covering the whole sky as the snow is falling down slowly. System, how much time limit do I currently have? I asked this with little stuttering, since I am feeling very cold here, which is itself very weird, because I am a pureblood devil. My physical body should be highly resistant to cold. But I didn't care much about it, since I am more worried about the time limit. Time limit: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. 1 whole week. I muttered this as I quickly started to do the calculation. Phew, I sigh of relief after all. If my calculations are right, then 1 week should be nearly 3 hours from him, if the only system is telling the truth. If everything goes right, then that means I can go back without being caught. Now I only have to do is ensure my safety, as well as fulfilling my main priority, which is also the whole reason. I used that stone to find that means, which will help in my growth. Where am I? I inwardly asked this as I saw only snow, withered trees covered in snow. And from the landscape, I guess I must be teleported to some mountain. I need a few minutes to analyze this location before giving you an answer. Well, I guess in the meantime, I should go around to observe the area myself. I should probably go to a higher place to look out the area first, so I take out my wings from my back. You little shit, we finally get you. There are people nearby. Hearing the shout, I quietly flew towards the direction of that shout after getting higher altitude. Even though my vision is strong as an ultimate class devil, but this environment is blocking my long-distance vision. I will kill you all. Shut your mouth, you inferior brat. Slammed. As for my ears, they are working perfectly fine. I can hear these voices clearly and judge from these voices. It seems like some kid has been in danger. I quickly go near as close as possible and hide behind a boulder above the hill as I peek towards them. To saw a scene that make my blood boil with anger, a humanoid creature with a pure blue color like its body made of ice. His hair looks like frozen water, pure blue eyes. That humanoid creature is wearing a trench coat with silver orients. This trench coat fur exactly looks like a frozen glacier. He also has some black orients on his arms and chest. He is wearing black pants, as he also has those black orients for his shoes on top of his head. He is wearing some weird design silver crown. He kept kicking the child on the head, while he kept taunting and cursing the child, while the child is not moving at all. I guess that poor child must be passed out because of that bastard beating. I want to save that child, but I don't want to get into a fight on my impulsive without knowing the enemy's strength. I was only barely able to see the child, since the child's body is completely buried in the snow, because of all the kicks given by that humanoid creature. Maybe I should sneak attack, even though it's a little bit cowardly, but my first priority is to rescue that child, so it's better to be on the safe side. Oh, we some insect lurking around, that humanoid creature said as he stopped kicking the child. Get that insect who is lurking, Alta, that humanoid creature said as he directly looks in my direction. What? Did I get exposed? How is this possible? I am hiding at a place that shouldn't be visible from below where they are standing, but since I got exposed, should immediately ata. Third-person Aka author POV. Grabbed. Before Graphia could even react, something like a big eagle claw grabbed her head as that creature slammed her across the boulder. The result was that boulder got reduced to dust because of pressure. Graphia, who was still in the claws of that creature in the middle of the air, created an ice spear in her hand as she stabbed it in its stomach with full force. That creature cried out in pain. As it throws Graphia on the ground with full force, Graphia struggled, but she manages to balance herself in midair with the help of her wings at the end moment, as she was able to land on the ground safely. After landing on the ground, she looks at the creature to see a phoenix creature, double her size in full blue color, flying uncontrollably as it screams in pain. It also has some weird blue crystal on its chest. The creature lost its blood from its wound that Graphia gave me through the spear, but the weird thing is it has blue, dark blue blood. Ho ho ho, what we have here. That man said this as he walked towards Graphia with an amused smile on his face. We didn't think there will be another species on this planet other than those damn harelings. Man speaks as he creates an ice sword within a sec in his hand. As he continues to speak, but it doesn't matter other than our Azurans, all other species are inferior, they're honored, that they are destined to rule by us for their entire lifetime. Maybe I should take you alive back to our king, then probably he will reward me big this time, he said as he dashed towards Graphia with his sword. Chapter 28, Intense Battle. Fast, Graphia inwardly screamed, as she quickly created an ice sword in her hand to counter him. Clash! Both of their swords clash with each other, and the clash of created sparkle as both of them repels each other. Oh, now that's a surprise. I didn't think you can use power similar to us, but it doesn't matter since you are not Azuran. Unfortunately, it doesn't how much you struggle to resist you are doomed to lose in vain. The man said this as he attack again, meanwhile Graphia again counter. Clash, 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 clash. After many clashes of swords, the man's sword started to crack, but it went unnoticed by the man who was madly clashing with her with a big smile on his face. After a few moments of continuously clashing with swords, suddenly, the man's sword breaks into pieces. Seeing this, man's eyes got wide open in surprise as he don't believe what just happened. Taking advantage of this moment, she created another created spear in her hand as she dashed at high speed with the help of her wings while she aims straight at his head. Unfortunately for her, the man's reaction speed was faster. He created a spike out of the ground, which is front of his feet, launching it towards her. Clash! Spear and spike collided with each other. After a millisecond, spike got destroyed into pieces by the spear. But because of the impact, the aim got a little off, and only able to graze his cheek. After taking advantage of the moment, a man jumps backwards to create some distance between them. After stabilizing himself, he touched his cheek. Here he got a bleeding wound on his cheek. His blood is blood, same as that beast's blood. How is this possible? Man asked this in an unbelievable tone as he sees the blue blood on his finger. What did you do? Man asked this with a furious tone as his voice shuddered a little while looking at Graphia's eyes full of rage. Meanwhile, Graphia also takes off into the air with her wings while she looks towards him with a cold face without replying to his question, more like she doesn't know what he is trying to ask, so she just waits for him to make the move first. I am obviously an elite general of the most superior race. How can an inferior being like yourself have the ability to make ice stronger than me? The man shouted at her while his face is full of confusion. As he continued, it's impossible. You must be used some cheap tricks. After all, this is the only reasonable explanation, but it doesn't matter. Alta, he shouted as his voice resonated throughout the mountains. CHKKK. In return for his call, the creature screams, indicating it's heard him. Graphia has a bad promotion in her heart. She looks around towards the direction where that scream comes from, but due to mountains and snow, she couldn't able to pin out the location since its voice also resonates throughout the mountains. She looks around to find the location of that beast, but she couldn't able to figure it out. Smashed. After a few moments, Graphia wasn't able to complete her sentence when the boulder behind her got smashed into pieces as the beast directly rushed towards her. Before she could do anything, the beast hit Graphia with its head in midair, making Graphia lose her balance and hit the tree. Graphia quickly get up on her feet as she sees the creature she hit earlier with a spear standing next to the man. She noticed that the place she had earlier given the wound to that creature is frozen. Next moment moved towards the creature as he sits on the saddle, which is placed on the back of the creature. If you somehow can create stronger ice than myself, then I shall overwhelm you with speed and strength. He said this in a loud voice as he created a giant ice sword. As he continues with, then I will make sure to torture you physically as well as mentally to make sure you will reveal your all tricks before taking your head to the king. As he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot on the creature as they both disappear from their place. Left, she inwardly shouted as she instinctively raised her ice sword to shield herself. Clash. The next moment, they appear on the left side of Graphia as the man slashes towards her. Both parties clash with each other. But this time, Graphia loses the ground as she falls back on the ground by him. When she was no ground, the beast opened his mouth, feeling the danger coming from the beat. Graphia quickly created a barrier in front of her. At the next moment, a terrifying ice beam released from its mouth, hitting the barrier. Taking advantage of this moment, Graphia quickly flew to the air, since she felt fighting on land is more disadvantaged for her rather than fighting in the air. Unfortunately, that creature's speed was more. Feeling its target trying to flee, it changed its course as the creature quickly chases after her. They already arrived in front of Graphia. When she reached into the air, the man raised his sword, trying to slash her again. Boom! When his sword is about to hit her, Graphia makes her sword explode, it making both parties repel. Each as well is taking advantage of the smoke. She started to prepare her next move too. She channeled her energy as she created thousands of ice shards in midair, while she pushes back the explosion. As soon as she stabilized herself, she launched all the shards towards them at full speed. All to attack, man commended, as the beast followed his lead, and launched an ice beam towards the direction that man pointed. Chapter 29, Rabbit Girl. Graphia POV. Damn it, all my shards got deflected by that beast beam. I flew straight at them since it's basically useless to fight at a distance. The main problem is that beast. The beast is too fast, not to mention it can launch a beam from its mouth. I somehow need to make them separated to each other, and my best course of action is close quarters. Since beast's speed is fast, so no matter where I flew they will be able to catch up, not to mention the beast beam is also dangerous. Think, Graphia, think. How can you separate both of them? As I flew towards them, as I started to think of some way to take that man out. I quickly closed the distance, as I created a long spear as well as cover my other hand with my demonic energy. When I come near them, I tried to pierce towards him, but in return, he only clashed my spear with his giant sword to push back me. He has more strength than me, but is slow. On the other hand, the beast has speed but no intelligence. It's following his command blindly, the result he is taking advantage of both speed and strength. That might work. I inwardly scream as I thought of a plan which will actually work. Boom! To put that plan into action, I quickly created another blast. As I take advantage, I quickly, but silently flew below the creature. System, quick, give me that bracelet. I inwardly command the system as the bracelet appears in my hand. Glitch. I quickly put that bracelet on the claw of that beast in a second, as on next moment I flee upwards towards the sky. Wah, that man wasn't able to speak when he noticed. He started to fall towards the ground at a very high speed. On the other hand, where I previously channel my energy, I quickly used that to create another spear as the same one which I failed to use against Baru. What happened? Why you are not flying? Alta! He screamed as he looked at the beast, who can't even get up on his feet, even his long neck is on the ground buried in snow. Beast is struggling to even flap its wings, so it could only cry in pain. As I reach high altitude, I gather all power in my arms and throw the spear straight at them. Pierced. The spear pierced straight through his chest, as it continued to pierce through the beast too. Man wasn't even able to scream as the spear, which pierced through his chest, started to freeze its targets at very high speed. In the result, in blink, they both got freeze in a blink of a second. But even at the last second, the man's eyes were full of unwillingness. I sighed with relief, seeing that my spear successfully killed them. I only hoped they don't have regeneration like shadow soldiers. Do you really think there is any second being with a true immortal army other than Shadow Monarch? It's not, I doubt it, but after fighting those shadows continuously, I forgot how normal enemies feel like. I slowly land on the ground, as I walked towards them, who are now converted into ice sculptures. I don't want to take the risk, so I apply pressure, making them break into pieces. And as I bowed down to pick up the bracelet, which is now lying on the pile of ice pieces. Damn, I guess this thing is durable. After all, the concept of the previous spear is to freeze its target's whole body, that includes the target's equipment and accessories, but this thing still is good as new. Of course, what did you expect from Shadow Monarch? You should also know by now how mighty he is. I guess I own him one more time. After all, because of this thing I was able to kill them, but I am sure even without this, I can defeat them without any problems. Probably. But still, what's the problem with this guy attacking someone so suddenly? How the hell he detected me in such a climate? Wait, child, where the hell is that child? Thought of that child who was beaten by him. I quickly start my search, but due to snow, and as well as the weather now suddenly started to become chaotic. After a few minutes of searching, I was finally able to find the child who got a little buried in the snow because of snowfall. Rabbit, I muttered this after pulling out the child, who seems to be a small girl wearing rags from the snow. I noticed her, she has rabbit ears. It doesn't matter for now. This child is cold and injured. I need to find a place to warm her body first, otherwise, she is going to die. System gives me a few clothes first. I need to cover her with something or else she will not able to make it. Luckily, I brought more than enough clothes with me. After getting the clothes, I gently covered her as I carried her, as I flew to find suitable shelter to warm her, as well as to rest in this storm. After searching for a few minutes, I couldn't able to found anything suitable to use as shelter. Damn it, I inwardly exclaimed as I looked at the kid who is non-stop shivering. Couldn't help but feel worried for her. After all, if I couldn't able to warm her body quickly, then this child will not be able to make it. If there is nothing I could use as shelter, then I shall create one myself. I thought this as I started walking towards the mountain wall. As I placed the kid on the side so that she couldn't get hurt by mistake, after that I take 5 steps from the wall. I focused as I channel my energy. I was already low on energy. I can't afford to lose more. But I got no choice after all. If I don't do this, then this child will lose her life. Chapter 30, Elysium. Phew, Tilda, I sighed with relief after seeing the spikes that suddenly emerged from the wall. Now I have to remove this. If I concentrate well enough, maybe. Then that might work. Yes, this is really working. I am really dispelling the demonic energy, making spikes slowly disappear into nothingness. I didn't think it will go very well on my first try, but I guess I was wrong. It's working perfectly. Even though it was before only theory in my mind, but not anymore. After a hole, when the spikes got clear, it leaves a very clean cave as I imagined. As I quickly picked up the child and come inside, later go out to bring some wood for the fire. After starting a campfire, as I hold the child sit down neat campfire. Ha, ha, ha. Heavy breathing. I am really tired now. I am almost out of demonic energy. After fighting with that man and that beast, using spikes to create this cave, not to mention dispelling spikes takes more demonic energy than making them. But it was a good decision to make this cave. After all, now outside, weather is very chaotic. Heavy snow started to fall with the storm. I blocked the entrance to keep the cave warm, but still need to make sure to treat her injuries first. Since I didn't bring any first aid, so I took out the maid dress from the underworld and tear it to use it as the bandage. After treating her, I hold her tight near the campfire to warm her up, but not close enough to burn her, as I also started to rest, since I also need to restore my energy. A few hours later. System, do you know how much time she will take to regain consciousness? I inwardly asked the system, since I brought a sand clock. Because of that, I can have track of time in a place like this. According to my observation, her condition is normal as well, as her body temperature has become warmer now. Then how she hasn't woken up yet? It's already been nearly 4 hours, but still, there is no sign of her waking up. The good thing is her condition is far better than past 4 hours. Her breathing is also stable, not to mention her shivering is now stopped. She is now just sleeping because of the fatigued build in her, so she probably will be awake soon. Now I take a good look at her. She is just looking like a small girl who is just taking a nap, which is really reassuring for me. Another good thing is my demonic energy is almost restored after sleeping and resting for a while. As for outside weather, it still didn't improve even a little bit, but rather it become worse. I don't know much time it will take for the weather to become calm. Tilda, humming in sleep. Looking at the girl who is humming in sleep, I couldn't help but feel the sweetness in my heart, especially if that girl is super cute with black rabbit ears. It's soft, I thought as I poked one of my fingers in her cheek. Children's skin is always like this, or she is special. I want to touch them, I inwardly asked myself as I looked at the rabbit ears of the girl. These ears are really tempting. I couldn't help but moved my hand towards the rabbit ear, but I somehow control my urge since I don't want to have appeared as a rude person. By the system, did you find out about this place? I asked this in my mind to the system. It's been many hours since the system is collecting information regarding this place. Yes, if my analysis is not wrong, then this planet should be called by name of Elysium. Elysium, I murmured this unconsciously. The name sounds peaceful on the contrary side of the treatment I received. You're right. This planet was once abundant with verdant trees, lush vegetation, towering mountains, colorful flowers, pure rivers, vast grasslands, and a stunning blue sky that was illuminated by two suns. Although it's only 1/5 the size of your planet and has a comparable gravitational force, it supports only a single species that inhabits it, a non-aggressive species. Greenery, but this planet nothing looks like how you describe it. I complain about this, as there is nothing like that system explain. Except for some dead trees and mountains covered in snow, I didn't saw any greenery so far. Maybe some unnatural event recently occurred on this planet, resulting in changing its environment itself. I guess that's one possibility, but I can't be sure. I should wait until this kid wakes up to verify this possibility herself, because I am guessing that this kid belongs to this place. But if there are only one species on this planet, then what was that man which I fought earlier? I thought this since I suspect that man is from another species outside this planet. According to the system, there should be only one species on this planet, which should be a peaceful type. But if that's true, then I am pretty sure that man doesn't belong here. After all, no non-aggressive species will attack first to a stranger, not to mention that man doesn't like a peaceful person at all. So I can only assume that man belongs to another species, come from another, as well as I remembered him mentioning some king. Tell me about that man who attacked me earlier. I guess he must be from another species. I asked this system in my mind, since the system is the best option for me to solve these mysteries, and I have a hunch that my purpose of coming here should be related to that species. As you wish. According to my database, that living creature should belong to species called HAREM, as well as the most aggressive species present in this universe we currently present. Chapter 31, Data. The HAREM home planet is called Glaciara. Glaciara is a frozen world covered in glaciers, ice caps, and snow. It is home to a variety of ice creatures adapted to living in the extreme cold, including the HAREM, a race of humanoid beings with blue templinterkin, fur-lined clothing, and the ability to control ice and snow. The HAREM are hardy and resilient people, but they are also very proud and territorial, fiercely attacking other beings and looting resources from outside. Despite their aggressive nature, the HAREM are skilled hunters and gatherers, and have a deep respect for their king. I see then I am guessing this planet must be their next target. I inwardly asked this since they basically behave like bandits. Yes and no. According to my database, they don't have any means of traveling through space, but still, my current database of this universe is from 200 years ago. I can't be certain for now. If you like, I can update my database to the current time of this universe. Sure, but make sure to be quick. I said this in my mind, since I need more information to plan out my next move. Do you know anything about this kid? I asked this inwardly as I looks at the sleeping bunny ears girl in my arms. Yes, she belongs to species known as hareling belong to this world. Hareling are non-aggressive species unlike HAREMs who relied on hunting and looting for living. Harlings relied on nature for sustenance. Similar to your kind, this species also possesses unique abilities referred to as gifts. Every member of the species has distinct gifts, such as fire, water, earth, wind, and more, which they utilize to enhance their daily lives and make them more convenient. But even if we presume the possibility of somehow HAREMs managing to travel across to this world, then why wouldn't hareling defend their home when they can do so? I thought this because even if they are non-aggressive species, it should be a natural instinct for any living being to defend their home, not to mention when the ability to do so. I suspect there should be two reasons for this. The first reason is they are very inexperienced in battles. The planet was nearly impenetrable due to the multiple layers of asteroids encircling it, serving as an impenetrable shield. Additionally, the planet's inhabitants were blessed by nature, with all their needs met seamlessly, from food and shelter to clothing and more. It was a paradise, both protected and provided for by the universe itself. Regarding the second rationale, in order to utilize their innate abilities, harlings require access to the natural energy derived from the environment. Unfortunately, the prevailing weather conditions have taken a severe toll on nature, leading to its gradual decay and decline. I see, I murmured as I found these reasons reasonable, but still, the question remains about what's happening here. I felt some movement in my arms. I looked down to see the girl's eyes' lashes moving after a moment. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing her red ruby-like eyes. Where am I? She asked in a confused tone as she regained consciousness. Beautiful, she unconsciously muttered, as she looked straight at my face with her red eyes. Chuckle finally, a normal reaction from a person who sees my appearance. After being with that man, who always has a stoic face, I even began to suspect that my charm has started to decline. Who are you? She asked this cautiously while shuddering as she tries to get out of my arms. But due to her body injuries, she falls back into my arms. I can feel her whole body trembling in my arms. I guess she must be scared of outsiders. It's okay, you are in a safe place now. I spoke in a soft tone as I started to pat her head slowly. Luckily, I got my fair share of experience in coaxing a child, especially with my little sister. Sob, sob, sob. Maybe because of my warmth and soft tone, she stopped struggling while her eyes started to become teary as she started crying loudly. After a while of crying, she calmed down. In the meantime, I kept stroking her back, giving her comfort. Are you okay now? I asked in a soft tone when she became silent after crying. In response to my question, she nodded her head slowly. Where sniff is th, that sniff man? She looked up at me with her ruby-red eyes and asked me this with her trembling voice. I got troubled by her question. More like I don't know how to answer her back since she is just a child, and I can't tell a child I just killed someone. Not to mention, she was not an ordinary devil's kid, but a kid which belonged to a race who don't like violence. When I struggled about how to answer her, she opened her mouth again as she spoke again, but in an emotionless tone while staring straight at me with her eyes. Did you kill him? I was taken aback by the lack of emotion in her voice. I couldn't help but recall the moment when she screamed about murdering that man. With that memory fresh in my mind, I knew I had to come clean with her. However, when it came time to explain, I found myself unable to form the words. In the end, all I could do was nod my head in agreement. Sigh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She released a sigh of relief as she kept saying this again and again like a broken record in a grateful tone with her eyes shut. Honestly, I don't happen to this girl, but I can tell it's definitely no good. In fact, so bad she can't able to stabilize her emotions. It's all right now, can you answer my question please? I said in the most gentle tone possible as I patted her head and make her look towards me. Okay, she said in a cute voice, as she stared at me with her big red eyes. Chapter 32, Arya. I patiently asked her my questions, which she answers one by one without any break. After answering every question which I had in my mind, she went to sleep again, which was reasonable after what she went through. During this whole questioning and answering thing, I got a general idea about how the economy works here. In essence, unlike other species that tend to segregate themselves into factions and vie for dominance over each other, this species is different. Based on my understanding and her answers, it seems that harelings are a type of species that have evolved to live together in a single, large community. This could be because their natural environment provides for all of their needs, including food, water, and shelter, making it unnecessary for them to compete or fight with each other. Therefore, harelings have developed a unique social structure where cooperation and mutual support are highly valued, resulting in a harmonious and peaceful community. And this child's name is Arya. She lives with her mother in that society. Until recently, they moved out of that society to live in some hidden area in these mountains. The reason was her mother. Actually, according to Arya, her mother's gift is to see the future. And the people born with this kind of gift are extremely rare in their society. Regrettably, despite the exceptional rarity of her gift, her people regarded it as the most worthless of all gifts. This was because her gift demanded a significant amount of natural energy, and it required an extensive amount of time to even produce a single prediction. Additionally, the majority of predictions made by her gift were frequently inaccurate. And in her mother's case, there wasn't even a single prediction of her that came out true within that society. 8 months ago, her mother had a premonition about an imminent danger looming over the land in just 2 months. However, her previous predictions were dismissed as false, and despite repeatedly warning everyone for a month, no one believed her. Frustrated, she decided to leave the place with Arya, as they head towards the mountain for safety. And then this natural phenomenon, apparently they had never seen snowfall before, so they called this natural phenomenon, started after a month when they left that place, and it never stopped till now, making nature die day by day. It was said that the Harelings would manifest their extraordinary abilities at the tender age of 12. Arya had only turned 12 a few days ago, and her mother was elated when Arya successfully unleashed her gift. However, their joy was short-lived. The very next day, they were ambushed by a group of individuals who were completely blue, much like that guy. It became clear that they were under his command, and this revelation shattered their newfound happiness. Her mom tried to stop them with her body alone, while she told her to run away to a safe place by using her power. Perhaps the weight of all these memories took a toll on her mind, for she could not speak any further and eventually succumbed to tears before falling asleep. But there are still many questions still remain unanswered, like why all the predictions went wrong, as well as Arya didn't tell me about the specification of her mother's prediction. Do you know anything about it? I inwardly asked this system. I couldn't think of any answer, but fortunately, I'll at least have some idea now. Perhaps her mother's future sight gift doesn't show her actual future, but one of the possible futures. What do you mean? I thought this in my mind with confusion, since I don't have any idea of what system is talking about. The future, by its very nature, remains shrouded in uncertainty, making it impossible for anyone to predict with complete accuracy. Yet, her mother possesses a unique gift, the ability to imagine what lies ahead, even if it's just a potential future. And in that imagined world, the slightest shift in events can cause an entirely different outcome to unfold. I see that's a very reasonable explanation. I muttered this unconsciously, as I found this explanation very reasonable. And I am guessing the prediction of danger that her mother came out true, because they weren't able to do any significant thing that can cause to change the future. Affirmatives. I guess I will go to that society for more knowledge, and if I by chance encounter more people like them, I should capture them for explanation. According to Arya's story, that guy should be some commander of the Blue People Army. Then I probably will not have any problem with capturing one of their soldiers. But what should I do with her? Bringing her with me will only slow me down, as well as her life will be in danger too. Looking at her cute figure sleeping peacefully in my arms, I couldn't help but worry for her. I don't know what to do with her. Now she has no one to rely upon, nor she doesn't know where to go. Not to mention my conscience will be not at peace if I don't leave her in a safe place. By the way, she didn't tell me about her gift, which she was able to use to outrun him for more than a day, nor I saw any sign of those other people who break into Arya's house under him. Maybe first I should go to her house, but for that, I need to ask her first. I looked outside the ice to see the weather has become calm. Now I only need to wait for her to wake, then take her with me. System, do you have any means to take her back with me? I inwardly asked this. If I couldn't able to find her a safe place in the remaining time, then I probably want to take her with me after time runs out. I mean, look at her. How can anyone has the heart to abandon someone cute as her in such a dangerous place? Chapter 33, Departure. You may only take inanimate objects from this place. Really, don't you have any solution? I asked again, inwardly hoping for any solution system will tell me. Negative. I guess I have to try my best to get her a new and safe home where she can grow without any problems. I looked through the holes I made in the ice wall to let air in and saw that the bad weather had stopped and the snow had stopped falling too. It was a relief. Now I only have to wait for her to wake up, and then we will set out from here. As I looked at the calm face of the kid, I couldn't bring myself to wake her up. I realized that I should also take some rest before we leave. After a while, let me introduce myself to Arya. My name is Graphia, but you can refer to me as the big sister, okay? I said this while looking at the girl who is now awake, looking straight at me with her big eyes quietly. I released a tired sigh after I realized something. I come to know one fact: this girl is an awfully quiet type of girl. She doesn't speak anything until I asked her something, nor has she ever taken any initiative to speak from the moment she woke up. Not to mention that I am also not a talkable person either, so making this conversation is so much more difficult with her. At my introduction, she simply nodded her head and continued to stare at my face without saying anything. Damn it, this is really awkward, but we really need to keep going, so now at least need to know her thoughts. Arya, can you take me back to your house? I kneel down and spoke in rather a soft tone. As I continue, it's totally fine if you are uncomfortable. I am not going to force you. It's fine, she replied back with her cute voice while staring at me. It's really okay. I asked this with worry, as I am really concerned about her mental health after what she experienced. In response to me, she nodded again as she stands up and grazed at the entrance of the cave. All right then, stand back a little, I said as I gently pushed back Arya behind me. Then I looked towards the ice wall, as I started to gather my energy, and then I make a spear in my hand, and I throw it towards the wall. Crashed. Both spear and wall clashed with each other, breaking each other into pieces, resulting in opening the whole entrance of the cave. Although I now also know how to dissipate this ice using my power, it would require a greater amount of energy than if I were to destroy it. In addition, if I were to encounter any enemies during my travel, I must ensure that I conserve my strength for any potential battles. What? I looked back at Arya and saw the girl looking at me with anger in her eyes, which is barely holding back the tears as she stands in the corner of the cave, while her body is trembling like she is afraid of me, but she is in a position like she will attack me at any moment. Probably because from her point of view your power is very similar to the people who killed her mother, is most likely, she is thinking you are probably one of them. Damn it, why I didn't think of that. I should have expected it. After all, earlier she was unconscious when I used my power. So this should be her first time seeing me using my power. It's okay, I am not with them. I tried to explain this with the most gentle tone possible while I took out my wings. As I continue to speak, see, I don't have blue skin like them, and moreover I have wings. What was that? For a moment I definitely saw her eyes shine bright red, but the next instant it's become normal. Is that my illusion? Or something? But now she has become common like before, her trembling stopped as well as she has been relaxed from the moment before. Did she really believe me? Is she really trusting me? Is all children easy to deceive? Maybe I need to teach her not to trust others so easily. Let's go if it's okay for you now. I asked this since I don't know how long the weather will be like this. Nodded. She nodded her head as she moved towards the entrance, but still, she moved like she is trying to avoid any body contact with me now. Sigh, great, now I have to gain her trust again, but at least she is not treating me as an enemy. I follow Arya as I got outside and saw everything is now covered in snow even more than before. Now even walking on the ground is much more difficult because of how is thick the snow now become. I looked upwards and saw the sky is still covered with clouds, but at least the storm is cleared now. Well, Arya is having a very hard time walking on snow. Wait, for this may be my chance to regain her trust. I quickly take out my wings and flew towards her, sensing my presence she shrank back. It's better to go from fly since it will be very difficult to walk now, I said in a soft tone while I open my arms for her as I wait for her. Again, I am definitely sure her eyes shone again, and this time it's not my illusion. I am pretty much guessing that she is using her so-called gift. Chapter 34, Arya Breakdown. If her mother really inherits the power to see the future, then her daughter should also have similar power, and to my guess, she is using her power on me to somehow check whether I am dangerous or not. But it's good for both of us anyway, since I really want her to trust me, so that we can move forward rather than wasting time. It will be good for me as well as good for her too. After a bit of hesitation, Arya slowly come into my arms, while she wrapped her arms around my waist as I slowly took off into the air. Arya, are you afraid of heights? I asked this as I looked at the girl who's shrinking into my chest while tightening her grip on me. Adorable, I inwardly thought after seeing her current state, because even though she didn't reply to me back, but I can see her little cheeks have become red, so I guess she really embarrassed about it. I also held her tighter than before as I speed up a little while I follow the direction she told me about. After a while on the way. Are these people who come with him? I asked this to Arya as looks towards the dead bodies, which are pierced through by spikes. As we journeyed forward, she gestured towards a nearby cliff, indicating something of significance. Upon approaching the area, I discovered the 3 lifeless bodies lay motionless at the base of the cliff, impaled by sharp spikes. These bodies are all blue like that guy, but unlike him, they were wearing some kind of armor built with ice and metal. Here, picture for reference. I looked towards Arya thinking she would be scared of this scene, but to my surprise, she is staring at this scene with an expressionless face. Are these people who come to your house? I asked this since I thought of an idea about these dead people being the same as those who invaded her house. She nodded her head as she continued to stare at the corpses with a blank expression. But is this normal? Even if she considered those as her enemies, she shouldn't be able to see a such scene with a such blank expression. And not to mention, even if I am now able to read some expressions on their expressionless face, thanks to him, even then, I can't able to detect any emotions on her face other than hatred. My voice was hushed, almost unconsciously, as I posed the question that had been nagging at me. But how did they fall? It was difficult to comprehend how anyone, let alone trained soldiers, could be so careless as to stumble in a place like this, a terrain that was meant to be familiar and secure according to the system. Let's go. When was I thinking about this matter? Arya tugged on my clothes. As she said this made me awake from my thoughts. All right, I also replied to her, since I don't want to waste no time, because of how limited time I have right now. As we continue to fly towards our distinction, after 15 minutes Arya told me that reach our destination as we come down. Nestled amidst a cluster of withered trees, the wooden house resembled a hidden sanctuary within the barren forest. I couldn't help but wonder if the trees were still alive. This dwelling would have been nearly impossible to detect. Arya quietly get out of my arms and walked towards the house. The door of the house was broken. As I approached the entrance, the unmistakable stench of blood filled my nostrils, and I swiftly moved to halt Arya in her tracks. My mind raced with the possibilities of what could have caused such a smell, and I feared the worst. Despite my attempt to stop her, she bolted away, leaving me alone on the spot. After regaining my composure, I hastened to follow her inside. Upon entering the house, I was greeted by a gruesome sight. The lifeless body of a woman, drenched in crimson, lay before me. Her head had been brutally severed, and I noticed that even one of her rabbit ears was missing. Without delay, I turned to Arya, hoping to offer her some comfort, but before I could utter a single word, she had crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she silently succumbed to her shattered emotions. I quietly come near her and hugged her tightly as I kept patting her head while Arya kept crying silently. As I examined the body more closely, it became clear that her death was not instantaneous. Instead, it appeared that he had inflicted cruel and prolonged torture upon her, evidenced by numerous wounds laced with icy shards and deep cuts that marred her form. I couldn't help but think that I gave him a very easy death compared to what he deserved. I should have at least tortured that bastard before killing him. Sigh, but what's done, it's done. Now I can only give her comfort and a home to continue living. If possible, then find a way to take her back. After an hour, let's go, I said as I looked towards Arya, who is still looking at the grave that we made for her mother. After she stopped crying, I suggest making a grave for her. So that she can rest in peace, I dig a grave while putting all the body and the head into the grave. This is take much more time than expected because of the so much snow, but after I had done it, I started to carve a tombstone for her. Meanwhile, Arya also helped me, but after the grave was made, she didn't do anything but stared at it without speaking a word. I decided to give her a moment for a while, as I created a knife and started carve the name of her name on the stone. After completing everything, I placed that tombstone on its place as I looked towards Arya, who still has her gaze fixed at the grave, asked to leave with her. As I received no response to my words, I attempted to persuade her to move on. So after 10 to 15 minutes of persistent encouragement, she finally acquiesced, though she requested more time to stay before departing. Chapter 35, Invasion. And another one, I said as I throw a spear towards a person similar to those soldiers I had seen earlier on the cliff. The spear pierced through his body, without any difficulty, resulting in killing him in a single blow. After we took off from her mother's grave we build, I asked her about her plans in her mind, but she didn't reply. I thought she was confused about this, after all her whole life changed so much in just a few days. But to my surprise, she replied after a few moments, saying before her all this happened, her mother specifically told her about a certain person. She told her that if something might happen to her in future, then find that person and then follow him, because that will be the best decision for herself. It looks like her mother already foresight this event, and then give Arya the task to find that person. At first, I thought she was talking about her Arya father, but Arya corrected me, saying her father already passed away due to some accident that happened because of his gift. So now I know Arya is looking for an entirely different person. Her mother didn't tell her any specific details about that person, but she told her to find him, and after she finds him, then she should follow him, saying following him will give her the best future for herself as well as her happiness. But her mother didn't tell anything about the appearance of that person, other than that fact that person will be male and he will have ears like me. Other than that, she doesn't have any leads about that person. As for how to identify that person and where to look, her mother told Arya that she will naturally be able to find him in time, and when she will meet him, she instantly able to identify him, but she didn't say about how much time it will take. So I suggest she follow me until she found that person, which she agreed without any hesitation. I guess she is well aware of her current situation, which is quite good for me. Since there is danger everywhere and she can't protect herself, and if she doesn't find that person soon finds, she probably freeze to death in this place, which makes me worried a lot. Not only for her, but this is also good for me, because I will get a cute guide to roam around this place. Not to mention, I didn't have to worry about her if she is with me. Arya, are you fine? I asked this as I looked towards Arya, who was laying in my arms covered in a blanket. From the moment we took off, we started to encounter these soldiers. Sometimes in groups, sometimes individually, with a beast looks which like a lion. But these soldiers are nothing compared to that general, so I am guessing they are nothing more than foot soldiers. The problem is that, when I tried to capture them for information, no matter the method I used on them for information, they refused to talk and continue to fight with me to death. I even tried to immobilize their limbs just to speak with them, but somehow they self-explode. Luckily, their explosions are not that powerful, so I was able easily to block the impact of the explosion with a simple barrier that I created in time. That's why I started to kill them all at a distance, in one shot, to save all the trouble as we moved forward in the direction of the so-called Society of Harelings. As soon we got closer to that society, the number of soldiers also started to increase, but that's a good thing since that means we are on the right track. And as for that man Arya is looking for, I don't have much high hope that she will find him. It's not that I don't want to believe in her mother, but rather I don't believe in the ability to see the future much, because as the system said, future is not definite. So it's not confirmed that she will encounter him. Heck, she doesn't even know if he exists here or not, but to not crush the hope of this cute girl, I didn't say anything. But it doesn't matter if she meets him or not, because I plan to make her independent enough to survive in future. After reaching the peak of the mountain we were on, I saw an unbelievable fantasy sight of an ice castle that is built just on the peak of the small hill. Here, picture for reference. And below that platform of ice, there is a big colony established, but rather than a colony, it's more look like the slums. Castle looks like it's made for supervising the colony, and I can also see soldiers patrolling the colony by air. Is that what you're talking about? I asked this. I gently put Arya down as soon I landed on the ground. She nodded her head as speaks, but that structure wasn't there before. I see. I said this since I already expected that much, since that castle was made of ice only, but when it comes to size or structure, it's nothing compared to his black castle. Focusing on society, I could see nothing but soldiers on the land or in houses. Sneaking there will be dangerous since it will alert them. Not only those soldiers I encounter are there, but I can also see full-armored knights, huge giants and beasts, as well as soldiers with wings. Going sneaky will be risky, not to mention Arya is with me. If by chance any of us got caught, then it's over. They may not possess great strength, but they will quickly detect our presence, and battling all of them would be a major hassle. Plus, I have no knowledge of the opposing party's capabilities, and to complicate matters, I have Arya with me. Therefore, taking the risk is not an option. And if there are people among those with strength equal to that guy or more in that place, then I am fucked up. So it's better to go into the castle, because castle security is much less than society. And I am 100% sure that the king that bastard was talking about should lives there, since it's a place where the king resides. Chapter 36, Probability Gift. Now the biggest question is, should I take her with me, or hide her somewhere till I found some clues? When I was thinking about this, I felt someone tugging my skirt as I looked down to see Arya. Arya, what's the matter? I asked this in a soft tone as I crouched down to her level and patted her small head. Take me with you. As sensing my thoughts, she said this while looking straight into my eyes with her red eyes. I was stunned by her words because I can see in her eyes that she is asking this seriously, not out of some fear of being left alone. Why? I ask this since she must be the reason, not to mention this is probably the first time she has taken the initiative to speak first. That's why I didn't reject her right instead. I asked her to tell her thoughts in her mind. I can help, she said with the same serious tone as before while she comes one step forward. How? I asked this since I got curious about how this cute little rabbit girl can help me. I will use my gift, she replied to my question as her eyes started to glow at this moment. Tell more, I said this as I was curious about her power. Not to mention those dead bodies, which I am pretty much sure those soldiers died due to her, because I can't see any other reason. My gift is something my mother named probability. Because of this gift, I can detect every possible outcome of certain situations. She explained this after taking a few seconds to thought about this. Really? I asked this since this ability is unheard of. But if that's the truth, then it's many times more useful compared to future vision or future sight, whatever we can call it. The reason was simply that in future vision or future, you can only see a glimpse of the future, but you don't know whether it will happen or not. And as for Arya, she can tell possibility means that she can calculate the most favorable outcome for herself, so that she can overcome the most difficult situation while avoiding the worst result of those situations. She nodded her head as she confirmed her statement, and that's also explained how can she able to survive till now. Especially this also explains what happened to those dead soldiers below the cliff. Since that's the only possible answer, how come those died in such a stupid way? Not to mention how she was able to outrun that man for many hours, despite being that man riding a beast with speed that fast. As well as I can also understand why her eyes glows when I asked her to carry her in the air. Possibly, she was checking the possibility of going with me is dangerous or not. Well, what should I say? Should I feel hurt because she doesn't trust me, or should I feel glad that she doesn't trust anyone easily? But why she uses her ability every time I asked her something? She should have known that I am a harmless person by now after spending time with me. Oh yeah, but there is another answer which is still unanswered, which is how she can use her power casually like nothing. As I learned from the system, they require a form of natural energy that is primarily derived from plants and trees. However, with the decline of the natural world, her ability to harness this energy may no longer be feasible. Based on my findings thus far, I've discovered some intriguing information about this matter. Within Harling species, there exist certain individuals who are referred to as the Cursed Ones. These exceptional beings possess the ability to tap directly into the planet's core and harness its natural energy at their whim. However, these individuals are exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 1,000 being deemed the Cursed One. So, if that's true, does it mean that Arya is the Cursed One? And if that's the case, why is she referred to as cursed instead of blessed? I couldn't help but ask this inwardly to the system. Because if she possessed such a power, wouldn't it make her the chosen one instead of the Cursed One, granting her an endless supply of energy to harness as she pleased? And that's also the reason why they are called Cursed Ones. Not only that, but their lifespan is also shortened by half. Although the Cursed One could obtain an unlimited amount of energy from the core, their brain's capacity to handle such a significant amount of power remained uncertain. If they were to absorb too much energy, their brain would overheat, causing severe damage to their nervous system, eventually leading to their untimely demise. This was the precise reason why they were called the Cursed Ones. Moreover, the Cursed One had a significantly shorter lifespan than others. Their lifespan was reduced by half, and it was an unfortunate fate that they could not escape. The curse of the Cursed One was a double-edged sword. On one hand, they had an extraordinary ability to access infinite energy, but on the other hand, it came with a severe price that they had to pay in the form of a short lifespan and a limited capacity to handle the power that they possessed. Chapter 37, Short Life. What? I almost shouted, but somehow I managed to suppress it in my mind, because this really big price to pay, but again, everything comes with a price. By the system, how much is the lifespan of her race? I asked this inwardly to the system to get an idea about how many years she has left to live. The lifespan of harelings is comparable to that of humans in your world. Damn really, if that means she only has less than 40 years more to live. I couldn't help but shout this in my mind after hearing that while staring at Arya with eyes full of worry. Human life is already too short, and fate seems to have made it even shorter for her. It's as if fate wanted to play a cruel joke by reducing her life even more. Affirmative. My previous statement was based on the available data before the environmental shift, and therefore cannot guarantee complete accuracy. However, it is within the realm of possibility that the alteration in nature may have a significant impact on the lifespan of living beings. Based on my analysis, assuming no corrective measures were taken to address the environmental shift, her expected lifespan would be reduced by approximately 25 years. Can you do anything about it? Like make her adapt to the environment as you did to me when you teleported me to his place. I asked this inwardly, since she already have less time to live, even then still her time kept reducing. But remembering the time when that entity teleported to another planet, while the system changed my body and make it adapt to that environment. So I hope the system can also do the same to Arya. Negative. As previously communicated, the system is solely linked to your corporeal form as the host. Consequently, the system possesses the capacity to solely manipulate and modify the host's physicality. But can't you go to take this girl as host for a while, and then return to me after making her body adapt to this new environment? I asked this in my mind to the system, because I want her to live longer rather than this short life of her. The impossibility stems from the fact that the system remains bound to the current host until the latter's expiration, and cannot be detached before then. Damn it! I inwardly shouted as I bit my lip in frustration, realizing I can't do much to help her, because I know the system is not lying. Wait a minute, that might work. If I could able to find a method to bring her back with me to my world, then maybe I can solve that problem. But for that, I got no lead for now. So it's better to solve this problem of nature first rather than sitting around doing nothing when I have limited time to stay here. By the Arya, can you tell me my chances to survive if I go to the castle? I asked this in a soft tone to Arya as I crouched down to her level while I patted her head. She looked at me with her big eyes as she nodded her head, and then her eyes shone before dimming down again. How was it? I asked this in a curious tone, because even though I don't want to believe in things that didn't happen, but it's not going to hurt to know it. Not to mention, she is going to tell probability, not future as well from this ability. Not only does she manage to outrun enemies for a long time, but she even managed to make them dead. She showed a confused expression without speaking anything. I see it's probably the chances are not in my favor, maybe that's why she is hesitating. But contrary to expectations, she shook her head as she spoke in an astonished tone. I don't see any chance for you to die. What? Seriously, that according to her, I will succeed without any problem or enemies are weak, that I will find no problem, nor have I found any reason for Arya to lie about this. But I shouldn't get careless because of this. I should still act with caution rather than being sorry. Still, I am surprised about how can she use words like die, dead, and kill, casually without any fear, which normal children usually have. I took a deep breath while I stared at the girl as I asked with a serious tone, which is quite different from my usual soft tone when I talk to her, "Are you ready?" To my question, she nodded her head with the seriousness, which increased her cuteness 10 times more. But I now look at her ragged clothes. I think I should make her change into something more comfortable, not to mention in her house, all things were destroyed by that guy. "Come here for a moment," I said to Arya in a low tone as I pulled her towards me and started to take measurements just by carefully staring at her body with my eyes. Since I got in no other means to measure her measurements, I can only rely on my eyes to record her measurements. After that, I asked the system to take out the maid dress, which I come wearing first time to his castle, or should I say, his home. Arya, seeing clothes suddenly appear in my hands out of thin air. She startled and took a few steps back, but after the next moment, she looked at the clothes with eyes full of curiosity. I couldn't help but smile after seeing her this act like a real kid who is full of curiosity about everything. Wanting to entertain her more, I created scissors using my ice and get ready to work. Meanwhile, Arya only looks at the whole process with eyes full of curiosity like a child. Chapter 38, Unexpected. So cute. I couldn't help but inwardly scream seeing Arya wearing a cute black dress with white stockings. She is exactly looking like an exquisite doll with a ponytail after getting clean and wearing the dress which I made. To make it simple, I tried to make a dress with multiple layers so that she won't be able to feel cold with ice threads since I don't have anything available right now. But still, that doesn't work so well. So I asked the system for help tell me, which also makes me realize something too, as I take a hairband from one of the maid dresses which my master created for me and tied her hair into a ponytail with it. The results are the same as what I have expected as well as what the system told me. She stopped feeling cold, which she said in a stupefied tone, making her cuteness overloaded. Seriously, I couldn't understand how he was able to make something like that, but I am glad that it worked somehow as expected. According to the system, Cursed One does not catch any diseases till the age of death, but that doesn't mean that they don't feel cold or hot from the temperature. That's why I want to make a dress for her, which she really will be comfortable with. It's for her, as well as it will also help us to move faster too. I took her outside the igloo which I made with my ice, just for her so that she can change without any cold, but it also helps us to camouflage ourselves in the mountain somehow too. "Let's go," I said to Arya, because we already got plenty of rest previously. Not to mention we stayed here for a long time, then they might notice us by those annoying flying bugs roaming around their territory. Now I picked up Arya in my arms as I take out my wings to fly. I plan to go from the backside of the castle. For that, I need to take a complete detour, which will be a hassle, but it's the only way for me to get close to the castle, because if can't go straight not I can fly high due to the weather, so the only option left is to take a detour. As for Arya, although I don't know if taking her with me is a good choice, I don't have any other option left, because if I left her alone somewhere, then there is probably of being spotted by the enemies, or worst, she might try to follow me. Even though she has the power which she used to make them fall to death in the face of overwhelming strength, that power is pretty much useless like the time when that bastard able to catch her. It's just a matter of time. So that's why I decided to take her with me, and why I told her to tell me if she senses any change in chances, not only because that might let me know the danger in advance, but also because she don't feel useless either. Children are sensitive, so it's better to encourage them rather than make them feel like a burden to us, otherwise, it might become a downside for them in future. 15 minutes later. And that's what I have thought about, but now the situation is overturned completely. Looking at thousands of soldiers coming towards me, I couldn't help but panicked. But panicked couldn't help in anything, rather it will only make it worse. I should act calm. First of all, my wings are frozen by some kind of special ice, which means I can't fly. Second, I am surrounded by thousands of soldiers from the ground as well as from the air, which means I can't run either. Thirdly, I have Arya in my arms whose face is like, she couldn't able to believe what's happening now, more like, she couldn't able to comprehend anything about what is happening, which means I have to protect her too. In conclusion, I am in a very fucked up situation. I never thought that they have those types of flying insects. It's all happened because of a lack of information about the enemy, and how we able to get into a situation like this. Well, it started when we already near the castle, by taking a detour where we saw an enormous giant-like creature, wrapped in chains made of ice, just behind the castle. In front where we were before, this creature was hidden by the mountain and the castle on it, but this creature is only visible at a short distance. Because this creature is fully blended into the background, people might be able to notice in the short distance only they possess extraordinary eyesight like me. Otherwise, this creature is impossible to see because of how well it is hidden, as well as it's not made even a slight movement, other a slight breathing. Without excellent senses, this might be impossible to notice, but fortunately, I possess such senses. I quickly turned back for retreat, because my senses were screaming that we might get in danger if we get any closer to that creature. Not to mention I have Arya, I am not taking any kind of risk. So I quickly decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Arya has a confused face, but she is silent, which makes me glad. I will probably explain it to her when we are at a safe distance or place. Boom! When I was just about to accelerate fly at full speed, suddenly, an unknown, unexpected explosion occurred on my wings, making me instantly lose balance in midair. Although it was not a powerful explosion, it was enough to make me lose balance. And that's not the only worst thing that happened yet. Chapter 39, Crisis. Because when I tried to make my balance again, I noticed I couldn't feel my wings anymore, more like they were freezing as I did to that Baru. But the worst part was that they are invisible as well as very small, which makes it almost impossible to detect them. Because of this, I started to fall downwards at very speed. Not only that, but those insects continued to track me and explode whenever they made contact with me. Due to my wings not being functional, I couldn't able to dodge any of it, but even if I had wings functional, then also I suspect that I could able to do anything. All I could do was hug Arya in my arms tighter, and use my body to shield her, while I started to create a cocoon with my ice around us to keep that ice away. But still, they managed to hit a few times. The explosions are not dangerous, but after effects of explosions are deadly. Even though afterwards they weren't able to break through the cocoon, but still because of the impact, the cocoon's direction changed, as it fell directly in front of the giant. As well, there was also a small entrance on the back walls of the town. After we finally fell to the ground, the cocoon broke because of the impact, but luckily Arya didn't get any serious injuries, but just bruises due to shards of ice. But now because of this commotion, not only soldiers started coming from town, but also from the castle in large amounts, and soon they all surrounded us. Damn it! I couldn't help but scream inwardly, seeing the situation I am in right now, not to mention I have Arya with me, who is in a state of shock. Even though some insects managed to hit me before I could make the cocoon, but because of this dress, they couldn't even able to leave a scratch on my body, or even the cloth itself, which is a fortunate surprise for me. But it's going to be impossible to run away right now, because Arya is in no condition to run. It seems she couldn't believe she failed to see this coming. Not only her, but I also starting to very much regret Arya with me. Now not only mine, but also her life is now in grave danger. But this is not the right time to think about your failure. Rather, we need a way to get out of here first before it's too late. Now the only way to get out, I think of doing big attacks and making an opening to run away. Otherwise, with these numbers, it's impossible to run away. At a time like this, I wished that I could have a portable army like him. It would really help me a lot in this situation, but it's better to face reality and fight it. The only thing in my favor is that the enormous giant still hasn't woken up, which surprisingly didn't wake up even after such commotion. Well, I am glad at least not everything is against me, even though there are also several other giant golems in their army, but they are not as big as that giant, as well as I feel like I can defeat them. I quickly picked Arya up with one arm, as I scanned my surroundings and planned where I had to rush and flee. The most annoying is going to be enemies which are coming from the air, not to mention their numbers are in the hundreds, and I can't use my wings either. The only way that I think of to lose them is to use the mountain as my shield. Screams. With that plan, I gather my demonic energy and release large spikes towards the town, which cause to killing all of those who come in the way, as well as it's also block back the entrance of the town. With that opening, I quickly rushed forward while killing and making a way. Meanwhile, I created a more around Arya, since her clothes were not the same as mine. Luckily, these are not strong and they all have a weak spot in their chest, but unfortunately, I can't focus on all of them, so I am just knee. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the sound of continuous explosions comes into my ear, interrupting my thoughts, as I quickly turn to see the dead bodies on the spikes starting to explode. What the hell? How could I forget about that? Now it's making a way for them to come, realizing that I quickly create an ice wall to block them, as well as the ice which comes towards us because of the impact. Arr. Shit, I couldn't help but mutter after hearing a very loud roar, as I turned towards the direction of that giant which was wrapped in chains. And see, it's already woken up and it's not in a good mood. He is moving to try to break the chains, and every time he moves the whole land trembles because of this. I need to get out of here quickly, because I don't think those chains will be able to hold for long. I quickly speed up in running away while I create a dark ice sword in my free hand and engage in a close battle. But this sword is different from the previous times. Right now, I am continuously channeling my demonic energy in big amounts into this condensed small sword, even though this is too draining for me, but it will be worth it. Slash. I slashed a soldier with it, and with that cut, its whole body started to get freeze from the cut within a second, and the entire body got frozen before it even got a chance to self-destruct. Chapter 40, Crisis 2. /// I continue to make my way while slashing anyone who comes in a way, but I need to make it quickly, otherwise I will soon run out of fuel because of how draining it is to maintain this technique. Arr. Damn it, now more beasts. I need a break, my hands are already full with these things. I don't have time or space to deal with those things. Third person Aka author Pav. Suddenly, a wyvern descended from the high sky at very high speed, with somebody riding on it. That person has a huge body covered with knight armor, which seems frozen, also he holding a great giant sword in his hands. As the wyvern flew on top of Graphia, that person jumped downwards. If he fell on Graphia with such a huge body at this height, then it surely would be able to smash Graphia into the ground. Smashed. But luckily, Graphia was able to sense the danger coming before he could land on her. Graphia quickly jumped backwards as she able to dodge him. How courageous to think that someone will break into our land alone. His deep voice entered Graphia's ears as she changed his sword to normal. After all, she wanted to save energy, because she knew it would be a long fight, and if she knew that if she can't maintain this sword for this long fight. Also, the sword she created is useless against this kind of opponent, because she can't even give him scratch due to his all-metallic heavy armor. Just how I am going to deal with him? Graphia inwardly questioned this to herself, since her other was already occupied with Arya as well, and she could sense that this enemy was dangerous. Nor did she think going into town would help much, because she saw how he didn't care about the lives of the people he smashed. Even now, they started to distance themselves from him in order to not get killed. So you are that intruder who destroyed that arrogant punk. He said this in his deep voice as he looked towards Graphia while pointing his greatsword towards her. Even though I know that guy deserves it, that doesn't mean any outsider can do that and get away with it. He continued while he started walking towards her. Every step he took created a crack in the ground. Is he talking about that guy I fought in the mountains? If so, then how does he know that I was the one who killed him? But fighting him will very hard, considering the fact I am protecting someone, as well as my near half of my energy is already consumed in that technique. Graphia thought this as she analyzed any outcome for escape, but unfortunately, she didn't think of any way out of this situation at this moment. Suddenly, Graphia was lost in thought when a wyvern appeared from the side, like it was invisible, as wyvern opened its mouth and grabbed Graphia before she could even move, reacted to it, and took them into the sky at a very high speed. Damn it, this creature also can become invisible. Moreover, this creature also moves many times faster than that bird. But luckily, I created an armor for Arya that this small dragon couldn't able to pierce through with its teeth, Grafia inwardly thought as she created a spear in an instant in her hand. Pierced! Screams in agony. While she pierced deep inside the throat of the wyvern, the monster screams in pain and throws them towards the nearby frozen lake in the back of the castle. She created a shield on her back, while she hugged Arya with both hands tightly and faced her back towards the ground as she got ready for impact. They fell on the ground, breaking the shield into pieces due to impact, but luckily neither of them suffered any injury with just a high fall. "Are you okay?" Grafia asked this as she looked towards Arya in her arms with concern. Arya looked at her in surprise, but after a few moments, she nodded her head with little moist eyes. Grafia sighed with relief as she stood up, and helped her to stand up too because of how slippery the ground was because of the ice. Earth-shaking. Suddenly, a figure jumped in front of him, creating earthquake as the familiar figure's voice comes from the place he landed into their ears. "Now in this place, no one can disturb our battle by some nuisance." Damn it, did he jump from there? Grafia gritted her teeth as she shouted this in her mind, because she refused to believe that he could come here by any means other than jumping. You also have one nuisance with you. Why don't you get rid of her too, so that we can go all out after all? I don't want to fight you while you are protecting someone as powerless as her. He said this as he looked towards Arya with her blue glowing eyes inside his helmet. Arya little shakes hearing his words behind Grafia, as she looks towards her with her glowing eyes. "Don't worry," Grafia assures her, as she gets into a defensive posture, covering Arya with her body from him. "Are you still going to protect her because she is important? Or are you looking down on me?" He said the last line with nothing but rage as the ground, as well as the space around him started to shake like crazy. While his greatsword in his hands, as well as his eyes, started glowing violently as continued to speak, as he dashed towards her with his great sword. "Now, I don't care about anything other than making you understand my might, as well as punishing you for underestimating me." Is he mentally ill? Grafia said this inwardly to herself because of his behavior as she quickly created an ice wall to protect themselves. Chapter 41, Unexpected Arrival. Boom! His sword hit the wall, destroying it into pieces, as he continues to run towards her without any break in his berserk form. But luckily, before he destroyed the wall, Grafia also already moved, so she was able to dodge the strike with Arya in her arms. But still, Grafia couldn't help but sweat because the destruction in that blow was not a joke, especially. Grafia is very surprised at his speed with such a heavy armor. But she knows she is faster than her, but the problem is adding Arya with her, reducing her movement speed by many times, and that's very concerning because here there isn't any safe place to leave Arya. Other than frozen water, there is nothing to be found which can be used as a safe place for Arya. Even if Grafia orders her to run while she fights with the enemy, even then the aftermath probably will injure her, at worst, even kill her. Trembled. When she was thinking of a way, suddenly an earthquake came from below, and she knew it was not because of him, but it was something else, like something inside this ice, and she had a very bad premonition in her heart about this. "Looks like I have to finish this soon," Man said to himself as he got ready to strike again. But before striking, he stopped for a moment, and as he opened his mouth to speak. "Listen here, if you don't want to become someone else's food, then quickly fight back and defeat me, rather than running, otherwise you and that little shit will be eaten alive." As he finished the sentence, he quickly dashed towards her. Grafia, who's still processing what he said in her mind, but by then he already appeared before her, but because of her instincts. She unconsciously acted as her body jumped backwards in order to dodge the strike, but in the process, she left Arya in process, as Arya became the next main target of his attack. "No, damn it, I can't able to make it in time." Grafia inwardly screamed this in her mind when she realized what she has and she couldn't do anything to prevent it. As she thought about a worse outcome, by this instant suddenly, her shadow started to expand with an unimaginable speed, as the shadow figure started to emerge from her shadow. The figure immersed from her shadow is a large knight with a light purple glow jet black armor covering him from head to toe, a tattered black cape, and a long red hair-like ornament extending out of the back of his helmet, which is also known as Igris. Shadow soldier? They can even hide in other people's shadows. No more important question should be why he is here, and why not me nor the system able to sense him? Graphia questioned herself, and the system in her mind, moreover, she can't identify this shadow as well. Not to mention she can bet that this is not his regular shadow. She can feel this shadow is even more powerful than Baru. Even though she knows that Jinwoo has 3 generals in his army, but since she never meets any of Jinwoo's generals other than Baru, she can presume that this shadow is one of his generals by the aura. But right this instant, she is more chaotic than ever inside because... What? He knows all the time what I was doing and where I have been. And didn't the system say that stone will teleport me only? She couldn't help but panic when realized that her master is watching her the whole time in silence, since she knows that he can see, hear, and feel through his shadows. But in her heart, she also a relief because of this. A life of an innocent child was saved. Igris caught the blade with his bare hand before it could even touch the girl. Meanwhile, the enemy was dumbfounded that his attack was stopped by some creature that suddenly appeared from the darkness, as well as he is feeling furious that someone interrupted his battle. The enemy looked at the new arrived with anger in his eyes, but when he saw his opponent's purple glowing eyes, he felt like his entire existence was swallowed by something very, very dangerous. He couldn't help but sweat as he quickly jumped backwards 5 steps in fear, as he swallowed his saliva in nervousness. Meanwhile, Arya also got a chance as she quickly run away while staring at Igris towards Graphia. She get behind her and peeked from there. "I'd identify yourself?" His voice shuddered while saying this since he didn't feel anything like this before, but his instincts are screaming that if he fight then he will die, no matter the struggle. But still, the pride or arrogance he refused to give in, as he swallowed his all fears and get ready to strike again against his new foe. "Don't move." Igris spoke this in his very deep voice, making the opponent as well as Graphia, and Arya trembled more like every word Igris spoke, had some invisible pressure making them all nervous. As these words entered enemy ears, his strike stopped midway as his body itself stopped by fearing something might happen if he didn't stop. As Igris fully emerged from the shadow, he stands up on his feet as he grabbed his robe and extended it. Then like a portal someone with black-haired come out of his robe, and that person is none other than Jinwoo who came out. Igris bowed his head as the Jinwoo came. Meanwhile Graphia and the opponent both are sweating buckets for different reasons. One is worried about how to explain the situation about how she got here and what's going on, while other is worried about himself because he got an uneasy feeling that if he fought Jinwoo, then his head will be rolling on the ground in no time. Chapter 42, Kaizul. Unknowingly to all of them, Jinwoo just enjoying the fresh new environment after living in the same place for so long. He doesn't even look at the opponent, rather he is looking at the sky and the landscape. He is glad that, when he was talking to Graphia, he let Igris enter her shadow because he felt suspicious at that time when she was talking to him, and he is glad that he listened to his intuition. "I guess we need to clean up first before we have a good." Jinwoo thought this, as he looked at the Graphia who flinch when she felt his graze. And the scan the whole planet with his senses, he felt multiple creatures on this planet, as well as he looked down. If he is trying to see through the ice for something below with interest, but after a while, he turned to Arya with his bright purple eyes, especially at her rabbit ears. Meanwhile, the enemy who is fully ignored couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated as well as angry that the other party don't even put him into his eyes. "Don't ignore Emmy, damn it!" He shouted as in anger he forgot about everything including fear and ran towards the man just because he felt humiliation which he never felt before in his entire existence. Right now his power is many times stronger than before, maybe because of the anger he entered in the berserk form. As with his power, even his speed increased by multiple times. His sword, which is currently covered with a violent aura, about to hit Jinwoo, who doesn't even pay any attention to it. But before a moment he touched the Jinwoo, Igris caught the sword with his hand without any difficulty at all. The enemy couldn't believe that his strike was stopped by someone without any effort. He even tried to apply more force, but no matter what, the blade didn't even move an inch. as Igris applied some force and broke the part of the sword where Igris grabbed it. Then instantly he kicked him through the chest, making him fly. "Take care of him," Xuanhuan said as he walked towards Graphia while completely leaving the matter to Igris. "As you wish, my liege," Igris bowed a little while saying this, as he took out his big purple sword and started to walk towards the opponent in a menacing way. The opponent looking at his broken sword like he couldn't believe what's happening to him. Right now, he is feeling that this all is a dream. Because the sword he takes pride in to slay enemies is now broken in his hands. At this moment of silence, his chest started to glow blue violently. "How dare you bastard do that to me?" He shouted with all of his might, that even everything around including air and land started to tremble. As every moment passes, his body looks like it and going to blow itself, and it won't be a small explosion like others, because the energy he is emitting is very enormous enough to annihilate the whole area without leaving any trace. But before the moment he explode, Igris dashed towards him with his inhumane speech and appear in front of him like teleportation, and priced his chest with a sword, breaking his source of energy in one go as well as stopping him from self-exploding. "You are too loud," Igris said while he took out the sword from his chest without any mercy as the lifeless body of the opponent fell on the ground. Seeing this from the sidelines, Graphia couldn't help but feel intense frustration inside of her heart, because the opponent that was giving her so much trouble got one shot by someone else so easily. But Graphia shakes her head to clear these thoughts since they saved us. Not to mention, because of him Arya's life was saved. She looked behind to see Arya, but was instantly taken back the moment she saw her master crouching down at the level of Arya while looking at her, especially at her ears with his deep purple eyes. She was taken back because she couldn't sense his movement at all, not to mention even though she know why she can't sense him, but still to her it's feel creepy when someone is so near her, and she can't sense a thing. "Rabbit," Xuanhuan said this in his mind as he stared at her cute black rabbit ears while trying his hardest to calm down his urge to touch them, since he don't want to frighten the child since he thinks that Arya should be frightened, because seconds before she was about to get killed. "Tremble, tremble." Ma's Graphia tried to explain the situation, but when she was about to speak, the ground trembled more violently than before as well as this many cracks started to appear on the ice, which caught her off guard. Because previously she thought this was happening due to that guy because of how much energy was emitting, or he was the one who was controlling something below solid ice. But now it seems her prediction was wrong. Before Graphia could say something again, she saw Xuanhuan putting his finger on his lips, making a silent sign. "Let's talk after cleaning up," he said as he put his finger away as stood up and come near them. "Kaisel," Xuanhuan says this as suddenly his shadow started to expand at unimaginable speed as the shadow converted into a dragon, which is actually a very big wyvern. But its size is many times bigger than those wyverns used by these nice people. Kaisel is a large wyvern with black scales, sharp teeth, a glowing purple neck and underbelly, glowing purple wings, glowing purple horns, and a long black tail. Because of the sudden change of surface, Arya lose balance, but at the moment of falling she grabs onto Xuanhuan's clothes, which are the nearest thing for her to grab at this moment. Chapter 43, Arise. Xuanhuan's POV. "The kid suddenly grabbed the corners of my clothes because she lost balance. I gently grab her arm as I help her out to support her. As I give order Kaisel to take off, more and more cracks started to appear on the frozen lake. I can see under that ice, the creature continuously hitting the ice, just to get free. When Kaisel gained some height, the whole ice broke as the creature was below comes to the surface. Well, at least its upper body. The creature which comes to the surface is a giant serpent-type creature made of ice appear, and it's looking kinda hungry. Well, to be honest, this serpent is way bigger and cooler than that big venom snake that I fought in my first solo dungeon. I look down to see Arya staring at the serpent without any change of expression, but I can feel her grip on my robe getting stronger. I guess she is not good at expressing her expressions, or she is just trying to appear tough on the surface. Oh, more coming us from the east. I guess it's better to clean them up before they could become an annoyance. "Take care of them," I said in my mind, as the group of shadow ants comes out of my shadow and started to fly towards them. I can also be called out Baru because of his speed as well as his agility, but that would be overkill. And even though I know he can kill anyone here but based on Baru's personality, he probably will be annoyed by numbers, and then get entire area annihilated by him is increased by many times. Even though my shadow ants are not fast enough to get compared with Baru, but they are fast enough to reach their targets in a few seconds. As they reach their targets, they started killing them in one shot. Even those invisible bugs are helpless against my shadow ants. Now that they have been taken care of, what should I do with this nuisance? When I looked back at that serpent and saw it preparing some kind of cannon towards us from its mouth, because it can't reach us from this distance. Blast! Directly towards us, but Kaisel swiftly dodged it before it could even hit him without any problem. Because of the sudden movement, both of them lose balance and fall on me. Sorry, Grafia said this as she get back on her feet back slowly with an embarrassed face, probably because of guilty conscience for leaving without saying anything. But let's talk about this. After this is over, this is not a good time for a serious talk, not to mention we have a kid with us. As I focus my attention on that creature, and saw it is preparing that attack again, but that creature is not the only who can shoot beams from its mouth. I ordered Kaisel in my mind to give this creature its own medicine, as Kaisel and that creature shoot beams at the same time. But even though that creature is bigger than Kaisel, that doesn't mean he is stronger than him. As the two beams collided, the Kaisel beam passed through the serpent beam without any problem, as well as killing that creature in one shot. Well, I guess it's worth taking them as my shadows, since I don't have something like that in my army, as well as it's been so long since I create a shadow. With those thoughts in my mind, as I tried to expand my energy to create a shadow, I felt something coming towards me. The big giant, which was wrapped in chains, break free from the restraints, and uses the chain as a whip to attack me. Slam! I punch the chain when it's about to touch me, completely destroying the whole chain into dust. Arai. The giant fell back because of the impact of my hand, as that giant roared in pain or anger, maybe both of those emotions. He fell on those hundreds of his own comrades, crashing them to death, while those creatures can't do anything other than scream in pain. When that giant was about to get up and attack again, Igris jumped from the back and directly landed on his shoulder. But before that Gaint could even react, Igris already slashed his sword towards his neck as he cut off the entire head of that big giant with such a simple slash. Its headless body fell crashing down many of those things, meanwhile its severed head fall inside the town, hitting many buildings as a result of the collapse of those buildings, causing mass destruction. Igris, who caused all this, was already on the ground, killing all the enemies by slashing through them like butter with a hot knife. My liege, can I also go out? Baru asked this in my mind, and I can tell he really wants to slaughter them all. Not for now. I refused because of how uncontrollable Baru can become sometimes, not to mention, he didn't fight anything new for a very long time. He must be hungry for a real battle, more like the slaughter of his opponents, since he likes to destroy his opponents. And if he becomes uncontrollable, I even suspect that he will probably destroy the whole place with everything before we could even find what Grafia is looking for. After refusing him, even though I know it's a little cruel for me to refuse since it's been so long since he experienced a real battle, I gently pass the kid to Grafia as I take some distance while I look down at all the dead bodies. As I closed my eyes and concentrate, while my shadow power started to leak at unimaginable speed towards the ground. Then I opened my eyes filled with power as I said this word after so long time. Arise. Chapter 44, Arise 2. At the command of my word, shadows started to raise from every dead on the ground waiting for my order. Eliminate all my enemies. As I give them this command, they started to attack other soldiers, and the next moment they also started to convert into my shadows too. In the past, I have to speak arise every time whenever I want to make someone's shadow at a time, but now as long my shadow energy is present, I can create new shadows without doing anything. Not to mention, after getting all the powers of Shadow Monarch, I don't have any limit of shadow soldiers that I can possess. Beam! The serpent, who is now a shadow, I have to say, is looking pretty cool with that look, as that serpent shoots the beam towards and destroys most of the army. On the ground, including mine, but it doesn't matter since they can regenerate again without any problem, because now I have a nearly infinite supply of power. As for the giant, he is also doing a good job in cleaning the battlefield. Because of those, I can concentrate on searching for certain someone. One thing I noticed is that no matter how many of these creatures keep coming back, no matter what, I suspect there must be someone creating them from somewhere, probably something similar to that ice guy. As I looked around, I noticed Graffia's face is a little pale while looking at below all of those slaughtered. Oh yeah, I remember this should be her first time using this. And this must be pretty frightening for her, since using their own people against them is not something many people will appreciate. Even though she tells me that she is a devil, but I found her more like a human than a devil, other than her weird obsession with being a maid. And as for this kid, I found that she kept staring at the scene with a stunned expression. I guess she couldn't able to comprehend what was happening. I guess I will leave that as B. For now, I should focus on searching rather than wasting time. Bingo, I can see there are 3 sources where they are kept appearing from. Actually 2, and these 2 things, somehow getting energy from that small castle, more like something is sucking out this world life force, and using it to create their army. Not only that, but rather I can detect some big life forces too, which are nearly equal to that serpent and giant, as well as I can also sense something much bigger than them. Still, they are incomplete, but maybe because of her or my interference, these things started to suck the life force of this planet much faster than before. Baru, go! I called out Baru as I instructed him to go out, since I got to know where is the main boss was, so every other being here worthless now. And this will also give me a chance to Baru to go out for an actual battle, or a slaughter, but it's good for me too, I guess, since I will receive new shadow soldiers for my shadow army. As you wished, my liege, Baru replied through telepathy, but I can sense extreme excitement in his words. With that words, he quickly come out from my shadow. KKKKKKKKKKKKKKKK. Baru roared in excitement while his heavy killing intent started to leak from its body as he dives straight into town, where most enemies are located. He is sure energetic today. I couldn't murmur this after looking at the chaos is making right now. Seeing that even his leak-killing intent is enough to make them unconscious still, he chops them like he is chopping some vegetables. I looked around, and I found the kid's face looking a little pale while she is looking at Baru. Well, it's normal after all. Baru is a kind of bug, not to mention a big killing ant, must be a nightmare for her. Master, Graffia called me this as she comes near me, while holding Arya in her arms looking nervous. Master, I told her to call me by my name, but she did tell me that she will call me Master, if we are not alone, but that also applied in the presence of a kid. It's all right, as I already said, we will talk later. Before she could even speak her sentence, I cut her off as I patted her head, since I probably could guess what she about to say. After all, I let Igris slip into her shadow when she asked me about my strength, since I felt something was wrong with her. Even though I don't her to give a creepy image of myself in her mind, after all, having someone under surveillance without their permission 24/7 is not a good person will do. Not to mention, especially when there are only 2 of them living there, it will surely sound creepy knowing another party is stalking her almost every second. But I am not regretting this, since, because of that, I know basically the whole basic story, that she comes here to find something on this planet for herself. And this girl also is very unfortunate to have lost not only her mother, but everything at such a young age, since I already scanned this entire planet and couldn't find any similar life form as her. That means she is alone in her entire species here. But luckily, she encountered Graffia, who saved her life, otherwise she wouldn't be alive right now. Chapter 45, Arise 3. Even though I don't know what the actual demons look like in this universe, but from my perspective, she looks more like a human to me. Not to mention protecting a child who has no connection with her, such a thing which the devil will never do. As well as she also said that she would come back after finding the thing she is looking for here. I think she was afraid to tell me, probably, because she thought that I will accuse her of running away. But do I look like that kind of person in her eyes? Well, maybe I should be nicer from now, then maybe my image will improve in her mind, otherwise she will never be going to trust me. This planet is dying because someone is stealing life source from this planet's core itself. I said this as I decided to tell her what was happening here and trying to gain her trust first in the process too. But why and who is capable of doing this? She asked this as she looked towards me with her silver eyes, as the child also looked at me with her big red eyes. Probably whoever is doing this is trying to create more creatures like these. I asked as I looked in the direction of the castle, which we are currently heading to. As I continue, and whoever is doing this is in that castle. Both of them looked in the direction of the castle as I said this. Meanwhile, I also closed my eyes and checked the things in other location. Even if enemies are weak doesn't mean I should let my guard down even for a second, no matter how small the danger is. Also, I don't want this planet to die because the planet I am currently on is also dead, and it's horrible. And as long as life on the planet exists, then there always be the birth of new species. But if the life force of a planet dies then, it's nothing but a giant boulder like my current planet, where my home is built. And in worse cases, planets could have even exploded, which I also have seen it when I was exploring the planets near my place. But luckily sizes of those planets were so small that they couldn't able to affect my place, much as well as I and my shadow army also protected our place from all the aftermath of those explosions. Well, back to the present, I don't want that to happen to this or any other living place. It is nothing but a disaster, and I am guessing this creature is using some kind of device to suck the life force, and using to increase its military force as well as its strength. I opened my eyes after confirming that Baru, Igris, and everyone is doing fine. Well, actually mostly work is done by Baru because he is too excited. Others are just standing there seeing Baru causing a massacre without any break. After I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw is Graphia back as her wings were covered in ice. Sigh, how can I forget about that? I quickly brought my hand very near her as sensing this. She flinched and tried to take a few steps back, but before she could even move, I grab her hand and restrain her movements as I close my eyes and concentrate on healing her whole body. As I opened my eyes, I saw the ice on her wings break into a million wings, as her wounds also healed up, making her brand new, but her face is red for some reason. Could be because of my energy. But the previous time she was fine. I ignored this for now, since there were more important things to do than this. While I next looked towards the girl beside Graphia. Since her condition was also rough, I moved my hand towards her, slowly trying to not make her scared, but to my surprise, she didn't even try to evade or even flinch from my hand. As I touched her head, I healed her completely within a few seconds. After completing the process, I withdrew my hand, but before withdrawing, I didn't forget to pet her head for a few moments. "Thank you," Graphia said in a low voice, but to my ears it was loud and clear as I turned towards her. Her face is back to normal. I guess she has recovered from her red face. Well, it's good since we almost reached the castle too. When I turned towards the castle direction, I felt someone tugging my clothes. I turned back to see the girl grabbing my clothes. "Thank you," she said this even though the sound got smaller with every word, but still, it was clear to my ears. I couldn't help but smile at this girl. No, I mean Arya. But I have to say her current appearance looks like a lost child who doesn't know where to go. Which is true, after all, not only her mother, but also all the people here is also gone too. I couldn't help but feel sympathy because even for a normal child, it will be devastating to lose his parent. But here, she not only lost her parent, but also her all people. The really worrying issue is what will happen after all when this all is over. Right now, the only thing in her mind that keeps her occupied is the revenge. Even though the word revenge is not small for a child, but such circumstances can also make a child mature early. And after her revenge is over, there will be nothing but emptiness in her since she has nothing to live for. It's better to take her out of here after this is over than help her to find her objective for living, but of course, that will only happen if she agrees to go with us. I patted her head after putting all my thoughts in my mind as I focused on our path. Cries in pain. Various creatures tried to block our way, but they only died miserably since I already ordered my shadow ants to protect us. Even though Kaisel is enough, but still, I don't want to take the risk since it's better to be cautious. Chapter 46, Main Boss. Boomed. Kaisel destroyed the castle gate with his breath as we broke inside. Upon our arrival, various creatures rushed towards us with weapons. To their warm welcome, I also responded to them as I called my shadow soldiers to fight. This planet is already getting weaker, not to mention how small it is. But luckily, I can ensure that this planet can withstand my shadow army even in this state. But I can't say the same for myself. Even though this planet is much smaller than Earth, but still filled with an energy similar to mana back when there were dungeons on Earth. But this energy is much denser as well as much purer compared to Earth's mana. Not to mention unlike Earth, which was becoming weaker day by day because of pollution. This world was untouched until a few months ago. I am pretty sure that right now this world can handle my shadow army now. Suddenly, when all the creatures comes near us, they suddenly stopped, as they made a way inside like they are leading us somewhere. Well, it's better to go inside. After all, I can sense the main source is the way they are leading to, so it will save up our time. Let's go, I said as I looked at them, while I put Kaisel and my other shadow soldiers back in my shadow. My words shook Arya, as she looks at me with doubt in her red eyes. Meanwhile, Graphia has not have much expression on her face. As you wish, Master Graphia said this as she bowed a little like a proper maid, which caught me a little off guard. Like she did tell me that she will act like a proper maid outside, but still, she doesn't have to take that seriously. It's very weird for me, you know. Anyway, it's better to ignore her act for now, but it looks like I am not the only one who is taken back by her act. Arya is looking at Graphia like she is surprised by her behavior too. With that, I moved and forgot while they followed me back. Here inside, it was filled with creatures. Even invisible creatures are hiding in corners of the walls and pillars. They may be invisible in normal eyes, but they can't hide their life force inside them, not to mention for a person who controlled dead at his fingertips. It's like seeing them clear as big bugs in daylight. As my all-shadow soldiers come back into my shadow, I started to move on two-way, and they followed slowly behind me. This castle is beautiful from the inside even though they don't any decorations in this castle. This castle is entirely made of ice and crystal, which gives it an awesome look like it's made of glass, very clear and clean. We passed through many rooms, and I can also see through the walls there are big rooms which are filled with some kind of big eggs placed inside the room. But I can sense most of them are dead, but few of them still are alive. Not sure if they have not developed yet. We finally came to our destination. As we finally entered the hall, which looks like a thorn room, where in the center there is some ice elf-like creature, just it has crown on top of his head, as he is sitting on his seat. As well, I can sense that there the thing in his chest continues to suck away this planet's life, while powering this creature up. I welcome you to my domain, my companion. He said this with a big smile on his face, as he stands up from his seat while opening up his arms. What the hell is he talking about? Is companion means anything else in his language, because I am sure he is talking about me. I even looked back and saw confusion in both of their eyes as they looked at him. I must know you have many questions, but believe me, we have much more in common than you thought. He continued to speak without waiting for me to reply. What's the problem with this guy? Is he okay? I really bad dealing with this kind of people, and not to mention, I don't have any good history with Ice Elf back on Earth, as well as I don't think this will be any different either. But I want you to join me, after all it will be beneficial for both of us, he said, as he started to come down toward them. What do you mean? I said this, I took one step back as I patted Arya's head while facing the elf, because I noticed Arya is about to rush towards him. Luckily, I calmed her down before she could do that. At least it's better to hear what he has to say. Afterwards we can decide what should we do like after his objective, and that egg's in another room too. I am guessing you are controlling those soldiers by some strange artifact, even though that artifact can't able about you a powerful body, but it gives you powerful soldiers even more powerful than my own. He continues his speech while continuing walking towards us. Wait. Is he thinking that I am using some kind of device to control my shadow army? Well, I am controlling my powers to such an extent that no one can detect it, as well as till the moment I arrived on this planet, I didn't use my power in the slightest. I just let my shadows do all the work. Chapter 47, History 1. But according to my brilliant mind, even though that artifact granted you so many different as well as very powerful soldiers, it didn't give your body any powers of its own, Elf said as he stopped walking, as he moved his hand forward and opened it. Brilliant mind, you just assuming things without any evidence, but still, I am going to act along with him to get information. How? I asked this since I want to get answers from him about his objective, but for that, I need to put an act and get along with him. He smiled widely after hearing what I said as he opened his mouth as he continued to speak. For that I will tell you a story, and while we talk, I will also give you a tour of my magnificent castle. Now if you shall kindly follow me. He said this as he started slowly walking towards the gate, while I quickly as well as send Bellion in Graphia shadow without anyone noticing. Anyone means anyone because I can sense not only this room, but this whole castle is crawling with creatures, even though to the normal eye it can be said they are well hidden. But still to my senses, it's a piece of cake to sense or even see every last one of them crystal clear. He goes inside her shadow and uses him as a medium to talk with her in her mind, because I can't telepathy with anyone else other than my shadows, so I am sending my shadow to her, and using Bellion to communicate with her through him in her mind. I told her to act along with me and follow me with Arya, as I started walking towards him while Graphia did what I said. First of all, I like you to ask if is it important to keep that garbage with you. Elf asked this while looking at Arya-like garbage, which currently holding Graphia hands. Yes, I replied. If he tried to do anything now, then, I would simply command Bellion to kill all of them including him without any second thought. As for information, I can also get it by making him into a shadow, but I don't want to take a risk because there are chances of failure the progress. So it's better the safer way if I act along and get all the information first. He continued to stare at Arya for a few seconds before turning back to me as he smiled and spoke. Well, I at least grant you this much. After all, you will be my subordinate in future. Also, can you make your soldiers stop fighting? After all, now we are on the same side. This guy's arrogance is out of this world. He is even more annoying than Ice Elf in my home world. I couldn't help but feel pity for this guy after all these words also heard by my shadows. And those are not so happy, after all hearing someone tiny, as an ant treating me like his slave. Not to mention my all shadows are connected to me, so all these things are naturally heard by all including Baru, and I can sense he is mad. I mean really, really mad. Even now Baru is asking for my permission in my mind to tear this guy apart limb to limb. But I refused his request, since there is still time we need to know about his objective for this madness. As for me, I really don't care much because now I really don't feel anything about it, probably because at starting before getting the powers of Shadow Monarch, I was then treated like a slave by society and the world, so probably I am already used to it. Or have I truly become something inhumane? I question this to myself every day, but one thing is for sure: if I continue to develop like this, then I won't myself anymore. The reason I chose an isolated planet, mainly, because I was started get scared of myself, hurting any innocent, and afterwards, not feeling any regret or any sadness. That's the reason I chose to live in isolation. Luckily, just because of my shadows, I didn't completely lose my human side even at just an isolated place. And for that, I am truly glad to them. But now after calming down everyone, I can sense Graphia is also angry even if she tries to be stoic face all the time, but still, she still can't hide her emotions from someone like me. I started to follow him since I am not worried about Graphia because I knew she is not impulsive like Baru, so I don't have to worry about her. First of all, I like to tell you from the beginning of my amazing story. Elf started to speak as he saw me walking towards me, as he also started to walk. I lived on a planet where only strength matters. The winner takes everything while weaklings have to serve the strongest, he said as he continued to move while many creatures started to get their knees while making a way for us. Oh, basically, if you're not strong, then you are a slave. That's a kinda horrible world to live in. And I was born strong. I get everything I want: women, clothes, food, or anything else. And anyone who tries to take my territory was killed by me without any mercy. He continued to tell his story as he was recalling the things he experienced. So basically, a horrible tyrant who doesn't care about anything other than himself. Then how the hell he think he is any similar to me? Do I look like a tyrant? I couldn't help but ask myself this question. Chapter 48, History 2. But I started to get bored of what I have, as my hunger for more started to grow, and then I started to attack other territories, but even then I was successful until when some coward betrayed me and sneak attacked me. Elf said with an angry expression on his face when he recalled the scene. Well, he should be expected. After all, he is doing whatever he likes doing to anyone. He should have expected that not everyone gonna allow him to do what he pleases. At least I somehow retreated and think of a way to treat my wounds, then make those weaklings regret what they have done while making an example of what happens when someone goes against me, a strong one. G said, as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth while saying this. Retreat, more like you ran away from them. Also, why is he so narcissistic? Literally, he thinks about others as if he owns them. Anyway, I am not interested in his backstory. Can't he simply tell me what he wants from doing all of these, and then simply end this? Not to mention, even if this a small world and weak, that doesn't give him reason to slaughter entire species. Not to mention, he himself said that he won't kill walkings without any reason, but rather makes them his slaves, and I see no reason for them to disobey him. After all, he is stronger. Not to mention, people who like, without knowing, fighting or killing, should be very easy to subdue by tortured or any other oppression. But unfortunately, the wounds I had were too deep that without any proper treatment, I won't able to survive as I escape through the wilderness, so I couldn't find anything other than wild beasts. But then, he continued his story while he took a pause. After a few seconds, a very big smile formed on his face as he continued to speak. Then, when I was about to eat by some beast, I thought it was over for me, but suddenly the ground broke for an unknown reason. Maybe it seems fate wants me to be king too. I continue to follow him around the castle while listening to his narcissist story, because this guy living in his own fantasy and imagining himself as he is some chosen one. He continues to tell his journey, because there was something like a huge ancient monument beneath the surface, even though fall was big, but I survived by landing on the beast. Meanwhile, beast died because of fall. As he continues, and then I eat that beast to gain energy, and started to roam around the monument to escape or at least find someplace to rest and heal. He said with an awe expression on his face while he closed his eyes. Then I saw something which was so beautiful that no person or any other gem can be compared to it. It blooming with power, more like it's calling for a master to claim its power. As he continued to speak, his voice started to sound more like he is getting excited just remembering that scene. You take it. I said this because I want him to stop, otherwise I will throw up if I continue to watch his disgusting action. I also looked behind, and Graphia and Arya has the same of expressions: disgust, but the difference is they aren't hiding it, unlike me. Hearing what I said, he stopped doing whatever embarrassing act he was doing as he looked towards me with a big smile and speak. Exactly, you are really smart, aren't you? Accepting you as my subordinate was a really good decision. Did he want to die that much right now? Baru is literally almost out of control, and if you say anything more, then you will get tortured by him before you could even die. He turns around and ripped off his upper clothes, revealing a very beautiful gem in his chest, more like it was looking like the gem, as the rainbow colors nerves connected around the gem and the chest. As he released his tore cloth, it immediately got repaired as it was never been torn in the first place, and hide that gem again. After touching this artifact, it got attached to me, not only healing my whole body, but also giving me unimaginable power which I had never imagined. He said, as he while putting his hand on his chest. What an idiot! There is no such thing as free power anywhere, without paying any cost, even though that thing is providing you power. It's taking much more than that. Even though he didn't notice, because he completely lost himself in power, but nothing can be hidden from eyes. And I can clearly see that this artifact clearly is double-edged sword absorbing, because that thing is sucking life essence for itself. After getting that power, the first thing I did was to go back and make examples of those idiots who tried to go against me and presented to all other peasants, so that no one will ever get any idea of going against me. He said this as he with an evil smile on his face. I really feel pity for those. After all, they only tried to end his tyranny, but in the end, they got to end like this. Sigh again, not every good person gets a nice ending. As he continues, then after punishing those idiots, I set off to conquer all other territories, which I did without even breaking a sweat. Even after I completely conquer my world, my hunger for conquest didn't stop, because from this artifact there are many more worlds present like this, and there are also other people living on those worlds. He spoke this as he stared at his chest, or more like towards the gem. Knowing that there are more worlds waiting for me to conquer them, my greed started to grow, but I also come to know to travel to other worlds I need to make this artifact stronger. He said, as he enters the same room while indicating to me to follow him. Chapter 49, Humanity. But the problem I faced was that this artifact requires huge energy for opening the portals which could be only provided by the planet cores, he said, as he looked back at us. I couldn't help but open my eyes a little in surprise, because this bastard may be stupid than I thought, or he is a lot worse than he appears. Because based on his words, if he did what I think, then he is the one of worst kinds of people makes me sick. You destroy your home? I asked this with a cold tone, because there is no other explanation for how he traveled here on this planet, and then this bastard is planning to do things to this planet too. How rude, I didn't destroy it, more like I give it a more important purpose. He replied in a little loud tone, trying to deny my statement with his unreasonable excuse. As he continued his senseless bullshit, but even absorbing my world core wasn't enough, so I choose strong people out of all, and then take others all weaklings' life energy, which should be considered honored for them. This bastard don't know anything. He is completely lost in greed for power, and didn't notice that thing is manipulating him. After coming to this place, firstly I noticed the immeasurably powerful core of this planet, and then noticed this world people which makes me sick, he said with an extremely disgusted face while saying his last line. It makes me sick to think these weaklings got everything without doing anything in return, while we have to struggle and fight for everything. He continues to tell his story without any bit of regret, but rather with joy on his face. So I did what a conqueror does. I conquered this land and started to take these people's life force to become stronger and make my soldiers more strong. He finished his story with a proud smile on his face. Also right now, I am to strengthen my soldiers after a strong king needs a strong army, he said as he enters the room where I saw the eggs earlier. We followed him inside that room. As we entered that room, crystals on the started to lighting up the whole room like a bulb or tube light, revealing countless eggs on the floor connected to some wires, connected to one big white crystal across the room. It is pretty much clear to me how this thing works. Basically, that big crystal gives nutrition to these eggs while sucking the life force from the planet. See how beautiful is this? He said this excitedly as he opened his arms full with a big fat smile on his face. Man, this is sick. He is just doing nothing, but rather making them lose their all will and feelings. They will remain nothing but puppets to his command without any freedom. It's worse than my shadow extraction, because in shadow extraction, it's making them love me, but at least they have feelings, and on the other hand, that thing is robbing all of the things which is essential for every living creature. I am giving them rebirth them, with more powerful and immersed strengthened bodies which couldn't happen without me. He continued to praise himself without caring about anything in the world while staring at that crystal. More like making them nothing but your tools. Maybe it's time to finish this act and give this guy punishment for what he did. That's what I will do for you. I am going to give you a very special reborn, he said as pointed his finger towards him. As he continues, I will give the most powerful body with an immense potential. Not only that, but I will make you my right hand in my path of conquest. Are you stupid, or what? I didn't say anything, and yet you decided my position. Maybe it's time to end this after all. I can't take any more of his nonsense. And I can also sense behind Graphia, and even that kid is also very angry. What did you say? He asked this, while his stone shining as some wires started to appear from that big white crystal as he started to come near. I can tell that the artifact you possess can make amazing and stronger soldiers than mine, like that outstanding female who is standing behind you, but can't strengthen your body. He continues Rose speak as he looks towards Graphia with greedy eyes. Oh, he thought that Graphia is my like others shadow, my puppet, after hearing that I felt something which I never felt in such emotion, and it's anger. Probably because she is my actual friend after so long time, and he insulted her. No, I refused this as I grabbed those while shining cables or wires with my bare hands and pulled it, resulting crystal piece completely getting broken where those cables generated earlier. Even though I can't use power here, but Ashborn powers strength my body continuously over these years, to the point where my physical strength should be compared to the monarch of destruction when I fought him, or a level less to him at the first time when we fought. Don't forget I was a human before, and humans' biggest advantage is adaptation to anything, which makes my body stronger as Ashborn power flows inside of my body. Which is enough to deal with this scum like this on this planet and clean it. I don't even think I am not only one who wanna do that, since even though my body is almost immune to anything, but somehow mysteriously, I am getting chilling feeling emitting from Graphia, which somehow should be impossible. What is this? First anger and then this? Could it be that my humanity still is not dead? I don't know, but if it's true then I want to save it completely, and now I have a way to do that. I thought this in my mind as I looked towards Graphia's face. Chapter 50, Finale. What's the meaning of this? That bastard shouted as he was stunned by this scene. I guess this ignorant guy didn't expect the possibility of me rejecting him. What did you not like? I was kind enough to offer benefits which you couldn't ever imagine achieving, and yet you still do this to my kind of offer. He shouted furiously as his whole body started to emit cold ice with a bloodlust. As he continues to speak with a louder voice, I should have done this from start instead of this gentle way. Damn, this bastard is loud. Well, I can imagine from his behavior that nobody dared to refuse I am in the past, so naturally he become arrogant about that. Anyway, with that shout, that thing or gem appears on the outside of his upper cloth as it grows from that cloth and starts to shine, but after a few seconds shine is gone and it becomes dull. Seeing this, that elf who was furiously shouting for a moment got silence. Maybe he was expecting something to happen, but it didn't actually happen. What's happening? Why is it not working? Why? He started to ask this as he tried to tear his upper cloth like before, but this time something unexpected happened yet again for him, I guess. Because this time not even his cloth is budging. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't even budge, but suddenly, clothes started to become thicker and thicker. Interesting, it means that thing is afraid. Afraid of me, which is very interesting, because previously I thought it only has consciousness to become stronger no matter the cost. But it seems that I was wrong. This thing is capable of feeling fear, which alone proves that its intelligence is much higher than that. It must be you. You definitely have done something that make it like this. He then got no response anymore. He started to look towards me and started to blame me with his loud, annoying voice again. As he continues, it must be your artifact which did this. But it doesn't matter anymore, since I am going to tear you apart and take that artifact for myself. Great, now I am getting accused without any evidence. Well, doesn't matter anyway, since he is coming on me, it will be easier for me to kill him. Ice Elf, when about to hit me, suddenly backed off while sweating profusely, which made me a little surprised. I guess even though his character is shit, I have to say his battle instincts are very good. His body instantly back off when he felt his life is in danger, which is enough to prove that his battle instincts are good. No, 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 it must be an illusion. I am sure of it. He must use some kind of illusion to fool me. He started to mumble this in a low voice at a fast speed while continuously sweating as he looked at me with wide-opened eyes. How can a person be lost in arrogance so much that he lost his trust in his instincts, and starts to believe that he is invincible? It must be this. This guy shouted as his body suddenly changed, maybe due to his unstable emotions. Because of this, his hair started to grow as well as his body started to grow too. "Master, can I do this in your stead?" Graphia asked this with a determined voice coming from behind as she stepped forward. Well, at first, I thought of refusing. But again, it might be a great experience for her also. It might help me to understand her potential more also. It might be a great show to watch. After all, I really feel that I can't stop her now, otherwise it might cause trust problems between us. "My liege, do you want me to help her stealthy?" Bellion voice comes in his mind as he suggests this since he thinks that Graphia's power level is below his in every field. No, I refused Bellion's suggestion in my mind, because even this guy had much more strength and speed than her, but to my observation, she knows better how to make her use of strength and power more efficient than anyone I know. Well, at least on my home. I nodded my head as I stepped back and stood beside Arya, so that she wouldn't get accidentally injured by them. Seeing this scene, that guy got stunned as after a few minutes a big mocking smile appeared on his face. "Hey, hey, hey, tilde, oi, 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 is it some kind of joke?" He speaks this as he controls his mocking laughter while he looks towards her. "Are you taking me too lightly?" He said this as he rushed towards her at his full speed, but this did not quite happen. Well, in my eyes, he first tried to ignore her and rush towards me, but suddenly in midway, he changed his directly, probably because of his instincts, and changed the target. Graphia, seeing him rushing towards her, didn't panic, which was good. After all, having a calm mind in a battle is most important when the opponent is stronger than you. He created an ice scythe in his hand in midair. Meanwhile, Graphia also created a sword in her hand and started to focus. When that ice elf slashed his ice scythe towards Graphia with pure strength intent to cut off her arms, Graphia deflated his slash with her sword with nothing but pure technique. After that, ice elf almost collided with the eggs, but unfortunately he was able to stop in time, otherwise they might have gotten crushed. Tusk, he clicked his tongue as he blew up a hole in the ceiling as he flew outside, probably because he didn't want to destroy his future army. Chapter 51, Finale 2. Before he goes out, he quickly creates a chain with his ice, and instead of throwing it towards Graphia's direction, he throws it at my side, or more precise towards Arya. Unluckily for him, I tried to catch it, but when that chain gets contact with my hand, it shattered into countless pieces into instinct. I guess his power is weaker than I thought. I inwardly said this, after seeing that his ice broke as soon as it's come into contact with my body, which is containing much more powerful energy than his. After seeing that, he clicked his tongue again and went out as Graphia took her wings and followed him outside, leaving us all alone. "Want candy?" I asked this to Arya as I looked back, while I offered an orange-colored candy to her, which I make in an instant into my fist with my power. But still, I feel a little awkward about how to deal with her, because it's been a long time since I deal with a child. But I do remember every child likes candy. She cautiously sees the candy in my hand, which I was offered. After a while, she slowly reaches out her small hand, and cautionary took it. "Am I too scary?" I warily said this to myself as a small helpless smile formed on my face after seeing how cautious this little kid is. Even though I know she had proper reasons to be cautious still, how can a guy be enough to make a child wary? Anyway, after taking the candy, she slowly and cautiously put it into her mouth. As she did it, her ears stands up straight, and her eyes started to sparkle as she started to greedily eat the candy. Well, it's natural. After all, I make candy like a carrot flavor, since her body features are like those of a rabbit. So I thought a carrot might she like it, and I guess I was right. Not only that, after finishing the candy, her whole body, which was covered with scratches, as well as her all fatigue, was healed in an instant. The candy I give her is not only for taste, but it also has healing properties, as well as slowly, it can also make her body strong. It's similar to milk for kids, but rather much more effective. After finishing the candy, she looks at me with her big red eyes with a lot of expectations, like she didn't get satisfied with only one and now she is asking for more. "Not now," I try to say this in the softest tone I could make, as I patted her head while I started to move, since giving her more will cause her body damage rather than benefit. Also, I send my shadows to deal with creatures that are outside this room. probably don't want to come in because they got no orders from him to kill me, or they are not allowed to enter this area. Anyway, it's better to kill them before they could even make a move and be safe, so I have not to worry about Arya being caught by others. Now I can move freely. I roam around this room and observe this since it's been a while since I am in a new place. Also, when I was roaming, I found a few broken eggs too, which I assumed are already fully grown. I guess if Grafia doesn't end it soon, then it will be bad for her. But I guess it will be fine as long they fight near my shadows. I just hope that they won't come in front of Baru otherwise, before Grafia could even fight him. Baru already will bring his head to my feet with excitement. Well, I guess that's for the future. I should also destroy this room before they could hatch, but still, seriously, he is taking me lightly or what? Anyway, it's better to do this and go to see their battle. Bellion, come out. I call out Bellion in my mind, as he gets separated from my shadow and appears in front of me while keeling. Seeing this, Arya, who was following me from the moment I was roaming around. But after seeing Bellion suddenly appearing out of nowhere, she got maybe a little scared as she quickly grabbed my clothes and tries to hide behind. Well, with this at least, I can reassure them that she trusted me very much, and that she thinks I will protect her if anything goes wrong, which is good. Take care of this place for me, I said while looking at him, since I think he should do this since it will help me to prevent myself from destroying this entire place, which I wanna avoid. As you wished, my liege. He said this while he stands up from kneeling as started to walk towards the crystal. While I took Arya's hand and started to move towards the exit, even though it was awkward at first, because it's been a long time since I handle a child. But after a few seconds, I get used to it since she was quietly following my lead without any complaints, which makes it easier for me. Before reaching through the exit, I ordered my shadows to clean up all the bodies, because this child mind's probably mess now, and I don't want to make it worse. So it's better to not show her more death bodies, which will probably make her mind more unstable. When we both reached the exit of that room, it was neat and clean. Looks like shadows did their work good and silenced, which is nice. After that, I called them my shadows, since Bellion is more than enough to take care of this entire place. Also, he wants his time for stretching. I guess Baru is influencing other shadows too. Chapter 52, Finale 3. After coming outside the castle to an open area, I thought of waiting here. But then I thought it must be more fun to watch after all. It's been a while since I saw an actual battle between similar power levels, even though Grafia is low in power level, but still, she makes up for it by her refined techniques. Kaisel, as I said this, Kaisel rose up from my shadow while I supported Arya, so that she wouldn't fall, and then guided Kaisel to take us to the battlefield. Come back, I command this since the battleground is already empty and filled with my shadow soldiers. Not to mention now, I don't have to repeatedly arise the dead to make my shadow soldiers. So now this entire battlefield is filled with only my shadow army, and it's better to clean up and get a better view. With that command, I quickly took all the shadows back into my own shadow. Seeing this scene, which probably should be scary for a kid like her, didn't even blink while looking. I guess she getting used to it, which is good since it will help her to get causal around me and not be cautious. Anyway, after taking all the shadows back, I command Kaisel to go where Grafia fighting that guy, which seems almost come to an end conclusion. On the way, we saw broken monuments and buildings as we flew more. A black shadow figure flew towards us at high speed. My liege, that shadow figure was Baru said, who didn't return when I called all of my shadows, but now he is in holding my legs while shredding tears of. Baru, are you happy now? I asked this as I slowed down Kaisel, since because of the sudden appearance of Baru, she startled and started to lose her balance. Very much, but my liege, can I kill that insect too? Baru replied this I'm a begging voice while he looked up at me with his big teary eyes. I guess I underestimated his bloodlust, since killing that many creatures wasn't enough, or he is still holding a grudge against that guy who treated me like nobody, and wants to tear him apart for that. Sai no, go back. I refused Baru, since it would ruin her challenge, which would help her to grow many times more than my sparing my shadows or me. Anyway, after reaching the area, I saw their fight come to an end conclusion. On Grafia's side, she has numerous minor injuries, but horizontally she seems to take any serious injuries. On the other hand, that guy has numerous cuts and slashes on his body, which are clearly visible. I guess this guy doesn't have any healing skills, maybe because of his arrogance. Or it could be that nobody was able to damage him before because of how tough his skin is. But unluckily for him, Graphia is his opponent who has created a sword by condensing her energy to the maximum, which is more than enough to penetrate his skin. Also, adding Graphia's refined techniques to use her weapons is a huge disadvantage to him, who fights by only using brute force. Both are looking exhausted. I guess this battle will be over soon, and the next blow will be to decide the battle outcome. I looked down and saw Arya looking at this scene with her big red eyes and a serious expression. Well, I could guess she was nervous for Graphia. Anyway, back to the scene. Graphia was staring at him, waiting for his next move, while that guy who, I don't even know the name, has an expression of a disbelief. "Ah!" he suddenly shouted out of nowhere, maybe out of frustration. Maybe he is frustrated about the fact that the person he thought of as an insect, now defeating him, or he just going insane about the fact that someone is injuring him. Well, he did underestimate Graphia. She previously was only defense, because she needed to protect someone and make sure to injure that person. Also, she was fighting multiple enemies at the same time, which is her weakness. But against a single opponent, she can fight many times better than before. Her sword, even though consumes too much, but also gives her high attacking power in return, which is worth it, especially in the hands of Graphia. Why is this happening to me? He continues to shout in madness as Graphia shows this as an opening for herself. She quickly strikes towards his chest with everything she got in that attack, as she pierced through its chest with her sword with ease, maybe, because he was not focused enough to evade or even increase his defenses. "Is it over?" I said this in my mind, seeing Graphia sigh of relief as she took her sword out of his chest, leaving his dead body on the ground. I looked down and saw Arya also looking at the scene with the same expression, but this time, she has a small smile on her face, which is enough to tell that she is happy at that moment. Wait, what was that? I questioned this to myself as I felt sudden energy fluctuation in his body, and without any delay, I quickly used the ruler's authority and pulled Graphia from the ground to Kaisel, since, if I didn't then, she probably would get a serious injury. No yet. This scream came out of that guy's body on the ground, suddenly burst out far more energy than before as his body started to change again, but this time it was on a different scale. I first safely landed Graphia on Kaisel's back as I heal her body, since her body is not in good condition right now. She looks stunned after arriving here suddenly, but as she looks towards me, she calms down. "What's going on, master?" Graphia stands up from her place and comes near me while she looks down and sees what's happening right now. Chapter 53, Finale 4. That thing is taking control of that body by giving him an exclusive amount of energy, which is far more than his body can handle. I said as I analyzed the situation, which may be what I think. If that thing has high intelligence, then I presume it needs a host to use it as some kind of medium to suck energy from living things or even planets. And now that its current host is on the verge of dying, maybe it now needs to find another quickly, which means that thing wants any one of us. I still couldn't understand one thing: why? That could have healed him, or maybe it doesn't ability to heal. Wait, if that thing possesses higher intelligence, then maybe it knows that is useless to heal its current host, because it will be hopeless due to my presence. That's why it's overloading the body with energy to create a huge, uncontrollable monster. The figure continues to grow and grow, as his whole body also started to convert into crystals, while his body continues to grow at astounding speed. Creatures started to appear near him. Creatures like previous ones, but this time their bodies are like his, and I am guessing this is also doing of that artifact or whatever. Ararar. As he roared, which was very annoying to my ears, since I lived in quietness for so long, makes my brain a little fuzzy. As I focused again, I saw him grow 2 more arms, while his face has nothing, but his face has nothing but a big mouth with teeth of a beast. He is now nothing but a 4 arms faceless titan, whose body is entirely made of hard blue ice, while in there some orb shining brightly in his chest. I am guessing that's the thing that caused all of this, and also his weak spot should be his chest since its power source is there, but should I do this myself? Suddenly from behind, Graphia took her wings and flapped them as she tried to fly, but before she could even take off. I grab her hand and pulled her back on the back of Kaisel. As she falls on her butt, she looks at me with little anger in her eyes as she speaks. Master, I can still fight. Your turn is already over. I said this to make her quiet since even though I healed her wounds, but still, she hasn't recovered her stamina, yet also I doubt that even if she is in her top condition, then also she could do any serious damage to this thing. Not only that, but if that monster can't be stopped early, then this whole damn planet will be destroyed, because he continuously sucking the life force from the planet's core by just simply existing, and use that energy to operate that huge body and create those creatures. And even if I let my shadows fight, I do not doubt that they will able to defeat it, but the problem is I don't think that they will able to defeat it instantly, which I fear is enough for him to end this world. That leaves me no choice but to fight this thing myself. I just hope it can handle me for a few seconds, and that's all I need to destroy this thing. I moved forward as I send a message through my mind to Billion and other shadows to come back since I need a clear path to that monster, and destroyed it in a single blow. I couldn't help but have a small smile on my face. It's been so long since I have a challenge. I look behind, and while I spoke to Graphia, wait for me. As I took out my daggers from my inventory, which is basically storage inside my shadow, and grabbed them. I moved forward and towards Kaisel's head and said to him, "Take care of them." Then I took a deep breath. "Shadows go wild," I said as I took a jump off from the back of Kaisel, as in shadow soldiers kept getting out of my shadow, and they are also excited to go on a rampage, especially Baru. I guess previous battles were not enough to make him satisfy at all. Meanwhile, that monster already created millions of monsters, and his speed of making creatures kept increasing. Now he also have weapons in his 4 hands, which is just 4 great swords. But it's not much matter, I just need one clean hit, then it's all over. But the problem is, will this planet be able to handle it? This planet getting weaker with every moment that passes, and I can feel that this planet is already blinking of getting destroyed, which is impossible to fix. This planet's energy is quite different from mine, which is related to life, and while my energy is death, both concepts are totally opposite. If it has similarity, then maybe I should have tried healing it by alternating my energy to match this planet's energy. But this is impossible since both concepts are totally opposite to each other. Let's worry about that later and let myself enjoy this battle a little, since it's been so long since I faced such a different enemy. I quickly slashed monsters that were coming through the air towards him, and then used them as stepping stones before they could even fall and move forward. "Let's try this new trick," I muttered as I come near that thing. That thing tried to attack me with his 4 great swords, which I dodged easily, and put one of Kamish's wrath daggers back in my shadow as I grabbed my ohm dagger with both hands, and then took a deep breath as I concentrate. I hope this much will be enough. I thought of this in my mind as I circulate enough energy to execute my new technique. Join the Discord to ask any question. Chapter 54, Finale 5. Graphia POV. I can't believe what I am seeing right now. Looking at the clash between my master and that thing is blowing my mind. This is war. No, this is just slaughtered. I have never seen just one-sided war. My master army is too strong for them to even take one attack from them. It's different from before, I am sure, because unlike before when they previously fought master soldiers, are much stronger. I can feel it even by standing here. Master soldiers' eyes are weirdly shining, while their auras are completely changed too, which is like they have become more powerful and more aggressive. System, is this the power of my master? I ask this to the system because this is too absurd. How can someone fight like that? How can someone possess such an army? No, it's only merely a fraction of his true power. Right now I suspect he just having something called fun. Fun? I couldn't help but rethink what the system had just told me, because I didn't consider Master a battle maniac, since I know only people who fight battles for entertainment or enjoyment are known as battle maniac. You are not correct. he indeed enjoying himself in battle mainly because he is used to being a human, and for a human, the time he spends on that isolated planet makes him no longer feel anything. So you are saying he was just excited to fight someone seriously after living for so long? I asked this inwardly to myself, since I almost forgot about that. Still, it's hard to believe that he used to be human, which is known as a weak race now, possesses such unimaginable power and strength. Probably humans in his world are just different from my world, or my master is just special, but still that arose my curiosity about his journey to become the most powerful being. I looked at the battle again as I saw master soldiers slaughtering creatures like bugs. I also some shadow creature with has huge monstrous body, and he was splitting fire enough to completely obliterate a whole mountain. He also has freaking dragons as soldiers. How the hell has he found so many different creatures? Did he have to kill all of them to convert them into his army? Yes, but some of them belong to first-generation shadow monarchs who were transferred to his army after he completely became a monarch. First generation? I inwardly said this as I thought since my master also mentioned him a few times, he should be as powerful as my master. Negative, according to my data, I can assure you that the current shadow monarch is stronger than the previous one, due to various factors other than power and strength. Oh really? I guess that's why he was able to fight all other monarchs and won. I said this to myself in my mind, not to mention, he also killed the strongest monarch on his own, which is enough to prove that he is the strongest. I looked down as I felt Arya's grip on my arms tighten. I saw her looking at the battle with fascinating eyes like he was enjoying it. But was it really good for her to see this? I looked at where she was looking and saw all the dead bodies coming back to life in shadow form as they started to kill their own allies. I guess that's why he can't lose a war. There is no way someone can beat someone with that power, but there should be some limitation for using such a powerful skill. I don't know. What do you mean? I asked this to system inwardly, since the system always has information about almost everything, especially the Shadow Monarch, since he is the system's main priority. It's due to having no data regarding Shadow Monarch powers to all extent. I see, I muttered as I understood what the system meant. It meant the system has no data about my master power's limit, which is quite terrifying and fascinating both. I looked at the battle where my master was, and saw him using death bodies as stepping stones to move forward, while slashing everyone with his dagger-like slashing butter with a hot knife or more. As he comes near that huge monster, he drops his one dagger, disappears into thin air, while he grabs his other dagger with both hands and closes his eyes. What the fuck? I inwardly shouted as my eyes widened at this scene. The dagger suddenly turned into a huge great sword, which was entirely made by his power. Screams in pain. After the master slashed that huge ice crystal with his huge great sword, that monster got sliced into two with just one simple swing. As its body got destroyed into nothingness, my master jumped forward towards his body while he grabbed something shining in his hand. His huge great sword also turned back into his dagger, while the all other creatures also disappeared with that creature. Meanwhile, my master stood in the air without falling. Wait, he can fly without wings. I asked this in my mind to my system after seeing him flying without any problem. That pretty much should be common sense to anyone, since he is the strongest being. If he can't fly, then why he is strongest? Black lines appear on head. Is this system trying to irritate me by saying indirectly I don't have common sense? Control it, Graphia. Remember, it's a waste of time to argue with this system. I looked at my master and saw him flying towards me, while his all-shadow soldiers went back to his shadow. Even now, I am impressed by this ability to have a portable army anywhere with you. Chapter 55, Awakening. A general POV. I didn't think it would go that well, anyway. It's good, but I don't think this planet will last long now because, in that attack, the energy I released was too much for this planet. Not to mention this was the first time I used that kind of attack maybe. I put too much power in that strike, which destroyed that monster in one blow. But it also damaging the planet that it was going to self-destruct soon, since this planet was already almost got its life, energy suck out of its core by that guy. I also noticed that after getting his body completely destroyed by my attack, That thing not only survived my blow, but also tried to regenerate its host body. I couldn't afford to land another blow and instantly destroy this planet, so I quickly flew towards that thing and grabbed it before it could even do anything. But still, it's not used since this place going to be destroyed. I can already sense cracks appearing on the ground. I feel bad for the kid, but now her home place won't be there anymore. Anyway, need to go back quickly before any delay. Master, heard Graphia calling, but suddenly, that thing out of my hand slipped away, which should have been impossible, and then launched itself towards Graphia, which is fast enough for it to reach her body before I could even catch it. But how? I opened my hand and saw nothing but water. Did that thing just cover its body with ice and break through at the exact moment when it found another suitable host? Not to mention, even though I wasn't able to catch it on time, but I noticed its size was much smaller than the time I caught it. So maybe my assumption is correct. But it's not important now. Right now my priority is Graphia, who is unconnected with those thoughts in my mind. I quickly moved towards her and checked the situation after getting a good look. And I found the situation not in my favor because things already reached to her brain, and if I tried to do anything then, it might harm her, or even worse, she might die. Bim 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 bim. Tusk, need to change places. I clicked my tongue as I said this because now planet destruction has started. Land started to break as lave started to erupt from the Growworthless. I guess this place is no longer safe. I need to change places and go back before this planet explodes. I looked at the Arya and saw her looking around with little tears in her eyes. I guess she was scared, which is normal. I needed to calm her down, but first, I slowly touched Graphia's chest where that thing was stuck to her body like a parasite. I tried to slowly take out that thing, but it was worthless since this thing literally became one with her. If I tried anything forceful then that would hurt Graphia too. I better think about this later with those things in my mind. I slowly moved empty hand towards Arya and then gently patted her head. It will be fine, I said in a soft and gentle tone, as much I could make to calm her down, while slowly bringing her towards myself. As I closed my eyes and concentrated, my shadow started to expand. It slowly started to cover us. While we were in my shadow where there was nothing except darkness, in that darkness, Arya was shivering. I continued to calm her down. As darkness shrank back into my own shadow, we were back at my castle, to be exact at my main hall. And this is not shadow exchange, but rather proper teleportation. Still, I prefer shadow exchange since teleportation for me is kind of more complicated. After reaching back to my place, I looked at Arya and saw her looking around with caution and surprise. I guess it's normal. I gently picked up Graphia with care in my arms as I moved into my room and placed her on the bed, while Arya followed me through all the way. She will be all right. Arya spoke to me, which I didn't expect. Maybe it's normal for her since Graphia is the only person is trusts now, because she saved Arya many times while putting her own life in danger. She is going to be fine, I said as I assured her. But to be honest, I didn't myself because right now this thing trying to take over her brain, and the only thing that could save her was her own strong will and overcome this thing. Sigh. I release a tired sigh since this is going to be a pain in the ass. I hope I have that holy water of life that helped my mother to recover, but it's impossible since I got ingredients, nor I can create those ingredients due to nature difference. Juice, when I was in deep thought, Igris's voice came as he brought juice for the Arya. Seeing I couldn't help but a small smile on my face, as because of this I also got somewhat relaxed. I remember Igris always had a soft spot for the kids back at my world. I am glad to know his habits haven't changed even a bit. Arya looked at me with her big eyes like she was asking for my permission. I nodded my head to her as if giving her permission to drink. She slowly took the glass, which was filled with orange juice, and took a sip. Right after taking that sip, her rabbit ears stood straight up as she continued to drink the juice with a delightful face. Well, it's good she likes it. Well, back to a serious matter, I slowly touched that thing in Graphia's chest as slowly started to concentrate, with the hope it would work. Chapter 56, Awakening 2. A few hours later. I released a sigh of relief as I noticed Graphia managed to take control of this thing. I removed my hand from her chest. Luckily, she managed to suppress this thing on her own. I just gave her more time and a little bit of motivation, which was enough for her. Suddenly that thing started to glow, like very shiny, which is kind of hurting my eyes now, but I think it's starting. If my guess is correct, then it's going to merge with her, but it will be not like that guy because this thing, only using him as some kind of tool. But with Graphia it will be merged since she is able to conquer that thing. Still that thing, now really hurting my eyes. Right now moment, strong wind started to generate it, waking up the Arya who was sleeping on the couch as she looked at the scene. Bad, this is going to mess up my room, I inwardly said as I saw the wind started to blow stronger than before, and started to mess up my room, which was annoying to clean up since I am the one who cleans my own room. Let's take this outside, I muttered as I used exchanged and took everyone into the main hall where it could wild as much as things wanted, since my shadows take care of the whole castle, except my room. Suddenly, Graphia started to float in the air while her whole body started to be covered in bright light. A power started to erupt around her and covered her like some cocoon. I looked at Arya who was trying hard to protect her eyes from all this shiny light. I guess I needed to help her. This would be work. I quietly went near while I put 2 sunglasses in my hand and offered her one of them. She looked at the glasses like she was confused about them, but slowly she took it without any caution, which is very good since this shows her trust in me. But judging from her actions I can guess, she don't know how to use them, so I wore mine while she copied my movements. I looked back at Graphia, and yeah, this was much better than before as she started to transform. Her whole appearance started to change. Blue double-sided horns started to grow from her head, while her whole dress started to disappear. I immediately thought of covering up since no sane woman in my mind wanted to let any outside man see her naked body. But my worries were unnecessary because shiny and beautiful scales started to cover up. Well, at least it looks like some fancy dress. Her hair started to become longer and shinier than before, while her skin also started to more fair than before, as she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes completely changed from gray color to a beautiful pure sky blue color, which gave her the feeling like she could see through any secrets of any being, while her wings changed completely from 4 wings to 2 big beautiful blue wings. Her previous appearance can be described as very beautiful woman, but right now can be said her beauty now increased to 1,000 times more. Even I couldn't help but stare at her current appearance with an astonished expression. Ahhhh. Suddenly Graphia eyes wide opened as she screamed, as that thing started to release dark purple energy, which is very similar to my own. Did that thing absorb my energy from earlier? This is bad. Even though I didn't use much, but still even an S-rank ranker will be instantly killed by contacting with my energy. I really need to help her, but if I did then, it may make the situation a lot worse than it already is currently. But I somehow know she will able to endure it. But the pain she will suffer be unimaginable. And if something happens to her, then I won't be able to forgive myself for it, because this is happening due to my carelessness. I quickly looked towards Arya, and I created headphones for her, as I put them onto her rabbit ears, otherwise I was afraid she would go deaf from the scream. Sigh. After 10 minutes of her agony, she calmed down as well. I felt a sign of relief, seeing that she survived. Also her appearance changed again, and now she was also has emitting similar energy to me, but cold. As I looked back and saw, the scales on her body started to change from shiny blue to dark blue and black with shiny purple linings. Her hair did not change much, but it also got purple hairlines, while her hair became white with a dark shade. Her ears have become longer like an elf's, and as for her wings, they become a little bit bigger. Whole color has changed from shiny sky blue to dark blue. Well, to be honest, I have to say now her wings look more like a dragon's than a devil. Also, her horns become much bigger, and their color as well as changed to dark blue from her original color, while her eyes now become beautiful shiny purple. And that thing who caused all of this is now on her change like it is part of her body, while she is now wearing a crown-type thing on her head, which gives her a majestic look. She floats in the air, looks around, and like she is surprised to find herself back at my home, as her head turns towards me, she unconsciously mutters, "Master." This is very good because it means that thing didn't affect her brain even the slightest. Otherwise, I might need to do some experiments until I got her fixed. I guess it's not needed. Chapter 57, Graphia Awakening 3. How do you feel? I asked this while looking at her, since I wanted to make sure she had no problem with her condition. I feel stronger than before. She said this in her voice cold, even though I really didn't feel anything from it, but I was pretty sure for a normal human, her breath alone was already very cold. Not to mention her beauty increased by many times more compared to her previous self, who was already the most beautiful girl, which I have never seen back in my world. She slowly comes to the ground from the air and lands on the ground, but ice starts to form on top of the floor. Can you change back? I asked this as I looked at the floor, which probably be more messy if she continued to make ice, then it would mess up my place. I can, but I want to try it, she said while checking herself like she was really curious about the powers she gained through that thing. Is she acting like a child who got a new toy and can't wait to play with it? I couldn't help but feel funny seeing the girl who was always serious now acting like a child. I think it will be all right since she needs to understand her powers well. Otherwise, if she doesn't have any control over them, then it gonna hurt her and others around her. All right, but not here, I said as I released my shadow exchange to teleport us outside, but before doing I called Igris through my mind because I couldn't take Arya with us since she may get hurt by accident. So it is far better to let her stay here, not to mention she may need rest now after what she experienced. Take care of her until we come back. I command this to Igris in mind since he is the best for this kind of babysitting job. As you wish, Igris replied in my mind, while he came through my shadow as I and Graphia vanished from there, and appear outside in a place where there is nothing but strange rocks and broken buildings, as well as monuments. Here you use your powers as you like, I said as I moved backwards to watch the show, even though I wanted to ask her some questions, but I decided to ask those questions later. She nodded her head after hearing me, as she flapped her wing and directly rushed towards the broken building, which can be considered big enough to be called a small stadium in size. She stopped at one arm's distance from the building structure in a very short amount of time, which surpassed her previous speed when she was without that thing. If I have to describe her speed now, then I would say if a normal person saw her speed, then that person would definitely think she is teleporting in instantly. But she's not, rather she is moving much faster than a normal eye can catch her. I can even say she more faster than Kaisel, who I considered as fastest after Baru and Bellion. After reaching near the structure, she slowly stretched her hand as she touched that fallen building. That building froze instantly with only a touch, and it was not normal ice. It's a lot stronger than her normal freezing power, maybe because of my energy getting mixed in it, since I can sense some similarities in energy she used now, but still it's nothing compared to mine. After that, she used her hand to make a fist as she slowly punched that whole frozen old building. Her fist touched the frozen building, and the building instantly reduced to dust. I guess her strength also increased tremendously. If I have to compare then, she is now nearly equal to my general, but I can't be sure since there is a great difference in experience. I can only say if she now fights Baru, then maybe she will be able to beat him now, since Baru always fights on his beastly instincts, unlike Igris or Bellion. I can't be sure if she will win, but I am sure her chances against Baru now greatly increased, which is incredible considering the fact previously when she first came here. She peed herself at the sight of Baru, but now she can fight him on equal ground in just a few months. I can do much better, she muttered as she flew up in the sky while, and stopped at a high altitude. She closed her eyes probably, because she is concentrating on something. Come to think, whenever she flaps her wings, the wind created by those wings freezes everything near them, including space, resulting in creating very small ice particles wherever she flies. Anyway, now she stretched out her hand, as she created a condensed orb of her dark blue energy right after she dropped it. The orb slowly started to fall towards the ground, but it was quite slow. I suspect even if she tried to do this in real battle, then the opponent would have enough time to escape her attack range. After a while, when that orb touched the ground, everything between 70 kilometers to 100 kilometers got instantly frozen, which is quite a feat. Honestly, I am impressed since she is using her new power for the first time, and I am pretty sure she can do a lot better after mastering it. But I am curious about one time, can she able to suppress that ice guy? Even though it sounds impossible because that guy was a monarch who was able to freeze time itself, but still, I choose to believe in her potential which I saw in her. When I was in thoughts about the future, Graphia slowly started to come towards me even though she tried to hide it, but I could see excitement in her eyes like she wanted my review as well as my praise. Chapter 58, Truth. After 30 minutes. It's enough for now, I said as I looked at Graphia kneeling on the ground while heavily breathing, looking extremely tired. Half an hour before, out of my all expectations, she asked me to be her sparring partner, not my shadow soldier but myself. I don't know what she was thinking at the time, maybe, because she wanted to test herself against a real opponent, and as for why she didn't choose any shadow soldiers, I could only think of one reason, that is she wanted go, all against me to see the gap between us, but it's all right since it's child's play for me. As a result, she is now kneeling down while being at the verge of collapse, not to mention I haven't even made any move yet, still, she is kneeling on the ground. Maybe this power took too much toll on her body, and it makes sense since it's the first time she is using it. Still, I really want to show off a little to let her know a little bit of strength, but I guess it's for the future since I feel that she will be asking for more sparring matches. Can you go back to your previous self? I asked this as I saw Graphia's face in great pain while she was continuously sweating, since if she continued to use that thing, then it wouldn't be good for the body. I don't know how, she replied while struggling to even get up on her feet, in which she miserably failed. Is she for real? Hearing her words, I couldn't help but become stunned since I never thought of that problem, nor did I have a proper solution for it. Close your eyes and concentrate on a source of the power which you're getting. I only said this to encourage her. Honestly, I don't even know myself if it's gonna work, but it's better than nothing, I guess. I guess this mainly because from my point of view, even though she managed to control that thing, still, that doesn't change the fact that the main source of her current power remains in that thing. Anyway, after hearing my words, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes while she started to concentrate. After a while, her appearance started to change, as her breathing also started to stabilize. Her whole appearance changed to her previous appearance, but I can see her skin now, even is more white and fairer than before. After taking a sigh of relief, she opened her eyes, but rather than her usual gray eyes, what greeted me is a pair of beautiful blue eyes. How are you feeling? I asked this as she stood up from the ground while she adjusts her clothing and came in her usual maid mode. Better, she replied to my question as she cleaned all the dust on her maid outfit, as she stands near me. Are you ready to explain yourself now? I said this as I thought it may be the perfect time to have a good talk with her, since I found this is the most suitable time. Her body shivered after hearing my words. I guess she had completely forgotten about this matter. To honest, I really don't mind hiding things from me, since everyone has secrets that they can't share, but still. If I hadn't intervened then, she should have died. But still suddenly coming here, and becoming maid out of nowhere of someone she hasn't met in her entire life. No matter how you look at it, it's a hell of a suspicious. After a while, she nodded her head as she faced me before taking a deep breath as she straight looked into my eyes while she started to speak. It's all begun. After 30 minutes. I see, I murmured as I heard her full story, and if anyone else would listen to her story, then that person would definitely consider her story a lie. But now the things I went through, I honestly think everything is possible, but still her having a system is a shocking fact. Because there isn't any architect alive now, nor do I think this universe has its own architect since they were all got destroyed, and I was the one who killed the last architect. You believe me, Master? Graphia asked this with a nervous voice as she looked at me with worry in her eyes. I nodded my head to her question. She must be wary that I won't believe in her, since she must know how unbelievable her story is, especially having a system. Luckily for her, I am the person she telling this story to. Not to mention I used to have a system too, so I am not that much surprised. Still, who is this so-called entity? Are they rulers of this universe who are trying to control me? They are always afraid of me mainly because I am someone they can't control, and that's why they consider me as dangerous. Not to mention they possess some artifacts capable of doing impossible things. But still, probability of them doing this is still low since most of them are cowards. They don't have the courage to do this, especially after they come to know my character. Another possibility that has a high chance is that this entity is a different being in this universe who is wary of me or wants to use me. Chapter 59, Going to DXD Earth. I can't say for certain if that being wants to use me for ulterior motives or wants to keep me in check in case I try to do anything that will harm that being. No matter the case, I don't like others trying to manipulate me in any way. Still, I am kind of glad to whoever did this too, because if it didn't happen then I'd probably still be living alone with boredom. Can you open portals like that guy? I asked this as I remembered him telling me about how he got on Arya's planet, but he did say it required many lives to activate it. Hearing my words, Graphia stretched out her hand as a very small portal opened, but the size of the portal was so small that only a small rat could enter it. After a few seconds, the portal suddenly shrinks back as it gets closed, while Graphia is sweating buckets and panting. Can't do it yet? I asked this as I showed her struggle to open even this size of portal. Maybe she needs training before she could do better. She was silent for a while. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth and spoke. I can, but it seems I can only do it in my previous form. Did you ask this from your system? I asked this as stared at her since I see no other reason for her to know this, not to mention her moments of silence were enough evidence to know this. Hearing my question, or maybe because of my questioning tone, she was taken back as she nodded her head slowly. Sigh. Just don't be too dependent on your system, I said as I released a tired sigh and realized that maybe because my way of asking made her scared. But it is all for her good. Otherwise, if she becomes too dependent on the system, then she will easily be controlled by it. Not to mention, her system is entirely different from mine, which also has some kind of AI Graphia can communicate with. Also, her system entirely depends on me to make Graphia grow, which is hella suspicious. I don't even know how that works, estimating a person's feelings for another, especially when that person is as powerful as me, is simply nothing but a fantasy. As you wish, Master Graphia responded to my advice, as she bowed her head and gracefully said this. Previous, I thought she was doing a maid job for me only by order of her system, but it seems I was wrong since she herself told me that this had been her dream to become a maid since childhood, which is shocking, but I couldn't sense any falsehood in her words. I mean, this is probably my first time hearing someone dream of becoming a maid since I got a clear understanding of her home, and everyone in her place wanna climb up the ranks and become superior devil, but to her, she wanna be the maid of someone worthy after her world become peaceful. I can't understand her thinking, but it seems I am gonna struck with her even if I return to her world, since she already acknowledged me as her true master. I don't whether should I be sad or happy, even though I am happy that I will have some real person accompany me. Still having her near me most of the time won't be comfortable for me either. Master, I think we can go to my home world after a few hours. Graphia speak up, making me awake from my thoughts. So her form has some kind of cool down. That makes sense since in that form, her power goes to more than the next level, enough for her to compete against my shadow army generals. And maybe her body isn't strong enough to take power from that thing alone. That's why she won't be able to open a full portal. So only becoming one with that thing will help her to use that thing, all abilities. Let's go back, that kid must be waiting for you, and then let's go to your world, I said as I looked in the direction of my house, or castle. To her response, she understood what I meant as she came near me, as I activated my shadow exchange, and teleported back to my place again. Go and meet that kid, I said as I ordered her to go. Hearing this, she little hesitate, but after a few seconds, she nodded her head as she go. But did she know where she is currently? Well, this place is enormously big. I hope she will not get lost, but she will be all right. With those thoughts in my mind, I moved towards my room. As I entered, I saw nothing but mess because of Graphia's transformation. Luckily, nothing was damaged. Even though I can make anything, there are some that I can't create, like my photo album, which contains numerous memories that can't be created by any kind of power. I started to clean up my room without any kind of power or anything, just simply helped to make me remember what my origin is. After arranging my room, I saw a photo on the ground as I picked it up and saw the photo. It was a photo of mine and my sister. I wonder how she is doing right now. Is she still a childish brat or she is mature now? By now she should get married. I hope everything is well for them if they are alive. I just know even though I have lived here for a very long time, but still the time between this world and my home world flows very differently. So I can't say if they are living or not. But I want to meet them again and talk to them while sharing our adventures. I want to know if my friend's doing all right, but unfortunately for now it's nothing but a fantasy. Chapter 60, Going to DXD Earth 2. After a few hours. Are you ready? I asked this as I looked at Graphia, who was standing in front of me with Arya. She had nowhere else to go, so she would be coming with us. Graphia took more time than expected. After I got everything I wanted from this place, I was ready to leave, but when tried to find her, I saw her sleeping with Arya in her arms. I didn't have the heart to wake her up considering the fact she was extremely tired after using that form, so I decided to wait until she woke up. As we are here now, after hearing my question, she nodded as she transformed into her form in which she was fighting me, or at least trying. She stretched out her hand, and this time, a big portal started to appear in front of her. Also, I came to know why that thing doesn't need any type of sacrifice to open portals. It's mainly due to me, or more precisely my energy, which itself is of the highest and purest in all of the world, and some of my energy got absorbed by that thing, which is enough to fulfill that thing, hunger for eternity. Also, I am taking every whole shadow army with me, since I don't have the heart to leave anyone here alone on this land, where there is nothing but loneliness. With those thoughts, I entered the portal while Graphia followed me behind with Arya. I crossed the portal. The first thing I saw was the purple sky, which is kind of weird because I clearly remembered my world with blue sky as I looked behind at Graphia for an explanation. This is my homeland, which is also known as Underworld, this home for all the devils as well as fallen angels. Graphia said this as she came forward and explained it. Oh, this is the Underworld. This is far different from what I imagined previously, since she talks mostly about the people of her home, not about how her home looks like. To be honest, I expected a red sky with skeletons lying on the ground, but it seems I got the wrong image of the Underworld. Let's go, Master. I will show you the way towards my house, Graphia said as she looked in the east direction. You can go first and meet your family first. I said this since I didn't want to disturb their family reunion. Graphia is away from her family for months. I am pretty sure she should be missing her 2 family members, who are her only remaining family. It's definitely not like I am scared, or anything about the fact that Graphia somehow becomes a maid of mine, especially when she belongs to some noble family. Sweat. They definitely gonna see me as a perverted criminal, so it's better to let her clarify any big misunderstanding that occurs. Honestly, I can understand them. If I am back on my home planet and my sister, who is away from home, suddenly comes back with an unknown man and introduces him as her master, then I would also look at him with anger and disgust. Master, a maid can't leave her master, Graphia said with a determined voice like no other. How much are you gonna play the role of maid? I get you really wanna become a maid, but at least think about what your mother and sister will think when you go back like this. At least think of my image. I don't want my first impression of this world to be negative, especially when the people I'm going to meet are the last remaining family of a friend. But looking at Graphia, who is looking at me with eyes filled with determination like she won't take any excuse from me and take me to her home. Isn't better for you to meet them first? Don't you miss them? I said this as I looked at the Graphia and tried to convince her for the last time. It's fine, Master, I want to introduce you to them. She replied to me with the same determination, but this time with a proud face too. Oi oi, is she okay in her head, or she really want me to kill socially? In my previous life, ignored my social life, just because I had no choice. I released a tired sigh as I nodded my head and decided to go with the flow. Now, I just hoped that I wouldn't be seen as some perverted criminal. Maybe it's my illusion, but when she sees my approval, A small happy smile forms on her face even though I don't know what she is happy about. I just hope everything will go right. And then finally, I will go to the human world with peace of mind. I looked back and saw Arya, who hadn't even opened her eyes, now looking around cautiously, which is understandable considering the fact she is just a kid in a new place without her parents. Will she be all right? She only came with us because she had no choice. She lost everything because of it. I feel it's better to focus on her until she becomes comfortable enough to open herself to us. At least try to express her thoughts instead of staying silent and waiting for us to tell her what to do, and then follow it without any questions or comment. With all those thoughts in my mind, I looked back and saw Graphia's pale face like she saw the end of the world, but why? Chapter 61, Graphia Worries. Graphia POV. I couldn't help but feel weird the moment I stepped into this place, not because I come after a long time, but because it seemed many things had changed whole. Was I not here? This makes no sense after the system said time would be slowed in my place while I am away. Then what is this? Because this place doesn't look like a battlefield at all, rather feels peaceful, nothing like fighting and bloodshed. Does that being do it? Why have I got no good feeling about it? Did that being know that I told everything to my master? I don't know what be consequences of betraying that being. I am not worried about myself, since I know my master definitely going to protect me, but I am worried about my people more than myself. System, answer me. I inwardly called out to the system to just check the situation of this place. I don't know what's going on here, so at least I will get information about this. Why aren't you speaking? Tell me what's going on. I started to question the system in my mind after getting no response, while the bad feeling in my heart started to grow bigger with every moment that passes. My creator cut off my avatar connection from my core. What do you mean by that? I asked this in my mind since I don't understand what that means, but I am my inner feelings saying that it's definitely not a good thing. I will try to explain this in simple terms for you to understand. You can think of me as some consciousness that is separated from the body, but connected by some medium. And now that medium is destroyed, resulting in losing connection from the body. Body, consciousness. Will it be really bad? Are you going to die? I asked this worriedly since all this time when I used to system a company, I didn't want it to die in this way, especially when I was the one who decided to expose that being to my master. Wrong, I won't disappear nor die since I am not a living person, but I won't be able to tell you any information about anything now. I will be useless now. Why are you calling yourself useless? You already helped me plenty, and now you accompany me, which will be more appreciated. I said this in my mind to comfort the system since it's all happened due to me. If it weren't for me, then it wouldn't have happened in the first place. And system helped me a lot previously as well as I used to its company, so I am glad it's not going to disappear. And for information, I honestly don't care much since it's not a big issue, because I am sure I will be able to handle anything in my world including dragon gods, and if anything goes wrong then, I have my master to help me in that situation. As I began moving towards the direction of my home with fast steps, I continued to ask system questions since I had more unanswered questions in my mind. By the way, if that being knows that I betrayed, then why? It didn't take you completely from me. I asked inwardly since this question has been in my mind for a while. It's not like I complaining or anything, but still, I couldn't help and feel weird about this. My creator can't take it back. It's something similar to a time exchange, which is not possible to take it back easily since the system is imprinted in your soul now. I see, I murmured in my mind as I understood what system meant by this. So basically now the system is part of me. And it's not an easy task for that being to take it back, which it's not willing to take since I got protection from my master, who is also known as the strongest being, right? Correct. Sigh. I release a sigh of relief, realizing how scared is that being is of my master, even though that being didn't do anything to me still, that being has numerous ways to take revenge on me. That's why I am getting more worried about my family with every second. That's why I need to hurry up and see my mom and sister. After coming into my family territory, I saw peace which was totally different from before. devils roaming around streets with smiles on their faces, which previously only possible in my dreams. But how did that being already do the thing which it's promised? But why? It doesn't make sense after all. I broke the contract, and that being now has zero reasons to do this. Is everything fine? An emotionless voice entered my ears, but I could feel concerned in that tone, as I turned around and saw my master looking at me with concern in his cold, sharp eyes. Arya also staring at me, probably for the same reason. But to their response, I could only nod my head, since things seemed well, in fact too well that it felt very unreal. I quickly walked towards the big white mansion, which is also my home, and came near the gate where two female devils were standing as guards. As soon as they saw me, their faces turned pale as they saw a ghost come to life. As soon one of them came back to their sense. She quickly ran inside while the other slowly started to come towards me with cautious. Seeing their behavior, I couldn't help but think of one question that had been ringing in my head like an uncontrollable tape recorder from the moment I stepped on my homeland. Chapter 62, Graphia's Mother. Jinwoo POV. My sweetheart, a woman who looks like the mature version of Graphia, is now hugging Graphia tightly, while Graphia trying to calm the woman down. As we got inside by that devil girl, we got a lot of stares from all of the people inside, which was a little overbearing, since I was getting most of the stares. Especially when I am used to living alone and suddenly getting a lot of attention from people. I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by their grazes. Well, it seems Graphia's house, and I have to say, this house is exactly of an extremely rich person. No, I have to say her house more looks like $1 billion mansion back in my world. As we went inside, we entered the main hall, which looked like the living room. The extremely beautiful woman came into my sight, which is exactly like Graphia, but a more mature version of Graphia. She seemed to be Graphia's mother, but to be honest, she looked more like Graphia's elder sister than her mother due to her beautiful appearance. More mature and more beautiful with reddish eyes. Now I can see where Graphia gets her beauty from. It's in her genetics, but still I feel this world's beauty standard is very different from my world. And here is the reference image for you, right arrow. Because till now I haven't seen any person who I can consider below the average face. Everyone here is good looking, which makes me wonder if everyone here is like this, or if it's just a devil species. Anyways, as Graphia saw that beautiful lady who seemed to be silent more, it looked like she seems to be lost after seeing her mother. More like she didn't know what to say. But the next moment, the lady rushed towards Graphia and hugged Graphia tightly with her arms and started to shed tears. Back to present. My sweetheart. Graphia's mother said this as she tightened her grip on Graphia, while Graphia seemed to give no mind to her grip. She just warped her arms around and replied with a soft tone, Mom. I really didn't want to get involved in their family reunion, so I just stayed on the door, giving them their space as I looked at my side where Arya was standing, and saw that she also had no intention of intervening between them either. She seemed to understand the situation well. After a while, Graphia's mother released her daughter from her arms and stared at her with tender gaze as she spoke in a soft tone. I can't express how much I miss you, my child. To her mother's response, Graphia also opened her mouth and replied, Me too, but again she went silent. This scene somehow reminds me of my mother, when she woke up from a coma, since that was the day I felt I got rewarded for all those hard, as well as the darkest days in my life. Tilda, when Graphia tried to speak something, her mother put her finger on her lips, stopping her from speaking. Let's eat first after all, it must be tiring for you to come back, her mother said in a gentle tone as she turned her towards us and continued, You both come too, let's have a meal with us. I really want to say something, but I felt it was better to not refuse her, since it would be considered as being rude, so I could only nod my head, while Arya did the same. Her mother, seeing me agree to her request, told the maid to ready food, while Graphia's mother told us to follow her to the dining hall as we arrived at. Graphia sat on the side of her mother while we followed up the order in sitting, but Arya had some problem climbing the chair due to her height, so I gotta help her, which she didn't refuse. Where were you all this time, and what happened to your appearance, sweetheart? I tried to search for you everywhere in the world, but I couldn't find any clue about you all this time," Graphia's mother asked, while she looked at Graphia with a tender face. Facing her question like this, Graphia got silent, but she didn't know how to answer her mother, probably because she didn't want to make her mother worried about her. But this is all too weird because her mother talks like Graphia has gone missing for a long time, while Graphia told her that time should pass slowly or should stop when she is with me. I am guessing her betrayal makes that being not keeping the agreement as promised, so maybe that's the reason her mother talking like this. Graphia finally looked determined as she opened her mouth and started to speak, when I defeated the Rebbe. Graphia started to tell her story, which seemed very different from what actual truth she told me, maybe because she didn't want her mother to worry about it. She told her mother that being contacted her in order to defeat that ice guy, and take that thing from him, and in return, she would get power to end this war. But she didn't tell her actual thing about winning my love, nor about the time freezes thing, which is weird but understandable, since no mother will be happy to know that her child offends such a being that seems to be powerful enough to freeze time. Right after that, her mother's eyes started to tear up as she quickly rushed forward and hugged Graphia again, while she started to say, "Sorry, child, because of us you need to suffer all this alone." She continued to apologize while sobbing. Graphia tries to calm her down as she starts to pat her head slowly, while she tries to tell her, "It's okay." After calming her down, she wiped out her tears as she spoke while looking towards me. "I apologize for such unsightly behavior." I shook my head her apologize, since her apology was not necessary, since I could understand her behavior. After all, a child is most important to a mother. "Anyway, who is this handsome man Tilda?" She asked this in some teasing tone as she turned towards Graphia while looking like an entirely new person. No, it should be accurate to say that this is maybe her true character all this time. Chapter 63, Fia Lucifeud. Looks like Graphia's mother was emotional due to surprise because of her daughter's sudden arrival. She seemed to missing for a long time, but now she seems to become stable. He was the one who saved me, and also the one who I considered my master. Graphia said this with her calm tone as she stated the obvious facts. Graphia, oh my dear Graphia, please don't say things like these with such a proud face. She is your mother and I feel like I am in trouble now. Oh Tilda, her mother said as she looked at Graphia with surprise in her eyes, while she turned her head towards me back. Thank you for saving my daughter Tilda. As she said this to express her gratitude as stared at me with her eyes, which seemed to possess some kind of charm. It's fine, I replied to her because from my perspective Graphia was the one who saved me from that lonely place even though she had other intentions. But still, it didn't change the fact that because of her, I managed to leave that place. But still decided to stay silent about it and go with Graphia's flow, due to glances she was given during the time when she was telling her mother her story, and I understand that since she doesn't want her mother to worry about some unknown. But I have to say my daughter's choice is excellent Tilda. She said this as she looked at me like she was trying to scan my whole body with her red eyes. Hearing this, I couldn't help but become stunned seeing her mother's reaction towards this. After all, a missing daughter came back with an unknown man and an unknown child, and she introduced that man as her master. A normal mother would ask countless questions, especially in this case where her daughter belongs to a big family. Her mother should immediately label me as a criminal. But it seems her mother, like Graphia, is not normal, which I should be glad about. Because of it, I won't be labeled as a criminal now in her eyes. Sigh, thinking of this, I couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, since I won't need to worry about getting my image tarnished, which is a good thing, since I wanna roam around and street and interact with others people without worries. What's your name, cool and handsome boy? Tilda. Her mother asked this in her flirtatious tone like she was trying to tease me. Also, what's with calling me boy? I probably will be more older than her, or maybe not considering the fact Devil's age here is almost 10,000 approximately years. But considering the fact she is calling me boy, she must be pretty old despite having such a beautiful appearance. Suddenly black lines appear on the Graphia mother's forehead as she speaks in a rather cold tone. Oh boy, are you thinking something rude about me, Tilda? And no, I little shuddered while replaying this because of the sudden feeling in my heart that tells me if I don't say no, then it won't be good for me afterwards. Jinwoo, I quickly decided to change the topic by answering her previous question, as I decided to tell her politely. Ara tilde, what a nice name, tilde. Her mother speaks this as she comes back to her previous self as she continues to speak. My name is Fia Lucifu, as well I am the mother of my blood-related child Grafia. Nice to meet you, she says as she introduces herself in a graceful manner. You must be pretty amazing to have Grafia acknowledge you as her master, Jingkun tilde. She said this as she scanned my body from up to down. She looked at Grafia with a small smile. Jingkun, she literally talking to me as if I am a child. Anyway, I guess I need to get used to it without any questions, otherwise she might get angry like just now. And who is this little cutie tilde? She asked me as she turned her towards Arya, who was shrinking back on the big chair beside me. Looks, she is not used to this type of luxurious environment. After all, she was used to living on a planet with no civilization advancement. Hearing this question, Grafia answered her mother's, since according to Arya's personality, which seems to be more of the quiet type than both me as well as Grafia, it's very unlikely she is going to speak for herself for introduction. Mother, her name is Arya. I found her in that place, and after losing her mother, she was all alone left there, Grafia said, as she stared at her mother and saw her staring at Arya with pity in her eyes as she continued, so I decided to take her back with me. You did a great thing, sweetheart tilde. Her mother praised her as she patted her Grafia head and looked at her with tenderness in her eyes. Come here, cutie tilde. Right after that, her mother looked at Arya as she called out to her while signaling Arya with her hand to come near her with gentleness in her eyes. Arya looked towards Grafia and me as if asking for their permission. As Grafia nodded her head, Arya slowly got up from her seat and started to slowly move towards Grafia's mother. As Arya came near her, Fia pulled her towards herself as tightly hugged her in her chest and made her sit on her lap, while Arya's head got pressed by Fia's huge breasts. Awa tilde, how cute and little you are. You definitely remind me of Grafia and my other daughter Lily when they were young tilde, Fia said as she shrunk Arya more into her as she wrapped her arms around Arya. Chapter 64, Fia Lucifude 2. Looking at the Fia, who is very happy to hold Arya in her arms, while she plays with her hair and ears as if she is a stuffed toy. But on the other hand, Arya, who has been treated like a stuffed toy, is not so happy. Well, I can't blame Fia for this, since I also agree that Arya rabbit ears are very tempting to touch. They seem to be very soft and fluffy, but luckily, I can control my urge to rub them. I remembered one thing by this, that Grafia told me that on this earth there is also one race with animal features called Yaokai. If possible, then I want to meet them later. She looked annoyed and suffocated by her Fia affection, but again, I don't think Fia is in any mood to release her until she feels satisfied, since Fia is not even listening to her daughter, who is trying to help Arya. After a few moments, several maids came with big trays. Arya took advantage of this moment and escaped from her and quickly ran towards where she was sitting before. Seeing Arya escape from her, Fia tries to call out for her again, but it seems Arya is in no mood to obey her this time, she even completely ignoring her existence. I couldn't help but have a small smile seeing this, because this might be the first thing she did on her, which is very good to her usual self, who only obeys orders without any objections or questions. But it can't said for Fia. She seems to be a little bit depressed after she sees Arya is ignoring her, but soon she recovers to her usual self as the food served on the table. I hope this will suit your taste, tilde. She said this as dishes were finally served on the dining table and told us to eat. Isn't this too much? I thought this in my when I saw filled with various dishes as the aroma of food filled the entire dining room. I don't know about your taste. I told them to prepare many different dishes, Fia said as she started to fill the Grafia plate with food herself. As food was served, I didn't help but look back at the maids because of the glances they were giving me. Due to my extremely high senses, I could tell any being observing me at any distance, which was assuring and annoying at both times, since my senses will trigger even if it's a small animal silently observing me. So I tried to ignore this. Fia, who was serving food to her daughter more like filling, looked at us as she told us to start eating too. I also started to serve myself food too. I turned on my side and saw Arya looking confused by plates and other silverware, which is reasonable due to her lifestyle in her place. Looking at Grafia, who is busy getting fed by her, I don't think she will be able to help Arya, which leaves me as the last option. With those thoughts, I decided to help Arya, as I served her plate and started to fill her plate with food. I don't know what she likes, so I decided to take food that I thought suitable for a kid while putting a lot of veggies in her place, mainly due to her rabbit ears and the fact she never ate meat in her life. While Arya stared at the things I was doing with curiosity in her ruby eyes, I picked up the fork and decided to feed her myself. As I brought a fork with a piece of food near her mouth, she looked at me as if she was confused, but after a second, she understood what I was trying to do. She slowly opened her mouth, and as I fed her the food, she chewed down the food and finally ate it. Her eyes had a different glow, and I could guess she really liked the food as she looked at me with expectations in her eyes. Cute, I couldn't help but say this in my mind after seeing her hamster-like appearance, while she was eating and now looking at me with her big red eyes like she wanted more, which made her cute. Not wanting her to wait any longer, I started to continue feeding her, while she continued to enjoy the food, and to my surprise, she even able to eat meat. I got to know this after I saw her staring at the meat as she wanted to try after I asked her this. She nodded her head as I fed her, which looked like she really enjoyed it. Awa Tilda, how adorable Tilda. Fia sound comes in her ear as I turned around and saw her and Grafia looking at me, or more preciously at us, with a smile on their faces, as they had been watching us for a while now. Jing Kun Tilda, did anyone tell you that you can become a wonderful father, Tilda? Fia said this as she looked at me, and then at Arya, whose face was like a hamster's, since her mouth was stuffed with food. I really don't know how to reply to this, since I don't know myself about that, since I have never been married, nor even been in a relationship, due to my many problems, which caused me to become a hunter. But I do know how to take care of a person, since I was the one who helped my sister whenever she faced a problem, no matter the situation, which a brother should always do. The memory of Jinnah flooded my mind, especially when she was sick, and I was used to taking care of her by feeding her with my hands. Remembering those scenes, a small smile formed on my face as I continued to feed the little Arya. Chapter 65, Happy New Year. Chapter 66, Lily Lucifute. War already ended. Grafia asked this with a stunned face while looking at her mother like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, war already ended years ago when all rebels mysteriously disappeared. Until now they have never been found this day. Fia replied to her daughter's question. After the food, we moved to the living room where she asked the maids to leave and told us the war ended, because all the opposing rebels had mysteriously disappeared. And I can pretty much guess who is responsible for this, but can't be sure until I see that so-called being with my own eyes. But she or he should be my prime suspect. After all, that being was able to abduct Grafia without any problem. Then that being also can do the same with others. Also, the question is why. Grafia couldn't able to fulfill the deal she made with that being, so I can't see any reason why that being kept the promise. The only thing that being did was fast forward the time, even though that is uncertain, because she did come here on her own initiative. And also she brought 2 more people with her. But now I know it all happened only because of my daughter Tilda, her mother said as she rushed and hugged Grafia and started to praise her. As Grafia got separated from her mother's embrace, she looked and asked, "Mom, am I still suspected to be a traitor?" "No, those people don't have any solid evidence against you, as well as more than majority of devils believe in you and your character. That's why your name was cleared, Tilda. After all, you were the person who fought the hardest for them." Tilda Fia replied. Her daughter looked towards her. Well, considering the fact only Grafia also went missing just before those people or devils, and all those devils were traitors, it's reasonable to think of Grafia as a traitor, but fortunately, because of the majority, her name was clear for the time being least. But now she is back, and I think can she clear her name herself properly, making the misunderstanding totally clear. But how is she going to explain this to everyone? Well, anyway, I believe she will manage herself, or she can just use her power to make them shut up. I come to understand one thing properly from my life on Earth. No matter what, in front of absolute strength, everything is meaningless. If you are weak, then you have nothing but suffering in life. The only thing the weak can do is to become strong through those suffering. While stronger ones only bully weaker than themselves. I do agree some people help weaker people, but again, those people are very few. Hearing her mother, Graphia fell into deep thought as she is thinking of after some time opened her mouth. How is Lily doing? Graphia asked this to her mother with a concerned tone as she didn't continue that topic anymore. Lily, she should be Graphia's little sister. I remembered Graphia telling me about her, but it's weird. According to her Graphia, her sister should be considered a person with a sister complex, and still till now, I haven't seen her coming to meet her sister. I can sense a person on the first floor, which I presume is Graphia's sister, mainly because her energy is similar to Graphia, and Fia, which I think because they are blood-related. Fia went silent upon hearing Graphia's question after a few seconds. She opened her mouth and replied with a bitter tone, "It's better for you to see her personally and talk." Did something happen to Lily? Graphia asked this worriedly, since I know how much she loved her sister, and now she is getting this kind of response. My lovely daughter Tilda, Fia called out for her daughter. She grabbed her face and continued to speak. While you were gone, many things happened. Some good while some are not good, but don't take bad things to affect your mind since you are not at fault for all the bad things. Do you understand, Tilda? She said this as she looked directly into Graphia's eyes. Graphia, whose face cheeks were pressed by Fia both hands, so she could only nod her head as Fia smiled seeing this, and released Graphia after getting satisfied with her response. But I do agree with Fia's statement, since you can't blame yourself for everything that happens. No matter how much power you have, you can't control everything by yourself. It's better to do things best of your abilities rather than trying to do things out of your capabilities. It will give you nothing other than failures. I will go now and see Lily, Graphia said as her mother nodded her head with a gentle smile as Graphia stood and looked at me with a face like she had done something wrong. I just nodded my head since I probably knew what she was thinking, probably about a perfect maid can't leave her master or something similar, and used telepathy to tell her to not worry about me. Probably hearing my voice suddenly in her head made her eyes wide open, but soon she returned to her usual self. I have to say her ability to adapt is really something. Lily's room is upstairs. I believe you still remember your sister's room, right? Tilda, Fia spoke this as she pointed towards the stairs. To her response, Graphia simply nodded her head and started to move towards the stairs as she was finally gone. Her mother quickly turned towards me and opened her mouth. Now, Jingkun, how do you like my lovely child Graphia? Tilda, and asked this question with bright eyes as she really curious about my opinion of her. How should I put it? After thinking for a while, I finally responded to her question, too much dedicated to others. She should take sometimes rest and enjoy too. Chapter 67, Lily Lucifuge 2. Graphia POV. Looking around at the home which I missed so much while I was there, I couldn't help but feel nostalgia, especially considering many things happened that changed my whole perspective about many things. Coming back home and seeing Mother, who hadn't changed even after all this time, made me feel very fortunate, especially knowing that even though for me it's only a few months, but for her it's years while I was gone. Remembering how my mom loved me and my sister, I can't imagine how much pain she was in when I went missing and she couldn't find me all that time. But now seeing her into her usual self, I felt relief, especially when she believed me even though my story was unbelievable. Sigh. I couldn't help but feel guilty after telling her half-lie and half-truth. It's not like I wanted to hide it, but I didn't want to make her wary about me more than before. Even though I am sure that being won't make a move on me or my family because my master is with me, still I doubt that my mom will believe in him, especially when she meets him for the first time. Let's think about these things later. Right now my main priority is Lily. I don't know what happened to Lily all the time while I was gone. But I can guess from her tone that it was no good at all, otherwise she should be running towards me like previous times when she used to run towards me whenever I came back home from somewhere. Sadly, for some reason, she didn't even show herself up this time. Something must have happened to her. With those thoughts in my mind, I reached my little sister's room as I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Silence. Is she asleep? I inwardly thought of this after getting no response, but it seems not possible, especially at this time of the day. Knock, knock. I knocked on the door again in just hope she would open the door, otherwise I might need to take matters into my own hands and open the teleportation portal inside her room. Since distance is very short, I am pretty sure I can use that teleportation skill without needing to transform, am I right? Yes. Hearing the system answer, I was reassured even though my master told me to not rely on the system, but it wouldn't hurt to ask questions, right? Especially now when the system has no contact with that being. Open. I quickly put my all previous thoughts in my mind, as I saw the door opening slowly while a familiar figure showed up. Hello, sister, she greeted with a not-so-happy expression, like she was getting a stranger, which is not fit for my sister's character. Hey Lily, can I come in? I asked this with a smile since I wanted to have a good talk with my sister again, even though she had changed and become a little gloomy, but still, she was as cute as ever. Lily went silent after hearing me, but after a moment she slowly nodded her head and slowly moved to give me space to come inside. As I came inside, I saw her entire room had changed, which was normal considering the fact it's been years since she last saw me, but still is weird for me, who had only been away for a few months. Come to think of, Lily has grown up now. She is nearly tall as me. Luckily, I am still taller. And I hope it will remain the same since I don't want her to grow up, especially since I was not present for her all that time when she might need me. She has pure white hair and ruddy eyes like my mom while wearing pajamas. She looks very adorable. I really want to hug her, but first I need to what happened to her all these years. Especially now I looked around in her room, I found some arranged things. Is that a computer? I don't remember computers looking so weird. I guess technology must have advanced too. What are these? I said this as I pointed at some mechanical box connected with some kind of weird remote, since I didn't know where to begin a conversation. It's a device produced by the human world called console to play games for entertainment, Lily said as she sat on her big bed. Oh, I see. It seems the human world has become more advanced, and it seems reasonable that even though humans don't have much of a lifespan still, they are the race to evolve fastest, at least in my opinion. Especially after knowing my master was once a human, my opinion of humans also improved a lot even though he was not a human from my world. And games, how can I forget how much Lily likes to play games with me in past, but it seems now she only plays alone. If she didn't mind then, I don't mind playing with her even though most probably she will reject me since she has grown up now. Anything you want, sister? She asked this, which made me stunned because her way was asking like she only wanted me to know what I am here for, and then wanted me to leave, which was very out of her character. Nothing, I just want to meet my sister and have a good chat with you. After all, it's been a while since I was not here for you, I said in this soft tone and somewhat guilty tone as I sat beside her. Lily didn't speak at all as she sat down on the couch near the bed while she looked sideways, more like she is avoiding looking into my eyes. Who is that man? Lily asked this with a cold tone as she was not happy with my master at all, or more like she was angry. Chapter 68, Lily Lucifeude 3. He is the man I decided to dedicate myself completely to. I replied to Lily since I decided to tell her the truth because it's better to let her know about this. Hearing my answer, Lily's red eyes became extremely cold as she opened her mouth and spoke in a cold tone. Sister, I can forgive you for anything, but bringing a man is unforgivable. I couldn't help but stare at her even though I knew she hated men. Because of my father and other males only think about their lower body. Previous times, it was disgust, but right now it's clearly hatred. Lily, what happened? I couldn't help but ask this in a soft tone as I looked at her with gentle eyes as well as somewhat guilty eyes. Didn't Mom tell you already? Lily asked this in a confused tone with suspicious eyes. I guess she was expecting Mother to tell me about it. I see, then I will tell you. She said this as she turned towards me, and she continued to speak with hatred in her tone. You know, when you were missing, I married Surzets, that guy who always goes after you. What? I unconsciously uttered this word because I couldn't understand what she was saying. My sister is married. And to Surzets. Yes, and it all happened because you were gone. She replied as she stared at me with cold eyes and continued. Even though all the rebels were gone, the all-devils started to accuse us due to the fact you also went missing with rebels. And it only worsened over time. Female devils were jealous of Mom, while male devils always looked at her and me with greedy and lustful eyes, especially when there was no one to protect us. She said this as she paused and stared at me. It's well-known fact that our mom's beauty is unparalleled in the underworld, but unfortunately, her strength not great. And beauty is without strength is nothing but a curse. I couldn't help but bite my lip thinking how much Mom has to suffer because of me. But what about Surzets? I am sure he must have done something to protect you too. I asked this since even though he always wanted to have me, but he was also the one who I regard as a friend who fought alongside me. That guy was not different from any other scum. At first, he did help us mainly maybe he hoped you would come back someday, but as time passed, I came to realize that he was only doing it not because he regarded us as his close ones, but rather because he hoped one day you would come and fall into his arms. She said this with a pure disgust on her face, like she now regarded him as trash. She turned towards me with disappointed eyes and continued, Unfortunately, you didn't show up. He also began to lose patience and stopped defending us. Seeing no way, I decided to offer myself to him as your replacement in order to protect Mom, and then maybe he will treat me well too, because my naive self though thought that he was different from men. As she continued to speak, her voice started to tremble as her eyes started to become moist. I quickly rushed forward with no thoughts in mind, as soon I saw tears in her eyes, and tightly hugged her. Jiget sob away fro from sob me, Lily said, as she tried her hardest to break away from my embrace, but luckily my strength couldn't allow her to push me away, as I started to gently pat her trying to make her calm. Don't worry, sister. Now everything gonna be fine. I said this in my mind since I didn't have any right to say this now, because it all happened due to me after all. But I secretly vowed in my heart to never let this happen again, and need to make people pay who dared to make her cry. I couldn't help but clench my teeth in anger and blame myself for it. At that time, the only thought in my mind was to somehow end the war and bring peace from all the bloodshed. Because of this, I didn't think of consequences of accepting that being offer. Why I didn't think of them before accepting the offer. But I know if I hadn't accepted that offer then, I wouldn't be able current strength that I possess, and I won't be able to meet my master too. Sigh. I release a frustrated sigh because it's useless to think about those things. What's done, it's done. It's better to focus on the present, but I have no plans to let anyone go who dared go after my mom and my sister. Soon Lily started to calm down. She also stopped pushing me and accepted my warm embrace, which made her stop crying like in the past. Why did you suddenly disappear? Where were you? When do we need you? Why you didn't come when we needed you the most? Why? Just why? She said this as her voice started to become louder with every word she spoke. I am sorry. I could only apologize in the face of my sister, all complaints, as I felt ashamed of myself. She gently pulled her head from my embrace and looked at my eyes, as tears started to fall from her eyes as she spoke. But somehow I am really glad you finally come sob back home safely. I quickly hugged her back tightly, and I kept apologizing for my actions even though I knew were worthless. And fortunately this time, she didn't reject my embrace, but she also hugged me back as she started to cry. Chapter 69, Lily Lucifuge 4. After she calmed down, Lily separated herself from me as she wiped her tears and fixed her appearance. It's all right now since I am not together with that garbage anymore, Lily said in an emotionless tone, like she didn't care about this anymore. Not anymore? I asked this unconsciously, wondering if I heard it wrong, but it makes sense why she is here when is already married. Yes, I divorced after I had enough of him. She replied to me as she stared at me. She continued, Luckily Seraphal currently is one of the 4 Satan. Because of her now we are safe. Seraphal, 4 Satan? Is it a new ruling system of the underworld? I guess this is one of the changes Mom was talking about since the old faction has disappeared. I don't see any point in the new faction following the old governing system. Looking at your face, I can guess you don't know anything about the current underworld, Lily said as she saw my confused face, which made me a little embarrassed because of how easily she, like my mother, caught my expression in an instant. Sigh. Since Mom expects me to explain all bothersome stuff to you, then I guess I have to do it. Lily released a tired sigh as she continued to speak. Hearing this, a small smile formed on my face because of nostalgia. Explaining all the things that happened here despite everything that happened to her because of me, I couldn't help but feel glad to have Lily as my sister. As Lily started to speak, so it was maybe nearly more than 450 years ago. Meanwhile with Jinwoo and Fia. Jinwoo POV. Hearing my answer, a sweet smile formed on her face which was unlike her previous teasing smile. If I have to describe it, then I can say it's a genuine smile. Jinkun Tilda, I am curious how you met my baby girl Tilda. She asked as stared at me with her red eyes which were full of curious. I can't tell her that she barged into my home and pee as soon as saw me, right? Which Grafia is definitely embarrassed, and I am afraid it will make Fia upset, maybe angry, if she knows I frightened her daughter that much. I was living in isolation, and one day she came and barged into my house. I said this as I couldn't come with a better excuse since I am not good with making up lies, but was it all right to say barged considering the fact I let her come inside myself? Oh my Tilda, I didn't expect my child to be so active in this field, Tilda, she said with a surprised expression while she put her hand on her mouth and chuckled. I really don't expect Grafia's mother to be this type of person, to be honest. I expect her mother to be more of a strict type, but she is the opposite of my expectations. By the way, how much do you two progress, Tilda? She asked as she looked at me with an amused expression. Progress? What did she mean by that? Is she talking about Grafia's strength considering the fact to her I am kinda trained Grafia? Or maybe not because she said, two, means both of us. What do you mean by that? I asked this directly as I gave up on thinking of what she was talking about. As soon she heard my question, she became stunned, but after a few moments returned to normal as she opened her mouth and spoke. Oh, it appears you are more innocent than you look, Tilda. How the hell did she presume that? Innocent. And me who killed countless creatures, I even killed my own kind, I am not innocent in the slightest. Don't worry about it, Tilda. She continued to say this as she saw my confused face, and then turned towards Arya, who was sitting beside me. Arya couldn't help but shiver after feeling an intense graze of Fia as she tried to shift herself towards me, probably trying to hide from Fia. Sigh. I really want to continue rubbing her ears while I hold her small body, Tilda. Fia released a sad sigh while she said as soon she saw Arya trying to hide from her, as she continued to speak. I don't know why she doesn't like receiving my love, Tilda. You really don't know? I thought it would be pretty obvious by this point. After all, nobody would like to be played like a stuffed toy by anyone. Anyway, Jinkun, I have a serious question for you, Fia said, putting on a serious expression very different from her earlier expression as soon she turned towards me. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous after hearing this because she already knew about Grafia serving me. I felt at ease in heart, but there were many loopholes in the story that Grafia told her, and I didn't want to answer any questions related to that story. I just want to experience human life again, but I am here right now. Sigh, I just hope this will be over soon, then I can go to the human world to enjoy an ordinary life. What kind of girls do you like, Tilda? She asked as stared into my eyes like this question was very important. Seriously, is she for real? This is her serious question. I can't understand her at all, but why she wanna know this? I really didn't think about this before, and now I am already very old mentally, but if possible then I would prefer a gentle, and at the same time strong type, strength not in power but in heart and character. As I told her my thoughts, she started laughing, which made me confused as you asked me a stupid question in the name of a serious question. But after hearing my serious and honest answer, she started laughing like she heard a joke. Sorry, Tilda. She apologizes as soon as she realizes that I am not happy with her behavior and stands up from her place. Chapter 70, Lily Lucifuge 5. Graphia POV. I see, I muttered as soon as Lily finished telling me everything. I still find it hard to believe that so many things have changed. But I guess it's only me, since it's only a few months for me while for them, it's been more than 450 years, which is insane. Also, the new ruling system seems to have 4 leaders in the underworld, which are also known as the 4 Great Satans. The Satan positions were then given to Surzech Lucifer, of the Gremory clan, Seraphal Leviathan of the Citri clan, Ajuka Beelzebub of the Asteroth clan, and Falbium Asmodeus of the Glaciolabolas clan. These 4 devils were born with immense power, equivalent or superior to the original 4, and were chosen for the Satan's positions despite not carrying the blood of the original Satan. With the help of Seraphal, my mom and Lily are able to live here with peace in a small piece of land, at least compared to those Satans. I need to thank her properly whenever I get the chance for doing this for them, and also for being a good friend to my sister. Sigh. I released a tired sigh, because now I understood her hate towards my master, which was reasonable considering her experience with males. I can also understand why I haven't seen any male servants. It seems she fired them all and appointed only females, but it is not good. At least she needs to maintain good behavior in front of my master, since I don't want my master to take her behavior offensively. Even though I know my master is easy to get along with as long you get to know him, still it's better to make a good expression of yourself, meeting him it. Not to mention his shadow soldiers. Living with him made me understand one thing: never ever insult the master in front of them, especially Baru, otherwise consequences would be unimaginable. By the way, what's up with your eyes? I clearly remembered your eyes not being that attractive before. Lily's voice comes into my ears, waking me up from my thoughts. Oh, it's because of this, I said as I started to open my top button and revealed the gem which made me almost lose my life. It's beautiful, she said unconsciously, as she was stunned by that beautiful gem in my chest, which was normal. Yes, it is, but because of this I almost lost my life. I said this as I remembered how this beautiful thing made me almost die. As I continue, if it isn't for my master, then I would be most probably dead. Master? Sister, don't tell me you take that man as your master. She said this in a disgusted tone as soon she heard a master word from my mouth, forgetting about everything. To her reply, I could only nod my head in response, since I could understand her thoughts, as well as her disgusted tone. Sister, are you seriously taking that weak male as your master? She continued to speak this as she looked at me like she was very disappointed. Weak? Sister, you don't know what you're talking about. If he wants, then he could destroy our world without even moving. Maybe she is saying only because she could not sense his power at all. Lily, he is not weak at all. In fact, he is very strong. I said this with a very confident tone since I witnessed my master powers myself, so I know how dangerous is he. It's very fortunate that he doesn't treat us like insignificant beings just because we are a lot weaker compared to him. He even treats my mother with respect, which is rare considering my mother's poor talent. Sister, you are joking, Lily replied with a face like she didn't believe a word I said, but I couldn't blame her since she is always quick to judge the type of person. Sigh. I don't know what to say. She should be able to tell that even a small creature can emit a tiny bit of energy, but my master handles his power so well that no one can sense until he allows them to do so. I guess her hatred for males makes her blind to see such things, and now she can only see faults in them. Lily, believe me, I spoke this as I stared at Lily's eyes earnestly, trying to make her trust me and my master. Trust you? Sorry, sister, I can't do that. Even though I forgive you, sister, doesn't mean I forget what you have done, she said in a low voice as she stared at me. I felt my heart break into 1,000 pieces, hearing that even though she said this in a very low voice still, I was able to hear every word she spoke very clearly. I couldn't help but bite my lip, knowing it was also my fault for making her distrustful. I opened my mouth and tried to speak, but before I could do that, Lily already lay on her bed. Sister, can you go out? I am not feeling well right now, Lily said as she warped herself into a blanket without listening to my any word. I couldn't understand what went wrong. Everything was going well at the start, and suddenly her mood became like this? Is her hatred for men so big? Seeing Lily, who seems to completely ignore me and don't want to talk to me anymore now, I could only go out since it's better to give her time to calm down. I should ask the mother to talk with Lily maybe. Then she will understand, since Lily probably will listen to her more than me who left her. Sigh. Please give me one chance, Lily. I inwardly said this as I released a frustrating sigh and walked downstairs towards my Mom. Chapter 71, Familia Forest. Jinwu POV. Seeing Graphia coming downstairs, I release a sigh of relief thinking that I am finally free from her mother's weird interrogation, but her mood seems to be down. Did something happen with her sister? Baby, it seems you don't have. Good time with that kid. Her mother released a sad sigh as she said this looking at Graphia, whose mood seemed to be down. To her mother's statement, Graphia only nodded her head as she came near me and stood beside me. Without sitting, I guess she is still behaving like an actual maid, even in that mood, but in front of her mom. Looking at her mother's face, it seems she doesn't mind Graphia's behavior at all, but it is more like she is worried for her. I guess it's better to let them solve their family matters, at least until Graphia asks for my help herself. It's better to not poke my nose into other family matters without their permission. After 10 minutes, this will be your room, sir. A black-haired maid said as she brought me into a luxurious room, even though this room was much smaller than back at my place. Except my room, but this room's decorations looked expensive. After making an excuse for myself to leave, which Graphia supported it looks like, she always wanted some alone time with her mother, which favors me too. Then Fia instructed this black-hair maid to show me the way towards the guest room. I also wanted to bring Arya since she also wanted to escape from Fia's sight. Unfortunately for her, the moment she stood up and tried to follow me, Fia grabbed her and made her sit on her lap as she held her tight, preventing her from escaping at all cost. Even though I wanted to save her, because of her moist red eyes, which she was staring at me like, she was begging me to help her. But I really don't want to deal with Fia, because of how unpredictable she is, and not to mention she is one of the reasons I want to escape from there. So I could only apologize to her through telepathy as I followed the maid. Thank you, I replied to the girl as soon as she heard me. Her face became red, and soon she ran away from me as she ran for her life. Am I that scary? I inwardly said to myself while I warily smiled as I saw that girl running away from me like her life was on the line. Since I am very sure that my powers aren't leaking, there is no way she could have sensed my enormously powerful power, since I am very sure that I am hiding my energy very well. The last possibility is my face. She probably ran away from me because of my face. I thought I looked pretty normal, but it seems some people are scared of me because of my looks. Sigh. I release a sad sigh and enter the room. As soon as I come inside the guest room, I lock the door and fall on the bed from mental exhaustion. Man, I never felt this tired for a long time, even though I haven't done anything physically, but mentally, I am totally worn out. Was the bed always this comfortable? Or is this bed super soft? I don't know which is the correct, but I don't want to get up from this bed for a while. After closing my eyes for a few moments, unable to fall asleep, I opened my eyes as soon as an idea came into my mind. It's better to fight someone or something rather than this restless rest. I thought this in my mind because the only way for me to relax was by fighting someone. And not to mention that this world can handle my power, which is awesome for me. But the only problem for me is to find a worthy opponent or at least someone who can at least fight me. I quickly started to scan the area and started extending the range until I found that someone strong, but sadly everyone seemed to be so weak. I at least need someone who is like Graphia when she is merged with that thing, or should I say at least Baru level. I can also summon my shadows to fight me, but they never thought of me fighting me seriously. It's more like it's their loyalty, or they already know that they can't win against. That's why they don't even once try to fight with intention to win. And since Graphia is busy with her family matters, it's the perfect opportunity for me to find my new target to act as a stress reliever. After searching for a few, I was able to find an suitable person, which surprised me a little, because I thought it would take me a while to find someone. But I found it so soon, and not to mention the location was not that far away from the place where I am right now. I opened a portal to that location, quickly, since I want to return fast too, otherwise, they might suspect me of missing. As soon I entered the portal, the first thing I saw was a beautiful forest, which make me a little astonished because this place, where I am currently, is called the underworld, right? Then why the hell such a beautiful forest in the place called underworld? I guess only names here are wrong, like these people who called themselves devils. Like they all looked like normal people from my world, other than the fact they all are very attractive, and they have wings as well as a cute tail. Unconsciously, a small smile appears on my face as soon as I see many other creatures here in this forest. I guess it will be worth coming here. Maybe if I am lucky, then I will be able to get a pet today. Chapter 72, Tiamat. As I moved forward, I saw many little creatures hiding, maybe. Because even though they can't sense my power, all beasts have some kind of instinct that tells them about danger. Even though I never saw any of these creatures, they are silently observing me like they are curious about me, which makes them kind of cute, especially small ones. And maybe that's the reason they are hiding from me, because they considered me a threat that they couldn't eliminate, so all they could do was run away from me or hide. Sigh. I release a tired sigh, seeing not even a single creature coming towards me like some puppy who wants to be pat and get a treat. As I went deep inside the forest, I saw many beautiful things like clear lakes, beautiful sceneries as well, and big trees. I went deeper into the forest. I found a big deep cave, which seemed to be the location I had picked up previously in Graphia's house. And there I saw gold, gems, silver, and various treasures in the cave. It's like some treasure chamber, but unfortunately, I am not here for these things. Get out! A shout comes from the depth of the cave. It seems whoever is in charge of this cave and treasure doesn't want anyone to intrude in their place. But I don't plan to go back, especially when I finally found what I am looking for. With that, I straight went into the cave. Beautiful, I couldn't help but say this as I entered a very open area inside the cave and saw a dragon with celestial blue scales. Even though I don't want to compare, but I have to admit this dragon is a lot beautiful than my dragons, as they heard my inner thoughts. All shadow dragons inside my shadow went into deep depression. I couldn't help but feel sorry for them. I don't know why you come here, but leave this place before I sever your head from your body. Damn, this guy is loud, but at least he can communicate, and which makes things easier since I don't want to kill. I don't want this treasure or anything, but I am here for a request, I said as I directly landed in front of the dragon's face, which made that dragon startled, maybe because of my speed. And I also confirmed something after seeing so many treasures, which is a myth from my world about dragons loved for treasures, seems to be true. I want to have a duel with you. I finished speaking as I expressed my request, and now waiting for the dragon's reply. Hi. I couldn't help but be puzzled when I saw the dragon uncontrollably laughing as soon as that dragon heard my request. You know, what are you talking about? Damn, my ears hurt. I will really appreciate it if this thing talk a little lower, otherwise I might well have some hearing problems in the future, but to her question, I nodded my head. I don't know what to call this, bravery or foolishness. The dragon said in the middle of the sentence. The entire body of the dragon started to shine in blue light as the figure started to shrink every second. But what I will gain from agreeing to your such an unreasonable request? The voice, which seemed to be loud and annoying a second ago, suddenly becomes sweet and cold, but still arrogance is present in the tone. As the light faded, it left behind a figure that seemed to be a woman. This woman had very long horns like a mountain goat, or maybe more long. But the horn color was a beautiful mixture of green with golden lines. With pale blue color-haired and very fair skin as well as her pointed ears, she seems to be very beautiful on par with Graphia, but the most unique thing about her is her eyes. Her eyes are bright pink, and the unique part is there is a cross inside those bright pink eyes, which makes very different them from normal eyes. She also wearing a navy blue skirt, and her entire body is doused with the color of deep blue and a mysterious cold atmosphere that radiates from her body. Oh, so this dragon is female. I would never guess from her previous voice, but come to think. Short. I said this unconsciously, after seeing such a big body becoming small, and right now, she is shorter than me. I am surprised after seeing her shape-shifting ability, similar to Monarch of Destruction, who is also a dragon more powerful than her, but that doesn't mean this dragon is weak. In fact, I can tell as I looked at her face to face that she is strong as my general, maybe more stronger. I never thought I would be able to find someone as powerful as her in this place, which is very similar to my home world, but it's good. I don't know why, but now I feel she is angry after hearing the word short. I can even see black lines on her head. Give me something appropriate in return, otherwise I will burn you to ashes. She spoke as heat started to generate in her mouth like she was serious about what she was talking. Appropriate? I guess that's natural, otherwise it will be only unfair to her since I am here uninvited with such unreasonable requests, but what can I give her? HMOH, yeah, dragon loves treasure, even though this cave seems to possess endless treasures, but dragon greed is boundless, so I guess that will work. With that, I raised my hand and channeled my shadow power to create gold as well as other items that can consider treasure in large quantities, and make it rain. Chapter 73, Tiamat 2. Seeing the rain of gold, her eyes widened as she looked at me and smiled amusingly, while she opened her mouth to speak. You have a very interesting ability. Am I being praised? I thought it would take a lot more treasure to impress her, but it seems I was overthinking about it. She raised her arm as she grabbed some of the falling treasure in her hands and started to inspect it. Her eyes flashed surprise as she observed the treasure more and more, and finally dropped it looking very satisfied. Let's go outside. I suggest this mainly for her because this is her home, and if we fought here then her treasure might get damaged. I don't think that might be needed for such a trivial thing, she said as she rushed towards me, and I have to say that her speed was kinda impressive, but sadly in front, still not fast enough. I raised my hand and blocked her claw without any problem. Seeing this, her eyes widened as she took back her claw and went for a kick. And again with ease, I blocked her kick with the same hand that blocked her. But this time she didn't stop, as she started to attack again and again, non-stop, with every attack getting fast. She even used her thick tail to attack. But unfortunately for her, no matter how she tried to attack me, she wouldn't be able to land even a solid hit on me. After a while of her unsuccessfully attacks, she finally backed off as she created some distance between us, and right after that she looked at me with a different look than the previous. It seems you really are something other than some people who can only talk, she said as she looked at me with seriousness in her eyes. She continued, what's your name? Jinwoo, what's yours? I answered as I asked the same question to her. Since it's she asking for mine, then it's only reasonable for me to know her too. You don't know me? She asked with a stunned face like she didn't believe what I had just said. Seeing your stupid expression, it seems what are you saying is true. She speaks again as she saw my confused look, as she continued, you came here to my place without knowing anything and directly challenged me to fight. To her question, I nodded my head confirming her statement. Well, her confusion is understandable, since her strength is very high compared to others here. She should be a well-known figure in this place, and I came here without even knowing her name. Why? She asked again with confusion, maybe because she wanted to know the reason for me to fight her. Because you are strong? I replied to her question with an appropriate answer, since I can't simply disrespect her by saying I want to use her as a stress reliever. Heh, Tilda, she grinned as soon as she heard my response, and with a small smile on her face she opened her mouth to speak. You are right, only a strong opponent can help you improve. Sigh, I release a tired sigh seeing she take my words in the wrong way since I didn't come here to improve. But anyway, as long I get what I want I don't care much what she thinks. Follow me, she said, making me wake up from my thoughts as I did what she said and followed her. She brings me into a big area even though we are still inside the cave. This cave looks like more of a stadium because of its open space and size. Honestly, I am surprised because I didn't expect this cave to be this big. I should have scanned this entire place from the moment I entered the cave. Before we can start, let's have a bet to make this thing more interesting. She spoke up as she turned around and faced me with a cold smile on her face. Bet, haven't I already paid you for this duel, and you want more? Sigh as expected from the dragon whose greed has no bounds. But it will be fun. It will be great to look at her face when she loses, especially when she is the one suggested for this bet. What bet? I asked this with a curious tone since I was interested in what she was offering. After all, this dragon has many treasures. I was really interested in what she was betting. Loser will become winner property, she replied as she pointed her finger towards me with a cold and arrogant face. Become property of others. Is she serious? She suggests making the loser slave to the winner. Is she really that arrogant that she never thought of herself as losing? Dragons indeed are very arrogant creatures, but at least she is better than him, who only wants to destroy. I have to admit that your ability to create fascinated me. I hate to admit, but those treasures you created were better than my treasure, she said with a bitter expression as took a short break and finally continued. So it's better to take you. After all, you will be worth item in my possession, especially when your face is good to look at. I have to say it, she is one hell of a greedy dragon, but at least she is being honest, unlike that guy who tried to trick me in the middle of the battle. I still hate that lizard. Now tell me, are you confident in your strength? She asked with a tone like she was mocking me and trying to tempt me into accepting her terms. How childish. I couldn't help but say this in my mind after seeing what she's trying to pull here, but I guess that's her nature. Chapter 74, Jinwoo vs Tiamat. Unconsciously, a small smile appeared on my face as I opened my mouth and replied to her proposal fine. I agreed to her proposal only because I don't think I will lose, and it's not due to confidence, but it's because due to my current strength. Even though this world can withstand my powers, that doesn't mean I can't destroy this world at my will, but I won't do it otherwise. I won't be any different than him. After hearing my reply, a smile formed on her face like she already had one, as she stood there like she was waiting for me to attack. Oh, I guess that's her pride as a dragon to let the opponent attack first in the duel. Well, that works for me. So let's start with 7% of my full power to let her know what I am capable of. With that, I took the leap and appeared in front of her. She looked very shocked because of my speed, but I didn't give her any time since this was battle and aimed at her guts with my fist. Bang! My punch made her fly backwards as she crushed into walls, resulting in making a huge hole into that wall. Take this seriously, otherwise you might get killed. I said this in a serious tone, like I was giving her a last warning to take me seriously, otherwise it won't be good for her. She stands back up again with her slightly trembling legs. Damn, I guess that punch must have hurt her a lot, but her fault for having a posture full of openings. Cough. She coughed out blood, but she clenched her teeth and immediately wiped the blood off her mouth with her hand as she took out her wings and rushed towards my direction. In between, I saw her hand transformed into a dragon claw. Seeing, I couldn't help but feel good. After all, she was finally taking this seriously, as I prepared to block her attack rather than dodge. After 3 hours. Cough, cough. Looking at her, who is now in such a pathetic state, I couldn't help but want to pity her. Sadly, it will only hurt her damn pride. She is right now kneeling on her knees, while continuously coughing blood, and her entire body is covered in injuries and bruises, but still, she hasn't given up yet, which is admirable. Honestly, I never thought she would be able to fight me that long, but her strong will, or maybe pride, never allowed her to back down. Sadly, soon her body broke down. Tell me, what cough are you? She asked this as she coughed out more blood while she looked at him. I didn't answer her question, more like I can't answer her question because I don't know, what should I say. Am I human or a monarch, or should I say I am from a different world? Take this and I will admit my defeat. After a brief moment of awkward silence she spoke. She still did not give up even in the condition she currently in. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge energy started to generate in her mouth. In fact, it was so hot that the surroundings started to melt. Even her treasures would melt if she kept going. Damn it, she gonna destroy her own home. I quickly charged towards her as I put my left hand, which is covered with bandages, onto her mouth, before she could do her suicidal attack, while I put another hand onto her chest. Blast! She shoots fire which is hot enough to incinerate anything and everything in this whole area. I reinforce my left hand with shadow energy in order to negate her blast, while I use my other hand in order to make sure she survives. Sigh. After a few minutes, her attack stopped, not because she had given up, but it was because she now become unconscious. After confirming her life was not in danger, I gently put her on the ground, but to think she would go to such lengths as using her own life force just to win? Why? If she died then, I would have felt guilty, because I was the one who barged into her home and asked for a fight when she didn't do anything to me. But she sure is something. I said this in my mind as I looked at my left hand. The hand itself is fine, but all my clothing, as well as bandages, got burned in the process, and most importantly, I got a small bruise. Even though my whole left hand is covered in scars due to that final battle between me and the monarch of destruction in past, still I can see and feel clearly what was the impact of her fire breath, or whatever name that attack has. And not to mention, I reinforced my hand with shadow monarch energy. Even though it was only meant for defensively, but still her power in this attack was enough to penetrate my defense itself, is a shocking fact. Oh, she is waking up? I inwardly said as soon as I saw her moving eyebrows. I have to say her body recovery is excellent. Even then I lent her a hand, but still recovering consciousness after using such life-threatening attack in just a few minutes is insane. And I will be honest, her attack only stopped because her exhausted body gave up. The result, she lost consciousness. It was like a cycle, because I was neutralizing her attack at the same time I was healing her. In the end, she passed out due to her already exhausted body giving up as she passed out, but she almost destroyed her home and lost her life for what? She did this, but why? Is it because of her pride of not wanting to lose after saying many things? Or did I somehow intentionally hurt her emotionally? But anyway, it's better to ask these questions face to face rather than making baseless assumptions. Chapter 75, Tiamat POV. Tiamat POV. What was that monster? I couldn't help but think about that man. No. What is he? How can he be fine like nothing happened even after taking that head on? When I first saw him, I was surprised, because I couldn't sense him until he entered my cave, and I thought it might be because he used some kind of treasure to hide his presence. So I didn't think much about it, because in this world, only a few in numbers have enough power to rival my own. At first look, he didn't like any special at all other than his good skin, and I thought he come here as some ignorant insect to steal my treasures or try to take me as familia. So I threatened him in order to him leave my place, but he didn't even show the slightest fear of my threats, even in standing in front of my presence, which is rare. But it seems my prediction for him was wrong. He came here because he just wanted to fight me more like a friendly fight, and the most shocking part is I found no lies in his words. At first, I was intruded on by this, because this may be the first time someone so ignorantly come here, and ask such a thing for the first time without any fear. And the most shocking part was that he came here without knowing this place as well as my identity, and what his name was. Something like Jinwoo. I don't remember anyone of this name before. Since he and I don't have any affinity with him, I agreed to his request just because I thought it would be fun to play with him, but I didn't plan to agree to his request for free. And since bad treasure to hide his presence, then, surely, he should have more other treasures as well. Hearing this, he raised his hand, and suddenly a rain of various gold pieces of jewelry and gems happened in front of my eyes, which was very shocking, because I didn't feel even the slightest magic fluctuation in the air. Even though I hate to admit it, but all the treasures he gives me to have excellent quality, and with that I don't see any reason to reject him, but since he is so small, I decided to change form into my humanoid one in order to give him a chance to attack me, and it also helps me to not accidentally damage my cave. But when that hateful man saw my this form, instead of being grateful he called me short. I managed to calm myself down after seeing the treasures he was willing to give me in exchange for this. He then suggested we should go outside, which I at that time considered unnecessary, mainly because I didn't consider him worthy enough to change places for such a trivial thing. As I rushed towards him with the intent to end his stupid game in one hit, but against my all expectations, he dodged it without any effort, but I assumed it was a fluke. So I continued to attack him with physical attacks, but he evaded my all attacks with ease. At that time, I admit, that my every prediction about this man was wrong. As I agreed to take this thing, I more opened space in order to not let my treasure get damaged, especially when some of my treasures here were priceless. As I brought him into more space in order to let us fight without worries, but to make it more fun, I decided to make a bet which I thought would be more beneficial for me. If he becomes mine, then his all processions will be mine as well. And I can use him to hunt down DXD processors, after all that bastard still hasn't returned my treasures. Thinking of treasures he has taken from me, I couldn't help but grit my teeth, because all the treasures he took from me are really priceless, not to mention how hard for me to acquire them. But that bastard took it without any intention of returning it and becoming a sacred gear. Like that hateful bastard got no sense of responsibility, and I swear to kill every DXD processor until he returned what originally belonged to me. To his response, he agreed to my unreasonable bet with a small smile on his face, which confirmed my suspicions about being him completely clueless about me. I gave him to attack me, but I didn't expect him to suddenly appear before, or should I say his speed was so fast for my eyes to catch his movements. Not only that, as he appeared right in front of me, and seeing him I got a dangerous feeling as I tried to defend myself. He already punched me in my guts without any mercy. Even with my scales, his punch made me want to puke, and I was barely able to stand up. I also saw him say something, but at that time, because of pain, I couldn't understand a thing he said. But I am sure he was mocking me because of how confident I was, and now I was the one who was on her knees. And as one of the proud dragon kings, I couldn't able to take this humiliation. At that moment, I decided to go all out on him and make him beg for his life. Unfortunately, nothing went like I thought it would, because no matter how I attacked him, it was worthless because he either blocked it or dodged it, and his physical attacks were more powerful than me. Even my fire was not effective, with every one of his attacks, made me even more humiliated. In the end, I was the one who was on the ground as I coughed blood. Meanwhile, he was completely fine and looked like he didn't even take me seriously. With this, I lost my mind and wanted to just destroy, but unfortunately or fortunately, he was even able to stop that attack, which almost cost my life without any injuries, as well as he also saved my life, which I am grateful for. But before I blacked out, I saw his hand, which was completely covered before with his cloth. His hand had scars. Burn scars, and I am sure it was not me who caused it, so I couldn't help but wonder who in the world was capable enough to hurt this monster. Looking at him who is now staring at me, I slowly get, since I have a promise to fulfill, and as Dragon King, I can't go back on my words. Chapter 76, Tiamat POV 2. I hate to admit, but I am sure even if I am in my true form, then also beating him will be not possible. After all, he stopped the last fire, which I used my life force with ease. As he came near me and looked at my disgraceful self, I couldn't help but feel shame after getting pity from my opponent. It's nothing but shameful for myself. In order to make not myself more embarrassed than already I quickly stand up, even though every part of my body hurts very bad, but it's nothing compared to being in such a shameful way. "You were strong," he said as he looked at me, which only made me want to punch him in the face. Is he trying to provoke me by saying this to me after making me taste defeat without any effort? But I can't do it. He is strong, stronger than anyone I have fought in past, especially his weird power enough to neutralize my last attack with ease. At the same, he also healed with that same power, in order to not let me die. That power is something that I have never seen anything like in my entire life. It looks dark element, but it's not that. It's something far more powerful, well, as terrifying than darkness. From today onwards, I will be yours. I said this as I closed my eyes and accepted my fate and humiliation after all a being such as myself serving others. If this is known by others, then I surely will become a laughing stock. But I can't go back on my own words, otherwise it will be a great disgrace to my existence, even if the result of this makes me a laughing stock. "It's fine, you don't need to fulfill that bet," replied this in a light tone, telling me that he didn't regard this thing worth it. Does he mean that he doesn't want me because I am worthless in his eyes? Damn it, I really want to burn him to ashes, but I don't think it's possible to do that. No, wait, maybe it's possible. His whole arm has scars. I am definitely sure it's burn scars from someone. Wait, if you don't want me, then take me as your familiar. I speak this while I stand straight and look into his eyes, and then continued. It will considered, as I fulfilled our bet, as well as I am sure I will be helpful to you. Even though I don't know how someone managed to hurt this monster, and if I wanted to know how he got those scars, then the best way to know is by getting as close to him as possible. This may also considered an opportunity for me to get more stronger. Till now, I never needed to get more, but now, after such a humiliating defeat, I want to become stronger and get my revenge later in the rematch. Sigh. All right, he said as he released a sigh and finally agreed to my suggestion. Until now, I never imagined myself being someone else familiar, but now times had changed because I found someone like him. Wait, why he is not doing a ritual for binding? It's already been a few minutes, now it's getting awkward. Do you not know how to do it? I asked with an unbelievable expression on my face, because it was hard to believe a being as strong as him didn't know about such a thing, or maybe he never needed one. To my question, he shook his head, innocently confirming my suspicion. Come to think of it, how a being as strong as him is unheard of. And what is he? He doesn't match any of the species in my memory, no, it's not that. I can't feel anything from him. I previously thought it was because he is nothing but a weakling, but no, even if he was weak, then he should have emitted even a small amount of energy, since every creature needs the energy to live. But right now, standing in front of him, I can't feel a thing from him. Or he has some unimaginable control over his whole existence. Even though that is outrageous to think this. But if it's him, then maybe it's not impossible, because I did sense that energy when he neutralized my attack as well as healed me, and that was the one and only time I was able to sense him. I guess there are more questions that need to be answered, and the only way to get answers is through the problem itself, which is standing in front of me. Give me the drop of your blood. I asked this, as this is the necessary item for this ritual, since I don't know much about the binding ritual that devils and fallen angels used, but I indeed know a similar thing, and perhaps this is much better than those weaklings' ritual. As soon he heard my words, he suddenly raised his hand, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand of extremely good quality, enough to say that I had never seen a similar dagger to this one before, as well as it's some insane power leaking from it. Not only that, what's more shocking is that I can see its fang. This dagger is made of fang, and it's a fang of a dragon. I couldn't help but wonder which dragon he killed to forge such powerful dagger, while I was lost in my thoughts. He already poked himself with the dagger, and filled his blood in a small tube made of glass, as he offered that to me. Chapter 77, Familiar. Jinwu POV. I handed her my blood as I waited for what she wanted to do with it, especially this ritual thing and what she meant by familiar. Even though I really don't want her to be fixed on that stupid bet, because I myself didn't take that bet seriously. After losing, I didn't think that she herself would take the initiative to talk about the bet and submit herself to me, but a slave is the last thing I wanted. But she was persistent. Maybe she is because of pride that she can't go back on her word, as she suggested me to take her as a familiar. I want to tell her that she didn't need to do anything, but after seeing her eyes, which were full of desire like it's saying, she wouldn't take no for an answer. So I couldn't help but finally agree to her with a tired sigh, and since I didn't feel that she would back down until I said yes. Right after that, there was an awkward silence for a few minutes, but I got a feeling that she was waiting for me to do something. And my prediction was right, after she asked me about some ritual which I needed to do in order to make her familiar. Since I don't know, then maybe she is doing it, and maybe my blood is needed for this so-called ritual. She took my blood, she chanted something as a red circle appeared on the floor, and this circle looked like some kind of magic circle, since there were many weird symbols in it. This magic circle has 2 empty spaces, without any symbols inside of them. In one I am standing, while in order she is standing in the other. As dropped my blood in the center of the magic, and the moment blood touched the magic circle, the whole magic circle turned black and purple, similar to my shadows. I looked at her and saw her eyes sharpen because of this as she looked at me and opened her mouth, and said, "With this I will be your familiar," Assisting you in any kind of situation will be my responsibility from now on." She said this whole magic circle suddenly disappeared as I felt a small dragon mark appear on my left shoulder, and I could feel an invisible link between me and her. It's like between me and shadows, but unlike my shadows, her mind is not affected even in the slightest, which is fascinating. After all this means, she can also reject my commands at will if she wants, which is something my shadows can't do. As a drawback of this, she also doesn't get any powers like my shadows in return, which means she is not immortal, and nor does her powers increase even a bit, but luckily her potential has increased. "With this ritual is over now," she said as she took a pause like she was preparing herself for something, and after a few seconds she finally spoke in a very low and embarrassed tone. "Master." What? Why is she calling me master? Wait, her previous statement to assist me in any situation is familiar and is similar to a servant. That makes sense why she suggested this, since, with this, her promise also got fulfilled. Wait, why the hell did I get another maid all of a sudden? One was already plenty, but now I have another one who will call me master from now. Sigh. I don't know what Graphia will think of this. After all, she takes her maid job too seriously. And if she knew that I got another maid, then I am sure her reaction wouldn't be good. Maybe she would think that she is not doing a good job, and that's why I got one more maid, which will hurt her. After all, her dream is to become a perfect maid, and this sure will hurt her heart. But on the other hand, she will be excellent as a sparring partner for Graphia, which will help her to grow and control that thing better. By the way, what's your name? I asked this since from the beginning she never told me her name, even after asking mine. Tiamat, she replied in an ice-cold tone, which made me think that she was angry at my question for some reason. Then Tiamat, I will be going back now. I said this as I plan to go back now, because it's already been a few hours since I got out of Graphia, and if I don't get back then somebody might find me missing. I will follow you, Tiamat said, making me stunned, because if she came with me, then I have no way to explain about her to Graphia or to her family. No, I immediately replied as I rejected her idea, otherwise unnecessary trouble would be created, which I wanted to avoid. To my rejection, she got confused and asked, why? It should be normal for familiar to follow their contractors. Not now, wait till I complete my unfinished business. I said this as an excuse, because even though she may be a good sparring partner for Graphia, but now is not the great time to let Tiamat meet her. First, I need to talk with Graphia, and let her know the whole thing beforehand. Otherwise, if she sees her before any explanation, then she might get the wrong idea. Fine, if you require my assistance, then you can call me as you like. She said this as she finally decided to accept my excuse to not go with me. All right then, I said as I waved my hand towards her and disappeared from that place, and teleported myself back to the same guest room in Graphia's house where I previously was. Chapter 78, Meeting with Lily. Is everything fine? I asked this as I saw Graphia's gloomy look on her face, which is very unusual for her, so I couldn't help but ask this. After coming back, I thought that I was fortunate that no one noticed that I was missing, but I was wrong because after going out of the room I saw her outside my door standing, and it seemed she was the only one knows I had gone somewhere. But she seemed to mind that much because her mood was kinda of gloomy for some reason. Maybe it was because of her family, since her mood was already off after she met her sister. Something definitely happened at that time. Yes, master, but I came here because I have a request, she said as she looked at me with somewhat guilty eyes. Request? Tell me. I replied this since if she needed me to help then, I would definitely help in order to resolve her matters, so that we can go to the human world as soon as possible. It's like, she started to tell me her problem which she needed my help with, and it seemed the problem was more complicated than I imagined. Because her problem lies with her sister, whom I haven't met yet, and it seems her sister has very bad experiences with males, and because of this she seems to hate all of them. So Graphia wants me to go and meet her in order to change her opinion. Well, I am glad that Graphia has such an opinion of me, but how I am supposed to help with this? And not to mention, why the hell her mom supported this idea. That's right, she somehow agreed to Graphia's idea, which is weird. Sigh. Fine, let's meet her. I released a tired sigh and said this even though I had no idea what I would do, but I think I will have some idea when I will meet her in person. Thank you very much, Master, Graphia spoke as she expressed her gratitude after seeing me agreeing to her request. Well, I can't blame her for worrying about her sister's situation, since I know how much she loved her sister. And it's obvious her sister can't live like this, while hating every man just because a few were bad, and not to mention right now, she is completely shut in. To be honest, I feel tired after Fia then Tiamat, and finally this. But I don't think this is bad compared to my time on that dead place alone. As she guided me towards her sister room, while I followed her back. Well know the way I saw many maids secretly sending glances at me. Probably because I am too scary for them, or it's because I am the only man here in this mansion. Here is her room, Graphia spoke this as she brought me to a room which is located just on the left side of the downstairs. I will wait outside, she said as she stood at the door while waiting for me to get inside, like she clearly meant what she said. Wait, is she really not going with me? Is she not worried about how her sister who dislikes men will react when an unknown man enters her room? Well, if Graphia suggested this, then she didn't tell this on a whim. She surely decided this for a reason, considering that it's all for her sister, so all I could do was trust her words. I was about to go knock on the door, but Graphia stopped me midway, as she told me to go in directly, which puzzled me, but I decided to follow her words. As I entered the door, I saw not one but two figures, and one of them was Fia, and the other one I presume was Graphia's little sister. Her name should be Lily, if I remember correctly. She exactly looks like Graphia, exact the part she looks younger compared to her, but her eye color makes a difference. Her eyes are like her mother, which are red in color. Well, it seems Graphia inherited her eyes from her father, but she seems to hate her father very much. Maybe that's one of the reasons for her sister's bad experience with men. But I remember something important from Red Eyes, which is if Fia is here and Graphia is outside the door, then where is Arya? I quickly connected to Shadow, which I left in Arya's shadow, just in case something happened to her while me nor Graphia were available. After connecting to that shadow, I found that she seems to be sleeping soundly in some room while a maid is watching over her, which is reassuring. Anyway, as I entered the room, I attracted the attention of both, while Fia had the same normal smile on her face, but on the other hand, Lily, as soon as she saw me, her eyes became cold as she started to release a strong killing intent. This can't called simple dislike. It's clear that she hates men to the point that she wants to kill any man who comes into her sight. Oh, Jingkun Tilda, you are here, Tilda, Fia spoke in her beautiful voice as she started walking towards me, and she continued, meet her. She is my adorable youngest daughter, Tilda. Adorable? I am not sure about that, since she looked like she would jump on me to kill me anytime with that cold look, and such strong killing intent, like I kill someone important to her. Chapter 79, Meeting with Lily 2. Unfortunately, Tilda, I have to excuse myself for an important matter, she said as she came near me and continued, in the meanwhile, Jingkun, you can talk with my little Lily, Tilda. After she said this, as immediately went towards the door, but before going out, she winked at me as a signal, and finally exited the room, leaving me and Lily alone in the room. Lily seemed to want me to chew into pieces, but she didn't do anything as she clicked her tongue and clicked and picked a remote. Wait, is that thing what I think it is? My question was answered as the television screen opened, but as she started to play a game on the console. She started to play a game that I am very familiar with and couldn't forget no matter what, and the game she is playing a 2D fighting game called Tekken, back in my home world. This is the game that I used to play in my childhood, and after using artifacts in order to reverse time, I played many games with my friends and lived my childhood to the fullest. But sadly, as I grew up, I got no time because of monarchs, and due to that couldn't able to enjoy games anymore. I moved towards her for a better view, and it seemed she was too much immersed in the game that she couldn't able to focus on me walking. As I watch her gameplay, I couldn't help but thought of one thing: her gaming skills sucks, and it is worse than any one of my middle school classmates. She kept repeating the same mistakes again and again. It could be because of panicked, but still, she couldn't learn, and because of that she kept losing against the same opponent, and that opponent was not even a real player. The time went by, her patience also soon began to reach its limit, and she started to get angry probably, because this surrounding area started to get colder and colder. So her power is the same as Graphia, which truly shows that they are sisters, but unlike Graphia, she got no control over it since her power is leaking due to a video game. And I feel like she'll soon be reaching her breaking point by the amount of power she is leaking, which I compared to the power people here possess. Things happened as I predicted, because as soon as she lost in another one of her many attempts, and with that her patience finally reached its end. In her rage, she finally threw the controller, but before the controller got smashed into pieces, I quickly moved and caught the controller before it crushed. Maybe because of my speed, she got her eyes wide open in surprise after seeing me catch the controller that she threw, but soon her eyes became extremely cold as soon realized it was me. "What are you doing?" She opened her mouth and asked this in an extremely cold voice, while she stared at me with her bone-chilling red eyes like she gonna rip me into shreds at any moment. "Just watch," I said as I turned again and restarted the match. I don't know is my gaming skills now, since it's been a very long time since I played a game, but I am definitely sure that at least right now I am not bad as her. Even though my eyes were focused on the screen, I could still tell her eyes are on the screen too, since I couldn't feel her chilling stare at me right now. Well, it's good since it will make me not nervous, and with that, I can give my 100% on the game, and maybe I will have fun like old times. After a few minutes, I couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on my face. As I saw victory on the screen, I did this on my first try, which meant I didn't lose my gaming skills yet. I turned back to find Lily staring at the screen with a dumb look on her face, while she stared at the screen. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but chuckle because right now her look is very similar to my own little sister, when I did something very easily when she couldn't do that at all. Maybe because of my laugh, she woke up from her embarrassed state as she blushed a little maybe, because she realized how stupid she looked right now. "Give me back that." But as soon as she recovered, she furiously spoke this and snatched the controller from my hand and played the same level again. Maybe she is mad over the fact who she hates did something very easily on the first try, when she couldn't in many, just like my own sister. I also started to watch her game, but after a few moments, I couldn't help but release a sigh of frustration, because it was hard to believe she still couldn't beat that level even after watching me beat it easily. Maybe it's because she couldn't adapt my play style. It's possible since my reaction time is much better than hers. But she improved at least. Well, it seems if goes at this pace, then she might be able to win after a few tries, or many, since I know how she won't gonna move until she wins, otherwise her self-esteem will be hurt. I thought she finally won using a very similar play style as I display, and after winning, she had a smile on her face. Maybe she was stuck on this level for a long time. "Good," I said as I praised her even though her skills were very bad, but at last due to her tendency, she won, which is similar to my life after I was terrible at starting. Not in the game, but in my life as a hunter. Chapter 80, Lily Thoughts. A Lily Lucifuge POV. HMPH. I turned my face in order to not look at this hateful man anymore, as I focused on my next opponent in the game. If it weren't for my mother, then I wouldn't even let this hateful man come near my room. I don't know why my mom thinks this man is good just because he is favored by my sister. Not to mention, she was not even present by the time we needed her the most. I know that she had her own reasons, but still, that doesn't change the fact that she was gone when we needed her. And I still couldn't understand how my mother managed to trust this man after so many things. She should able to understand that, by now every man is nothing but a beast. Looking at his smile like he looking down at me, I couldn't help but clench my teeth as I snatched the controller and started to retry the same level he just beat. I am very sure he must played this game before, otherwise, there is no way he wouldn't be able to beat that difficult level, which I struggled for 2 weeks. But it doesn't matter. If he can do it, then I can also able to do it easily, and not to mention, he beat this level very easily like it's child's play for him. I played again, and even though I tried to do the same thing that man do, but couldn't able to easily as he did, and as a result, I lost yet again. I felt my blood boiling. I really want to throw this remote into that stupid game, but if I did it then I am 100%, this hateful man would laugh at me and mock me. Imagine getting myself mocked by someone like him. Makes me angry so much that I want to freeze him to the death, but I did that. I don't know how will I explain that to my mother. With those thoughts in my mind, I played again and again in order to not let this man laugh at me again, but unfortunately, the result was the same as before, which made me confused. Why was I able to do what he just did with ease? He made it look so easy, but pressing the right button at the right time is very difficult. He must practice a lot to get this good, which makes me wonder how many times he tried to get this good. As I tried more times, I started to notice that I was getting better, and with every try, as in one try, I almost defeated that stage, which made me very furious towards myself, as well as at this stupid game. But I was sure that on the next try I would surely win without any mistakes, and afterwards, as I thought I finally won, I couldn't help but feel happy and satisfied with my victory. Good, that hateful man speaks up, suddenly waking me from my happiness, which makes me realize that I am not alone in my room. Damn it, I curse in my mind, because I was so lost in the game that I forgot that he is still present in my room. And he was so quiet as well as transparent, making me harder to realize his presence. If one doesn't see him by eyes, then I am sure no one can detect his presence, which is very shocking, considering the fact that I have a keen sense for any energy due to my dense demonic power compared to other devils. It's like he totally blends into the environment, which is not easy to achieve, and not to mention he is doing it without breaking a sweat, or more like, he is doing it unconsciously. I guess either he is too weak or he is very strong, and I found the second option more makes, because even though I want to deny that possibility, but I am very sure that my sister will never choose a weakling as her master. Now I look at him. For a hateful man, he has a pretty good face, but that doesn't change my feelings for him. He is still a man who can't think of anything other than their lower body. I am very sure he must be thinking dirty thoughts for my mother when he meets her. After all, that's how all males are. Tusk, I clicked my tongue as I turned my face towards the screen back in order to not see this hateful man's face, as I continued playing the next stage of the same game. Since playing a game is much more fun than thinking about this hateful man, and the only one of the few things good about this man is he doesn't disturb me when I am playing, which is why he is tolerable. After 5 minutes, honestly, I really want to find this game creator and freeze him to the death because of how ridiculously powerful enemies he make. As I entered the next stage, I was defeated in only 2 moves. Why creator make enemies so strong while making me so weak? But that makes games frustrating, and yet interesting as well as fun. And that's also the reason I can't want to stop playing. After all, completing difficult games gives satisfaction like no other. And that's not the only reason for you not to give up, because if I give up now, then it will give chance to this hateful man to make fun of me, and there is no way I will let that happen again. With that determination, I continued to play at that level again and again, but still, I lost at every try, which made me depressed. I couldn't help but feel a little bit of fear as I looked up and saw this hateful man with a small smile on his face, looking at me while extending his hand. Chapter 81, Lily Thoughts 2. Sigh. I released a defeated sigh as I handed the remote to him, since I was already tired of this stupid game. And I don't want to continue making a joke of myself, and I give as I want to see how will he do in this level. Honestly, I really want him to lose, and then I will see how he will have that annoying smile of his on that stupid, handsome face. But unluckily, it didn't happen as I thought, because as soon he started playing, it was like before. He is playing perfectly without any flaws. He dodges when he needs to, blocks when needed, and finally strikes at the right moment after finding an opening. Even though the opponent's damage is insane as well, and this boss's speed is faster than my character, but still, this hateful man is doing this perfectly with ease. I couldn't help but think how he could do this without any panic, even when the boss suddenly changed its attack pattern in mid-fight. As the fight continues, he finally defeats the boss without any struggle, which only makes me more embarrassed. Is this stupid game favoring this hateful man? I don't understand, how can he play so well? Or am I the one who is bad? No way, I am bad. After all, I also played this game with my best friend as my opponent, and that match was difficult, but I somehow defeated her. So there is no way he is better than my best friend who takes pride in her gaming skills. Looking at the irritating smirk on his hateful, stupid face, I couldn't help but feel anger burning inside my heart, and the only thing I wanted right now was to wipe off that annoying smirk on his face. He offered me the controller back as I clenched my teeth and quickly took the controller back from his hand. It set the game into duel mode, since if he didn't lose to game bosses, then I would do this myself. After setting up all the settings for multiple play mode, I took another controller from the side shelves just beside my bed and threw it towards that hateful man. Sadly, that controller didn't hit his face, because he caught that controller with his right hand before it could land on his face. He took the controller and smiled at this as understood what I was asking for. He looked at the screen and started to choose his character. Well, it doesn't matter what Charon he chooses after all. In the end, it is skills that matter the most, and I am very confident in my skills. I just lost in the game because I am not used to those bosses' fighting patterns. Otherwise, I am sure that I can clear that stage faster than him, and I can do that without any struggle too. I just need to adapt, which requires time. But against a real opponent, I am definitely sure I can win. After all, it's been years since I have played games, and there is no way that some nobody male can beat me in this field. Now I just want to see his face after I dominate him, and then I will be the one who will be looking down on him. Will he be angry? Or will he cry? I really want to see him cry after all he dares to look down on me. I couldn't help but feel burning excitement inside me as I imagined that scene. A smile unconsciously appeared on my face. When I woke up from my thoughts, I found that hateful man staring at me. Normally, I would have found it disgusting, because all of those male eyes were impure, but this stare was pure without any ill intention. He looks like he is waiting for me, as I finally noticed that he has already chosen his character, as he is ready for the duel, and now he is waiting for me to choose the character. Looking at the character he chose, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart, because that character is pretty much useless, because that character has very low strength, no special ability and no defense, as well as that character got the lowest health. The only advantage that character is his light body, and because of that he can move fast, but what to use if that character can't even survive a few hits from other characters? I already declared his defeat in my heart, as I also started to choose my character, which also is my favorite. Even though this may be overkill, but it's fine since I want him to cry or at least rage quit, and for that, I need to completely dominate him. To make him understand who he did underestimate, and let him realize the difference in level between a grinder and pro skilled player, and wipe that smirk off his face. With those thoughts in my mind, I also read my character, and with that match got started. While on the loading screen, I looked at that hateful man. I found him very relaxed, and like he was taking this as child's play. Seeing, I couldn't help but clench my teeth, and vowed to not show him even a little bit of mercy for not taking me seriously. Finally, loading got finished. As the match finally began, I focused on the game in front of me to make sure his suffering. After a few minutes, looking at the screen where my character is down, while that hateful Mana character is winning with full health. I couldn't believe what happened. Yes, it must be a fluke. There was no way I was worse than him. It must be because his luck was good. Again, I said this in out loud tone as I made sure that he got serious from the start, which would give him no chance to defend himself and make sure that no fluke would happen this time. Chapter 82, Development. Xuanhuan POV. I smiled after seeing the persistent look on her face. She looked like an angry child who couldn't accept defeat no matter what. I agreed to her for a rematch, but it didn't matter much because after some moments, she lost again. Again, she shouted again as she didn't give up even after losing yet again, which made me question how she did not see that she couldn't beat me with that kind of character. She must choose her character based on its higher stats than all other characters, but sometimes stats are meaningless in front of real skills. No matter how good stats her character has, It doesn't matter if she can't hit me, after all I chose my character, due to its freedom to move. But to balance that out, developers made that character's stats worse than other characters. Meanwhile, Lily's character even though have high stats, but her character movement is limited. And because of that she is easy to get hit by her opponent. So the moment she chose this character, she was already lost, and she should have known from my previous gameplay when I beat those bosses that I have very good reflexes, but it seems she didn't learn anything from it. Or she just assumed my previous gameplay was a fluke, which is stupid, considering that fluke can happen one time, not twice. Again, she shouted again as she wanted another rematch. I couldn't help but release a tried sigh, thinking how persistent she is on winning. After some time, I couldn't help but feel pity while looking at Lily's face, as she was about to cry, because now this seemed to be her 23rd loss in a row. Even though I can let her win, but I am sure no gamer will be happy to know that their opponent let them win just out of pity. After all, winning by own efforts gives you another level of satisfaction. I have to say Lily is really different. If there is any other person, then he or she might have already given up, but Lily on the other hand kept playing again and again. Her tendency is on another level. Well, I guess it must sense, after all she is Graphia's sister, and Graphia's persistent to become stronger for her people, was also on another level. Looking at Lily, who seems to be very quiet, or more like, she wants to say something, but it seems she finally come to realize that she can't win. Her face looks like barely controlling her emotions by clenching her teeth, while her eyes seem to be wet. I don't understand why she has such a reaction over a video game. Is it relative to her hate for males? Maybe she can't stand the fact I am better than her in games. Whatever the reason is, I need to calm her down before she cries, otherwise I might become suspect for making a girl cry. I came towards her while her head was down, maybe because she was thinking something like another strategy for another match, or she just trying her best to not let me see her face. Don't calm. She was about to say something in a somewhat shuddering tone as soon she realized me walking towards, but before she could even speak, I put my hand on her head and started rubbing her head gently, as her words stopped midway from her mouth, while she lowered her head again after feeling careless. Honestly, I couldn't help but feel pity for this girl, even though I don't know much about her past. I at least know it somehow all began with her father. Let's play again, and this time I will teach you. I said this in the most gentle voice I could make, since this may be the best approach to reduce her trauma and make her normal. Hearing this, she moved her head upwards towards me as she stared at me with her red eyes, which are moist, and after a few moments, she finally nodded her head. Well, this is a good start as well, and this is easier than I expected. Now, I just need to treat her with care and patience, at least enough for her to trust me. With those thoughts, I sat beside her while maintaining some distance, since it was better to not rush things, otherwise it might backfire. With that, I restarted the game. But not in multiplayer mode, rather against AI, and started to tell her basics about the game like a teacher teaching his student. I could never imagine before coming here that I might one day teach someone how to play a game. But this is not bad at all, since this reminds me of my old time when I was innocent without any powers. Even though she is trying her best to not let me see her face, but I can sense that she is listening to me attentively. It seems even though her gaming skills are terrible, but I can tell that she really is interested in games by the way she attentively listens to my words. Which is probably because she now realizes that my skills are better than she's, after she kept losing to me. Did you see it? She excitedly said, as she finally won and beat the boss which she thought was impossible to beat after listening to my advice. I chuckle seeing her excited look, because from the first moment I met her, she gave an expression of an antisocial girl, and seeing her excited like this, I couldn't control my expression. Maybe after realizing that her cover is blown up, she quickly lowered her head, probably due to embarrassment, and even though she is trying her best to hide her face, but I am still able to see that her face is kinda of red at that moment. Chapter 83, Development 2. After an hour, even after I told her basic tricks for these kinds of games, but still, she failed what I was trying to do. She seems to understand what I am trying to teach, but unfortunately, She seems to forget most of the things to apply due to her sudden panic, which is an issue. If she can't have a calm mind, then it will be very difficult for her to become good. But I guess the only option is to wait and let her learn herself. While she was immersed in the game with full concentration, I decided to exit myself since I felt that she was fully absorbed into the game and would take a long time before she came back to the real world. I slowly got from the place where I was sitting as I walked towards the door, silently opened it, and finally exited the room. "Thank you, Master Graphia, who seemed to be outside the whole time," said this as she expressed her gratitude. I already knew that she was listening to everything happening inside her sister's room, which favors me since it meant that I didn't need to explain anything. As she told me to follow in order to give me a tour of her house, even though I already scanned the entire place but still out of her goodwill, I decided to take the offer. She guided me throughout the entire mansion while she told me about it like a tourist guide. At one point, I saw Fia lying on the couch as she was holding Arya, who seemed to be awake now. Fia is feeding Arya some kind of snack with her hands, while Arya seems to be immersed in watching TV. She seems really interested in it. Well, it's good that she finally is enjoying her time like a normal kid. Especially after what she went through, she deserves a good rest. We next moved to the garden, which was filled with flowers that I had never seen before but had a nice aroma. The underworld of this world is very different than I imagined. This is not bad at all, but as I am looking to appreciate the scenery. Graphia came as she opened her and started to speak. "Once again, I like to thank you for agreeing to such a selfish request of mine, Master." "It's fine," I replied to her as I told her not to worry about it, since I also had fun playing games, which I didn't expect. Because even though I expected this in the human world, considering that my world and this world are very similar, but I didn't expect video games in the underworld. But still, I like to express my gratitude because now she seems to have a little different opinion of you, which might help to solve her problem," Graphia said with relief in her tone while she bowed. She continues, "I couldn't help but feel ashamed for asking you to do things on my behalf. After all, this was my fault for not being present when she needed me the most." With every word she spoke, her tone started to become heavier. I neglected my duty as her sister. "Oh, I see. It seems she is feeling very guilty leaving her family behind due to her family losing its support, since Graphia was the only one with a good talent for fighting. But Graphia was also in the dark since that being promised her to return her at the same time when she left. Naturally, Graphia breaks promise first by revealing the existence of that being. And with that, I don't think that being has any reason to fulfill the promise that being made. Wait, that doesn't mean that I am also the reason for this. No, now it's useless to find whose fault is this. Instead, it's better to improve the current situation, otherwise, she won't be able to move out of her shadow of guilt." "It's not too late," I said as the dejected Graphia looked up at me. After all, she can't change the past, but at least it would be more better for her to focus on the present. Now I can kinda understand why she chose me instead of doing this herself. It was because she felt not worthy. And that's the reason she chose someone she could trust. She still didn't reject you, so it must be not too late for you to fulfill your responsibility as her sister. I continue to speak as I try to convince her that it's not too late for her to give up. "Really?" Graphia asked this with a low voice as she looked at me. It seemed she was trying to reconfirm what I had said. To her response, I nodded my head, which would give her the motivation she needed to repair her relationship with her sister. And I am very sure she will do it fine. After all, I know how much she adores her sister. She just needed a little push enough to make her take the first step to repair her relationship with Lily, by actions and not by her words. "Master, I really appreciate that. Thank you," Graphia speaks as she shows her gratitude yet again. Well, she needs to fix her habit of saying thank you every single time. "By the way, do you know what is familiar?" I asked this in order to change the subject, and also I needed to know about this. To my question, she nodded her head as she spoke. Familiars are just monsters or supernatural beings who have been magically bound to a devil through contracts as a servant or ally. "I see," I muttered as I couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since I am not a devil, then how can I get familiar? Maybe it's better to ask her this question face to face. But should I tell Graphia about her? Looking at her face, even though she is trying to show no expressions, but I can still feel like she is curious, and I am pretty sure that she is curious because of my sudden question. Chapter 84, Saving Red-Haired Kid. After a week. Phew, tilde this is sure is refreshing. I took and release a refreshing breath as I muttered, since roaming around wildlife gives me a refreshed feeling. Right now, I am wandering around in a beautiful forest somewhere outside in the underworld, since this is my favorite thing to do in my free time while exploring new things in this new place. It's been a week since I have been living with the Graphia family, which was very relaxing as well. There is a piece of good news: we will be going to the human world soon. Unfortunately, Graphia won't be able to come with me to the human world because she still has unfinished business, and she also wants to spend time with her family to repair her relationship, even though I feel like she wanted me to stay too, but I don't feel good being a freeloader in someone's house. Sigh. I release a tired sigh even though I in the past felt awkward around her, but now I seem to be very used to her presence, and now she will gone again. But at least I am not alone because Arya will be coming with me in the human world, and Graphia herself suggested this because she believes that Arya will live more happily in the human world, the underworld. To this decision, Fia was very sad that her hug pillow would be gone, but still surprisingly, she agreed to this decision. Maybe she knew Graphia's decision was right for Arya. As well as Graphia also found a perfect solution to increase her lifespan, but it seems Graphia needed time for preparations, which is really fortunate. And also about Tiamat. I did tell her about that dragon to Graphia, and she was very surprised at this, because I am not a devil, and not only that, since I do not even belong to this world, more like I am an alien to this world. And as I told her about my familiar name, which made her so speechless that even her mouth got wide, which was quite funny, and as she calmed down, she told him about her. It seems she is a very big shot in this world, because apparently she has been known as one of the Dragon Kings, and no one has ever able to make her familiar. Even though not many people know her name, since she is like a calamity, and known for destruction, only big and old families like the Lucifuge family know about her identity. As Graphia finished listening to my whole story, her face became more unbelievable, because nobody ever heard something outrageous like familiar making a contract on her own, especially a dragon king like her. After all, dragons are known for pride and arrogance. Fortunately, instead of feeling down after hearing me get a familiar, she was very proud of the fact that her master was the one who got a familiar, which no one had ever gotten in history, and at that time, I felt my all worries were unnecessary. I moved forward in the forest while enjoying the fresh air, as I suddenly felt something wrong and started to move towards that certain direction. HMHHHMHH. A devil girl with red hair whose body and mouth seem to be fully tied up, tries to struggle in order to get free, but it seems to be futile efforts of her. Let's get out before someone notices us, otherwise we are as good as dead. A man said as he looked towards the girl who seemed to have black wings on her, who seems to be his partner. I guess that is the so-called fallen angel of this world. The angels that have fallen from the grace of God, due to having impure thoughts that divert them from the teachings of the God. And they seem to be kidnapping that red-haired kid who looked around Arya's age. I guess it must related to some blackmailing or revenge, but it seems people like them exist everywhere. I walked towards her, since, if I didn't do anything then this kid's life would be in danger. Not to mention, she seemed to struggling a lot despite being in ropes. Are you okay? I asked this, as I came near the girl who is on the ground. As soon she saw me, her eyes become widened while started to struggle more than before. Why, who the fuck are you? Man Devil asked this in an out loud tone as soon he finally noticed me. They soon started to come towards me with murderous, but the next step they took, they both instantly got smashed onto the ground. I honestly don't have any mood to deal with this kind of people, so I quickly used my ruler's authority to slam them into the ground as both of their heads got smashed into pieces, creating a bloody scene. They died, they a lot weaker than I expected, but I hope it won't cause any problems for Graphia. At the same moment, I covered this kid's eyes, since it's not good for a child to see such a bloody scene. I picked her up and started to move towards a different location where she couldn't see this bloody scene. I gently lay her on the ground as I untie her ropes after getting untied. She continuously lowers her head towards the ground like she is trying to hide herself from me. Well, I guess I must have scared her very much after all. I killed those two people, brutally in front of her even though I closed her eyes, but still, she should have heard screams and seen that bloody scene for a moment, as well as some of their blood also got splash on her. That's not my fault, since I didn't know those people were that weak compared to Graphia when she first met me. I just wanted them to get unconscious, but instead, they got killed instantly. Chapter 85, Saving Red-Haired Kid 2. Even though her head is down, but still, I can see her fat cheeks which are somewhat red. Seeing that, I couldn't help but want to pinch them. Thank you, Kid said this in a very weak voice as she thanked me, but still it was enough for me to hear it loud and clear. It seems she is still grateful for the fact that I saved her, but what should I do with her? Should I send her home myself, or should I send her with one of my shadow soldiers? Where is your home? I asked this as gently in order to not scare the girl any more than she already is, so it's better to treat her as gently as possible. Hearing my questions, she started to look around, but she seemed to have no idea of her current location, as her face started to get pale. I see those people probably brought her into this forest after kidnapping her, since this place is basically isolated from others. And not to mention, judging from their talk and their fear, I can understand that this child belongs to some kind of high-class royalty in the underworld. I guess I need to find her home myself, which is an easy task for me. As I stretch out my hand and offer it to her while I speak to her, "Come with me, and I will take you back home." She just stared at my hand with her eyes like a statue. Wait, do I sound like a kidnapper? It's reasonable that even though I saved her from those people, but still to her, I am still a stranger. And especially, those words I spoke were exactly like a kidnapper. But fortunately, maybe, after finally gathering the courage, and slowly grabbed my hand with her small hand, as she trusted me now. Thud. Ouch! She screamed in pain as she fell back on the ground again, as soon as she stood, which I noticed was because of her wounds on her knees, and not only her knees, but her wings also are injured. Don't move, I said as I bent down in order to examine her wound. I touched the place where she was injured and healed it with very little power of mine, which should be enough for her body to bear. She trembled a little, but in an instant, her injury healed without leaving a single scar on her body, and she looked extremely shocked that even her mouth opened. I chuckled a little at this funny sight, probably because of the laugh. She got embarrassed. It was amazing, she said with a little shuddering as she praised me after she recovered from the embarrassed state, while she stared at me with her shining blue-green eyes. I offered her my hand again, while she stared at me with her eyes filled with admiration. As she again grabbed my hand, shyly. But at least now, I can find her family to return her back, and hopefully, this time her family will be careful enough to make sure her safety. I quickly began to scan the entire area in order to find a person similar to her energy, which might be the best shot for me to find her home back. But how this small girl's energy is similar to the monarch of destruction, or is it because her power is related to destruction? Anyway, I just hope she won't become similar to that guy. Found it, I inwardly said this as I finally found a huge mansion where I could sense multiple people, or devils in. I guess that's the place. Also, those devils must be her family, since I also felt the tension in them, and it must be because of her. After taking out my dagger from my shadow world, I quickly slash it with that portal opened near her home. Seeing this, she got scared and quickly hid behind me, while cautiously staring at the portal that appeared in front of me. I slowly let her inside the portal, which I opened inside the garden inside her house, and a place where no one can see us, since it's better to hide myself from other people's eyes. Judging by the size of her house, which is a lot bigger than Graphia's house, and now I am sure that my prediction was right about before, as she is definitely the daughter of some extremely rich family. I got a gut feeling if I got involved with them, then it would only create more problems, which only would delay me from going to the human world. Not to mention, I am sure suddenly appearing inside this house, which has such tight security, will only make me look like some criminal or thief, even though I am pretty sure soon this kid will clear my name, but it is still better to avoid such scenes. Is this your house? I asked this for confirmation just to make sure, and to my question, she nodded her head slowly, or was she just surprised at the fact we suddenly got here? Then be sure to go safely from here, I said as I returned back to the portal since my work was done, and I was very sure that she will be going to return safely to her family. After all, she was already in her house now. Wait, what's your big brother's name? Maybe after finally realizing that I was leaving, she quickly turned back me and asked this while shouting and started running towards me. But it was too late since I already crossed the portal and appeared in the same place in that forest where I healed that girl. I guess it's about time I went back too, since now Graphia is back in her home, which I saw through my shadow. Then she must gotten the method she was talking about to prolong Arya's life. I used to shadow exchange places with one shadow, which was present in the mansion. Chapter 86, Red-Haired Girl Thoughts. Red-Haired Girl's POV. He left. I couldn't help but mutter as I saw him disappearing from my eyesight in front of me. That big brother was so cool and amazing. I couldn't help but feel sad when he left so quickly, even without telling me his name. I couldn't help but feel this whole day was full of adventure for me, but I feel it was worth it after meeting that cool big brother. First of all, I sneaked out of my home to escape that boring studies, because I still couldn't understand why I needed to study when I was a high-class devil. But it was not easy because of so many guards and people. Fortunately, I am very clever enough to escape under everyone's eyes. Soon, when I tried to explore someplace outside my territory, where I could play until my tutor was gone, as after some time, I finally found a perfect place. While I was enjoying my adventure in unknown woods, suddenly I encountered 2 stray devils and 1 fallen angel. They seemed to following me for a while right after I left my territory. And it seems they instantly recognized me from my bright, beautiful red hair and followed me till I reached an isolated place and caught and used me for some kind of revenge. Even though in past I hunted stray devils, it was always when my mom accompanied me or my brother, and it was just for my education. While at that time, I didn't have anyone with me and didn't think it would be hard to hunt them again, even without them. But I was wrong because even though I managed to kill one of them with very difficulty, but the other 2 were more powerful than him, and on the other hand, I got injured. I shouted loudly and tried to warn them as I ran, even though I knew it was very shameful for a noble like me to run still because of fear for being killed. I couldn't help but run away as I fly at my fastest speed to get away from them, just in hope to escape or that someone will notice her and help her. Unfortunately, not long after fallen angel injured my wing with her magic, which caused me to fall hard on the ground, hence the reason I got caught by them. And afterwards, they tied me with some kind of special rope, which somehow restricted my power of destruction. They also stuffed my mouth in order to make my mouth shut up. At that moment, I couldn't help but curse them in my mind, while I tried my best to struggle in order to get free, but it was futile. At the moment, I regret my decision to try to sneak away from studying, say sorry to my family in my mind, and promise to never do this again while praying someone to come and save me. As my prayers were heard, someone came to my rescue, because as they trying to talk about escaping, a person who seemed to be not a devil came just like a prince in the stories. His appearance is so handsome that words can't describe him. His angelic sharp face, his purple glowing sharp eyes, his sharp nose, his pure black hair, and finally his very fair skin. Everything about this man is so perfect, unlike anyone I have ever seen. He looked so majestic with his indifferent look, like nothing in this world matters to him. But he is not a devil, nor a fallen angel, which makes me wonder about his identity. He started to walk casually towards me, without any sense of danger. While maintaining his same expressionless face, as he came, he directly went down to me, while ignoring both of them like they didn't exist for him, and asking me whether I am okay or not. I couldn't help but panic because soon they noticed him, and they rushed towards him with the intention of killing. I tried harder than before in order to speak, or just somehow to warn him about incoming danger, but the next moment shocked me, when suddenly both of them fell on the ground on their heads so hard that both people's heads got smashed into bits. I became stunned as suddenly that handsome brother covered my eyes with his hand at the exact next moment. I want to complain that I am not a kid but a princess. When I was about to shout to complain, he suddenly lifted me up, making me shut my mouth as he carried me in a princess carry, which was very embarrassing. And brings me to another isolated place, which makes me worried, because I heard about people doing very bad things to children. I couldn't help but wonder if he was one of them, but I demised this idea after he freed me, and then asked me about the location of my house, also the fact there is no way such a handsome person would be a bad person. But to his question, I was clueless since nothing seemed familiar to me, and don't know any way to find my way back home. He stood up and offered me his hand. I couldn't help but be embarrassed because he might be the only outsider who had seen me in this pathetic state. Looking at that super handsome face, I quickly swallowed my words and took his hand while trying my best to not look at his face. But when I tried to stand up, I fell back onto the group because of the pain in my injury, and as soon he saw this again, bent down and touched my foot, or to be more precise, my injured area. I felt a little shy, because he was probably the first male outsider who touched me like this. As soon an itching feeling came and went in the instant. When he removed his hand, my foot was fully healed, and not only my foot but my wing as well as my bruises all got healed. I got dumbstruck by this, as I suddenly heard a chuckle making me awake. I soon saw him smiling at me, which made me ashamed due to my silly appearance just now. He again then offered me his hand, and told me to stand up. As I stood, I felt not only my injuries, but I feel refreshed and full of energy, which was something I had never seen anything like this. Then suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and then he cut the space like it was nothing, which made me question how many things he could do. He then slowly walked towards the space where he swung his dagger and created a thing similar to a crack. And as we crossed that crack, we suddenly appeared in my garden, which made me question how he did it. I turned back. He had already gone back to that crack. Without listening to my voice, the next second, that crack completely disappeared. I couldn't help but blame myself for not even asking his name. Anyways, I'm sure my brother can find him in no time, especially with that big brother's super cool-looking appearance. He is so cool, amazing, and handsome. I said this to myself in my mind to make sure to imprint his appearance in my mind in order to never forget it even by any chance. Chapter 87, Arya Reincarnation. Jinwoo POV. After dropping off that girl safely in her house, I came back to Graphia's house as the guards gave a small bow and opened the gate for me to enter. I still couldn't get used to this noble treatment. Well, it's only a few days, then I will gone anyway. Ara tilde Jingkun, you are already back from your walk tilde, Fia said as she looked towards me while she rested her chin on Arya's head. Seeing this, I couldn't help but question myself, how would she manage after Arya goes with me? After all, I can see how much Fia has grown fond of Arya. Fia continued to speak with a smile. Can you play with Lily tilde? She seems to have looked for you earlier, while you were gone tilde. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile a little bit because during this whole time, Lily didn't give up even though she never really spoke up herself, but by the graze she gave when she stared at me, I always knew what she was trying to say. Unfortunately for her, no matter how hard she tried, I still won in the end, but that didn't stop her, as she kept pestering me again and again. Still, every time she plays, she improves, but it's not enough improvement to give me any challenge. Anyway, let's play with her for the last time, since I will be going soon also. I can see Arya being with Fia, meaning that Grafia is still working on her preparations. With those thoughts, I walked upstairs towards the direction of Lily rooms. As I reached her room, her door was opened, and there is an extra controller lying on the table with a chair. I guess she already made preparations for me as always. I get inside and sit on that chair as I pick up the controller, while she starts the game with a very serious face. Should I go easy on her today? I inwardly asked this question to myself since today is my last day, so it's better to give her a chance to win, but it will be all on her whether she can win or not. After the game, sigh. I release a tired sigh because even though I gave many openings but still lost, even though this match was a very close call. When I looked back towards her, I saw her face like she holding back intense frustration inside her, while she gritted her teeth. Even though from the looks I can see, she wanted to play again. But I don't have time for that since I can sense Graphia now coming towards this room, which most probably means that her preparations are done. Let's have a rematch later, I said as I put the controller back on the table and stood up from my seat. Hearing my words, she looked like she wanted to say something, but she held back and said nothing at all. And it's not like I am going forever. Since if she really wanna play, she can come to the human world, since I come to know there are many devils among humans who live in the human world in disguised, or I can just come back to her whenever she wants a rematch using my technique. I exited her room and encountered Graphia, who told me to come to her room, while she also picked up Arya on the way from Fia. We entered her room, which was surprisingly very normal compared to what I thought in my mind. Master, see this, Graphia said as she took out chess pieces in front of me, and then she continued to speak. This is called evil pieces, which I told you before, Master. I see, these are the things that devils use to reincarnate other living beings into devils, but those reincarnated devils will be like slaves to the devil who reincarnated them. Wait, that means she wanted to use this method to change Arya's race into a devil in order to expand her lifespan. I mean, I think this method will work since the devil's lifespan is approximately 1,000 years, but will this be the only way? I want Arya to be free. Are you sure about this method? I asked this to Graphia because she thought of this method for some reason since she cared about Arya more than myself, so it was better to hear her first. Chapter 88, Arya Reincarnation 2. Hearing my question, Graphia nodded her head and opened her as she spoke in a deadly serious tone. Don't worry, Master. I will be one who will be reincarnating her, and I will let her live a free life. I nodded to her since I believed in her character, and even if she did try do anything like that, then I gonna stop her. But ask Arya for permission. I said this because no matter what, she has the right to decide whether she wants to change her race or not, especially when she is the last of her kind. She nodded her head to my suggestion as she bent down to Arya and asked in a soft tone, Arya, tell us what you want. To Graphia's question, Arya slowly nodded her head as she agreed to Graphia's suggestion, and with that Graphia looked at me like she now asking for permission. Sigh. Okay, I replied with a sigh. Since Arya has no problem, then I have no right to reject this idea. Not to mention we have no choice after all. If I try to use my method, then she will lose her all will while becoming my puppet like my other shadow soldiers, and I don't if she even able to talk, so that's out of option. And now her home planet is destroyed, might cost her life even more because now she has no way to replenish her energy, which caused her life to even become shorter. So Graphia's suggestion is the only option left, since even though Arya will become subordinate to her, that doesn't change her will or her memories at all, which means she has the freedom to live. Graphia, after seeing me giving permission, took out a bishop piece and then slowly brought it near Arya's chest. The bishop piece got inside her chest without any injury, like it got merged with her own existence. Arya's whole body started to change. Not only her body, but her energy also started to change too. She started to grow while her energy seemed to become familiar, but it was not the same. It was like they now had some kind of connection. After the light faded, Arya's body grew a bit taller than before, and she has now 2 wings and a tail like a normal devil. Other than that, I haven't seen any changes in her. She has some rabbit ears, which I am really fortunate, while now she seems to contain a large amount of energy, compared to Graphia. Without that thing, the good thing is that she is now able to replenish her energy without any problem, which means it's successful, Graphia said, as she gave Arya a new pair of clothes, since her current clothes now become very tight, like it gonna tear at any moment. Due to the sudden growth in her body, Arya entered the washroom. But that's it. I thought there might be a more complicated ritual, but it seems I was thinking too much, and her appearance also didn't change much too. Master, I like to apologize for making you wait like this. Graphia apologized as she looked at me with a boat a little and continued. I know how much you want to go human world, but due to my sudden reappearance, it took more time than expected for me to get evil pieces. I see, I replied as I waved my hand to not worry about this. 1 week is not that big time, especially after I spent hundreds of years alone. not to mention it was for Arya's life. So it was necessary. But Master, I suggest for you train Arya too. Grafia said this, as she suggested this, which was out of my expectations, because I thought she wanted to give Arya a carefree life without any powers. Grafia continued to speak, Master. With her reincarnation complete, not only her appearance but her powers also evolved too, and it will be a disaster if she can't able to control it. Arya powers. If I remember correctly, then her power is to reveal the probability of everything, which is a kinda tricky, but honestly very useful power. And that's the only reason Arya was able to survive in such difficult situations, which can even cost her life. Evolved, I inwardly said this since I didn't fully understand what Grafia meant by this, but I had an outrageous prediction about Arya's evolved power, which Grafia trying to warn me. And if that's true, then Arya's power is a lot more dangerous than I thought, not for me, but for this world, especially if she doesn't know how to control it. Knock knock. I nodded my head to this, since I agreed with Grafia's request. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, as Grafia opened the door, revealing a maid. Fia-sama calling all of you downstairs for dinner, maid said in a respectful tone as she bowed her head and walked away. At this moment, Arya also returned wearing her new biggest size clothes, which she now looking more like a teenager than a child. Maybe Arya's growth also stopped because of her planet's destruction, and I am talking about the moment when that bastard take hold of her homeworld and started to suck its life force. Let's go back, I said as both of them also followed me back downstairs to the living hall, where I saw something which really made me surprised, because there was a very unexpected person sitting on one of the dining table chairs, because she had never eaten on the same table as me before. The whole table is decorated with way more dishes than normal, and more kept coming by the maids. Ara Tilda, you look wonderful, Tilda, Fia said, as she came from behind, and then hugged Arya from behind while Arya just didn't do anything to dodge, or she was just now used to Fia's actions. Fia continued to say this as she observed Arya's change in appearance. Arya darling, Tilda, you seem to be grown a bit. Chapter 89, Grafia vs Tiamat. Your small wings are so adorable, like yourself, Tilda, Fia said as she touched Arya's wings, which she had grown earlier. Grafia darling, Tilda, congratulations on getting your first peerage member, especially such an adorable member, Tilda, Fia said as she looked at Grafia, and then she continued, be sure to treat her with lots of love for me, Tilda. To this, Grafia just simply nodded her head and stood beside me, as she looked at Arya suffering, but she didn't help her either. Maybe she also knew it was impossible to help Arya. Come to think, to start a peerage, devil is required to have evil pieces, and to acquire those evil pieces, the devil should reach some level of strength. Unfortunately, from what Grafia told me, her mother wasn't able to reach that level due to her poor talent. As for Lily, she has talent, but she is not interested in peerage due to her introverted personality. Let's have a last great feast all together. All right, Tilda Jinkun, Tilda, Fia said as she turned her head towards me, who was standing right beside me. Okay, I replied to Fia as I agreed to Fia's request, since it would be rude to reject her as well, and there was no harm in having a feast, especially when a person like Lily came to join the table. Then let's not let Lily keep waiting, Tilda, Fia said as she walked forward, while she kept Arya in her arms and we followed her. Fia finally let go of Arya as she reached her place. Normally she let Arya sit in her lap, but unfortunately for her, since Arya has grown now, she can't do that anymore. As she let Arya sit beside her while Fia sat beside Lily, and told everyone to start eating. During the feast, Fia kept feeding Arya like there was no tomorrow, while she kept talking about topics like what I am gonna do in the human world. To be honest, I plan to relax while roaming around this world, and I want to see if this world really is the same as me. If this world is really the same as my home world, then I want to go to Korea, to be exact the place where my home is in my home world, to see if my home still exists, and it is then what kind of people living there. Luckily, Fia already arranged all the necessary documents for me and Arya, which are needed for our identification in the human world, and she even arranged a house. Which was unneeded, but she insisted, since she told me she had set up a magic circle that could be used as gateways to travel between here and that house. I am sure she did this just to meet Arya whenever she felt like it. But honestly, I am very grateful to Fia for doing all these things which will really save me from unnecessary troubles. Still couldn't help but feel a little guilty for this, especially when she is a single mother of 2 daughters. Even though I know she may not be talented in power, but still, she is a successful businesswoman, both in the human world as well as in the underworld, which makes her a little richer than normal people. I plan to leave her some gifts for such a warm stay, since I knew she gonna reject my gifts if I offered her face to face. And I didn't forget Lily. I also planned something for her, and I am very sure that she definitely gonna like it due to her passion for games. Like this, the last meal with the Lucifuge family was finally over. After the meal, Fia take Arya into her room because she brought a bunch of clothes and other stuff for her since Fia knows how Arya come here without anything. That's the reason she already purchased everything Arya needed for her daily life, or maybe she did purchase way more than needed, and now she wants Arya to try them all before leaving. Stay strong, I couldn't help but say inwardly this in my mind after seeing the dead look in Arya's eyes, while she pulled by the Fia into her room as I silently prayed for Arya. Meanwhile, Lily also returned back to her room. Maybe she wanted to sleep since she seemed to be sleepy. I also then returned back to the guest room, since there was something I needed to do before leaving, which was to meet another person who would be going with us. Tiamat Cave. It's my honor to meet one of the great dragon kings, Tiamat. Grafia said this in a respectful tone as she gave a slight bow to Tiamat, who seemed to be lying on top of her treasure in her dragon form. Grafia herself requested to meet Tiamat since she wants to test out her strength also. She wants to give her some maid lessons to help me with my daily life when she is not present. Even though she is stronger than other devils still, this is not enough to even give me a challenge, Tiamat said as she sharpened her eyes and stared at Grafia up and down like she scanning Grafia completely as she continued to speak. She is just a bigger ant than others for me. As soon as Tiamat said this, I clearly felt Grafia's anger. Even though her face was still emotionless, but I who lived with her long enough to understand her mood, and now I clearly feel that she is angry. Sigh. Don't come to any conclusion soon. I release a tired sigh as I said this, since the same mistake she made when she first met me. And Grafia is not someone who can be underestimated. Right now her full strength should be near Tiamat, and I am sure that with Grafia's instincts, I am sure that she can give Tiamat a hard challenge, or maybe Tiamat may lose due to her arrogance. Chapter 90, Grafia vs. Tiamat 2. After an hour. That's enough, I said as I told both of them to stop because of their current conditions. Right now both are bleeding, while they are heavily breathing like they are having trouble even breathing, none of them showing any signs of giving up. But I am a little surprised at the fact that Tiamat was able to fight head-on Grafia, who got combined with that thing, which is really out of my expectations. Still, Tiamat wasn't able to deal any serious damage on Grafia, but I can say the same for Grafia since even though in that form, she couldn't able to give serious blows to Tiamat due to her tough scales, which acted like tough, powerful armor for her. Both didn't give up due to their pride. As a result, they came to this point where if they continued to fight more, both of them get some serious injury, or even one of them might die, which is not worth it at all. And sounds around are either on fire or on ice, while all creatures already moved far away from this place to a safe place, otherwise they would caught in crossfire. And if I hadn't controlled their fight then, they would have destroyed this entire forest, which would have been really bad especially for Tiamat, since this is her home. As a result, I can only conclude this fight is a draw and think they both are equal in power, but I am pretty sure in future, the results surely will be different from this time. Hearing my words, Grafia obeyed immediately as she undid her transformation, but on the other hand, Tiamat only stared at Grafia like she gonna attack at any time. Tisk, Tiamat clicked her tongue as soon she saw Grafia had no desire to fight more, while she also became relaxed. Answer me, are you a devil or a dragon? Tiamat asked this as she started to move forward at a very fast speed towards Grafia. Well, her question is reasonable for anyone who doesn't know about that thing. After all, Grafia in that transformation looked somewhat similar to Tiamat. I am pure-blooded devil. Graphia answered her question in a calm tone, without any emotion, as she was not affected by Tiamat's sudden movement. As Graphia started to walk slowly, which makes Tiamat was speechless, and also somewhat angry. Then explain what was that? Tiamat turned to Graphia and stared at her with intense gaze as she asked this in out-loud voice in anger. I have no obligation to answer your question. Graphia said this in a calm tone, as she was not affected by her stared and angry tone at all. Hearing this, Tiamat gritted her teeth as I could feel her anger was now on another level, and I felt if I had not been present at that moment, then she probably would have attacked Graphia by now. What are you here for? She then turned her towards me and asked this in a somewhat annoyed tone. I guess she is really pissed off by Graphia. We will be going tomorrow, I replied as I told her about our departure, even though I already told her we were gonna go to the human world. But I didn't tell her about the time when we would leave before. And now since she will be coming with us, then is better to let her know for her preparations. I came to know from Graphia that Tiamat is known to be rampaging around the human world on multiple occasions. So it's better to let her know to behave well since she is going with us. And if she somehow misbehaves then, it will only create a huge problem for me. Because to normal humans, supernatural power is like a fantasy that doesn't exist in reality. And if suddenly a dragon started a rampage in front of them, then it would create massive unwanted chaos there. I see, Tiamat murmured as she started to walk back to her cave, and without turning back, she continued to speak, I will be ready. And finally walked towards her cave back, but it was that easy, she didn't have any complaints nor any questions. Master, can you go back first? Graphia asked this in a respected tone as she looked at me. Is she going to fight her again? I couldn't help but question this in my mind, since I thought maybe Graphia was not satisfied with the result of the fight. I just want to talk. As she seemed to read my mind, she immediately said this, which demised that idea since I didn't sense any falsehood in her words. Then just in case, I inwardly said this as I silently sent one of my shadows into Graphia's shadow just for an emergency situation. And it's now like I am not trusting Graphia, but it's more problematic due to Tiamat, because from this encounter, I understand one thing, which is Tiamat doesn't like Graphia even a bit, or it's not wrong to say that she dislikes Graphia. And it probably was due to Graphia's behavior towards her, or it might be because Graphia was about to rival despite being a devil, a species, which Tiamat considered low life. Other than that, I can't think of any reasons. All right, I said. I started to walk away from her, after sneakily finishing transferring my shadow soldier into Graphia's shadow. Graphia bowed towards me as she bid me farewell, and also started to walk towards Tiamat Cave. I just hope nothing will happen. I said this in my mind as I didn't want any more chaos to happen between them. But before going back, I decided to fix the mess they had created. I called out to Baru and told him to heal the area they destroyed. Honestly, something I myself was surprised by Baru's insane healing abilities. As long anything or anyone has life in it, Baru can heal that fully without any effort, and in my opinion, it is more like Baru's healing abilities are just a step behind resurrection. Chapter 91, Perfect Maid. Graphia POV. Seeing my master going away, I couldn't help but be grateful for his trust in me, especially after I hid many things from him in past. It seems that even though the main connection of the system has been cut off, but still system is still showing my data, which is really something that can't be explained by logic. Loading stats. Name, Graphia Lucifuge. Gender, female. Titles, Traitorous Devil, Ice Queen, Maid of the Strongest Demonic Goddess. Age, 118 YO. Race, Peak Devil. Evolution, Ultimate Class 3rd Tier. Strength, A+. Magic Power, S. Shadow Monarch Affection, 47% Good Friend. I already told you multiple times that even though the system is disconnected from the main source of data, but still, this system is fused with you. As a result, system can tell your status without any problems, but that's it. I know that I was talking about how the system can measure other people's feelings with just numbers. This is not any other person, but Shadow Monarch, or you can say Absolute Being. Yeah, I know, but I failed on this task, didn't I? I asked this question to the system, since if that's the case, then it should be least stop working, if the system can't be detached from me, considering that fact it got merged with my soul. You are wrong, you failed my creator task, but you didn't fail the system task. What do you mean? I asked this in my mind with confusion, since I thought the system creator task was the same as the system task. The system task for the user is to gain shadow affection, which clearly you haven't failed. In fact, you are doing great according to system stats, and you might get rewards as you come near completing system objective. How? I couldn't help but become confused as I asked this inwardly, since the system is not connected, so transferring rewards must be not possible. All rewards are in separate spaces inside the system itself, or you can say it's all inside you, but that storage is only accessible by the system. Inside me. I was surprised by this, since I previously thought that now system wouldn't be as helpful as before, but it seems I was wrong. If I will be honest, then even though my previous reward almost took my life, but I also won't deny the fact that because of that reward, I was able to become so stronger than my previous self, and not to mention, because of that reward, I was able to meet Arya. Sigh. Let's think about that later and focus on the current task, which is not easy, considering the other party is one of the great dragons whom nobody dares to mess with in this whole world. Honestly, I was very surprised at first when he said he got familia, which is quickly shocking considering he is not even a devil, but also he doesn't belong to this world. It got more shocking as he told his full story, which really made my mouth wide open due to that surprised. Since the familia he got is Tiamat, one of the great dragon kings, which is not that shocking because my master is strongest, but the shocking part is Tiamat herself did the ritual like she is the one who wanted to serve him. Not only, but nobody would ever imagine that such an arrogant creature like Tiamat would submit herself to someone. I guess my master charms are powerful enough to take down even an arrogant dragon like Tiamat. I feel proud at the fact that my master was able to do something that nobody can imagine, and as for jealousy, my master will be close to another woman. Well, that doesn't matter much since it won't change my position, and it still remains above her in his heart, not to mention I am his first maid too. And that's also the reason I got the title Maid of the Strongest, after I got acknowledged by my master as his maid, and this is something which I am most proud of. But unfortunately, I need to leave my master's side for some time, and during that time period, I want someone to take care of my master for that time period. And for that reason, I want to teach her about how to be a good and proper maid, who will take care of master every need. I really don't want to rely on others for this task, but I have no choice since there'll soon be an uproar in the underworld due to my comeback, and I don't want my family to suffer again because of me. This time, I gonna make sure that nobody will dare to point even a finger at my family ever again. And not to mention, I also got unpaid debts to some scums who trouble my family when I was away, which I gonna pay back with interest. With my current strength, and I am certain that nobody in the underworld will pose any threat to me, so there is no need to involve my master in such trivial matters, because it will disgrace my status as his perfect maid. For such reasons, I want Tiamat to know at least the basics of being a maid, but seeing her face to face today, I feel this task is much more difficult than I originally thought, due to her intense hostility towards me. After fighting her, I came to realize that her title of Dragon King was not for just show, and I was afraid my previous self wouldn't even be able to stand in her presence, but fortunately, I am not my previous weak self anymore. My current objective might be very difficult due to her personality, but it's not impossible, and I might have a way to make her listen to me. As with such thoughts, I became determined and entered back into the cave where Tiamat went. Chapter 92, Perfect Maid 2. Do you want to fight again? Tiamat, who changed back into her original dragon form, asked this as she stared at me like she ready to jump on me. This is reasonable after she is a noble dragon and her pride is everything, and having a draw in battle with me a devil, her so-called pride got crushed. Dragons are powerful supernatural beings, considered the strongest aside from the gods themselves, admired, respected, and feared no matter the era. And not winning against a devil, A species which they considered as low life is very humiliating for them. I am afraid not. I said this as I denied her, even though I wanted to test out my power in that form on her. After all, my master already told me that she would be a perfect sparring partner for me. At first, I was not very sure about that, considering dragons can wipe out countries with ease. Now, after fighting against her, I couldn't help but curse myself for doubting my master's words, since what he said was true, and this gave me a very good experience about what I am lacking, but still fixing that won't be an easy thing. That form is too powerful for my current body, and maintaining that form for a long time takes a heavy toll on my body. And way to solve this is to make my body stronger by fighting and giving my all out in that form, which will my body stronger by continuously giving toll. The more times I fight in that form, the more my body becomes stronger, and if that goes well, then maybe one day I might be able to use that form like I use my normal body. For this, Tiamat is a perfect candidate, but right now I am not in great condition, and above all that I can't go against my master's wishes. Then tell me, what are you here back for before I burn you? Tiamat asked this in an irritated tone as she stood up from the place and started to walk towards in her dragon form. I guess she is really mad at the fact that I am not here to fight to settle scores, but she is really giving this kind of threat to someone who just fought equally against her. I want you to take care of my master in the human world during my absence. I replied to her question in a calm voice since I needed her to listen to me. Are you trying to order me? Tiamat said this in a very furious voice as she stared at me with murderous gaze. I guess she hated being ordered around by some devil. You yourself did a ritual to become his familiar in order to serve my master, am I correct? I asked this without being intimidated by her anger, since now I don't feel fear after knowing that she is not much different from me. That doesn't concern you. Tiamat replied to me in an out-loud voice as her whole body shone bright and started to shrink. It does concern me. I am our master's first mate. It's my duty to teach you about your duties. I said this as this was an obvious fact as she came in her humanoid form, which she used to fight me. Watch your words carefully, otherwise I won't be afraid to burn you to ashes just because you are his servant. She spoke this as stand in front of me and looked into my eyes with bone-chilling grazed. I don't think you have that ability, and you should know by that now. I replied to her in the same calm tone, while being unaffected by her empty threats. Tusk! Tiamat clicked her tongue in irritation. Maybe she realized what I said was true, but before I could speak up, Tiamat opened her mouth and spoke in a cold voice. But doesn't give you any rights to teach me anything. Don't you want to know what I did to become like that? I asked her this question as I looked at her with a small smile on my face. Since this is a thing that I am willing to trade with her if she listens to me, and also served master-heartedly, then I have no problem sharing my secrets with her. Hearing this, her face twitched, which showed my suspicion was correct. She had been really curious about my form since that exact moment when I transformed in front of her. When I first time transformed in that form in my master castle, the system gave me the title Demonic Goddess, which was really confusing since both of these words are polar opposites to each other. But I don't care about that much since I am happy after getting that transformation, and it's not because it makes me stronger, but for some reason, I feel I am near my master. I don't know why I feel or know this, and even though it's kind of a cold feeling, but still, it soon becomes very comforting after knowing that I am near my master. And Tiamat, after seeing me in that form, is rather eager to know how I did that way when she asked me those questions after my master stopped our fight. Come to think, I look very similar to her in that form. Maybe that's the reason for her intense curiosity. First tell me, Tiamat said. She seemed to demand me to tell her what she wanted to know, but I was not stupid enough to tell her like this. I can't agree with your terms, I replied as I rejected her, since it would only increase the risk. Are you doubting me? Tiamat asked this in a cold, freezing voice which even made me shiver. That's right. Her arrogance doesn't allow anyone to suspect her as a liar. It's not like that, but I want you to meet my standard and pass my test before any reward. I said this as this is my basic requirement for her, and I won't negotiate. After hearing this, she went silent while thinking about this, and after a few minutes, she finally opened her mouth and spoke. I am listening. I couldn't help but have a small smile on my face after seeing her finally agreeing to my terms and conditions, which is really a great achievement itself. Chapter 93, Human World. Next morning. Jinwoo POV. Isn't this too much? I couldn't help but say in my mind after seeing the things that Fia prepared for Arya, which in my opinion is a little too much. Right now almost everyone is present here since I and Arya is gonna leave now. But the things Fia brought for Arya are enough to make a small mountain. Do you want me to help you move these to your new home in the human world? Tilda. Fia asked these as she finally realized that she might brought too much without knowing how they gonna take these all with them. It's fine, I replied as I started to expand my shadow until it fully covered all the things that Fia brought for Arya, after putting all the things in my shadow world, and then my shadow reverted back to its original size. Fia looked at all of this with wide eyes maybe, because the things she brought looked like a mountain, and in a second it got vanished into thin air. That's an amazing trick you got there, Fia excitedly said as she looked at me with her red shining eyes while she quickly moved towards me and stood just a few inches away. Accompany me whenever I go for shopping, Tilda, she said as she grabbed both of my hands and looked at me with passionate eyes. Sure, I replied to her in an awkward tone since I felt she gonna treat me like a backpack for her shopping, but I couldn't reject her on her face. After hearing my reply, Fia quickly became happy while she said thank you and finally released me as she grabbed some files from the nearby table. These are all necessary documents that you need in the human world, Fia said as she handed those files to me. I opened the files which contained fake identities of me and Arya, prepared by Fia, and found out that me and Arya are siblings who lost our parents in some foreign country due to some accident. It's also mentioned that our parents made an insane amount of fortune, which is now under our name, in order to let us live a comfortable life. I guess it makes sense for me and Arya to be siblings considering now I have stopped aging after reaching my prime, also the fact we both have the same hair color. So I don't think people might suspect us. But is it easy to create fake identifications? Because fake identification can't be created by only money, it seems Fia have money and connections in the human world to make this happen just in a few days. I remembered Fia telling me that she owns a business in the human world, which probably explains how she managed to pull this off without any difficulty. Arya Tilda, Fia called out for Arya, who was standing still with me quietly, but suddenly she flinched after seeing Fia coming towards her. I guess it's due to her experience during her time with Fia. Show me your hand, sweetie Tilda. Fia asked this in a sweet tone as she bowed a little and then stretched her hand out and waited for Arya with patience. It seems even though Arya still don't like Fia, not much, but she now trusts her, because of that she does what Fia told. Fia grabbed Arya's hand gently as she took out a shining blue ring in her other hand and then put it on Arya's finger. As soon Arya wore that ring on her finger, her ears and her wings disappeared into thin Arya. Now she totally looked like an ordinary girl. Be sure to never take this ring off your finger in that place. Understand, Tilda? Fia said as she looked at Arya with gentle eyes. To this, Arya nodded her head as she understood what Fia trying to say. Fia smiled with satisfaction after seeing Arya's response. The next moment Fia looked at me and opened her mouth. Be sure to take care of her. I guess despite her carefree personality, she still is very worried about Arya. I agreed to Fia since that's my intention from starting as I turned to Grafia, who turned from that place just an hour ago, but she came alone, and it seems Tiamat is already gone to house in the human world in which we are going. And seems the shadow that I left in Grafia didn't alert me to any fight, so it seems what Grafia said is true. But I feel Grafia is unnaturally very tired after she returned from Tiamat Cave. I guess she spent too much energy fighting Tiamat, and she hasn't rested till now. Grafia brought a scroll, and she told me to stand in the area near to each other while she put the scroll open in front of us on the floor. This had some magic circle drawn on it. As Grafia started to chant something, while she injected her energy into the scroll, the magic circle on the scroll became bigger, covering me and Arya both. The circle started to shine like, that time, As everyone said their goodbyes, even every maid present said this. I guess they are happy that I am finally going. But the only person who is missing here is Lily, who seems to peeking towards me from upstairs. It seems she still hasn't come out of her past. Chapter 94, Human World 2. Third-person Aka author POV. In the human world, Fia bought a big house for Jinwoo and Arya in the most expensive area of Kyoto Town for 2 reasons. The first one is due to Kyoto Town is one of the most secure places in the whole of Japan, and even though this town is governed by other family, but Serafal has enough influence to protect them from any harm. And second reason due to Serafal, her little sister start going to school soon, which is located in Kyoto Town, and someone needs to take care of her, and that responsibility will be going to Jinwoo. The Fia did this not only for their safety, but because of this Arya might able to make friends with Serafal's little sister, who should be near her age, and if possible then Fia really hopes that they both become good friends in future. The location of this house in society is only meant for rich people and high-class people. Due to that, it's a very quiet and clean place. The house that Fia bought is a white modern house, and it's enough for 6 people to live inside that house comfortably. Right now, there is a person who is inside this house, and that person is none other than Tiamat, as she is wearing a very unexpected outfit that is really out of her character. Maid dress. She is wearing a classic maid dress given by Grafia, and Tiamat was forced to wear this by Grafia due to a promise she made without much thinking about the consequences. After all, she is a noble dragon, and going back on her words is something that her pride don't allow. Tiamat's pride is something that is very important in her entire existence, and if she breaks the promise she made, then it's like she is breaking herself. The real reason why Grafia sends Tiamat here before Jinwoo and Arya is that she doesn't trust Tiamat even a little bit. Grafia was afraid if something or someone made Tiamat unhappy, then she might go on a rampage like old times. Even though chances are very slim considering that fact Tiamat is now Jinwoo familia. But still, it's not zero and Grafia isn't taking any chances regarding her mother and sister's safety. Especially after all the things that happened to them due to her. Tiamat POV. That girl, who does she think she is? I couldn't help but say this furiously in my mind while roaming around in this small structure since I was burning with rage right now. I honestly just want to burn this entire place down to ashes in order to calm down, but I can't due to him and the stupid agreement I made with that girl. Sigh. I took a deep breath and then released in order to calm myself down, since now it was better to do what that girl told me, until she told me what I wanted to know. And then I gonna make sure to give her 100 times more humiliation than I am right now feeling. If anyone saw me right now, especially other dragons, then I surely would become a laughingstock in their eyes. I am only doing this just to know what she did while fighting me. I hate to agree, but she has some good strength for a lowly devil. But somehow in mid of our battle, she becomes entirely something very different from the devils. She somehow became some unknown species, and got the power to rival mine, and it's all due to that gem in her chest, because I felt that was the source of her power. Also, her appearance at that time became similar to mine, but I am certain she is not a dragon. And that's why I must know about that gem, which is in her chest, and I am very sure that man has some doing in that gem, because her power has somehow become similar to his. Even though compared to his, that girl's power was very thin and weak-like, comparing a small flickering flame to a boiling lava. Still, that was enough to rival my power, which also shows how great that man's strength is. And I am afraid if any chance he ever goes on a rampage, then this whole world might get totally destroyed. I am certain if that happens, then no one can stop him. Absolutely no one in this entire world, not even if all forces reunited as one to stop him. This makes me more curious about that scar on his arm, and I am certain that it's definitely caused by the flames of some dragon. I even asked about this to that girl since she is his maid. I thought she might know something about that scar, but it seems she is clueless about this, or she is just playing stupid. Unfortunately, I can't force her to tell the truth since she is the maid of that man, and that maid has something to become powerful enough to rival my power, which really bothers me. But it can also be said blessing in disguise, because around this time host of that thief might have been born and I needed to find him and then ask about the treasures that he borrowed. If that thief still refuses to tell me about those treasures, and I gonna kill his host yet again after all the treasures he borrowed are all extremely precious. That man is coming, I muttered as I felt magic fluctuation in the surrounding air, and since that girl told me that her master was coming here through teleportation, I was certain it was him. I quickly moved towards the area where magic fluctuation at its highest and waited there, while gathering enough courage in order to prepare myself to do those shameful acts that girl told me to do. A magic circle forms on the floor as the light shines, and the two figures finally emerge from that magic circle. Chapter 95, Human World 3. Jinwu POV. Welcome, Master, Tiamat said in an emotionless tone as she bowed down towards me in a maid dress. I widened my eyes a little at this unique sight, because right now she is wearing which is really out of her character. I couldn't help but wonder how in the world Graphia managed to convince Tiamat to wear this since from her expression, I don't think she is wearing it by her own will. Right now, she looks like a normal human woman wearing a maid dress. Maybe she is wearing some kind of accessory, giving her disguise of a normal human like the one Fia gave to Arya, or she is using some kind of magic to help her look like a normal human. After bowing, she looked at Arya with an emotionless face, which probably scared Arya, as she quickly hid behind me. She is a friend, I said as I patted Arya's head in order to make her feel secure. She didn't need to fear her, but I couldn't help but release a sigh thinking that Arya was still afraid of strangers. After hearing my words, she somehow got courage due to her trust in me as she peeked at Tiamat, and after a few moments Arya finally moved forward. I will show you this house, Tiamat said as she turned around and started to walk while she told us to follow her. I guess she has no interest in Arya or her behavior. She introduced us to this house, and I have to say that Fia's choice of house is pretty good, since this 2-story house has everything which is needed for 5 or 6 people easily. The only unfortunate thing is that this house is located in Japan instead of Korea, which is really a pity, but I guess Fia chose this location for a reason. So I can't complain, especially when she did all this with her own goodwill, without expecting anything in return. After she finished showing me this house, I came onto the balcony of the first floor and couldn't help but have a smile on my face after feeling the fresh and refreshing air while looking up into the blue sky. I can also see people roaming around on the roads. This really feels like I am back in my home world. I crouched down to Arya's level as I put my hand gently on her head and then asked in a soft tone, "Do you like our new home?" "Yes, it feels nice." Arya nodded her head as she said this in her soft tone, which made me a little surprised because she is someone who remains quieter than Graphia, but I felt glad that she liked this place. Maybe it's because of nature here. And since this world, even though this world might not have Greenland like her homeworld before it got corrupted by that guy, but still, this world is better than our previous places. Come to think, Arya needs education too, but considering her current form looks like a teenager, and she didn't have any basic education since she didn't go to any junior or middle school, I guess it's better that she should get home tutored until she is well prepared for high school. Not to mention, she has already started preparations for her enrollment, but that will be in a few more years, which should be plenty of time for her to learn the basics. As well as she will able to make herself familiar with this world, especially with culture and people. With those thoughts, I stood up as I take Arya back to the living room on the ground floor, while Tiamat, who was silently watching all this, also followed us back. But I guided Arya to watch television and gave her the remote since she already used to watch television in the underworld. I am pretty sure that she knows how this thing works and knows how to operate it. Look after Arya for a while. I said this to Tiamat since today is the day which I have been waiting for more than 500 years, and I want to celebrate this with a good feast like old times on my homeworld. Are you going somewhere? Tiamat asked this with a little unpleasant tone as she looked towards me with her sharp eyes. It seemed she didn't like the fact I was ordering her to babysit a child. "Yeah, I will be back quick," I replied to her since I needed to buy fresh ingredients for the feast and also wanted to go for a walk. so unfortunately, she needs to look after her whether she likes it or not. Even though I can create ingredients through my powers, but I want to do this like my old times back in my home world when I had no powers. Not to mention, I will be back quickly, since I am only going to take groceries, and from what I have found, the nearest supermarket is just a few minutes away from here. Tusk, okay, Tiamat clicked her tongue as she said this, and finally agreed to my request, as I finally left the house. Even though I can also leave my shadow soldiers to accompany Arya, but for some reason, she doesn't like them at all. Maybe it's because they look too scary for her. I walked through the street, and have to say that it's very clean and neat without any noise. I guess that's the benefit of having a house in a high-class society. I only walked towards the main gate of the society, where is a kind-looking old man sitting. I guess he must be the security guard here. Child, are you the new resident who recently shifted here? The old man said as he stood up from his place with a soft smile on his face and looked at me with his kind eyes. Yes, I replied to the old man, as the old man came and then said, I see, are you going somewhere? Just supermarket, I replied as the old man opened the society gate for me, while he replied, the nearest supermarket is just the end of this road. Chapter 96, Black Cat. On the road. I couldn't help but feel nervous, because I could see everyone trying to peek sneakily at me, and some even trying to take photos of me for some reason, like they were taking me as a rare animal in a zoo. Maybe it's because this Japan and I looked foreign to them. That makes sense, but I am someone who has lived alone for such a long time, and suddenly getting the attention of these many people. I couldn't help but be nervous. Even though seeing people everywhere somehow makes me feel good, since lets me know that I am not struck on that dead place alone. Excuse me, can I get your number? A girl who looked like a high school student asked me this as she came in front of me. She extended her hands with a mobile phone and bowed towards. I can also see some other high school girls who seem to trying their hardest to hide in the corner while secretly watching us. I don't have a phone, sorry, I said as I passed her, since I am sure this must be one of their pranks or some game. Punishment and the excuse I used is also not a lie, so I won't feel guilty about lying to a kid. I couldn't focus on that girl anymore because as soon I rejected her request, suddenly the attention of people on me became sharper than before. I quickly left and then entered the Japanese supermarket, which was my destination even though it's all written in Japanese. But I can still read it easily as it is written in Korean, since no matter what language I can understand them all like it's natural. But when I entered the shop, the inside atmosphere was the same as outside, because as people saw me, their eyes kept staring at me like someone glued to them. Even though I tried to my existence as minimal as possible, still people here can notice me. Maybe because normal humans always rely more on their eyes than their other senses. Sigh. I inwardly release a tired sigh seeing this, because now I little started to regret my decision. But it's fine since this is a lot better than being all alone. It's a matter of time before they get used to my appearance and stop looking at me like I am a rare animal, or I will just get used to these stares and stop caring about it. But until then, I just need to endure it. At least inside of the shop was better since there were way less people than outside who were staring at me maybe, because they were too focused on their shopping. The only ones who are staring at me mainly are staff or people who have done their shopping. I should take the things which I need fast and then go back home. With those thoughts, I quickly went towards the shelf, while I grabbed a shopping bucket on the way and straight went to the shelf, where the ingredients I needed for the dish that I was going to make. After a few minutes, I finished taking everything that I needed for the dish, as I stepped forward to go to an empty counter. "Bill, please," I said, which stunned the man on the counter, and it was most probably because he didn't expect me to speak Japanese fluently. "Right away, sir." After moments, cashier came back to his senses as he said this and started to scan the items which I bought in a hurry. Meanwhile, I also made the cash after seeing other people's money who were paying on other counters, even though I created S-replica still. It's exactly the same real. In fact, it's not wrong to say replica money is also the real currency of Japan. After the cashier told me the amount I needed to pay, I paid the bill as I took the ingredients and then got out of the store while ignoring everyone's stares. Right after that, I straight back on my way back home and entered back into society back. Sigh. I couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief since they couldn't follow me in there, nor did I get that much attention in there, because on the way there wasn't anyone other than the guard. While on the way to the house, I saw a black cat severely injured in the corner of a pole, probably trying to hide from people due to fear. But if that cat didn't get any treatment immediately, then she probably not gonna make it alive. I walked towards the cat slowly, trying my best not to scare Cat, even though I doubted the cat would be able to even stand straight with those injuries. Meow Tilda. The cat weakly tried to speak, but unfortunately, it seemed the cat was running out of strength even though the eyes were not opening fully. Seeing such a scene, I couldn't help but pity this cat since her condition is extremely bad, and if I hadn't found this cat, then gonna continue to suffer like this until her end, which would be a very painful death. Fortunately, this cat met me otherwise that would have been the end result for her, but I could still save this cat even though she was on the verge of death. First of all, I put away my all shopping bags into my shadow, and then touched the cat as I started to heal the car, even though I might not be able to make her perfectly fine. But at least I can heal her enough, which will give me enough time to take her back with me. Honestly, right now I need Baru for this task, since he is the one who can perfectly heal her. But I don't want to take him out of my shadow in just an open area, which will only cause chaos, considering there might people who will see him by house windows or by security cameras. That's the reason I am taking back the cat with me, in order to cure her in the house, where no one can see my shadows. Chapter 97, Black Cat 2. That's why I plan to take her home with me, and then tell Baru to heal this cat, even though this might be a hassle doing all this for such a small creature, which is unrelated to me. But after living such a long time alone, I come to understand how precious every life is, and that's why I want to save this cat, even though it might not bring me any benefit. After putting my hand on the cat, concentrate on healing enough for me to take this car back home with me, luckily with perfect control over my power. Meow Tilda. The cat slowly opened her eyes and saw me. As she understood my intention of treating her, she became relaxed. This might be enough. I inwardly said this in my mind, after hearing her all I could, since, if I tried to heal her more, it might cause more harm than good. Right after that, I create a warm and very comfortable blanket using my power, and then gently pick her in the blanket. While I stood up and started to move towards home fast, I couldn't understand one thing, which was how this cat was still alive after having injuries like these. The bigger question is how this cat got these injuries, because these injuries aren't normal at all. I quickly stopped thinking about this question for now, since it's better to save this cat first before thinking about those questions. At home, I quickly entered the house, and I came to the living room while I put the cat on the table gently and then called out Baru. On my call, Baru immediately came out of my shadow, and as soon as he showed up, Tiamat became alert. Like she gonna attack Baru at any moment. Meanwhile, Arya quickly shuddered at the sight of Baru, which was totally reasonable considering that first of all Baru is a shadow, and second, he is a big ant, which most people don't like. He is not an enemy, I said to Tiamat as I looked at Tiamat, who was ready to attack Baru at any moment, in order to make Tiamat calm down. Otherwise, Baru himself won't back down from a fight. After hearing me, Tiamat understood what I meant as she tried to relax, but I could still sense some aggression from her. Baru did what I wanted as he started to heal the cat, and with that, I was reassured that the cat would be fine. Meanwhile, I started to tell them where I found this cat. After a few minutes, Baru was done with the task I told him as I ordered him to come back inside my shad. But before going back, I saw him staring at the TV like a kid who wants something, and I knew that he really wanted is to watch those K-drama. Unfortunately, even though I promised him that he could watch K-drama after we reached the human world, but sadly it seems his presence has not been accepted by other people, yet especially Tiamat, considering that she didn't let her guard down until the Baru finally go back into my shadow. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Baru, since all he just wanted was to watch his K-drama for all those years. It's better to let them get used to him, and then Baru can watch all the TV he wants. But before that, he needed to wait more until they get used to him. I stood up and decided to make the meal that I wanted since now this cat is fine, and now just sleeping due to exhaustion. Maybe out of curiosity, Arya, after Baru went back into my shadow, moved towards the cat who was sleeping. As Arya looked at the cat while touching her timidly, and even though her face was still the same as ever, but I could see some excitement in Arya's red eyes. She is a child after all. I couldn't help but inwardly comment on this after seeing Arya acting like the kid she is. Even though her body is grown, still her mind is like a curious child. I don't mind keeping this cat if Arya wants it, since it would be nice to have a pet in the house who can play with Arya, but it's for future. I started to move towards the kitchen, leaving Arya with the cat, while I couldn't help but look at Tiamat weirdly, because even though she was now relaxed compared to a few moments ago, but for some reason, she is staring at the cat with clear disgust in her eyes. Maybe it's due to her superiority complex. I decided to ignore her and go to the kitchen, which literally goes next to the living room, and the kitchen got every necessary equipment that would help me to cook mostly any dish. And then immediately decided to take out all ingredients that I brought from the supermarket and place them on the table. "Do you need help?" Tiamat asked this in her cold voice as soon as she entered the kitchen after she stopped focusing on the cat, even though I was surprised at Tiamat's behavior. But if she really wanted to help, then I wouldn't reject her. "All right, wash these," I replied to her, since Arya was already enjoying herself with that cat, which I could see from here. So it was better to give Tiamat some simple task in order to keep her busy, otherwise she might scare the cat off from her chilling, grazed when that cat wakes up from her sleep. It might give Arya also some space, so she could relax as well as observe the cat without any restraint, considering, even though Arya does not have that much guard up against Tiamat, but she still hasn't accepted Tiamat fully yet. That's the reason Arya isn't comfortable earlier. Chapter 98, Black Cat POV. Stray Black Cat POV. Am I not dead? How am I still alive? I couldn't help but have these questions in my mind as soon as I opened my eyes. Because I seemed to be in a totally different place, I couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, realizing that I had finally successfully managed to escape them. I just hope my sister is doing all right now. Unfortunately, I can't go back right now to check on her, otherwise I am sure won't able to survive, and not only that, but also I will put my sister's life in danger as well. And my efforts to save her would be wasted. At least now that bastard is dead, so I could only hope that my sister would get a good master who would take care of her. Poke. While I was long in my thoughts about my sister, I felt someone poking me on my cheek. I tried to move my body, but it was extremely difficult. I can't complain, since it's a miracle I even managed to survive, and I should be grateful for that. After successfully moving my body, I saw a black-haired girl who is poking me from the opposite side. Reincarnated devil. I inwardly said this in my mind because this girl, even though looks like a human, but I am certain she is a reincarnated devil. This girl must have used some kind of magic or some kind of device for disguise, but she still couldn't fool me. If that is the case, then does her master capture me? But I am sure I escaped from the underworld. And if I am really in some base of a high-ranking devil, then why am I still alive? Why do they heal me? Are they not aware of my real identity? I needed to quickly get out of there and figure out my current situation, but when I tried to stand up, I quickly fell back again. Damn it! I couldn't help but curse in my mind, because right now my whole body felt extremely sore and couldn't able to even stand still. Not only that, but because of my attempt, a girl noticed that I regained my consciousness as she ran off somewhere. I need to get out of here before she brings her master, otherwise it might be bad for me. But unfortunately, my body won't allow me to move even a little. After a few moments, that black-haired girl came back as she brought a man with him, and as soon as I saw the man, I became extremely stunned. Not only did he have an extremely handsome appearance, but I remembered before losing my conscience. I saw this man. Is he brought me here? But why? Also, I can't feel any demonic power from him. Is he not a devil? But for some reason, I have an uneasy feeling in my heart, like it was saying never go against this man. Following that man, a woman in a maid dress also appeared. After seeing her, my body started to violently tremble in fear. I immediately realized that this woman was very powerful, and knew if she had the ability to kill me within a few seconds, and that fact wouldn't change even if right now I was in my peak condition. And I am very sure she is not a devil either, but she is way more dangerous than the devil. I really wanted to run away right now, but I feel running away is worthless. She must be hungry, man murmured as he turned to that extremely dangerous-looking woman and continued to speak. Tiamat, can you bring me some milk from the kitchen? Hearing, I couldn't but feel scared, thinking, how can that man order such a terrifying woman like she is an ordinary servant? But instead of getting angry at him, that terrifying woman stared at me with extremely cold eyes like instead of him, she was angry at me. She even released a killing intent like she wanted to kill me at this moment, which made my heart stop beating for a moment as my body started to tremble more than before in fear. As soon that terrifying woman started to look at me, I instantly knew that she didn't like my presence here and wanted to get rid of me as I closed my eyes in fear and prepared for my miserable end. Tusk. Okay, I heard that terrifying woman click her tongue as she said this as she went away, and after realizing that woman had finally gone. Sigh. I release a sigh of relief, but I come to understand one thing from this. For some reason, that terrifying woman can't disobey this man's orders. From his behavior, I realized that this man only saw me as a regular stray cat that he saved. But I was definitely sure that terrifying woman knew about me by the looks on her face when she was staring at me. So it's better to let like a proper cat, without revealing my true form and remain on this man's side, which at least would save me from getting killed by that terrifying woman. I am pretty sure that as long I pretend to like a real cat, then I will be okay, otherwise, that wouldn't have saved me in the first place. I just need to make sure to stick to this man until I plan my escape successfully, but until then this man is the only way for me to survive. Meow tilde meow tilde. I tried to act like a real cat as I looked at the man who was about to go away with pitiful eyes in order to gain his sympathy. Even though it may be shameful, but I have no choice since he is the only one who can save me from my demise. I just need to endure this until I escape successfully, and then finally somehow check on my sister, who is also my only family member in this world. Chapter 99, Black Cat 3. Jinwu POV. Meow tilde meow tilde. Cat meowed in a soft tone as she looked at me pitifully when I was about to go away back into the kitchen and continue my cooking. I guess she remembers that I was the one who saved her from her death, and she wants me to stay. I even saw her trying to stand up on her legs, but unfortunately, she fell down back quickly. Even though her body is fully healed, but she still has no energy to move, and on top of that her body should be very sore by now. That's the reason I told Tiamat to take milk from the fridge, since that might help. This might help Cat regain her energy and maybe, then she will be able to stand and walk. But even after I told Tiamat to bring milk, instead of immediately going, she rather stared at the cat with her cold eyes filled with killing intent. And because the cat also got scared by Tiamat as her whole body started to tremble in fear, I couldn't help but want to scold Tiamat for this. But when I was about to do so, she stopped looking at the cat with killing as she went into the kitchen just as I said to her. I couldn't understand if she has a problem being treated like a servant, or if she just doesn't like this cat. Maybe it's because she doesn't like the cat. From the beginning, she is staring at that cat with disgust in her eyes, but why? Is it because she thinks she is superior, because she is a dragon, or there is another reason that I am not aware of? I moved towards the cat, who was looking at me with her pitiful eyes. It seemed she really got scared by Tiamat, and she was looking at me like she wanted me to stay with her since I was the one she trusted. I guess I had no choice. I came near that cat while I started to pat her head, and after feeling my hand, she started to rub her head against my hand while licking it. Unconsciously, a small smile appeared on my face after seeing such cute reactions from this cat. She was even trying to hold my hand like she didn't want me to go anywhere away from her. Arya also came beside me and extended her hand like she was trying to copy me, but unfortunately, the cat didn't even look at her as she kept playing with my hand. Seeing this, the atmosphere around Arya becomes gloomy like she is depressed about the fact that the cat is not doing the same with her as she is doing with me. I gently take my hand back thinking, then maybe the cat would focus on Arya, which would make her happy, but that didn't happen at all since the cat totally ignored her existence. As the cat continues to look at me with her big eyes, as stretches her paws, trying to call me near her again. Meanwhile, makes atmosphere around Arya becomes more gloomy as she becomes more depressed after seeing the cat won't even bother to look at her. I don't know really how to comfort her or make the cat give attention to Arya, and while I was in thought, someone came in front of me. "Here," Tiamat said in a cold voice as she handed me the milk bottle. Looking at this, I couldn't help but think that this might work. I tapped on Arya's shoulder, who had her head down in depression, and handed her milk as well as a small bowl. Since Tiamat didn't bring any bowl, I needed to create one for this cat. Arya immediately understood what she needed to do as she put the bowl in front of the cat, as opened the milk bottle, and started to pour the milk into that bowl. Since the cat can't move much, Arya brought a bowl near the cat's mouth, and after some time she finally started to drink it. Even though the emotions on Arya's face are still hard to read, but I can see excitement and happiness, and the gloomy atmosphere now completely disappears, as soon the cat starts to drink the milk that Arya gave. After some moments, I also decided to stand up and go back to the kitchen in order to continue to cook. Since I came here, I left cooking in between. Meanwhile, Tiamat followed me back into the kitchen. It seems she has no interest in watching over that cat, which makes sense since she dislikes that cat so much for some reason. After 2 hours, dinner was ready as I also decorated it on the dining table, and I am really proud of what I cook. Even though it's been a really long time since I last cooked, but it seems I still haven't lost my cooking skills. I turned around and found Arya holding the cat in her arms, staring at the food with her big red eyes. Even a normal person can tell that Arya wants to eat this, which makes me glad since I was at first worried, because I only know how to make Korean dishes. Till now, Arya has eaten Japanese dishes, but it seems my worries were unnecessary, since I can even hear Arya swallowing her saliva. Also, it seems now Arya got attached to the cat, since for a while she carried around cat in her arms with happiness in her eyes, which means this cat will be living with us too. Considering the fact that now Arya seems to be really attached to this cat, and I don't think she would let of this cat now. Well, it's fine since I don't have any problem with pets, but I don't think it can be said the same for someone else here. Chapter 100, Tiamat Thoughts. Tiamat POV. Looking at the food on the table, I couldn't help but feel very surprised because I never expected someone as strong as him to be so well at making food. Does he even need to eat? I couldn't help but ask this question in my mind to myself because I can't imagine someone like him needs to eat for a living. Maybe it's all for this brat. I inwardly thought of this in my mind since I could tell that this brat was a reincarnated devil, and I could also tell that it's not been all time since she got reincarnated. From the energy, I can also able to tell who is responsible for her reincarnation, and I have a feeling that she must have sent this brat to keep track of me. That's not only the thing that annoys me, but also her existence is very different from other reincarnated devils who I encountered in past. It's more like even though she is now the devil, but she is still somehow not a devil, and which makes her totally different from any regular reincarnated devil whom I have seen in my entire life. I guess everyone related to this man is not normal at all. First that weird devil maid, and then this brat. I couldn't help but wonder about this man's origin. Looking at this brat, I looked at her arms with nothing but disgust in my eyes, and right now I really wanted to grab her neck and ask, why such a lowlife like her doing here? But I can't, especially when this man brought this lowlife himself, otherwise it will break my promise to that girl. So now I couldn't help but feel frustrated about the rules that girl told me. One of the rules was that whoever master brought with him into his house was a guest. So naturally a maid can't be rude to any guest he brought even if that guest is some lowlife. Otherwise, I would burn this pathetic lowlife to ash. The moment she came into my sight, I could sense fresh blood on her, meaning she must have killed someone not long ago. But why is he saving this lowlife? Is he not aware of this lowlife identity, or does he have some plans of his own? and that's maybe the reason why he saved her. The more bigger question in my mind is what the hell is that thing who healed that lowlife? Even in my entire very long life which I have lived so far, I haven't seen anything like that. Just by looking at me, I felt my whole existence got shaken, and the killing intent in his eyes was enough to make any creature with deep fear in them that will even start to beg for their lives. That thing looks like some terrifying monster that I haven't encountered before, and that thing has exactly similar power as him. It has the body of an ant, but it's very big in size compared to normal ants. And I also noticed that its body was purely made up of energy, meaning that thing doesn't have a real physical body at all. And the energy was overflowing in that thing, which that thing doesn't bother to control of all, but one thing is certain, that thing definitely is weaker than this man. Because I remembered this man power is much more darker and scary than this thing, so that thing is probably some subordinate to him. And it's not all due to that thing power, but also its obedience towards this man, even though that thing clearly wasn't happy with me as it almost attacked me. But one word from the man's mouth was enough to stop its movements, even more, that after getting an order from him, that thing didn't even dare to look at me like before. As finally goes back into his shadow, it's that thing always resides inside this man's shadow. This makes me more wary of him, meaning that he is not alone at all. Also, the fact that this man has insane control over his power enough to hide such a powerful monster inside his shadow. And I don't even know if this man has more monsters like that. If he does, then how many monsters does he have? 2, 5, 10, or more? Also, are all the monsters inside his shadow are that terrifying? I couldn't help but curse my past self who thought of him as an insect and fight him out of arrogance because, in reality, I got no chance from the beginning. I wonder if he was the one who thought of me as an insect, because from the beginning he was talking to me like I was nobody, and he came to my cave just to make me know that there was someone who was far above me. Sit man spoke as he looked at me with his deep purple eyes, making me instantly wake up from my thoughts. Now directly looking into his eyes, I am feeling myself shaking up for unknown reasons, even though right now I can't feel anything from him. This man who is also my master, now sitting on the chair, meanwhile that brat is sitting beside him with that lowlife on her lap. But I began to say something in order to reject him, but I immediately shut my mouth as I stopped myself from saying anything, because I remembered a maid can't reject master orders nor complain, which made me trouble what to do now. I couldn't help but sweat a little as I started to think of a proper solution to get out of this situation, because the maid couldn't reject her master any order, nor maid can't eat together with her master. So what should I do in this kind of situation? I really want to burn that girl right now, because she hasn't told me what should I do if I got stuck in this kind of situation. Looking at the various human cuisines on the table, these really look appetizing, even though I really don't need to eat. Fine, whatever, I will follow what I think a maid should prioritize, which is to obey the master's order and eat with him, since I have no choice. Chapter 101, Arya's Power. Jinwoo POV. After dinner, I quickly came back into my room after escorting Arya back to her room. At first I thought she might have trouble sleeping since it's been a new place, and didn't think she liked to be alone. But I was wrong, because right now I could tell she was sleeping soundly by connecting my senses to my shadow soldier, which was inside Arya's shadow, and saw that she is sleeping like a log while holding the cat in her arms, tightly preventing the cat from going anywhere. Even though the cat is not pleased, and it looks like that cat is getting the same treatment Arya received during her time with Fia in the underworld. The cat doesn't look so comfortable, but unfortunately, no matter how the cat struggles in order to get out of Arya's grip, the cat couldn't able to escape. Seeing such a scene, a small smile formed on my face, since it's rare to see such stubborn Arya, who even in sleep try to hold the cat with her all might, which is very unlike her usual obedient self. I couldn't help but think that my decision to save this cat was really the correct decision, otherwise I might didn't got seen such behavior from her. Not to mention, even though the cat is trying her hardest to get out of her Arya grip, but she still doesn't hurt Arya even in the slightest by using her teeth or her sharp claws. I guess she is smart enough to understand that we aren't trying to hurt her in any way, which is good, since now I can ensure that Arya won't feel lonely without Grafia or Fia, because she has now a new companion for herself. Even though this is clearly a good thing, but for some reason Tiamat hates this cat's presence, and this is on another level. I feel there is more to this dislike. Maybe there is something wrong with this cat, since Tiamat's dislike for some random animal makes no sense considering she herself lived within a forest full of beasts. Not to mention, the injuries that cat had are not ordinary, and any ordinary animal back in my home world would have already been dead by those wounds, but I am in a different world. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a sad sigh thinking that if I was back in my home world, then maybe I might able to know what was wrong with this cat. But this world is different, and it's more magical than my home world. Maybe I should ask the reason Tiamat herself later. Speaking of her, I remembered the way she was eating the food I made. I couldn't help but find it funny the way she was eating my food. It was like she hadn't eaten anything for many weeks, which also made me glad that she liked the food that I made. At first, I didn't know whether a dragon would like dishes that humans usually eat, but it seemed my worries were unnecessary since she liked it too much that she ate enough food which should be enough for 5 people with haste. Luckily, I made extra food since I already expected this to happen, because Tiamat is a dragon, and a dragon's stomach is something that can't underestimated. But after dinner, she started to follow me everywhere as I went and even came into my room, which was really troubling, and also made me wonder what Grafia taught her. After finally making her go into her own room, which is another one of the rooms in this house, I finally entered my room. As I lay on my bed after changing into a more comfortable outfit, thinking about today's events, even though I feel relief in the world that is full of life as well as in the world which I am very familiar with, but for some reason I feel a little empty inside, I guess it's all due to past memories. At least it's better than that place. I inwardly said this in my mind, since even here too, I found people who make me feel like I am in my home. 1 week later. In a park. Ha, 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 ha. Arya breathed heavily as she ran beside me even though clearly she was tired, but she's still trying her best to keep up with me. Right now, I am trying to train Arya in order to get her body stronger, because a few days ago, I came to see her power, which is very different from anything I have ever witnessed. A few days ago, I brought a bunch of games for Arya in order to let Arya play and enjoy. But after some time she played with me like Lily, she started to lose. Sometime later, she started to suddenly win, and it was not due to the fact she beginning to get the hang of the game, but it was due to some unknown factor. Since its starting, I was winning, then suddenly the moment I lost, I realized that it was all due to Arya's power. She is trying to unconsciously use it in order to win the game. And after discussing with Tiamat, we come to the conclusion that she has the power to manipulate fate. At first, when Grafia told me to train her, I didn't understand much, but now I am fully able to understand what Grafia at that time trying to say. Because even only using her power in the game gives her body a heavy toll that she loses consciousness on the spot. That's the reason I am trying to train her body first in order to make her physically strong, and I have to say she is persistent since even though we are running for hours, but she somehow still manages to keep running with me. Chapter 102, Arya's Power 2. Rest up, I said as I stopped running and took out a water bottle as well as a towel from my shadow. Meanwhile, Arya stopped too, but she was rather look very exhausted as she was trying her best to catch her breath. Seeing just the pathetic state of Arya, I couldn't help but pity her since right now it's very early morning, and yet I am forcing her to run like this. Seeing her like this, I remembered those old days back in my home world when I first got the system. The system forced me to do exercise like these two, otherwise I would become food for some creepy monsters that live in the desert. In the beginning, I thought I would die, but I kept going since I had no choice, and because of that I transformed from a skinny, weak man to a fit, muscular man, in just a week, even though it was mostly due to the system which mutated my body. But I still remembered clearly my sister's stunned face, because of my sudden change in appearance just in a week. She even tried to copy me by doing the same exercises, which I was forced to do in order to obtain a result like mine, but she couldn't even complete those exercises even one time. Right now, I am forcing Arya to do this not only because I want her to become physically stronger, but I want her to become disciplined, which will also help her to control her power. After observing her use for days, I come to the conclusion her power is affected by her emotions. And that's dangerous, especially here where most people don't have any power to begin with. As long as anyone does anything that makes her upset, then it's over for that person, considering she can unconsciously make that person die by accident, like a car crash, being hit by lightning, sudden heart attack, etc. Or she can even make that person's life a living hell by giving that person unimaginable debts, sickness, fake accusations, etc. If I am not wrong, then, according to my observation, her power depends on target strength, meaning her power can't affect people directly who are stronger than her. That doesn't mean her power is completely useless, because she can still affect people who are stronger than her indirectly. Just like me in video games, but it takes a huge toll on her body, and I don't think she will be able to handle this if this keeps happening again and again. Considering now she gonna live with me and Tiamat, which drastically increases the chances of happening this again and again, since we both are a lot stronger than Arya, and she doesn't have any control over her power. That's why discipline is important for her, because if I am not wrong and her influences her power, then discipline will help her to control her emotions better. After putting all of my future plans for Arya in my mind, I passed her a towel as well as the water and told her to rest for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, I sat on the bench nearby. I couldn't help but think that this park is perfect for Arya, since it's very big, as well as at this time, not many people come here very early, especially now the whole park is basically empty. This is great since I don't want to get seen and gather attention like previous times, because it will only act like a distraction. Looking at Arya, who is wearing a black tracksuit, which I especially created for her in order to get her more better results. Since now Arya is a devil, and I trained Grafia before in that place, I have a rough idea of how durable a devil's body is. Because of that, I plan to push Arya to her limits in order to get excellent results, since she has no system or anything like that to help her grow. The tracksuit I created for her nearly weighs 5 kg each piece, and not only that, but I can also increase the weight or decrease the weight whenever I want it will. Fortunately, right now, she seems to doing fine with 5 kg. Maybe after she gets used to this training, which probably will happen in a month, then I will increase more weight on her tracksuit. Let's continue, I said as I put all the towels and bottles back into my shadow and stood back while I started running. Arya followed what I said, as she stood up back on her feet and finally started to run again, even though she had not fully rested. I slowed down a little bit in order to give her a chance to catch up to me, since I didn't feel that she was able to catch up to me with her current condition, and not to mention, she needed to do more exercises afterwards. I couldn't help but think it's better to take that cat with us, since that cat might be able to motivate Arya. And that's exactly what Arya needs right now, because for me or Grafia, we both have our motives. That's also the reason we both able to complete such hellish training, especially me, who once was the world's weakest hunter. But it can't be the same for Arya, because she already lost almost everything, and right now, she is just doing these exercises because I just ordered her to do. Maybe she has the fear that if she doesn't obey, then we will leave her, and that's the reason why she's trying so hard to do what I told her. Sigh. I release a sad sigh, inwardly thinking that maybe a person around the same age as her was able to make her opened about herself, since I still remembered how my sister was with her friend. Come to think, Fia said that she will be sending someone around Arya's age in a few years. Chapter 103, Kuroka. Since that girl is a devil, and Fia wants me to take care of her too, because that girl will be also going to high school, same as Arya's. I can't reject her request, because she has really been a great help to us, and I can't bear to reject her simple request and appear as ungrateful. I don't have any problem with an extra person living with us, and Fia also told me that kid behavior is very similar to Arya. But it will take a few years before that kid arrives, and from what Fia and Grafia told me, it seems that kid is rather very smart. So I gonna need to make sure Arya is able to learn basic knowledge in order to let Arya left out. Let's go back, I said this as I said in front of her, while I looked at her, who was all sweaty and tired, and she looked like she couldn't move even an inch right now. I couldn't help but feel glad that Arya was able to progress more than yesterday, and her body is now also becoming more stronger with each passing day. Maybe it's due to the devil's body, since it was the same as Grafia, but Grafia didn't much change, since her body was already very well trained. But Arya's body changed a lot, and it was in 1 week, which can be easily seen by anyone's eyes, since she changed from a fragile teenager to a healthy and fit teenager. Since she doesn't have a system where she can insert points in her stats like me in order to make her body strong according to the stats, which was really convenient. So I need to make sure that every exercise she does is balanced, otherwise it might backlash her in future. Since she is right now a kid, and if she makes her foundation strong, then I am very sure she might able to become as strong as Tiamat one day. Since her power is truly special, and if managed to master her power, then she would be powerful enough to protect herself from any harm. Considering that fact, this world has supernatural powers, then there are sure to be dangers as well. With those thoughts in mind, I began to walk back towards the house, since I could already sense people now started coming into this park. Meanwhile, Arya quietly followed me back with slow steps, since she already pushed past her limits today. I also started to walk slowly in order to match her pace, since I didn't want her to push herself more further and hurt herself. Looking at Arya, who was walking beside me, I couldn't help but question myself about how I should help her to master her power. Since I can only make her body stronger, but her power is something that I can't do much to help Arya to master her power. Since she can't use her power against me or Tiamat, how should I help her in order to get her used to her unique power? Should I make dungeons? I said this in my mind as I thought of this idea, and I couldn't help but feel that this might be a very good idea. Since dungeons were the most important factor for me to grow stronger, and maybe I should wait until she got a solid foundation, then I will create a dungeon for her. After getting all of the Ashborn powers, I also came to understand how the system was able to create dungeons for me when it was weak as an ant. Even though I might not be able to create monsters, but I can use my Shadow's soldiers for dungeon monsters. So I do not need to worry about her getting in danger, since I can watch over her inside the dungeon. This might be perfect, because she herself can learn inside the dungeon about her powers, and master it, since that place is best for anyone to grow. But still, I need time and a little bit of practice, since I never created a dungeon before creating an actual dungeon for her. I might even need to create traps and puzzles in order to sharpen her instincts, as well as her intelligence. After a 15-minute walk, we were finally able to reach our house. "Welcome, Ba, back." Tiamat said this with a little shuddering maybe, because she was not used to acting like this, but it seemed she had no choice due to some kind of deal that she made with Grafia. Meow Tilda, the black cat who was lying on the table, meowed on the table as she looked at them, especially at me. Seeing the cat, Arya, who was just now exhausted to the point where she was about to fall on the floor, suddenly got an unknown energy in her exhausted body as she straight started to walk towards the cat with a glow in her red eyes. "Take a bath first." I said this since Arya was all in sweat, and as soon Arya heard me, the glow in her eyes was totally gone as her steps stopped, but soon she nodded her head and started to move upstairs towards her room, which also a bathroom attached to it. "Master, you need to learn how to be more gentle with words. Naya Tilda." The black cat spoke in rather a playful tone as soon Arya finally went back to her own room. Sigh. Hearing the cat talking, I couldn't help but a released tired sigh, because I come to know this cat and is reincarnated devil from Tiamat after I asked her about the cat. I came to know her original race before becoming a devil was something named Nekomata, and that also explains why she is so identical to a cat. Nekomata are a cat-like species, and that's the reason she inherited this appearance after becoming the devil. After asking this cat personally, as well as a little bit of intimidation by Tiamat, this black cat herself started to tell her whole story. Her story was rather difficult to believe, but it seems dragons can smell lies, and Tiamat told me what this cat told was the truth. Chapter 104, Kuroka 2. Her name is Kuroka, and according to her story, she was a Nekomata, which is a cat-like species of yokai that specializes in using kai, which is another type of power in this world. Yokai, I know about that species since this is one of the many things that Graphia told me about the world before coming here. Here in this world are rumored to be demons or very dangerous species, but in reality, they are just troublemakers who just like to play pranks on people. That was also the reason I was not willing to trust her at the beginning, after learning that she was yokai, thinking that she might be playing some kind of prank. But since Tiamat said that she couldn't smell any lie in her words, then Kuroko might be telling the truth, and that's the reason I am willing to trust her. According to Kuroko's story, she used to have a normal family of 4 people, including her and other people were her parents and her little sister. Everything was normal until the day her parents died, and she as well as her little sister were later taken in by an unnamed devil from the branch family of the House of Nabrius, and she was reincarnated as the devil's bishop using up 2 evil pieces. I am pretty sure this family is not some important family, since Graphia already told me about all important families in the underworld, and Nabrius was not one of those families otherwise. Surely Graphia would have told me about it beforehand. After becoming a reincarnated devil, while serving her master, she became extremely talented in senjutsu and yaojutsu, and her magical power as a bishop became so great that she surpassed her own master in terms of magical power alone. But later, she did something that is considered one of the most horrible crimes in the underworld, resulting in making her one of the most wanted criminals in the whole underworld. The crime she committed was to kill her own master, and people assumed that she did this just because she got drunk in her own power. But that's not the reason for her doing such a thing, since according to her, the real reason behind doing such a thing was entirely something else than what people imagined. Because all she wanted was to protect her own little sister, who was also the last family she had left. It seems her master attempted to conduct unethical tests on Kuroka's sister in his research on creating a super devil. Kuroka's sister one day almost lost her life because of another one of Kuroka's master's stupid experiments, which caused Kuroka to go berserk. As a result, she killed her master in order to save her sister from her psycho master. But doing things cost her a very heavy price, since afterwards, she became a stray devil as well as one of the most wanted SS-rank criminal in the whole underworld. In the underworld, criminals are ranked according to the crimes they committed as well as their strengths in order to determine how dangerous they are. After getting pursued by more powerful devils, she is barely able to escape the underworld, but in the process, she gets heavily injured. In order to not be discovered by anyone, she transformed into an actual cat using some kind of transformation technique, but unfortunately, soon her injuries seemed to have a kind of poison or curse, which caused her to become weaker and weaker with each day passing. Finding not any solution to remove the poison or curse, she finally gave up and waited to die in one corner, which was also the time when I found her, and saved her from her dead door. And the reason she called me master is that now she seems to recognize me as her master after I saved her life, and she said she wanted to repay this life-saving grace by serving me. But I know that she is lying from what I know by interacting with her, that she is really smart and smart enough to make decisions that are best for herself. The real reason, most probably, is that she wanted to stay with me in order to hide herself from the underworld, since she probably thinks that the safest place for her right now is here. But if that's she told the truth, then I have no problem hiding her, since I know what it feels like when you need to protect your family. The only condition I put was that she will always be in her cat form, because Arya seems to be like the cat very much. Not to mention because of Kuroka, Arya able to act like a normal kid, and I want that to continue. To this condition, Kuroka agreed without hesitation, which is normal considering it's a very small price to pay for her safety. I already contacted Graphia using one of the shadow soldiers which I left in the underworld, just in case of emergency, as well as I also used that shadow to communicate with Graphia. And I already told her about everything to Graphia, and she said would look into this matter, as well as search for Kuroka's sister. Since their master died, then her sister will be handed over to another devil, and will serve the new master, which honestly makes me feel disgusting. Because it's like they are treating someone like an object and transferring ownership to another person. I got some information about your sister, I said, while looking at Kuroka, who was in cat form. I decided to tell her what Graphia found during these days. After hearing my words, her whole body shuddered as her ears got straight up while all playfulness was gone in the instant, and looked at me with wide open eyes like she really wanted to know about the information I got. Chapter 105, Kuroka 3. Kuroka POV. During my days in this house, I come to learn some important things about these people, especially about this man. Unlike in the past, now I am not that much afraid of that woman as in the beginning, because I am now sure that woman won't do anything as long I listen to that man. Or maybe I have gotten used to her presence, and know even though she may look at me like some garbage, but she won't do anything without that man's permission. And it all started one day, when I finally managed to get away from that persistent brat, who always tried to hold me in her arms. But when I was about to enjoy my freedom, that woman came and suddenly grabbed my neck from behind. I tried to struggle in order to get free, but she tightened her grip more than before as she was warning me that if I tried to move then, she would break my neck on the spot. Even though I originally thought it might be a bluff, but after seeing the look she was giving me at that time, I quickly stopped struggling because I felt that she would definitely break my neck if I didn't listen to her. As a result, I gave up all resistance and surrendered my fate to this woman, since at least then I may have a chance to survive. And then she started to take me somewhere without speaking anything at all. I don't know why I felt that this woman looked at me like I was just a disgusting bug. I don't remember offending big shot like her, or it should be like she thought of me as some dirty garbage from the beginning. If that's the case, then I really want to scratch her face, but I doubt I can do that since I am very sure I will die before I can even touch her. Finally, after a few moments, she stopped in front of a room which was also the room of her owner. Seeing this room, I couldn't help but panic, because I thought that she wanted to tell that man about my disguise. I couldn't able to think much at that time, because immediately after getting the permission, that woman the entered room as she took me with her like some handbag inside. Thud. As soon she came inside the room, she dropped me on the room, or it would be more accurate to say that she threw me on the floor. I landed safely on the floor since I was already fully healed thanks to that man, who was standing in front of that hateful woman. "Explain yourself," the woman said in an extremely cold tone as she looked down at me with her sharp eyes like she was warning me to not play any tricks. I turned to the man in order to get pity, but I found out he was looking at me with a different look than previous times, which made me understand that he now knows. I speak as I start to tell them about myself, since I somehow know that if I try to make up some story in order to trick them, then it's going to be my end. And I can't die here, especially after surviving that, and not to mention, I don't know whether my sister is safe or not. After hearing my story, I closed my eyes thinking that they might want to kick me out, because no one wants to shelter a wanted criminal, and even I knew that my story was rather unbelievable to anyone. Or they might do worse by handing me over to devils, since that way they will able to receive rewards like artifacts or rare treasures. I was ready to run through the window with my all might, since even though it might be very dangerous, but then I would at least have a chance to survive. But surprise, he allowed me to stay in this house, which makes extremely stunned, making question whether he was trying to trick me now just to let my guard down. And after getting my guard down, he gonna hand me over to the underworld government, but I quickly shook my head as I demised that idea, since if he wanted to do then, he could have used force to restrain me. Because I was sure that a woman could easily do that without any problem, as I looked towards her I found out that instead of looking at me, she was looking at the man rather. Stunned face. Maybe she herself is shocked by the man's decision, but he put a condition that I need to stay in this form with that brat all the time. I agreed to his condition without any hesitation, since if what that man said was true, then it was a very small price to pay, because I am not only getting a place to stay, but also I will be safe here. Since this woman is a lot stronger than any person whom I encountered in the past, and I am positive that even if all those devils who injured me before come together, then also this woman will easily win. It can't be said the same for this man, but considering the obedience of this woman towards this man, it's safe to assume that this man's identity is not simple. One thing is certain, this man cares about that girl very much, and as long I fulfill his condition, I will be fine, but I can't understand what's relationship between these two. I am certain they can't be blood-related, because that girl is a reincarnated devil. Meanwhile this man, I can't tell what exactly is he. I can't tell at all. Maybe I will find about this man more in future, but for now, I need to make sure that whether what this man's saying is true or not. Later that event, that man not only gave me a place in this house, but also gave me my own room, and I can come in that room whenever I am from that brat. Chapter 106, Kuroka 4. Whenever I get a chance to away from that brat, I always come into the room which he has given me. At first, it was very difficult to get away from that girl, but soon that man whose name seems to be Xuanhuan started to train the girl whose name is Arya. I don't know how that girl named Arya grip is so strong because my own strength is not very weak, but still can't get free from that brat easily. I couldn't help but feel grateful for that man's thoughtfulness, since I am very sure he started to train her, so I could have time for myself. Otherwise he would have started her training before taking me in. And that's why I finally got the time for myself, as I finally am able to enter my room, which looks very comfortable compared to that place in Underworld. I locked the door since what I was about to do was exactly a thing that Xuanhuan told me not to do it. I come in front of a big mirror as I undo my transformation, and with that, my whole body starts to glow very brightly, while my body starts to change back into my original form. I look at the mirror to check out my body, since I got the injuries, which is enough to say that those injuries must be permanent on my real body. But now checking out my body in the mirror, it seems I am as good as new, because not only did injuries I got while escaping the underworld get completely healed, as well as my previous scars on my body, which I got while serving that psycho, also completely disappeared. It's really surprising, because not only did he save me from my death door, but also healed my previous injuries too, and not to mention now, I feel stronger than before. Realizing all this, I couldn't resist the urge to lick my lips, thinking whether should I seduce that man or not. Because seducing that man will be definitely worth it, since if I manage to successfully seduce that man, then I don't need to worry about that woman anymore, and not only that, but I will get a permanent safe place to live. Not to mention, I don't know anything about that man's motives, so seducing him may guarantee my safety by clearing any plans he has for me in his mind. If I manage to seduce that man, then I also use that woman to look for my sister, since she is my last family left in this world, and right this moment don't have any information about her. Considering that made terrifying pressure, I am very sure that she won't have any kind of problem searching for my sister in the underworld, but it's only possible if that man orders her to do that. This is only possible if I successfully seduced him, but it's a very difficult task, but it's not impossible. Even though I agree that man may appear emotionless, but I am sure he hiding his expressions, otherwise he would have saved me in the first place. And I am pretty confident in my appearance too, since no man can resist the temptation of a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Considering my body measurements, which are very good compared to normal average women, I am very sure that my body is very sexy, which every man desires. My dress consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior, and it is open at her shoulders, giving a better view of my proudly large breasts to anyone. And lastly, my fluffy ears and two tails, which look so soft and smooth that nobody can't resist the urge to play with them. Not to mention seducing won't be bad, considering that fact he himself got not a bad face. In fact, he got the most handsome face I have ever seen as well, and I am pretty sure that his body is very muscular too. Even though his body is very lean. But I am very sure he has pretty amazing muscles that he can't hide under those clothes. So it's a win-win situation for me, but it's only if I am successfully able to seduce him, and considering the fact that I can't play any tricks on him. Because I am sure that maid will definitely find if I use my power on him, and then she will kill me on the spot without hesitation, since she doesn't like me at all from the beginning. So I could only depend on my looks and my natural seduction ability to succeed in this task. But not now. I muttered this unconscious to myself as I decided not to do this for now, since I first needed to observe that man to understand his character before doing anything. And from that moment, I started to become more frank with him with each passing day. Whenever that girl was not between us, I started to talk with him about various things and also tried to tease him many times, but unfortunately, I didn't get much reaction from him. I also got to know he is easy to get along with even though he might appear emotionless. But I can say he is a good person, at least far better than my previous master who was psych. That's also a reason I started to call him Master, and decided to work under him like that maid, even though originally it was because I would be safe here. But having such a handsome and good man like him as my master is definitely will be very huge plus point for me. Even though he might not take this seriously, but I meant what I said. But I don't bother to explain this as I plan to show him my sincerity in the near future. But first, somehow I need to get information regarding my sister, who is still in the underworld, and make sure to know whether is she okay or not. Back at the present time, I got some information about your sister, Master said as he looked at me with his same serious and handsome face. As soon as I heard those words, my eyes became wide open while I looked at him without uttering any word from my mouth. And then without any second thought, I quickly got up from my place and I rushed towards him at full speed. Chapter 107, Kuroka 5. Jinwu POV. Gremory family. Kuroka murmured this unconsciously after hearing all the things that I heard from Graphia. After getting all the information from Graphia, I am very sure that the whole story that Kuroka told is true and that she didn't try to deceive us. From what Graphia told, it seems that Kuroka's sister seems taken to the Gremory family, which seems a problem for her considering that family seems to have a very important place in the underworld. I can take her sister from that family without any problems, but according to Graphia, if I use force, then it will definitely create unwanted big chaos there, which is definitely not good. And not to mention, Graphia said that her sister seems to become the peerage of the youngest princess of the Gremory family. Even though Graphia said that the princess of the Gremory family is really spoiled, but even that her personality is not bad and actually takes good care of her people. And if Graphia's information is correct, then it's really good, meaning that Kuroka's sister is really in good hands. So it's better to take her sister back in a peaceful way, which is why Kuroka will have to talk with them about giving back her sister. Which definitely not an easy task, especially when Kuroka is SS ranked criminal in the underworld. So the first step is to prove her innocence before anything having any contact with that family. Otherwise, she would get attacked as soon as she entered the underworld, since to them, she is on the wrong side just because they already considered her a dangerous criminal. So the first step is to prove her innocence, which is not easy because according to Graphia, the lab where that devil does experiments, it's completely destroyed, and there is nothing left that can used as evidence to prove that devil crimes, which is the most troubling. But Graphia believes that there should be someone left in his family house that can used as proper evidence, so she needs time to find those things. Don't worry, your sister is safe, I said while I looked at the cat, who seemed to have a very disappointed look on her face. Even her ears were down like she was very sad. Hearing what I said, her dropped ears got stood up as she looked at me and then opened her mouth to reply, "Thank you, Naya." I smiled after seeing that she come back to her normal usual, as I moved back to my room in order to the shower too. These days I come to understand Kuroka's character as now able to trust her too, even though she might appear as playful and not serious all the time, but she genuinely cares about her sister. since as soon she heard about her sister, she completely became serious, and the playful atmosphere around her completely vanished. Not to mention, she also kept her promise, and she is also acting as a bodyguard for Arya, considering Kuroka's strength herself is not bad compared to this world's power. So she is also a perfect bodyguard for Arya, until Arya become powerful enough to protect herself, considering the fact that Arya doesn't like my shadow soldiers even a little bit. After reaching my room, before going to shower, I go to my desk and open the laptop which I purchased past these days. Because from my understanding, this world is rather little backwards compared to mine, and if this world and my home world are really the same, then I can predict the share market to become a successful investor. Even though this might be very unnecessary, since I can simply create money or any other valuables with ease. But I need an actual profession, especially when Arya is going to school, and I am going to be her guardian to show the world what I do for a living. So I need to have a proper profession for her school documents, which is why becoming an investor is the perfect profession. While doing this, I will also have time to train Arya as well as roam around the world. After checking the daily share market, I finally got up from my seat and went to the bathroom for the shower, but before the shower, there was something I needed to do. I connected my senses with another shadow which I released for doing some investigation, and saw many stray devils as well as fallen angels. It seems they are kidnapping children and selling them to other people, even though I came to know of them a few days ago, but I waited for the right moment when everyone involved in this child trafficking come together. And it seems that moment has come because, today at night, all the children they kidnapped will be handed over to another party. This is the perfect moment for me to clean those scums all together completely in one go. But before doing that, I also needed to know how many children they kidnapped in past. Sigh. I release a frustrated sigh as I calm down my anger, since today I gonna end those scums for good. So getting angry at them is not worth it. With those thoughts, I finally go inside the bathroom for the shower. Chapter 108, Tiamat Hatred. After taking a shower, I got out of my room and decided to make breakfast, or should I say that I am making food more especially for Arya. I needed to make sure that she gets the proper amount of nutrition in order to make sure she will have proper strength, since this is also part of her training. As I entered the kitchen with Tiamat following me in order to give me a hand, since I came to know that she couldn't cook. Because she is terrible, even though I tried to teach her since she wanted to learn, but like how Lily is terrible in games, Tiamat is terrible in the kitchen. Or maybe worse, because, unlike Lily who improved after trying so many times, Tiamat wasn't able to improve no matter how many times she tried. One time Tiamat somehow almost burned the whole kitchen while I was not present with her. She was trying to prepare a soup, but somehow she managed to burn the kitchen. Since then, I promised myself to never let Tiamat use the kitchen without any supervisor. And that's also the reason I left a few shadows for this task, and left them here, otherwise who knows when this house might get burned to ashes. And more surprised at the fact that Tiamat didn't lose her temper and tried to burn everything around her. Tiamat, are there any more dragons besides you? I asked this question with pure curiosity because I remember Grafia telling me that Tiamat is one of the dragon kings, meaning that there should be more dragons here in this world. Tiamat just stared at me with annoyance filled in her eyes after hearing my question, without saying anything, like she didn't like the question I asked her. Maybe because she doesn't have a good relationship with other dragons, or maybe she has some kind of past with them which she doesn't want to remember. Sigh. When I was about to tell her that she didn't need to answer my question if she didn't want to, but before I could do that, Tiamat released a sigh as she opened her mouth and started to speak, breaking the few moments of silence. There are 4 more dragon kings other than myself, but I am the most powerful one among all. 4 more dragon kings. I couldn't help but repeat what Tiamat just told me because I didn't know the difference between dragons and dragon kings. Are there classes or anything similar in dragons too? I asked this question based not only on Tiamat's reply, but also because this is how every species with high intelligence operates. Humans judge others based on how that person looks and whether that person is poor or rich, and then they decide how they will treat that person. It's the same for devils in this world, but rather money or looks. It entirely depends on family background as well as the strength of that devil and how that devil will get treatment. Shadows also work in the same way as they have different statuses entirely, due to differences in strength and power. So I thought it must be the same for dragons too, because they also have high intelligence to think about themselves. Yes, their dragons are divided into 5 different classes, Tiamat said as put down the things in her hands on the table and looked at my eyes. As she continued to elaborate on the classes, there are the normal dragons, the dragon kings which are above the normal dragons, the heavenly dragons which are above the dragon kings, and the true dragon and finally dragon god, the highest class of dragons. I see. I muttered this as I was clearly able to understand the things Tiamat just explained, but I never thought Tiamat's rank would be so low despite the fact she is being so-called Dragon King or Chaos Karma Dragon. Are you thinking something rude about me? Tiamat asked this in a very bone-chilling voice as I could see veins popping out on her head. She can read minds or something? Or is it just her intuition is so strong that she can even tell whether another person is thinking good or bad about her? Are all dragons as sharp as her? Can you tell me more about heavenly dragons, true dragons, and dragon gods? I asked this next in order to avoid her question, as well as I wanted to know more about the dragons which are higher than Tiamat. Since dragon classes must be based on strength, meaning there are more 3 classes of dragons that are much stronger than dragon kings, such as Tiamat. Tiamat nodded her head as she started to speak. There are 2 heavenly dragons with powers that can kill both gods and Satans as well. She took a deep breath as she continued, since both were so strong that they could destroy any foe other than each other, and that's why they began to fight with each other with all their might. One of their fights interrupted the great war between angels, devils, and fallen angels, forcing the 3 factions to form a temporary truce against them. She continued to speak this as her voice started to become more colder. The dragons fought back in anger over their own interrupted fight, but ultimately had their bodies destroyed and their souls sealed into 2 sacred gears. And finally finished speaking this in a very bone-chilling tone. So even though they might be stronger than dragon kings, they are a disgrace to all dragons for falling into such tricks, especially D-Drag. She commented on this after she finished explaining the whole thing. D-Drag, do you have some kind of grudge against that dragon? I asked this because when she mentioned this name, I sensed nothing but pure hatred in her bone-chilling voice, like that dragon named D-Drag did something unforgivable to her. Chapter 109, Tiamat Hatred 2. Yes, I have an unforgettable and unforgiving grudge against that bastard. Tiamat said this with clear anger in her cold voice, making my suspicious correct. As she continued to speak with intense killing intent, that red bastard borrowed many of my very precious treasures, and still, he hasn't even returned even single one of them. Oh, and I thought it was something very serious. I inwardly said this in my mind with some relief since fortunately, it was not as serious as I had imagined. But come to think of it, treasures are most important to dragons, or to be more precise, dragons value their treasures more than their lives. If that's the case, then I am more surprised at the fact Tiamat is willing to lend her treasures to someone else, and not to mention that's the privilege D-Drag gets for being a higher-class dragon than Tiamat. And he dared to get sealed before returning my precious treasures. I am sure he must get sealed by his own will in order to not give back my treasures, Tiamat said, with strong killing intent leaking from her body. She continues with a cold and resolute tone. It doesn't matter, I gonna keep finding his possessor until he finally returns me back my treasures, which are worth more than his own existence. But how will you get treasures when that D-Drag dragon is sealed in sacred gear? I asked this question her, since he is sealed in sacred gear, then I don't think there is a way to contact D-Drag dragon without releasing his seal. I clearly remembered what Graphia told me about sacred gears, and it means the sacred gear in which that D-Drag dragon is sealed must have a user, and I don't think that user will know anything regarding those treasures, which D-Drag borrowed from Tiamat. He might not have his body, but he still has his consciousness intact in that scared gear, so he can also tell me where those treasures are. Tiamat replied, as this cleared my question. Meaning, even though he might be sealed, but D-Drag can still communicate with people through that sacred gear, which is also the reason why she wants to find that sacred gear user. If you don't get what you wanted, I ask this since the possibility of not getting what she wanted is also very high. Then I will kill the one who possesses him again. Tiamat said this with her cold, resolute tone and dead serious eyes. Again, I said this in my mind as I focused on what she said, meaning that she must have met multiple generations of that sacred gear user in past. I couldn't but feel a little bad for those people who possess those sacred gear, because getting killed for something they don't even know about is rather unfair. But I also know that I can't stop Tiamat, and stopping her is rather hypocritical, because if anyone takes something that I value more than my life, then I will have similar behavior like hers. That's why I can only hope that the dragon will return what things he borrowed this time, after she finds him. Tell me about true dragons and dragon god. I asked this next, since continuing this topic will only get Tiamat more words, as well as I am curious about this, because these two are higher classes than heavenly dragons. Dragon god and true dragons are most strongest out of all dragons. They possess the strength to destroy the world. Tiamat explained as she looked at me again after calming down. I see both of these are the strongest in this world. Then I asked who are these dragons and where I could find those dragons. She told me about their identities, but unfortunately, it seems she is clueless about their locations. Great Red, also known as the Apocalypse Dragon, the true Red Dragon God Emperor, True Dragon, and the Dragon of Dragons, got many names because he is the most powerful dragon out of all the dragons. The Dragon God is a class that belongs to the Ouroboros dragon. This dragon is the dragon god who represents infinity, chaos, and nothingness, known as the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god. She is one of the most powerful dragons and beings in existence, aside from Great Red. Both of them are the strongest beings in this whole world, and fortunately for this world, unlike that dragon that I fought in order to save my world from destroying. These dragons seem to prefer solitude, and that's why they don't interfere with world affairs even a little bit, otherwise this world would be doomed. According to Tiamat, there is no one in this world who can even rival their power, not even those so-called gods in this world. Sigh. I release a tired sigh as I can't help but feel this world is a lot luckier than mine, because despite having so many other species with different powers, but still, this world is still perfectly fine. Normal humans don't even know about powers while living their normal lives, which is a shocking thing. I still remember how the world into chaos when the first gate appeared, but due to awakening of hunters caused my world to change completely. But after going back in time, I prevented my home world from changing as I before time killed all other monarchs, which saved my home world from changing for the better. And at last, after killing the last big threat to my world, which was the monarch of destruction and also the most powerful monarch out of all other monarchs, my home world and is finally secured, which was my main objective. On the other hand, this world has so many beings with supernatural powers, and some have even power to destroy the world, but still, this world is so peaceful compared to my world, when gates started to appear. Chapter 110, Yaokai. Third-person POV Aka authors. At night, in the abandoned factory. This factory rumored to be haunted in the human world due to the fact whoever goes near this factory never been seen again. That's why people started to believe that this building is haunted. And now nobody dares to go near this factory ever again. But actually, in reality, this factory is the main base of many stray devils, as well as fallen angels who are working together doing illegal activities. One of their illegal activity is smuggling potential people into the underworld, and they don't care whether these potential people are humans, fallen angels, Yaokai, or any other race. Mostly they bent themselves into normal humans until they found their prey, and after finally finding a worthy prey for their objective. After finding a good perfect prey, they hunt the prey at night when they are most vulnerable. They mostly go for kids, since they are easy to fool, which makes them an easy target, as well most buyers prefer kids too, since kids are like blank paper. So controlling as well as making them obedient a lot easier than adults. That's why these people most of the time target children. Right now, they are making a big deal that might make them a huge profit, which they can't earn even after doing these multiple illegal businesses for years. Jinwoo got to know from one of his shadows, which he released in the nearby areas, in order to observe and make sure to areas nearby him, us safe like he used to be in his home world. One day, one of his shadows got to know this group, but Jinwoo waited until they all gathered all one time. And that happening today at this moment, finally, all who are involved in this group cleaned them all at once. What he knows from observing, they seem to kidnapped a kid, or to be more precise, a yaokai kid from Kyoto. Judging from their conversations, Jinwoo guessed they kidnapped that kid with a lot of planning, and they planned this abduction very carefully. They now plan to sell her to another party, who seem to have intentions of using that yaokai kid for some experiment. Since Jinwoo heard the story from Kuroka, he knows how some people are so mad about their research that they even used real people for their inhumane experiment. Which was also the reason he's still hiding in the shadows, instead of coming and killing all these people, and rescuing the kid right this instant. He wants to kill that inhumane scientist too with these people, or just interrogate him to get some clues that might help to prove Kuroka's innocence. And the transaction for this deal will happen in this factory, where he can clean all the scum as well as save the kid in the process. In the factory, there are 9 people present there. 5 fallen angels and 3 stray devils, while the last person is the yaokai kid, who they plan to sell in some cage, all tied up with ropes. Sob 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 kid, who seems to be age 4 or 5, crying uncontrollably, and looking very scared. Kick. Shut up, brat. A man who seemed to be the devil kicked the cage, as he seemed to be annoyed by the kid crying. Hey, be careful, if you accidentally injure the goods, then the other party might deduct the money. The female fallen angel said this to the devil who just kicked the cage. Considering the fact that they have been in this business for years, so now they consider their victims as goods. Tesk, devil clicked his tongue as he looked at the fallen angel with clear annoyance on his face. As he speaks, you know what kind of risk we just took by kidnapping this kid. And not to mention kidnapping her was also a very difficult task under their nose. Reward is worth the risk. Another fallen angel speaks up, cutting off the devil in between his words. Devil went silent after hearing this, since he knew what his partner said his true, otherwise he or his partners in crime wouldn't even think of doing this task. But as the devil partner said, the price is worth the risk they have taken in order to kidnap this kid, and that's the sole reason why they took this dangerous task. But hearing brat annoying cries after doing such a difficult job is frustrating, and where the hell is dealer? Why has he not arrived yet? The devil asked this with an anxious tone, since he just now wanted to hand over this kid and be done with this deal already. It's not only him, but it's same for his all partners present with him, as well, because they all under great pressure. And if anything goes wrong, then they all definitely will lose their lives, in the worst way anyone can possibly imagine. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly one guy fully covered in black entered the factory, while clapping his hands and walking towards them. You all actually did the job. Excellent. Man said this as he came towards the cage and examined the girl while he praised all the people there. She is excellent, and she might work for my project, the man said with a big smile on his face as he examined the girl from above to below. This makes the kid scared to the core, as she shivers in fear as she gets creeped out by this man's eyes and the way he is scanning her. Original, I wanted Yasaka for my project because she is perfect for my project, but getting her is a near impossible task, especially considering how skilled she is, man said with a disappointed tone as he moved his eyes towards the kid. As he continues, while his disappointed tone becomes happy, but her daughter will work fine, especially when they both share the same bloodline. Chapter 111, Yaokai 2. Are you satisfied with the goods? Fallen Angel asked with an impatient tone, like she wanted to quickly done with this deal and go back home. Of course, I am more than satisfied, the man said as he stopped observing the girl in the cage as he turned around towards the fallen angel. Then hurry up and give us our remaining payment. The devil who got earlier angry with the kid speak this in a very annoyed tone. Since they fulfilled their side of the work which they decided on the deal, so he just wanted the other party to fulfill their part of the deal instead of talking nonsense. Oh, of course, I am very happy with your all work, the man said with a weirdly creepy smile on his face as he continued to speak. Now you can all rest. After saying this, immediately man released his killing intent, which he had holding back all the time. Since he never intended to keep his promise mainly, because he didn't want to leave any evidence behind. If those people knew he was responsible for this act, then surely his death wouldn't peaceful one, which he didn't want it. You boss, devil about to curse, as he was already attacked after realizing man's intentions, who was in front of him. Not only he but his partners were in the safe boat, as they also realized the man's intentions and immediately rushed towards him. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly the next second when they rushed towards him, all of their heads exploded, painting the surroundings with their blood. He did this because he didn't want to leave any evidence behind, especially when what he was doing went against the alliance of 3 groups, and if he got caught then, his death would be unavoidable. Some blood even shattered on the girl's face, making the girl extremely frightened, since no matter the species, any child would have the same reaction after seeing such as this girl. These works better than expected, man muttered to himself, as this kind of horrific work was done by one of his products he developed through many multiple inhumane experiments. This thing is like very small bombs directly going into a person's body, and despite its small size, the explosion power of these small bombs is powerful enough to destroy anyone completely from inside like this. Ha, man laughed in a very creepy way after seeing these bodies without heads completely sink inside the pool full of blood, because he was quite happy with the result of his invention. After calming down, he kneels down on the level of the cage where the girl is tied up and looks at the girl with crazy eyes. He put his hand into his pocket and took out a very disgusting-looking bug, which functioned similarly to those small bombs. But instantly making a person dead, this bug gives the victim unimaginable pain with just a simple command, and he wants to use this to control the girl in order to not let her have any thoughts of disobedience in her mind. The girl tried to shrink back away from the disgusting thing, was the man holding, but unfortunately cage was not big enough to allow the girl to move much. Not to mention girl is all tied up in ropes, which makes it more difficult for her to do any movement. Man saw this as a sadistic smile on his face while without stopping, he kept stretching his hand in which he was holding the disgusting thing towards the girl. Cut! Suddenly the next moment the whole hand in which he was holding that disgusting thing got cut off completely, as the hand got separated from the body and flew off somewhere else. And this happened so fast and cleanly that even the man whose hand just got off didn't notice it. Splash! After a few moments, blood spattered from his missing hand like some fountain as the man finally noticed this and looked. Ah! The man screams in extreme pain after realizing his whole hand is missing. He quickly grabs his wrist with his other hand and looks at this with nothing but a painful expression on his face. He couldn't understand a thing become, at one moment, he was completely fine, and the next second his entire hand got detached from his entire arm. Due to time pain, he couldn't able to think very straight, but he still uses his brain, and comes to the conclusion that someone from the Alliance managed to find him. He quickly gathered his demonic power and wanted to fight whoever did this to him, but as he turned around to find the person who did this, what he saw makes him completely petrified because a huge humanoid shadow ant with a light purple glow, neon eyes, sharp claws, and smoky wings is right staring at him like it's staring straight at his soul. Roar! Baru screamed at the devil without holding back, making the devil go deaf, but he couldn't able to move from the place he currently standing. The only thing he could do was kneel down, because his legs had already given up due to fear. The moment he laid his eyes on Baru, his brain wanted to flee, but his legs were not listening to his brain at all. Not only his legs, but his whole body was frozen in fear. He couldn't able to understand what Baru was, or how such a terrifying creature exists in this world. He then saw the Baru, who was slowly taking out his very sharp clawing which Baru previously used to sever off the man's hand. Devil saw his death coming near and near, but he couldn't even able to speak a word of his mouth. Finally, Baru used his sharp claws and slashed through the devil's head. The result devil's head was divided into 3 pieces, and the devil finally died in a rather more brutal way than he used on devils and fallen angels he hired to kidnap the girl. Chapter 112, Yaokai 3. Jinwu POV. I came out of the shadow, after using shadow exchange, after I finally decided to take action. That devil's blood splattered on the surroundings after Baru cut his head into multiple pieces with his long, sharp claws. I couldn't help but feel the bloodlust of Baru increasing, and it was very different from the time when we were living on that dead planet. Is it because this place is filled with people? Baru's original nature is of a beast who is born to be a predator. Even though he was reborn into my shadow with an undying loyalty towards me, but nothing could change his true nature, no matter what. My Li, Baru said this in his usual respective tone as he dragged the headless devil's body and then kneeled towards me. Sigh. Looking at the headless dead body, I couldn't help but release a tired sigh because I wanted to interrogate him first for some questions. It seems now I only have one way to do that, all thanks to Baru, as I release my energy into the surroundings around. Arise, I said this as all the nearby dead people started to become shadows, who will be now part of my shadow army. After becoming the shadows, they all kneel down towards me, expressing their respect towards me, their king. I ordered them to come back into my shadow, since they are now part of my shadow army, meaning I can ask my questions anytime I want. And right now is definitely not a good time. That's why I ordered them to return in my shadow as I come near the gate. The kid seems to lose her consciousness due to fear, maybe due to that disgusting-looking insect thing that he was about to feed her, or she may have lost her conscience after seeing Baru. I broke the cage without any difficulty as I checked on the kid and found 0 serious injuries, just bruises, nothing else, which is good. I guess these people were careful to not let the child get any injuries, probably, because it was a clear instruction from this devil who wanted to use this kid for his experiment. He did say something about her bloodline being special like her mother. Well, I will ask these questions to that devil who now has become my shadow later. I then cut the rope in order to free her, and after getting freed, I was able to see that she had fluffy ears as well as a tail very similar to a fox, and she rather wearing a very traditional kimono. Pat, I couldn't resist the temptation as I put my hand on her head, and I instantly felt the fluffiness as well as the softness of her fox ears. They really have animal characteristics like this kid, but how am I gonna send her back? Maybe it's better to think about that when this kid wakes up. I may know the area they took her from their conversations, but I don't know her exact location. That doesn't mean I can't find it, because I remembered that devil saying originally he wanted this kid's mother. This means this kid's energy must be very similar to her mother's, and by using the same method that I used to search for that red-haired kid family that I saved in the underworld. As I searched for her mother, I found several similar energies, and I concluded that they must belong to other yokai. I might need to search for more identical energy in order to find her mother. Bingo, I inwardly said, as I was finally able to find the exact person which I was looking for, but it was quite far away from here, and not to mention, she was surrounded by many people. I guess she is quite a big shot, because I am sure those people are guarding her as well based on these people's conversation. I am sure that she must be an important person. That's why I can't directly go there with her child who is unconscious. I am sure that after finding me, they gonna suspect me as the culprit and attack me on the spot without listening to me. I am sure it won't issue, but I am sure it will definitely cause unwanted chaos. And not only that, but more people gonna notice me, and that gonna disrupt the peaceful life that I intend to live in this world. So it's better to wake up and make her understand her situation, and then finally take her back home. It might also be a good chance for me, a reason to roam around this world for sightseeing, as well as it will be a good opportunity for Arya to adapt to this world environment, also to its people better. With those thoughts, I took back my hand from her head as I stopped patting her head, and then picked up the kid in a gentle manner and instantly teleported back into my home. I teleported back into the living room, and because it was already late night, so Arya must gone to sleep because she needs to wake early every morning for training. And since I can't see Kuroka anywhere in the living room or kitchen, meaning that Arya must have taken Kuroka to her room like usual. "You are back," Tiamat said in her same cold voice, as she seemed to waiting for my arrival since I already explained the situation before going out. She basically understood the full situation, and that saved me an explanation of me coming back with an unconscious kid, which made me look like a suspicious person. Chapter 113, Kano. I told her everything that happened in that abandoned factory, or to be more specific, I told her about the deal since there was nothing much to hide in that, and not to mention, she even stayed up this late for me, which is not a normal thing, especially considering here on this world dragons like to sleep a lot. So she deserves to know what happened in that place, and after hearing the whole story, she just commented, HMPH, as expected of those low species. I couldn't help but feel relieved that I didn't take her with me, because when I told her where I was heading, she insisted I let her come with me since she said she wanted to burn those low lives to ashes. I definitely don't want to let that happen, because not only will it put this kid's life in danger, but as well as this will also gather unwanted attention. Not to mention making them shadows will be a very difficult task, since I need their bodies or any part of their bodies to make them shadows. And if she burns everything to ash, then there won't be anything left for me to make them into my shadow soldiers. "Can you take this kid to the guest room?" I asked this as I looked at Tiamat, since this kid needs a soft bed to rest rather than my arms. Even though I already expected her to reject me considering the fact that she doesn't like other inferior species. But to my surprise, she nodded her head as she came forward, and then took the kid in her arms in a rather careful manner. I couldn't help but wonder what's changed in her. I always thought of her as having a superiority complex who refused to acknowledge those weaker than her no matter what. Even other species' presence makes her feel uncomfortable or even disgusted, and seeing this makes me wonder what sudden change in her. But anyway, it's a good thing that she has this change in her for the better, so I decided to not think about this anymore. And I am not worried that much about that kid, since even though Tiamat may be very arrogant as well as prideful, due to the fact that she is a dragon, I am definitely certain that Tiamat is true to her words. So if she agrees to my request means she will fulfill it no matter what, and one of the proof is that Tiamat is trying her best to fulfill the promise she made to Graphia, even though it requires her to put aside her pride and arrogance. As I carefully handed over the kid to Tiamat, and after taking the kid into her arms, she started to move towards a guest room as I told her to do. I also started to move towards the bathroom to get a shower, since I needed to clean myself after dealing with those types of scum. In the room, after getting a fresh shower, I sat down on the chair as I called out the shadow of that devil that Baru brutally killed out of my shadow. Because there are still many questions in my mind which are unanswered, and that's why I decided to call him out in order to answer those questions. To my call, that devil who is now one of my shadow soldiers with absolute loyalty, which means he can't hide any truth from me. Looking at the shadow devil, who is now patiently waiting for my order while kneeling down on the ground, I finally opened my mouth and started to ask all my unanswered questions. After 15 minutes, "Go back," I said in a cold yet angry tone, while looking towards the devil shadow, making him so scared that he even began to shake uncontrollably. But he still did as I told him and went back inside my shadow. I couldn't help but feel disgusted by many things he did just for his inhumane experiments. He used many humans for his inhumane experiments, because they are much easier to get due to the fact that most humans don't have any power as well, and normal people are unaware of supernatural stuff. I couldn't help but feel that his death by Baru was rather easy compared to what he deserves, because he sacrificed people just to satisfy himself. In short, he is nothing but a sadistic mad scientist who would go to any length just to complete his research, and none of his research is for a better future. Rather, all his research was so disgusting that I can't help but feel nothing but anger about one of his disgusting research, was to create an artificial hybrid by perfectly mixing various species in order to create an army of his own. For that purpose, he sacrificed countless innocent lives, but he was never able to achieve the results he wanted, which he believes was due to the fact that he didn't have a body strong enough to handle the characteristics of multiple species. So he decided for the strongest being he could imagine, which was a dragon, but to summon a dragon, he needed a worthy sacrifice. And that's why he decided to kidnap that kid who was the daughter of Yasaka, a nine-tailed fox, and the mother of that kid named Kanu. Yasaka is an extremely powerful yokai that is on par with an ultimate-class devil, and is the leader of the West Yokai faction in Kyoto. I already know the location of that kid's mother, since I sense her energy in Kyoto, too, in that abandoned factory. Originally, he wanted to kidnap Yasaka because Nine-Tails Foxfire is the perfect offering to summon a powerful dragon, but since Yasaka is too powerful for him or anyone to catch her. So he instead went for her daughter, whose name was Kanu, even though she was not Nine Tails, but it was enough to complete the dragon's summoning using her as an offering since she is also a kitsune. Chapter 114, Trip to Kyoto. That's why Kanu was his alternative option to start a ritual to summon a dragon, which will require an offering, since she shares the same blood as her mother. Still, even though that was not an impossible task for him, but it was not easy either due to the fact Kanu is the Yokai leader's daughter, so it's rather obvious that she would be living in a very high-security place. That's why he decided to have contact with some stray devils and fallen angels, since that would be the safest option for him to obtain Kanu without getting himself exposed. And to make them agree to his plan, he not only offered them a ridiculous amount of money, but also many other items from his experiments, which would help them to become more stronger. Not only that, but he also provided them with equipment, which will make this task more easier, and since conditions were so good that they couldn't resist. Unfortunately for them, he never had the intention of fulfilling the promises he made from the beginning, since he didn't want to leave any evidence behind that would reveal his existence in this whole mission. So he planted small bombs inside their bodies without them noticing, and set those bombs to detonate if any of them dared to speak about him behind his back or tried to back down from the mission he gave them. With that, no one could back down from the task he gave mission, as well as he was sure his existence would remain hidden in this whole operation. After they completed the task he assigned to them, he still detonated the bombs since he didn't want any use of them anymore. Also, he didn't want to leave any evidence behind. Even though he was not sure whether or not the ritual would be successful since Kanu was still a very young child, but he decided that if the ritual failed, then he would use Kanu for his experiments. That devil surely believes that Kanu DNA will help him in his experiments in order to create a more perfect mutant, as he imagined. I couldn't help but imagine what would happen to that child if he hadn't intervened. Will she have the same fate as those unfortunate people that this guy used in his experiment, or would it be worse? Not only that, but I am sure her mother won't be silent if something like this happens to her child, and considering the fact that she is the leader of the Yokai faction. I am pretty sure Yasaka, who is that mother, will go to any lengths and use all power in her hands to kill those people who are involved in this whole thing. Well, it's a good thing that now nothing like that will happen, since I will safely return her daughter back to her soon. Not to mention maybe, this might be a good chance for Arya to see the world, and understand how this world works, since this world is very different from her home world. So this way, not only I would be able to return that kid back to the place where she belongs, but I also could use this chance to give Arya more understanding of this world, or to be more specific human world. As with those thoughts, I sat at my desk and started to research about things that I needed for our trip to Kyoto, like tickets and hotels to stay. I decided to do this trip as a normal human rather than a shadow monarch. That's why I will not use any of my shadow soldiers unless it's necessary. But before that, I need to earn that kid's trust after she wakes up, otherwise, it will be quite troublesome to travel with her. Also, I might need something similar to Arya's disguised ring, which is given by Fia in order to hide her rabbit ears, as well as her devil wings. I can't bring a kid with fox-like ears and a tail in public, since that will create uproar in public. So I need something similar to that ring, which will hide those fox-like features of that kid in order to make her look like a normal human child. Getting another ring like that one is not much of an issue, since I can create an exact copy of the ring, with the same exact function, without any problem. Now the only problem I think about is how I gonna meet that kid's mother, because since I know that Yasaka is the leader of the Yaokai faction, I doubt they will let an unknown man causally meet her. And I think if I bring Kanu with me, then they will suspect me for kidnapping her. Let's think about this later, I said in my mind as I decided to stop thinking about this, since the first task is to have a good talk with that kid in order to gain her trust. Next day. Is that kid still not awake? I asked this as I looked towards Tiamat, since even though I was back after training Arya, but still, that kid was still not conscious. To my question, Tiamat shook her head as she told me that she was still not conscious, but rather she seemed to be sleeping very comfortably. Master, don't worry, Kitsune is not as weak as you imagined, Naya. Kuroka said this while lying on the couch in a very relaxing manner. Since right now Arya has gone to get a bath in order to get fresh from all the sweat and tiredness, so for now Kuroka is kind of free from Arya. Also now both Arya and Kuroka know about Kanu existence, even though I only told Kuroka about the full story. Telling Arya about such a sensitive topic might be not a good decision, because Arya is still very young, and I don't want her to think about such things, at least for now. Chapter 115, Trip to Kyoto too. As for Kuroka, I can sense her killing intent, even though it not might be many times weaker than Grafia and Tiamat, but it's still very visible to me. But it's normal, especially considering her past experience with her sister, and because of it she is now separated from her sister. Now hearing her saying this, I couldn't help but think what she said makes sense, considering that Kanu Mother is the leader of the Yaokai faction, then surely her strength wouldn't be weak. And I heard from that devil, Yasaka, who is a 9 foxtail, have the power to rival a god or ultimate class devil, which is not a small feat for this world. So it's natural that her daughter wouldn't be that weak, even though she look very young. If I have to take a guess, then she should be around 4 or 5 years old, but I can't be sure since I am making an assumption based on normal human beings and on this world. There are other species that are totally different from humans. I was hoping to get more information regarding Yaokai from Kuroka, but other than well-known information, she doesn't know anything, which was really unfortunate. So we could only wait till that kid wakes up and tells us about herself, which may help us to get more about her background. After 1 more hour. Kano POV. Where am I couldn't help but ask this question. Unconsciously comes into my mind as soon I slowly opened my eyes and found myself not in my home. Ouch, my head hurts. I unconsciously said this in my mind as I felt my head is it's gonna explode. I quickly grabbed my head in pain as yesterday's memories started to come into my mind. And after the pain went away, I quickly realized that those bad people had taken me somewhere else. They all were so scary, and they tied me and they threw me into a bad-looking cage, and they even kicked me. I heard them saying they gonna sell me to some very creepy devil, which made me very scared, and I even began to cry because my mom used to comfort me, but these all were bad people. They tried to beat me after seeing me crying. I couldn't help but miss my home, and at that time I didn't care about anything else and somehow wanted to go back to my mother. No matter how I tried to beg those bad people to let me go back, but they didn't care. And what's more, they even said a lot of bad words to me, and also about my mommy. After that, without giving me any other chance to speak, they tied me and my mouth with ropes and took me somewhere else. I was very scared, only hoping that my mommy would save me from all these bad people, but she didn't come. In that dark and scary place, one scary and creepy devil came, and this devil was the who these bad people were talking about and wanted to sell me to this creepy person. He looks at me very closely with her creepy eyes, which gives me chills in my spine as I really want nothing but to run away from this creepy person. After that, creepy person stopped looking at me after one of those bad people spoke to him, and the creepy person started to talk with those bad people. Suddenly, all the bad people died as their blood splashed on me. I was so confused, but I came back to my senses. I saw that creepy man started to come towards me while holding a very disgusting bug, and he had a very creepy smile on his face. I was so scared at that time, and in fear, I tried to get away from that creepy man who was holding that disgusting thing, but I was all tied. Moving hurt my body so much, and I was in the cage too. I come to understand getting out of this cage would be impossible, so without any hope, I just closed my eyes in helplessness about what was going to happen. After a few moments, nothing happened as I expected, but rather I felt the same when those bad people's blood splashed on me. I opened my eyes and saw that creepy man lying on the floor. As I looked more, I found his head in pieces. Seeing this, I almost vomited. But then I saw a very horrible, terrifying-looking monster. This monster was so much scarier than in stories that my mommy used to tell at night. This monster was so scary I froze in fear. And when that very scary monster turned his head towards me and looked at me with his scare-looking eyes, I started to lose myself as I felt myself falling asleep, but before sleeping, I remembered I saw someone coming towards me. His face looked so good like those princes in stories that my mommy used to tell, but before I could do anything, I fell asleep. Back to the present. I couldn't help but panicked thinking that where am I? Where is my mommy? Am I brought by that creepy-looking guy? Was that very scary monster and that good-looking prince a dream? My mommy told me these things don't exist in the real world in which we live in. Then where am I? This place looks very good compared to what I have imagined in my mind, but where is this? Ouch! I speak this in pain as I try to move in the bed, but my whole body hurts whenever I try to move. Thud! Suddenly, I heard the door opening, making me shudder, as I wrapped myself in the blanket, in order to hide myself from the person who just come in. After a few moments of silence, I got nervous as I peeked through the blanket a little and saw someone straight staring at me without any expression on her face. Chapter 116, Trip to Kyoto 3. Tiamat Povi. After getting a glimpse of me, this brat again went into blanket as she tried to hide herself from me like I was some scary monster, which made me speechless. I couldn't help but feel angry about this since I am a proud dragon king. How dare this kid dare to hide from such a noble dragon as myself? Maybe she is scared, because she can tell how powerful I am, especially considering what species this brat belongs to. But still, she might not know that meeting a noble dragon like myself is many low-life dreams that they never managed to fulfill. Even though those who wanted to meet me had only one goal in their mind, which was to satisfy their greed, and it's either for power or for wealth, and sometimes it's for both. In order to fulfill their goal, they are always ready to sacrifice anything or anyone, and it doesn't matter how precious that item or person is to them. And I find this rather meaningless in my opinion, because no matter how much power or wealth they get, nothing could satisfy their greed. The more they get, the more their greed becomes. As a result, in the end, they never have their greed satisfied, and not only that, but due to their greed, their end won't be good either. After this, Brat went again inside the blanket, in order to hide herself, even though she is not hiding herself at all, but again, she is just a brat anyway. This is why I feel her behavior is fitting, because she is just a brat of some low-class species, and she almost got herself killed by some low-life devil for his greed. Originally, I wanted to go with him when he said he told me where he was going. I wanted to go with him only because I wanted to vent my all frustration somewhere, which would require me to burn something to ash. Nothing is better than those low lives, but unfortunately, Master didn't allow me to go with him. And I can't disobey his order no matter what due to the promise I made with that girl. So I could control myself and wait for the next chance where I can burn something to ashes to make myself calm. Anyway, since this brat is awake, it's better to tell him about this since this was his order, and not to mention it was him who brought this brat here. So with that, I used telepath and informed him that this brat was awake now, after I just stood up there, and kept staring at her in order to see how long this brat wanted to stay in this plan. If I am not wrong, unlike me, who is a noble dragon, A low species like her, especially a brat like her, won't be able to stay in that heat for a long time. As a result, I can also see her peeking through the blanket from time to time in order to see if I am still there or not, and I can also hear trembling. Maybe it's due to fear. Sigh. I couldn't help but release a tired sigh, thinking how cowardly this brat was, and found this brat rather shameful. Even newborn dragons, who are just hatched from eggs, are better than her, which also makes me wonder how bad her condition was when she was in their hands. And not to mention, she is the daughter of a nine-tailed fox, even though nine-tailed foxes might be not anything special compared to me, but they are strong. Strong enough to rival those gods, and seeing one of those nine-tailed fox descendants in front of me like this, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Thud. The door opened as Master entered the room and looked at this brat, who was trying her best to cover her complete body under the blanket. Maybe she thought I was going out, since right after the door sound came, she peeked out her head again. As usual, she trembled again as soon as she saw me still standing. As well as she also saw the Master, who just come inside, and I thought she might get more scared, since now there was someone who was scarier than me here, but what happened was quite the opposite. Instead of getting back into the blanket in order to hide herself, she kept staring at him with a stupid expression on her face. I couldn't help but be stunned seeing this, because I expected her to be more scared, since Master is a lot more dangerous than myself. And I know that nine-tailed foxes have good senses, especially towards danger or people with immense strength who can destroy them at will, like myself or my Master. But looking at the stupid look on this brat's face, I doubt she has any awareness about this man's strength, who can not only destroy her and her mother, but also this world at will. Maybe she is still too young to understand her abilities, because she only has 2 tails instead of 9, but then again, why she was scared of me and trying to hide herself from me. Or it's because I am not a master at hiding my energy like this man, because at first glance, no one can tell, including myself, can't sense this man's strength, and that's the reason she is not scared of him. "You are safe here," Master said in rather a soft tone compared to his usual tone as he came forward towards this brat. Meanwhile, this brat's eyes seemed locked on him. As soon as Master came near her, she hugged him and started to cry. I can't understand this brat at all, because my Master clearly didn't do anything at all, and yet she is crying while grabbing him with her arms, which is weird. Chapter 117, Trip to Kyoto 4. Xuanhuan. Looking at the kid who was holding me with her full strength while crying, I couldn't help but be confused about what to do now. I understand that she must scared from yesterday's events, and I need to somehow comfort her. Looking at Tiamat, who is looking at this kid without any soft looks on her face, and seeing this makes me wonder whether she even knows the meaning of the sympathy word. Well, I am not surprised about this, especially considering her species. So in the end, I think it's better to let this kid cry all she wants until she finally calms down. Meanwhile, I started to pat her in a very gentle manner in order to help her calm down, but the more patted her, the more she cried as her grip on me became more tighter. And after a few minutes of endless tears, she finally stopped crying, but she messed up my clothes with her tears. "I'm gonna take you back home, all right?" I said this in a soft tone in order to make her know that we are not dangerous people unlike those, so she is safe with us here. To my words, this kid just nodded her head slowly after getting separated from my body, and even though she was not crying like before, but her eyes still had tears inside. "Want to eat something delicious?" I asked this since I thought this kid must be very hungry considering how long this girl was unconscious as well, and I don't think those devils give her anything to eat either. That's why I thought this kid must be starving from now, since by now any human must be so starving that humans are not even able to speak well. And even though this kid might not be human, but she still is a kid, and I also know that she is hungry at this moment, meaning that her body needs nutrition, especially at this time of her life, otherwise she might not be able to grow healthy. Also, the fact that this might help her to trust us more, since to her, we still are strangers like those scums, and that's why this might help her to get open with us. After hearing my question, girl shook her head quickly as she told me that she was not hungry, making me wonder if she was really not hungry, or if she was just afraid to eat our food because she still didn't trust us. I am sure she should be hungry by now, since according to Kuroka Yaokai's appetite is very similar to humans. And not only that, but I also can sense her body is weaker than last night, and it's constantly getting weaker, which is probably due to lack of nutrition. Growl tilde. When I was wondering what to do, since I couldn't force her to eat, while thinking, I suddenly heard the sound from the Xuanhuan's stomach, catching me off guard. As I looked back at her, I saw No, holding her stomach with a pure red face like she was really embarrassed about what just happened. I couldn't help but smile at this sight, because now I understand that rather than being insecure, she is very embarrassed to eat. Come, let's eat something, I said in a soft tone as I stretched out my hand slowly in front of her, and then waited for her to respond. She kept her head down like she was trying her best to hide her pure red face. Even her fox ears were down, but she slowly also stretched her arm and finally grabbed my hand. I couldn't help but be amused at her current appearance, but I didn't dare to laugh because I was sure it would only make the kid more embarrassed than she already was. After grabbing her hand, I helped her to get down from the bed since she is just a kid around 4 or 5 years old, so the height between bed and floor is too high. Not to mention her body is currently weak, which is why she needed someone to help her get down from the bed, otherwise she might fall and injure herself. Following my lead, jumped down from the bed. After landing, she little imbalance, maybe it was due to not moving her body for quite a while. I supported her body in order to prevent her from falling on the floor. After getting balance again, I slowly started to guide her towards the door. She walked with me by using her own small feet, as I moved very slowly in order to match her walking pace. While moving, I checked Xuanhuan's body, and I noticed that all the bruises she had on her body already healed up. Even though the bruises were very light, but still got completely healed just in one night, leaving behind no scars or even marks at all. Makes me realize that this kid's recovery speed is rather impressive. Meanwhile, Tiamat, who was silent for whole time, started to follow us behind without speaking a word. We got out and moved towards the living room as I saw Arya sitting on the couch, while holding the Kuroka, who was in her cat form, in her arms tightly. After seeing us, Arya peeked towards us, or to be more precise, at Xuanhuan, with caution as well as also curiosity in her eyes, but at least she didn't hide herself anywhere, which itself is an improvement. Even though she is still not good around strangers, but maybe due to the fact that Xuanhuan is a lot smaller than herself, which makes her less afraid than in previous times. Or maybe now, Arya started to overcome her fear of strangers, which is great, and if remains like this, then that day is not far away when she will successfully overcome her fear.